Despite being blessed with the glory of having two professional parents, the young man found himself in a cafe, receiving a prenuptial agreement from his campus belle girlfriend, with the first clause stating, "Must undergo sterilization first." The cold, heartless terms made Jiang Ye's fingertips tighten suddenly as memories surged like a tide, strange yet familiar, giving him the illusion of fate restarting had transmigrated. In the booth, Liu Ruyan's words cut like knives, firing rapidly. My childhood friend is in a rank rare profession necromancer who can summon armies of undead and solo difficult dungeons. My brother is even in rank magic swordsman, the future sword god of Great Xia. And I, though rank, am a rare profession holy priest with amazing healing output. All the boys in and out of school beg me to team up and heal them. But what about you? As my boyfriend, you failed your class change and aren't even the lowest rank professional. If you don't want to break up, just obediently sign this agreement. Her voice was sharp. Jiang Ye pressed his throbbing temples, thinking unexpectedly. This is a parallel world, Blue Star's Great Xia. 100 years ago, the abyss invaded, reality merged with gaming, digitization swept the globe, and everyone could trigger one precious class change opportunity upon reaching adulthood. Unfortunately, one failed attempt meant permanent separation from being a professional. His predecessor had failed at the high school awakening ceremony, becoming the waste everyone talked about, the clown who had licked boots for 3 years with nothing to show for it. He quickly absorbed the flooding memories. His predecessor's parents were both powerful professionals who unfortunately perished while conquering a catastrophe-level dungeon. They left behind a mansion worth tens of millions and a campus belle stepsister brought by his stepmother, though not blood-related. She was exceptionally beautiful. Just after transmigrating, he had the script of dead parents, but with a sister and house, which should have allowed him to live comfortably and peacefully. Who would have thought this damned matching mechanism would forcibly bind him to Empress Ruyan? The girl before him, wearing a pristine white priest robe, was beautiful with a graceful figure. Liu Ruyan, the campus belle of Jiangxing No. 1 High School, and his predecessor's girlfriend whom he had desperately pursued for 3 years. Because of her status and aura, her demands kept escalating, her favoritism openly leaning toward her brother Liu Zixiao, and childhood friend Ji Bajana, hardcore brother-supporting demon and severe childhood friend controller. It had almost become his predecessor's daily rule, unconditional devotion to her, and by extension to her brother and childhood friend, requiring triple the human, material, and financial resources. Thus came these trivial yet heavy lists. Preparing 3 luxurious breakfasts every morning. Gene serums that could increase class change probability, costing 100,000 each, still buying 3 copies. Valentine's Day gifts also came in threes: one for Liu Ruyan, one for her brother, one for her childhood friend, none for his predecessor. The allowance from his parents was gradually consumed by her smiles and demands, with monthly living expenses of $1 million entirely spent on making her happy. Yet she refused even the slightest intimacy that couples should have, saying even holding hands must wait until after marriage. The conversations in his memories struck his heart like nails. Liu Ruyan would say lightly, "Are you men also impatient? Hand-holding should wait until after marriage." She would naturally add the killing blow. "You ask why I hold hands and hug my childhood friend? Nonsense, he's my childhood friend. We've played together since small, how can you compare?" Even when gifts were slightly less, she could make a federal case of it. "By the way, this month's gifts are much fewer again. Are you having a change of heart? Don't you love me anymore? If this continues, let's break up and never speak again." When tragedy struck his predecessor's parents died, her coldness was bone-chilling. Over the phone, she was almost impatient. "What? Your parents died? Really? Then won't you have no money to buy gifts for me, my brother, and my childhood friend anymore? You're so sad and painful? Want me to come comfort you? Are you crazy? They're just dead parents. Is it that serious? Just cry for a while, and you'll be fine." I still need to go jogging with my childhood friend. Hanging up now. The memory stopped abruptly. Jiang Ye's expression turned cold, with only one word arising in his heart. "Damn." "Hey," Liu Ruyan shouted coquettishly, interrupting his thoughts. She slammed the table, veins showing, speaking even faster. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? You waste, failed your class change, can't even become a professional. Your grades are terrible too. You'd struggle to get into a technical college. My brother, my childhood friend, and I are all top professionals with bright futures. There's already a pitiful barrier between you, not worthy of me, Liu Ruyan. But considering your previous devotion, as long as you sign this agreement, I won't break up with you and can continue being your girlfriend." She handed over the black and white document, densely packed with clauses. Jiang Ye scanned it once, his expression grave and silent. He saw a voluntary property transfer, saw post-marital finances managed by the wife, saw must undergo sterilization first, saw additional loan of 10 million, saw a divorce with nothing. Just a few lines, each striking at his life, clearly intended to force him into complete destitution. Anger churned in his chest as he thought coldly. This woman wants to devour everything. Just then, Strongest class change system loading. The prompt suddenly rang out, mysterious like a rope thrown from the abyss. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes before he steadied his emotions. His predecessor's class change opportunity had already failed, and everyone said he was destined never to be a professional. But unexpectedly, the system descended at this moment he might have a chance for a second class change. He took a deep breath, waiting for the system to finish loading. The system successfully loaded, prompting him to choose his 3 core professions. Profession 1. A devoted underdog awaiting everything in the end. Requirements. Fulfill all of Liu Ruyan's demands, sign the agreement, and plead with her not to break up. Class change. SSS-rank hidden profession clown of complaints. Profession 2. The breakup would cost her love. Requirements. Endure Liu Ruyan's difficulties, turning a blind eye to her antics, and hope for her to come around. Class change. SSS-rank hidden profession armored turtle. Profession 3. Women are merely fragile skeletons. Today you look down on me, tomorrow you'll regret it. Requirements. Awaken, decisively break up, and completely sever ties. Class change. SSS-rank unique hidden profession charm tamer. He quickly weighed his options. 3 years of servitude, met with cold words after his parents' demise and ridicule after his class change failure. Would he really settle for the armored turtle? The answer was obvious. With a firm resolve, he chose the third option. System prompt. Selection successful. He lifted his gaze, no longer avoiding eye contact or swallowing his pride. Liu Ruyan. Do you really think you deserve this? Due to one ridiculous contract, you want me to wager my entire life? Unexpectedly, at that moment, he threw the agreement back at her. Jiang Ye raised his hand, and with a snap, flung that contract against her face, the paper sticking briefly before sliding down, the sound ringing like a slap of awakening. He coldly recounted each clause. You want the mansion, you want a loan, you want sterilization. What kind of prenuptial agreement is this? It's more like a selling contract. He scoffed internally, gathering his resolve. Did she really think he was just a pushover? Jiang Ye, what nonsense are you spouting? You're not even a professional, so how can you guarantee my future happiness? I'm doing this for your own good. Liu Ruyan lifted her chin, waving the black pen in her hand. What's wrong with signing an agreement to give me some security? If you won't sign it, then we're breaking up. Liu Ruyan had expected this lapdog who always obeyed her every word to bow his head as usual, but she hadn't anticipated the cold gleam in Jiang Ye's eyes that completely slipped beyond her control. She froze, then flew into an embarrassed rage. This prepared black pen was certainly not meant to be questioned by some loser. Losers just need to sign. Liu Ruyan sneered inwardly. I'm the one thinking about the future. Jiang Ye's fingertips traced lightly across the table surface as he stared at her coldly. For my own good? Then when I was sad and heartbroken, where were you? Off jogging. Did you ever think about what would happen to me if my career change failed, if I gave away all my parents' inheritance and ended up with millions in debt? Signing agreements, taking everything I have. You call this for my own good? What a convenient excuse. Exactly. I'm the only one who cares about you. I'm your girlfriend. If I don't look out for you, who will? Liu Ruyan shoved the pen into his palm, forcing out an impatient, yet self-consciously gentle smile. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. Wait, what did you just say? Sign the agreement. We girls all need security. And before that, if you don't sign, we break up. Liu Ruyan's smile instantly turned ice cold. Fine. Jiang Ye suddenly stood up with a sharp laugh. A deal's a deal, no taking it back. Without the lakeside villa worth tens of millions, saddled with massive debt, plus the mockery of being a failed loser, his life seemed bleak. But losing Liu Ruyan, this prize girlfriend, still left him with his sister, his property, and the chance to become a god-tier professional. Far better than being this princess's lapdog. Jiang Ye, what are you babbling about? Liu Ruyan glared at him with false bravado, pulling out her trump card. If you keep this up, I'll never speak to you again. Really? Holy shit, double blessing. Jiang Ye grinned from ear to ear. Liu Ruyan froze, biting her lips, her brows furrowed. He actually wanted to break up? Then we're breaking up, cutting all ties, never seeing each other again, she practically roared. Unless you get on your knees and beg today, I'll never take you back. Sure, severing all ties. Bye-bye, you stupid bitch. Jiang Ye dropped a cold laugh, turned, and walked away without a moment's hesitation. Outrageous. Outrageous. Liu Ruyan slammed the table in fury, her pretty face flushed red. A loser who wasn't even a professional dared to give her attitude? If not for the unsigned agreement, why would she lower herself? Yet this waste not only didn't treasure her, but dared to just walk away? Jiang Ye. She watched his carefree retreating figure, clutching the red mark left by the agreement papers, venom churning in her eyes. Let's see how you survive without me, Liu Ruyan. Outside the cafe, the sky was clear and bright. Severed ties with toxic girlfriend. Initiate career change. Standing in a deserted corner, Jiang Ye silently responded, yes. A flash of golden light came and went. SSS-rank Charm Master career change successful. You can contract female abyssal beasts as servants to fight alongside you, including but not limited to angels, succubi, silver dragons, elves. The higher the host's charm, the greater the bonuses your servants receive. SSS-rank Charm Beastmaster? Jiang Ye was stunned when he heard the system notification. Then his lips curved upward as his heart began racing. Professional ranks were divided into 9 tiers from lowest to highest. F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Legendary names flashed through his mind. Among the handful of SS-rank powerhouses in Great Xia was Pei Qing-shu, the Moonlight Sword Immortal, who had single-handedly slain an entire legendary demon legion beneath the moon, earning her the title of Peerless Female Sword Immortal. Now, he possessed the same level of potential. Perhaps in the future, he could stand as her equal. Jiang Ye took a deep breath and lightly tapped the air with his fingertip. A pale blue interface unfolded before his eyes. Host, Jiang Ye. Profession, Charm Beastmaster. Unique hidden level, 10.00. Talent, Divine Gift awakens a new god-tier talent every 10 levels. Divine Gift current effects. All attributes 10. All resistances 100. Experience gain 100. Immunity to abyssal corruption. Passives, Favor, Blood Charm. Favor, shares all beneficial buffs with charm beasts, significantly increases intimacy. Blood Charm, 1 charm for each enemy killed. 0.1 to all attributes, skills, and resistances per point of charm. Base attributes, Stamina 150, Strength 100, Agility 100, Spirit 200, Charm 250. Current charm bonus, 25. Good lord, this character sheet gives other professions no chance to survive, Jiang Ye muttered. 10 times all attributes, maxed resistances, doubled experience, plus immunity to abyssal corruption, combined with Blood Charm's infinite stacking potential and Favors buff, sharing even wielding nothing but a kitchen knife, he could easily sweep through normal or even hard difficulty abyssal dungeons. Charm Beast Masters were truly terrifying. He scanned the interface again, double-checking the profession description. Charm Beast Masters were similar to beast tamers and summoners, except they contracted female abyssal beasts. These abyssal beasts originated from the myriad races across the abyssal heavens, ranked from lowest to highest as white common, blue elite, purple epic, gold legendary, and red mythic. The higher the tier, the rarer they became, and the more outrageous their prices. For Charm Beast Masters, high-tier specimens were incredibly rare opportunities, with resource costs massive enough to bankrupt ordinary families. At this thought, Jiang Ye smiled bitterly. After his parents' sacrifice, their inheritance had been substantial. It was now his only lifeline. At least I'm so poor that all I have left is money. With only 100 days until the college entrance exams, and 3 days having passed since the class change ceremony, some classmates had already reached level 5, while his progress remained stagnant. If he wanted to get into a top-tier abyssal university, he had to start leveling immediately. If he couldn't buy an epic-tier abyssal beast right away, a blue elite would work as a temporary solution. His mind made up, he closed the interface, grabbed his jacket, and rushed out the door. As he hailed a taxi at the street corner, dark clouds churned overhead and cold wind swept through his hair, yet he felt nothing but burning excitement. The car door slammed shut with a click, and navigation coordinates lit up on the screen. Destination: Jiang City's largest abyssal trading center, the Spirit Realm. The Spirit Realm is a miniature abyss dungeon created by humans using advanced technology. This pocket world, housed within a skyscraper, transforms into an entirely different realm the moment you step inside. A Western fantasy-style massive trading plaza paved with alternating blue and white stone slabs, rows of magical lampposts towering overhead, and crowds of people surging through the stalls. Freshly caught beast-eared girls, only 998, take 1 home, with satisfaction guaranteed. Elite-grade goblin wizard staff, 10 casting speed, fixed price 200,000. Looking for party members, meow? Dungeon boosting services available. Thank you, meow? The overlapping shouts erupted like firecrackers, making the air itself seem to sizzle with heat. The stalls displayed a dazzling array of goods, with colors, light effects, and price tags constantly flashing before everyone's eyes. This was Jiang Ye's first time visiting such a marketplace. He scanned around, overwhelmed by the sights, but couldn't find any legendary-grade abyss beast contracts. There was one epic-grade contract available, but unfortunately, it was for a male pale moon wolf king, impressive in combat power, but not to his liking. Since I can't get the best, I'll pick the most pleasing to the eye, he decided silently. Soon, he spotted a stall specializing in abyss contracts. In front of the stall sat a first-tier brown-furred giant bear, over 3 meters tall with a massive build, its thick claws capable of flipping the nearby wooden table at any moment. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. A brown bear covered in fur from head to toe. You call this a beast-eared girl? The stall owner was a petite girl with black twin tails, small in stature, but full of attitude. Her black dress was pulled up to her knees, her white legs swinging back and forth. Without looking up, she shot back. Tell me, is it a beast or not? Does it have ears? Does it have assets? Jiang Ye followed her gaze, and the little girl even puffed out her chest with a completely serious expression. So young yet already possessing the ambition to conquer the world, quite promising indeed. He thought sarcastically, too lazy to argue with her. He asked directly, how much for this contract? Brown furred giant bear, common grade, fixed price 998 great Xia coins. The little girl raised her hand in a 9 gesture. What about this rabbit? Jiang Ye pointed to a soft-bone charm rabbit in a cage, with gray eyes and pink ears. Soft-bone charm rabbit, common grade, fixed price 100,000. Even common grade costs this much? Why don't you just go rob people? That's exactly what I'm doing. The little girl blinked her big eyes and grinned mischievously while touching her nose. Jiang Yi snorted coldly but turned his attention to a girl wrapped in a black robe in the corner. Silver hair cascading like a waterfall, dragon tail drooping low, and a pair of silver eyes as dim as dust-covered gems. She crouched silently, showing no signs of life. How pitiful, his heart softened. I do have something cheap. The little girl followed his gaze and pursed her lips. That abyss-corrupted silver-eyed dragon over there, epic grade, only 50 great Xia coins. Do you dare take her? Her tone was casual, but her heart was full of helplessness. She had thought she'd struck gold finding an epic-grade silver-eyed dragon, only to discover the creature had already been corrupted by the abyss and had only a few days left to live. Purification would cost at least over 1 million, turning this treasure into a money pit and making her the laughingstock of the marketplace. 50 yuan? That cheap. Jiang Yi was stunned, never expecting an epic-grade contract to drop to street vendor prices. The little girl kindly reminded him, you get what you pay for. No matter how epic grade she is, without purification of the corruption, she'll degenerate into a walking corpse. You seem like someone of status and say, I didn't warn you. She rambled on, but her mind was bleeding. Even keeping her for one night was a loss. Yet no matter how much she disliked the situation, she could only accept her fate. Jiang Yi stared at the dragon girl. Her silver hair reflected cold light under the lamps, dragon wings wrapped tightly around her sides, slender shoulders trembling slightly, as if trying to preserve her last shred of dignity. With just that one look, he had made up his mind. I'll transfer you 50. This contract, I'll take it. QR code or cash. Jiang Yi couldn't be bothered with small talk and pulled out his phone. He knew the score. In the Great Xia Kingdom, once a contracted beast got corrupted by the abyss, the contractor had to pay for purification out of their own pocket. But his divine tier talent, divine blessing, made him and his charm pets naturally immune to corruption. 50 bucks for an epic level, azure-eyed silver dragon, was a guaranteed win. You're really buying her? The little vendor girl stood frozen, having never encountered such a stubborn and foolish customer before. Of course I'm buying. Jiang Ye's tone was resolute. She confirmed again. Even if she's corrupted, you won't mind, and you'll never regret it? Jiang Ye nodded, his gaze falling on the chained silver dragon princess. That stunning face, perfect curves, and those azure dragon eyes, no matter how you looked at it, it was a steal. Human, I've been corrupted and fallen. I won't live much longer, so don't waste your time. The silver dragon princess's voice was hoarse, her face written with deathly despair. As a princess of the azure-eyed silver dragon clan who had been exiled, she had long given up hope on life. The little girl warned seriously. She's right. Once corrupted by the abyss, there's no saving her. I'm telling you straight after the contract. All you'll be doing is collecting her corpse and paying for purification. I know. Jiang Yi couldn't be bothered to explain and scanned his fingerprint. Beep. Jifu Bao received 50 yuan. The emotionless mechanical female voice cut through the air. Lunatic. The little girl spat, then said through gritted teeth. I'll pay half the purification costs, or I won't be able to live with myself. Jiang Yi glanced at her and smiled. No need. That little conscience of yours was already stretched thin to begin with. Stop looking around. You're not planning to do anything perverted to the contracted beast, are you? The little girl moved protectively in front of the silver dragon, eyeing him suspiciously. He's not that kind of person. The azure-eyed silver dragon struggled to push her aside and extended a pale hand corroded by corruption. After I die, bury me in the sea. I hate the smell of dirt. She forced a smile, though her tone carried a pleading note. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Jiang Yi grasped that cold hand and led her to the table. Both pressed their palms simultaneously onto the contract, and blood-red patterns instantly lit up. The silver dragon princess's long lashes trembled slightly as she lowered her gaze, still mocking herself inwardly. What right did someone about to die have to trouble him further? She let Jiang Yi lead her away like a homeless little beast. The next moment her mind exploded with sensation. Charm pet contract signed. Potential upgraded, gold legendary. Divine blessing and grace activated. Abyss corruption purified. Surging warmth flooded through her limbs. The dark corruption marks vanished instantly, and her withered dragon blood burst with vigorous life. Her originally weak body became 10 times stronger within mere breaths. She suddenly pulled off her gray hood, silver hair cascading like a waterfall, chest heaving as she stared at Jiang Yi in shock. Not only was she healed, but she had directly evolved to legendary tier. Still calling me human? Jiang Ye teased. Hill azure-eyed silver dragon bit her trembling lip, silver eyes brimming with tears, her pretty face flushed with color, voice barely a whisper. Master. Master. The whispered word was barely audible, yet it rang out with surprising clarity and sweetness. Hill instinctively bit her crimson lips, her snow-white cheeks flushing the same rosy hue. As a silver dragon princess, pride was carved into her very bones, yet she had never imagined herself uttering such words so readily and without hesitation. Shame and warmth intertwined within her, making her willing to bow her head for the man before her was like a deity. It was he who had dispelled the corruption of the abyss, purified the defilement from her dragon form, and most miraculously, elevated her potential from epic tier to legendary tier. In an instant, she stood equal to her azure-eyed silver dragon ancestors, the primordial silver dragons, bridging what had once been an insurmountable gap. For such a debt of rebirth, calling him master was nothing. She would gladly call him father without complaint. Hill took a deep breath, suppressing the tremor in her heart as her silver eyes remained fixed upon his figure. My name is Jiang Ye, and from now on, I'll be your lifelong companion, Jiang Ye said gently, reaching out to wipe away her tears. The knots in the silver dragon princess's heart were like layers of buttons that needed to be undone one by one, neither hastily nor carelessly. Upon hearing the word companion, Hill looked up, her flushed face freezing. It was a trusted companion who had betrayed her, forcing her to face the abyssal army alone. Even though she had barely won, she was tainted by corrupt energy, her strength scattered, and was exiled by the silver dragon empress in her fall and suffering. Through her wanderings, she endured endless mockery and scorn, her proud heart already riddled with wounds. Though the corruption was now cleansed, she still felt inferior. Did someone as fallen as her deserve to have a companion? Will you come to hate me? Hill asked tremblingly through her tears, biting her lip. As long as you obey, you won't be hated, Jiang Ye replied softly, gently touching her forehead with his fingers. Hill will obey. If I do anything wrong, please feel free to scold or punish me. Just don't leave, Hill, please. She tugged gently at his sleeve with her delicate white hands, her tear-stained face filled with hope and pleading. Having finally found a harbor to rely on, she never wanted to face the darkness alone again. Of course, Jiang Ye nodded, his eyes filled with tenderness. What kind of suffering had she endured to make the once proud silver dragon princess so desperately crave connection? Then, Hill's life belongs to Master now. She nestled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist, her tearful face lowered and cheeks flushed, revealing an almost pathological dependence. Jiang Ye said nothing more, simply raising his hand to gently stroke her silver hair. The rest of their lives stretched long ahead, and his path to becoming a top-tier professional would begin with contracting this silver dragon princess. I never would have imagined that the always aloof silver dragons would show such dependence and submission to you. The little girl nearby rubbed her eyes, her face filled with shock. The azure-eyed silver dragon clan had always been renowned for their cold and proud nature. Legend said that those who earned a silver dragon's trust would be blessed with good fortune. Even the powerful professional silver dragon princess barely acknowledged others, yet this newly classed young man had somehow caught her favor. What incredible luck. Kid, abyssal corruption is irreversible. She doesn't have much time left, so don't you dare take advantage of her. The little lowly sighed, warning him repeatedly. Though her conscience was small, it was exceptionally tender, and she couldn't bear to see pitiful girls being bullied. Master would never bully Hill. Silver Dragon Princess, Hill shook her head, defending Jiang Ye, never revealing the secret that she had already been purified, a secret she would keep for her master for life. It's only been a few minutes, and she's already calling you master this and master that. What have you done to our aloof Silver Dragon Princess? Sensing Hill's dependence on Jiang Ye, the little lowly complained sourly. I kindly sheltered her all this time, and now she's inseparable from you? Hill is just worried about you. Jiang Ye gently consoled, playfully adding. Besides, she's so adorable. How could I bear to bully her? As he spoke, he exchanged contract agreements with the little lowly, signing and sealing to officially become the Silver Dragon Princess's host. When parting, Hill linked her arm through Jiang Ye's, her silver eyes filled with sincerity. Thank you for sheltering me during this time. Without you, I might still be drifting and falling in the abyss. Don't thank me. The little lowly shook her head, pulling a crimson business card from her chest and handing it to Jiang Ye, then looking seriously at Hill. Thank him if you want to thank anyone. I only sheltered you, but he's the one who'll have to deal with your corpse. Purifying the abyss is incredibly difficult. Now that Jiang Ye is taking over, I'm much more relaxed. The card read, Liu Ruyan, young miss of Liu's Abyssal Beast Contract Corporation. She sighed. Poor Silver Dragon Princess. If not for the abyssal corruption, her future would have been limitless. Now she can only wait for death, and after dying, she'll become a mindless walking corpse. How tragic. Am I a hot potato? Hill froze, mist clouding her silver eyes. Insecurity and lack of confidence made her lower her head, worried that she was worthless. Jiang Ye pocketed the business card first, then grasped her soft, pale hand. Don't listen to her nonsense. You're not troublesome at all. The warmth from his palm made Hill tremble slightly, though her cheeks flushed red as fire. Like a wounded little beast, she tentatively intertwined their fingers, and seeing that Jiang Ye didn't refuse, she quietly tightened her grip at this point. She no longer wanted to let go. Jiang Ye didn't rush to leave the spirit realm. First accompanying Hill to shop for clothes, she was a living person who needed proper food, clothing, and necessities. White stockings add attack speed, black stockings add critical hit. He casually complained outside the fitting room. Hill clutched her clothes behind the curtain, softly murmuring, "Though I don't understand what Master is saying, if Master likes it, Hill will wear anything." Soon, the oversized black robe was shed. Hill emerged wearing an ink-colored long dress, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, her figure graceful. She lightly brushed her temple, her pretty face flushed, biting her rosy lips as she softly asked, "Does it look good?" Jiang Ye's gaze swept over her. Then he pulled up her attribute panel. Companion, Silver Dragon Princess Hillway. Level 1. Tier, Golden Legend. Race, Azure-eyed Silver Dragon Bloodline Awakened. Skills, Azure Eye, Silver Dragon Symbiosis, Dragon Roar, Dragon Might, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Dragon Tail, Dragon Transformation. Equipment, Black Stockings 10 critical hit, White Stockings 10 attack speed. Attributes, Stamina 450, Strength 850, Agility 900, Spirit 600. Beautiful. Jiang Ye nodded instinctively, equally amazed in his heart. These stats are incredible too. Truly worthy of the Silver Dragon Princess, powerful and invincible. The silver-haired dragon princess emerged from the fitting room, her black and white dress radiating an ethereal, cold charm. Light cascaded over Hill's lustrous silver hair, tiny glimmers sliding down her shoulders. Before her, a virtual panel glowed with a faint golden light, the exclusive mark of legendary tier potential. The skill columns beside the panel were so densely packed that they extended to the 5th page, while her data showed that despite being only level 1, her basic attributes rivaled those of a level 50 knight. This absurd level of power was beyond what ordinary classes could even dream of matching. Jiang Ye's lips curved into a subtle smile. After completely cutting ties with that wicked woman, his luck had finally turned and stumbled upon such a treasure. The Dragon Clan's heritage really isn't just for show, he mused, focusing his attention on the skill list. He understood that beauty was merely a bonus. What truly mattered was capability. After all, there were no useless charm pets, only incompetent charm pet masters. Azure ILV1. Face the Silver Dragon's gaze. All enemy attributes 10. If any attribute falls below 100, triggers Intimidation Kill for instant death. Silver Dragon Symbiosis LV1. Symbiotic form Azure-eyed Dragon Knight. Host gains Silver Dragon's power, transforming into a Silver Dragon Knight capable of riding the dragonized Dragon Princess. HP is shared with the Silver Dragon Princess as long as one survives. Both endure. Dragonization LV1. Dormant bloodline fully awakens, potential surpassing the ancestral Silver Dragon. All attributes 10. Each skill was more devastating than the last. Jiang Ye's mind raced as he calculated the synergy with his own talents and passives. After dragonization, my level 1 attributes will break at least 1,000, possibly approaching 10,000 at the peak. With symbiosis sharing our health bars, I'll bid farewell to being a glass cannon's practically immortality. Combined with the Azure-eyes Dragon aura, low-level monsters in beginner dungeons will probably die from fear before they even dare to look. Imagining this rhythm of invincibility from the start, battle fervor surged in his eyes. What did it matter if he was a few days behind others? He could catch up in levels, and even surpass them. He pulled his thoughts back and studied the silver-haired girl before him. Hill called softly, "Master." Her voice was like snowflakes touching water, delicate and clear. To earn Jiang Ye's approval, she had specifically chosen black and white thigh-high socks that accentuated the alluring curves of her graceful legs. Hill lifted her skirt hem and walked in a small circle around Jiang Ye with delicate steps, tilting her snow-white neck as a blush crept to her ear tips. "So, Master, do you like it?" This was only her first day as a charm pet, and even a simple, like, would be enough to make her heart soar. Jiang Ye didn't speak, only nodded slightly. "That's good." Hill pressed her hand to her chest and exhaled in relief. If her master didn't like her, what meaning would her beauty have? Saved by him from the brink of corruption and destruction, her entire worth lay in fighting for Jiang Ye and fulfilling his every request. This was the Dragon Princess's tradition of repaying kindness. Hill, Jiang Ye raised his hand, his fingertips gently grasping her snow-white chin, his voice solemn and low. "Your reason for existing isn't for me, but for yourself. Charm beasts and their tamers complement each other. It's not a relationship between slaves and capitalists." Jiang Ye gazed at the Silver Dragon Princess Hill before him. His tone both solemn and gently, didn't want her to become a submissive Silver Dragon attendant who had lost all her pride. The Silver Dragon clan was once renowned for their noble arrogance. If she lost even the dignity belonging to her race, how could she face the approaching Abyss army? For me, Hill pointed at herself, her cold face filled with confusion. You don't want the hatred in your heart to become a shadow that never fades, do you? And you certainly don't want those who betrayed you to continue mocking you, right? Jiang Ye had already pieced together her past from Hill's fragmented accounts as Silver Dragon Princess, abandoned by all, exiled and banished. Her former pride and dignity had been gradually eroded during countless days and nights of Abyss corruption, until she nearly gave up on herself, becoming as humble as dust. Of course I do. Hill bit her lower lip lightly and nodded earnestly. The thought of revenge had never left her mind. Her trusted guard and close friend, the Silver Dragon Sword Princess, was actually a spy for the second princess, personally pushing her into the abyss and letting corruption and filth devour her soul. Those words about the succession struggle were like a poisoned blade that still twisted in her heart. Through countless dark nights, she had wallowed between half-life and half-death, but Jiang Ye's appearance allowed her to rise from the ashes and finally gain the power to settle scores with her betrayers. Then let's work hard together. Jiang Ye raised his hand, fist slightly extended. Hill paused for a moment, then raised her delicate small fist and gently bumped it against his. In that instant, she suddenly realized she might be growing fond of this master of hers. On the outskirts of Jiang City, after the Abyss invasion, dimensional portals connecting to the Abyss dungeons, commonly called instances, began appearing throughout Blue Star. The authorities had sealed off the entrances, turning them into guild plazas that now bustled with activity. Every year's high school graduates would change classes, and the most suitable for beginners was the low difficulty, classic, goblin subjugation mode. According to statistics, the goblin corpses slain by humans each year would be enough to circle Blue Star 3 times. Jiang Ye entered the Adventurers Guild with Hill in tow. He planned to solo the dungeon not out of bravado, but after careful consideration. Temporary teams not only meant splitting experience, but also carried the risk of unreliable teammates, making solo action more efficient. I'd like to take on the normal level Goblin Cave dungeon. He approached the front desk and, after negotiating with the receptionist, received an emerald-colored transport jade. Stay safe. If your life is threatened, immediately crush the jade to teleport back to the safe zone. The receptionist repeated the safety instructions, then added, going solo on your first dungeon run? I'd suggest joining a team. No need. Jiang Ye turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, the receptionist smiled helplessly. Every year there were overconfident newcomers like this, who would come crawling back disheveled within 3 minutes of being surrounded by goblins. A mere level 1 trying to emulate SS-rank powerhouses going solo. Good looks couldn't substitute for combat power. Jiang Ye paid no attention to the whispered comments. To unlock higher difficulty dungeons, he first had to clear the lower level ones. Besides, normal difficulty was perfect for testing the waters on his first run. He gripped the transport jade tightly and walked toward the dungeon entrance with Hill. Azure energy curtains hung down, flowing with gentle light. Activating the jade would transport them into the instance. Growing stronger through slaughter was the most direct path for professionals. Jiang Ye, what are you doing here? A sharp, mocking voice rang out behind him. Jiang Ye frowned and turned around. His ex-girlfriend's childhood friend, a rank necromancer, Jiang Ye, stood several meters away. Behind him stretched a line of cold skeletons, and among them stood a black-robed corpse lord wielding a massive bone blade, with a ghastly face, protruding fangs, and ghostly flames swirling around each sight that made one's scalp crawl. Oh, where'd you buy that beast? Planning to sacrifice it to me, so I can convert it into an undead. Jiang Ye's gaze swept over Jiang Ye before settling on Hill, his lips curving into a greedy smile. Jiang Ye stared at Hill behind Jiang Ye, revealing a covetous grin. How did this simp manage to buy a beast from the spirit realm? Isn't he just a worthless nobody who's not even a professional? Jiang Ye stared intently at Jiang Ye in the distance, jealousy burning so fiercely in his chest it nearly consumed him. If that stubborn woman Liu Ruyan hadn't refused the trade, the azure-eyed silver dragon would already be in his pocket. Now look what happened. A beast corrupted by the abyss had fallen into the hands of some simp who wasn't even a professional. But this actually worked in his favor once he sacrificed it. He could summon the azure-eyed silver dragon's undead spirit and get himself an epic-level summoned beast for free. At this thought, Jiang Ye ran his fingers through his yellowed short hair, greed flashing briefly in his eyes. He walked over to Jiang Ye with a smile, patting his shoulder. Jiang Ye, you wouldn't want Ruyan to hate you, would you? Sacrifice the azure-eyed silver dragon to me, and I promise to put in a good word for you with her. Once he obtained this epic-level summoned beast, he was confident he could solo difficult dungeons with ease. Combined with Liu Ruyan's healing as a brank holy light priest, plus her brother Liu Xixian's rank magic swordsman providing flanking firepower, they might even stand a chance against nightmare-level dungeons. The cost? Just making this simp reluctantly part with his treasure. In his eyes, although Jiang Ye claimed to be Liu Ruyan's boyfriend, He was really just an ATM on call. A bone that he could take from the dog's mouth using the mistress's name. Surely the dog wouldn't dare bark back? Idiot. Jiang Ye impatiently brushed off Ji Budwan's hand, his brow furrowing slightly. What did you say? Ji Budwan's face instantly darkened, staring at Jiang Ye in disbelief. A guy who wasn't even a professional dared to insult him? Can't understand plain words? Jiang Ye shot back coldly. I cut ties with Liu Ruyan long ago. You've got the wrong person. Haha. Ji Budwan narrowed his eyes as his skeleton and corpse lord behind him began glowing with an eerie light, and the temporary teammates he'd recruited showed cruel smiles. For Ruyan's sake, sacrifice the azure-eyed silver dragon to me, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise his voice turned cold. I never fail to get what I want. The nearby classmates immediately chimed in. Jiang Ye, we're all classmates here. Don't be ungrateful. Brother Ji is looking out for you. You're not even a professional. What use is a beast to you? Yeah, just be obedient. Maybe you can even ride Brother Ji's coattails. They closed in along with Ji Budwan's undead summoned beasts, mixing mockery with threats, clearly not taking the Adventurers Guild's strictly no private fighting rule seriously. After all, making threats wasn't illegal yet. Since Jiang Ye wasn't even a professional, what did they have to fear? Master, silver-haired, silver-eyed Hill stood on her tiptoes, whispering in Jiang Ye's ear, let Hill kill them. The murderous intent in her eyes grew stronger. Those who dare insult her master must die. No need. Jiang Ye shook his head. But Hill looked up urgently, thinking Jiang Ye was concerned about guild regulations. Leave it to me. Don't dirty your hands. Jiang Ye moved her behind him, his voice calm. Jiang Ye positioned the silver dragon princess in front of him, looking at Ji Budwan and the others with indifference. Longji's delicate hands were definitely not meant for dealing with filthy sewers. Sierra grabbed Jiang Ye's sleeve with one hand, clutching her chest with the other as she stopped in place, her expression cold. Jiang Ye held the teleportation jade tightly in his palm, his brow furrowed and his voice indifferent. All of you, come at me together. I'm in a hurry. Ji Budwan and his group blocked the passage, forcibly delaying Jiang Ye's progress by a few minutes. Though annoyed, Jiang Ye calculated in his mind defeating professional combatants could also yield experience points, a perfect way to make up for the lost time. PFT Jiang Ye, you really think I don't know your dirty little secret? Ji Budwan clutched his stomach, laughing uproariously. As his laughter abruptly cut off, his expression turned sinister. That Sanyan silver dragon behind you might be an epic-grade abyssal beast, but it's tainted by abyssal corruption and utterly useless in battle. And us. He gestured to count his companions. Level 8 necromancer, level 4 priest, level 6 mage, level 6 fighter, level 6 tank, and don't forget an entire lineup of elite undead. You're not even a professional combatant. What could you possibly use to fight me? Ji Budwan suddenly shoved Sierra toward Jiang Ye, reaching out with a greedy hand, planning to sacrifice Longji on the spot. By summoning the undead form of the Sanyan silver dragon, his leveling speed would increase by 50%. Greed danced in his eyes, and the smile at the corner of his lips grew more twisted by the second. Yet the very next moment, the atmosphere shifted. A suffocating pressure seemed to envelop the entire space. Ji Budwan froze in place, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. Jiang Ye extended a single finger, lightly tapping him on the shoulder. Those silver eyes gleamed with an icy brilliance. Azure Eye, activate. Enemy stats reduced by 10. Any individual stat below 100 results in instant death. In the eyes of the crowd, Jiang Ye's aura skyrocketed. Suddenly, he looked like an ancient, indomitable dragon towering over mere ants. How is this possible? When did he change professions? Alarm echoed in Ji Bajuan's mind as he frantically tried to contact his ghoul overlord. Meanwhile, there was no time for his teammates to react. Ugh! The level 4 priest's pupils rolled back, his body collapsing to the ground. Thud! Thud! The fighter, tank, and mage followed, fainting one after another. With their stats reduced below 100, all C and grade professionals crossed the fatal threshold instantly. What have you done to them? If you dare attack, the enforcers from the Adventurers Guild won't. Ji Budwan blustered, his voice trembling. Jiang Ye cut him off impatiently. Did I say you could speak? Shut up. The finger on Ji Bajuan's shoulder pressed down slightly. In his current state, bolstered by Longji's presence, Jiang Ye's stats completely overwhelmed the level 8 necromancer. Crack! Ji Bajuan's knees gave out, and he dropped to the ground with a heavy thud. His forehead smashed against the stone tiles, blood splattering everywhere as broken teeth scattered onto the floor. His once proud yellow hair was now stained with gore, leaving him a pathetic mess. The pain blurred his consciousness, his fractured legs rendering him unable to even crawl, flailed helplessly like a drowning chick. Kill him! Someone kill him for me! Ji Budwan screamed, his eyes crazed as he desperately commanded his summoned creatures. Allow me. No need to dirty the master's hands. Stepping forward, Sierra placed herself between Jiang Ye and Ji Budwan. She pulled down the hood of her black cloak, her silver eyes cold as a sliver of dragon might surged from her. Bang! Bang! A row of undead skeletons shattered instantly. Dominating strike. Even the elite ghoul overlord was crushed under the dragon's oppression, trembling uncontrollably on the ground, unable to grip its massive bone sword. Utter annihilation. Stop! What are you trying to do? Jibwoodwan's face turned ashen. Jiang Ye ignored him, and Jibwoodwan no longer dared hope for mercy. No. Please, no? Brother, I was wrong. I swear I was wrong. Jibwoodwan lunged forward, clutching Jiang Ye's ankle as he howled in desperation. Watching his elite summoned creature fall before his eyes was more agonizing than facing death itself. With a sharp thrust, a silver spear pierced through the ghoul overlord's throat, killing the elite summon instantly. Ah! Jibwoodwan screamed before falling unconscious, his face pallid. From the first action to the last shriek, barely 30 seconds passed. Jibwoodwan's undead squad was obliterated, and Jiang Ye was only level 1. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jibwoodwan was a ruthless player who could solo difficult dungeons, yet he was easily defeated by that kid with just one finger. At the edge of the teleportation plaza, the onlooking adventurers stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Just seconds ago, the level 8 necromancer Jibwoodwan had assembled a luxuriously equipped team complete with tank, priest, and ranger ready to demonstrate overwhelming dominance. But before he could even cast his first spell, all 5 members collapsed as if struck by an invisible sledgehammer, their health bars instantly emptied. Over a dozen ordinary skeletons crumbled to ash with a mere flick of that finger, while the elite-grade corpse lord let out a piercing shriek midair before retreating into its bone shell like a frightened turtle. Someone recognized the attacker. That guy is Jiang Ye from number 1 high school. Wasn't he rumored to have failed his class change? A low exclamation sparked an explosion of chatter. So cool. If I were that strong, getting a girlfriend would be a piece of cake, someone said with gleaming eyes. In that split second, Jibwoodwan's entire team was wiped out, causing such a commotion that the entire teleportation plaza fell silent for a beat. Jibwoodwan was no nobody. He was a grade rare class necromancer with an elite-grade corpse lord under his command, hailed as the future undead calamity. Yet Jiang Ye's status panel clearly showed level 1. A level 1 defeating the undead calamity? Everyone felt their common sense being shredded. Soon, people began attributing the feat to the abyssal beast behind Jiang Ye, clad in pitch-black scales with crimson pupils. A pet that even Jibwoodwan wanted to capture for sacrifice must be epic grade. If I could contract one, marrying a rich beauty wouldn't be just a dream. Envious voices rose one after another. However, some sneered coldly. Epic grade or not, fighting in the plaza violates regulations. The patrol guard won't turn a blind eye. Jibwoodwan's brother, the level 20 Royal Knight Jibwoodchong, was precisely the patrol captain. Known for his favoritism, he had used his position to open many back doors for his younger brother. Now that his brother had been beaten, his face had been publicly trampled. The onlookers turned toward Jiang Ye, who stood motionless, neither explaining nor fleeing, as if in a daze. He scared stiff. Came a few sighs as people shook their heads. They could almost predict what would happen next. Violating the no-fighting rule, combined with Jibwoodchong's fury, would spell big trouble for Jiang Ye. How did I only gain 3 levels? In this deathly atmosphere, 3 golden lights flickered around Jiang Ye as he glanced down at his system. The dialogue box indicated, defeating killing human professionals only grants 14 experience. Even with his divine blessing talent, it was only 12. He pursed his lips. Better than nothing, I suppose. The silver-haired girl Hill carefully tugged at his sleeve, her purple-silver eyes filled with worry. She had heard every whisper in the plaza clearly. If not for her, her master might not have been targeted. Jiang Ye raised his hand to gently stroke the hair on her forehead, chuckling softly. Why bother with such nonsense? His gaze swept across the ground scattered with rubble and bone fragments. If he had backed down earlier, or never changed classes at all, he would be the one lying in a pool of blood right now. Worse yet, he would have been killed on the spot for sacrifice. The kind are bullied. The gentle are ridden in a world where everyone changes classes. Only strength is the ultimate truth. Meeting Jiang Ye's gaze, Hill nodded earnestly and obediently followed behind him. She would occasionally lift her eyes to steal glances, her pale cheeks flushing with a faint rosy hue. Her powerful master truly earned her heartfelt admiration. Hill, let's go. Jiang Ye raised his hand, pressing the azure-blue curved jade against the center of the light gate. A gentle radiance instantly spread outward, engulfing them both like flowing water. In the next moment, the world spun around them, and they found themselves standing in a dark, narrow cave. The stone walls before them were mottled and weathered, while the air reeked of decay and dampness. Normal level Goblin Putrid Cave, level cap, LV10. Dungeon difficulty increased progressively from normal, hard, nightmare, to catastrophe. The higher the level, the more perilous it became. This Goblin Cave was merely a common dungeon that novices frequently farmed, spawning only low-level monsters and theoretically suitable for newly classed adventurers to level up. However, Jiang Ye didn't dare let his guard down in the slightest. In this world, dungeons had no pain settings disabled or death resurrection. Once you fell, it meant true death. Every year, unlucky souls would be knocked unconscious by goblin clubs in places like this, only to wake up with their bodies violated by those creatures. The cave was so cramped they could barely stand upright, forcing Jiang Ye and Hill to advance in a hunched position. Gur. Muffled whispers echoed from the depths. A goblin stumbled forward, green-skinned, bare-chested, wearing only a filthy loincloth, wielding a serrated wooden club, its narrow yellow eyes gleaming with crimson light. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow and used his mental probe. Name: club-wielding goblin. Level LV3. Skills: Goblin Club, Goblin Charge. Attributes: Stamina 3, Strength 2, Agility 4, Spirit 2. The stats were pathetically weak, even inferior to unclassed humans, but in this pitch-black environment, that serrated wooden club could prove lethal. Whoosh whoosh. Dozens of poisoned arrows suddenly shot forth from the darkness. Jiang Ye remained motionless as Hill flashed forward, raising her hand to conjure a protective shield. Silver Dragon Shield LV1. Manipulates the silver dragon power within, condensing moonlight essence to form an azure energy shield. Legend says that on nights of the full moon, it can easily deflect even a demon's full-powered strike. Shield value: 996810000. Master: 3 archers are hiding in the depths of the cavern, along with 1 mage who's currently chanting. With silver hair cascading like a waterfall and bright silver eyes, Hill gazed quietly into the gloom, perceiving everything. The legendary azure-eyed silver dragon possessed numerous skills, with stats that overwhelmed others of the same tier. Jiang Ye nodded, focusing his gaze on the exposed positions of those archers and the mage, probing once more. Name: Goblin Wooden Bow Archer. Level LV1. Skills: Poison Arrow. Attributes: Stamina 1, Strength 2, Agility 5, Spirit 3. Trash mobs with slightly higher agility. Name: Goblin Wandering Mage. Level LV5. Skills: Fireball, Flash, Paralyzing Shock, Virulent Poison. Attributes: Stamina 3, Strength 2, Agility 3, Spirit 10. Physically frail, yet wielding sinister spells. First blinding with Flash, then paralyzing and poisoning, finally finishing with Fireball. One careless moment could spell disaster. Gur. Several goblins' small yellow-green eyes glowed red as they charged forward, brandishing their serrated wooden clubs. Swish. The sound of cutting air erupted as poisoned arrows rained down like a storm. Ga gur. As the chanting ended, a soccer ball-sized blazing fireball painted the narrow cavern red, hurtling toward Jiang Ye like a bomb. Kill. Jiang Ye remained perfectly still, giving the command in a soft voice. Hill's silver eyes flashed crimson as a sharp smile curved her lips. With a swift step, she vanished in an instant. Immediately after, a goblin wielding a wooden club charged forward with a sinister grin, swinging at Jiang Ye's face. Bang! A cyan energy shield burst forth around Jiang Ye's body. The wooden club shattered into pieces the moment it struck. His black robes billowed without wind, his expression remaining coldly indifferent. Silver Dragon Counter LV1 can return all damage absorbed by the shield in full. The shield's brightness surged dramatically, and the small, ugly goblin was blasted several meters away, already lifeless when it hit the ground. Defeated Club Goblin LV3, Experience 16, Charm 1. The next moment, the fireball crashed into the shield with a thunderous roar, completely absorbed. As the crimson glow faded and white smoke dispersed, Jiang Ye stood unharmed in the same spot. He glanced coldly at the trembling goblin in the distance and sneered. After shooting for so long, that's all the damage you can do? Trash. With a sweep of his arm, all the accumulated damage from the shield over 100 points was reflected back. Poison-coated dark arrows and a massive fireball wreathed in white smoke flew back, carving deep furrows in the ground as they rushed toward their original shooters. Boom. Firelight illuminated the entire cavern, the explosion deafening. Guh. Screams echoed one after another. Defeated Goblin Archer LV1, Experience 10, Charm 1. Defeated Goblin Archer LV5, Experience 24, Charm 1. Defeated Goblin Bard Mage LV5, Experience 40, Charm 1. Experience and Charm soared as the entire goblin squad was instantly annihilated. From deep within the cavern, a resonant dragon's roar echoed. Azure Eye Death Gaze. Blue light swept through, and the weak goblins instantly vaporized. Kill notifications flashed continuously in Jiang Ye's mind. Dungeon Boss. Goblin Cave Leader LV10 defeated. Dungeon Kill Count, 250. Golden light flashed across his body as Jiang Ye gained 3 levels at once. Dungeon Boss defeated. Normal difficulty Goblin Fetid Cave cleared in 33 seconds, breaking the world record. Cleared already? Jiang Ye murmured, somewhat bewildered. He had barely warmed up, and in less than a minute, he'd already speedrun it? Normal level dungeons were way too easy. In the dim cavern, blood and decay mingled in the stagnant air. Jiang Ye stepped through the viscous pools of blood, brushing past stilt-witching goblin limbs. Green fluid oozed down the black stone walls through jagged cracks. He lifted his head to get his bearings and strode quickly toward the dungeon deep within the cavern where Hill, his dungeon servant, awaited their rendezvous. Along the way, he flicked his finger, and a pale blue virtual panel materialized in the air. The white text of the solo clear rankings flickered into view. Number 1 Jiang Ye, time, 0 minutes 33 seconds, rating, SSS. Number 2 Pei Qing Shu, time, 10 minutes 33 seconds, rating, SSS. Number 3 Chu Moli, time, 11 minutes 29 seconds, rating, SSS. His first clear had shattered the record, breaking the Bright Moon Sword Immortals' 8-year monopoly with a 10-minute lead, leaving all competitors in the dust. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, a mere goblin cesspit. Yet the Bright Moon Sword Immortal Pei Qing Shu had taken 10 whole minutes back in the day. As for third place Chu Moli, if it wasn't just a coincidence of names, that had to be his real sister. She'd nearly caught up to Pei Qing Shu, the demon slayer of the abyss, which spoke to truly terrifying talent. Still, Jiang Ye's gaze finally settled on 0 minutes 33 seconds, and he chuckled, shaking his head. They've still got work to do. Unbidden, the image of Chu Moli's cool, ethereal figure surfaced in his mind. His stepmother's adopted daughter, sharing no blood with Jiang Ye, yet she had awakened to its rank hidden class during the ceremony rippling twilight. The label of close combat water mage was merely surface level. She also possessed the absurd ability to manipulate shadows. If his predecessor hadn't been blindly chasing after Liu Ruyan, he and his sister wouldn't have become strangers after that argument. Remembering Chu Moli's swollen, tear-stained eyes at their father's funeral, Jiang Ye wanted to slap himself. Ignoring a kind-hearted beauty of a sister while doting on the gold-digging manipulator Liu Ruyan was pure insanity. Fortunately, he'd already broken things off with Liu Ruyan completely. With Chu Moli's talent, she was probably already past level 10 by now. Jiang Ye clenched his fist and checked his experience bar again. Even after clearing over 200 goblins in under half a minute, plus enjoying the 100 experience bonus from his divine gift talent, he'd only climbed to level 7. Leveling was too slow. 3 more levels to reach 10, and then his class would grant him a new god-tier talent. Divine Gifts never disappointed, was eager to discover what the next ability would be. Continuing downward, the air grew increasingly frigid. Faint light flickered on the stone walls, and severed limbs piled into mounds, clearly Hill's handiwork. Rounding the final bend, Jiang Ye saw the spacious dungeon, its iron bars twisted and mangled, with smoldering corpses scattered about. Master, over here. Hill stood before an open bronze gate, her silver-scaled armor pristine, her long hair immaculate, and her snow-white plate mail so clean it seemed never to have been touched by blood. The gate's surface was painted dark green and covered in intricate mystical markings that emanated an instinctively unsettling hum. Nightmare-level dungeon, discovered gate of the abyss. Alert windows instantly flooded his interface. Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes as mystery and danger seemed to take physical form. He hadn't expected that deep within a mere goblin cave, behind a prison cell, lay a hidden nightmare-level dungeon. Can I really solo a nightmare dungeon with my current strength? He wondered. Without absolute certainty, he didn't want to throw his life away here. Let's head back for now. The dungeon's appeared, so there's no Rushi can explore it later. Jiang Ye pulled out the Azure Teleportation Jade, preparing to exit the dungeon. At only level 7, he had no experience soloing nightmare-level dungeons, and the space behind the bronze ancient door was completely unknown. Absolutely couldn't risk charging in recklessly. Crack. The jade shattered. Invaded by abyssal corruption, teleportation failed. To leave, you must first clear the current dungeon. A crimson interface flickered across his retina, accompanied by piercing alarms. Jiang Ye's brow furrowed sharply, despising all uncertain factors. A cold gleam flashed as Hill drew her silver spear, silently positioning herself in front of him. It seems we can't return to reality without breaking through this abyssal gate. Jiang Ye's gaze sharpened as he stepped toward the bronze ancient door. With no way back, he could only take the desperate gamble. Nightmare level. Abyssal gate level cap 20. Beyond the door lay a shadowy cathedral. Stone walls were covered with demonic reliefs, and the flagstone floor was carved with blood vessel patterns that extended all the way to a rose throne at the top of the stairs. Upon the throne, black chains crisscrossed, imprisoning a horned succubus bathed in blood. She wore dark silk gauze that revealed glimpses of snow-white skin in the dim light, her limbs shackled, her chest rising and falling, faintly proof of lingering life. Master, be careful, tainted with abyssal corruption. Hill's silver brows knitted together, pity and disgust flashing simultaneously in her eyes. She knew all too well the agony of abyssal contamination. In her view, only death could bring release. Rumble. The cathedral shook, dust cascading down. Bang. The bronze ancient door slammed shut behind some massive humanoid statue. At the entrance, two guardian statues, each 20 meters tall, rose silently. Name: Guardian Statue Sword. Level: LV10. Skills: Stomp, Giant Blade, Revival, Pounce. Attributes: Stamina 555, Strength 555, Agility 555, Spirit 0. Their attributes crushed ordinary goblins by hundreds of times. They dragged 3-meter-long black iron giant blades, their faces blurred, but their eyes blazing with crimson killing intent. Ha ha! Heavy footsteps mixed with cold, sinister laughter pressed in from all sides. Jiang Ye looked up to see 7 twisted faces with varying expressions reflected on the dome. Name: 7 Deadly Sins. Desire Manifestation. Level: 20. Skills: Abyssal Curse, Void Strike, Evil Spirit Possession. Attributes: Stamina 0, Strength 0, Agility 0, Spirit 1000. Their spiritual power was terrifyingly immense. Chaotic prayers echoed through the cathedral as the 7 faces' lips writhed, chanting vicious incantations. Abyssal Curse intercepted. Void Impact resisted. Vengeful Spirit Possession blocked. His divine gift activated. Jiang Ye had 100 resistance to all elements. As long as his resistance wasn't weakened, he was completely immune to elemental and curse damage. Quick, leave. The horned succubus on the throne struggled to lift her head, her blood-red eyes unfocused, yet filled with humble pleading. Hearing the abyssal chanting and sensing the approaching corruption curse, all she could do was pray for the young man's safety. Name: Fallen Angel Gabriel. Status: Imprisoned, Near Death, Succubus Transformation. Level: LV1. Rank: Purple Epic. An angel? Fallen into a succubus? Information flooded in, leaving Jiang Ye astonished, but he had no time to ponder. The bronze door is closed. It's too late to escape now. He steadied his breathing and turned to face the clanking guardian statues approaching, his fighting spirit sharp as a blade. Hill swept her spear in a silver arc as they stood shoulder to shoulder. To leave, they could only fight their way through the dungeon. It's useless. Gabriel hung her head, crimson blood tears streaming from her scarlet eyes. She blamed herself for her cowardice, unable even to save herself. How could she rescue these mortals? Under the desire manifestation suppression, even she, a fallen angel, couldn't resist, let alone humans. That young man and silver-haired girl, will they win? They're going to die. Her black hair fell in disarray as Gabriel's delicate face was shrouded in shadow, and she closed her eyes in anguish. Meanwhile, at the teleportation plaza, the sky hung low, and the azure light gate rippled with layers of soft white radiance, so cold that everyone's faces looked frostbitten. The guard squad in black iron armor finally arrived, their footsteps chaotic yet methodically clearing the scattered debris and bloodstains. Jibwoodwan was lifted onto a soft white stretcher, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Brother! He gripped tightly onto the guard captain's arm. Guard Bocheng, leaving crimson fingerprints on the dark iron armor. That brat relied on his epic-level abyssal beast to first destroy my corpse lord, then beat me to a pulp. You must avenge me. With his broken teeth causing him to lisp, blood dripped from his lips with every word, his eyes burning with venomous hatred. Failing to tame that epic-level azure-eyed silver dragon was bad luck enough, but losing an elite-level corpse lord on top of it. What a loss. I won't swallow this humiliation until Jiang Ye is beaten to his knees begging for mercy. An epic-level beastmaster. Jibwochang's expression darkened like night. He had been stuck at the level 20 bottleneck for far too long. If he could control an epic-level abyssal beast, advancement would be within reach. To dare make a move inside the Adventurers Guild isn't just arrogance, it's suicide. Even if you hadn't asked, your brother wouldn't let him get away with this. He leaned down to place a hand on his brother's shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the stretcher before giving a slight nod. The registration records lay before him. Jiang Ye was merely a level 1 newly awakened beastmaster, yet he had defeated an 8th level necromancer. Clearly, his brother wasn't weak. That epic-level abyssal beast was simply too powerful. But I'm still a level 20 royal guard. With my overwhelming stats, even an epic-level abyssal beast will have to submit. Jibwochang stared at the light gate, his lips slowly curving into a smile, his deep eyes gleaming with cold, killing intent. The moment Jiang Ye emerged from the dungeon, he could capture him under the pretense of assault charges. Once he's in my hands, how could that epic-level abyssal beast escape? Brother, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Jibwoodwan let out a long breath of relief. Now he just had to wait for Jiang Ye to appear and exact his revenge. As long as he could sacrifice that azure-eyed silver dragon, losing the corpse lord would be worth it. Jiang Ye. Crossing me means you're asking for trouble. He glared coldly at the light gate, hatred churning in his heart. Without an epic-level abyssal beast backing him up, what could a mere lapdog do against him? The two brothers waited before the light gate, each lost in their own schemes. Buzz. Suddenly, something changed. Dark wisps of mist appeared on the surface of the light gate, and the next moment a crimson beam of light shot straight into the sky. Fierce winds roared to life, dark clouds rolled overhead, and the world instantly turned as dark as lead. This is a nightmare-level dungeon. Ji Buchang raised his arm to shield against the violent wind, barely managing to keep his eyes open as he stared at the gate, now stained blood-red like cherry blossoms. Nightmare-level dungeon portals were always blood-red and wreathed in dark corruption, their very aura enough to make one's scalp crawl. An abyssal breach the ordinary dungeon had instantly upgraded to nightmare level. His heart sank. No need to wait any longer. That kid was definitely dead. Ji Buchang's expression grew so dark it could drip water as he immediately ordered his squad to notify the guild's higher-ups. This bone-chilling pressure made even him, a level 20 royal guard, feel dread at kid inside had just awakened his class and was probably dead beyond any hope of resurrection. What a pity about that epic-level abyssal beast. It followed the wrong master and met the same fate of complete annihilation. The crimson portal churned with dark red ripples as Ji Buchang stared intently for a long moment, unable to suppress a shake of his head and a sigh. Jiang Ye's death was a minor matter, but if that abyssal beast truly perished, it would be an enormous waste. Ji Buchang gripped the bedsheets tightly, eyes wide open, staring unblinkingly at that cherry blood-colored portal. The corpse demon lord was already destroyed, and if he couldn't even obtain the azurite silver dragon, he would truly suffer a devastating loss. Nightmare-level dungeon, Gate of the Abyss. Within the desecrated cathedral, neglected spires towered high, echoing with deep, resonant bell tolls. Two twin-eternal guardian stone statues dragged massive swords, their feet crushing rubble as their armor scraped against the ground with a droning hum. Jiang Ye and Hill stood before the throne, refusing to retreat even an inch. Behind them came a mournful whimper. It's useless, we'll all die. The girl's black hair was disheveled, her head hanging low, bloody tears slid down her pale cheeks, so scalding they split her lips. Broken chains chimed softly like silver bells, yet couldn't mask her complete despair before abyssal demons. Even she, an angel, had fallen into a succubus, let alone a mortal youth of flesh and blood. Even without the desire incarnates, these two stone statues alone were enough to crush a person into pulp underfoot. Gabrielle closed her eyes, her mind already envisioning the gruesome scene of the youth being flattened into a bloody pancake. Boom. The thunderous crash brought down beams and pillars, dust clouds billowing as the entire desecrated cathedral shook. Gabrielle's heart skipped a beat, bloody tears flowing along the moss-covered stone bricks in thin streams. If she hadn't succumbed to abyssal temptation and allowed the ruins to fully awaken, how could the youth have gone to his death in vain? If saying sorry were useful. Jiang Ye turned his head slightly, his voice calm, yet beneath his feet lay the crushed skull of a guardian statue. Stone fragments scattered everywhere as he maintained his composure, as if reversing life and death were merely another ordinary strike. But careful, the statues can resurrect themselves. Each time they're destroyed, their power increases by 10%. Gabrielle screamed hoarsely. The statues grew stronger with each battle. Stone soldier, stone wraith, stone demon, evolving layer by layer. In their final form, they sprouted sky-covering bat wings and wielded pitch-black spears combined with desire incarnate possession. Even she at full power would struggle to match them. Is that so? Silver light flowed in Jiang Ye's pupils. In his silver dragon symbiotic state, dragon blood boiled as his battle-intent soared. The statue had just been destroyed once and was transforming into a stone wraith. Taking advantage of the resurrection interval, Gabrielle suddenly looked up with almost pleading determination. Kill me, take the bronze door key, and escape immediately. If I die, the corruption ritual stops, and you'll gain the qualification to leave the dungeon. Escape? The gate of the abyss is about to open. There's no way to leave now. System alarms pierced their eardrums like Ulsh had nowhere to run, only a fight to the death. Jiang Ye's keen senses detected the pulsing within the stone wraith's fragments. As long as he could destroy it before complete resurrection, its attributes would be drastically reduced. At that moment, 7 twisted faces woven from flesh and blood formed a web across the dome, supporting a massive bloodwood coffin that hung like an inverted crimson crescent. 6 pointed star patterns emerged as the 7 faces chanted ancient incantations in unison, sending chills down one's spine. Hill, stop them. Jiang Ye blocked the stone wraith, while commanding Hill to deal with the aerial desire incarnates. Yes. The silver dragon's spear pierced the air, its fierce wind carrying dragon roars. Boom. A corner of the dome was punctured, ethereal light pouring through the crack as chandeliers and murals turned to dust. When the dust settled, the 7 faces continued their low chanting. Attack ineffective. Target cannot be selected. The desire incarnates had become incorporeal, completely immune to physical attacks. Jiang Ye's brow furrowed. Those are lust demons. Gabrielle's face turned deathly pale instantly. This is bad theory, going to sacrifice you to summon back the demon sealed in the abyss. We absolutely cannot let that red coffin fully open, or both your soul and body will be devoured." Before she finished speaking, the coffin creaked open a crack, and a ghastly pale, withered hand emerged. Time was running out. The demon was about to be summoned. Name: the right hand of Asmodeus, the sealed lust demon. Level: LV20. Skills: drowning in desire, life drain. Attributes: indescribable abilities with unknown properties. Just a single right hand clasped upon the crimson coffin radiated a suffocating aura of oppression. The pale, almost translucent skin was covered in fine cracks, while the crimson nails at the fingertips, sharp as barbs, gleamed with an eerie light, as if whispering silently and luring souls into damnation. Jiang Ye stood in the center of the church, his brow furrowed deeply, his gaze sharp as needles. His divine gift could grant immunity to abyssal corruption and demonic temptation, but that was merely a trivial advantage. Was only level 7, yet had to face a level 20 abyssal demon. The absurd difficulty of this nightmare-level dungeon exceeded all imagination. "Master." Hill recalled her dragon spear and landed beside him, her slender frame covered in silver armor, trembling slightly from tension. Frost gathered on her exquisite face as she monitored the gargoyle's resurrection progress, while quickly analyzing the situation with the coffin above. Only 3 minutes remained before the demon's descent. We must destroy the chanting desire entity and prevent the demon's revival. Time was running desperately short. The gargoyles continued evolving, and the desire entity's chanting never ceased. Worse still, the lust demon's left hand had already emerged from the coffin's cracks, its blood-stained barbed nails carving ominous traces through the air. Once the coffin fully opened, given Jiang Ye's current level, his chances of victory were virtually zero, and failure meant only one outcome: death. Buy us time. Jiang Ye signaled Hill to engage the 2 resurrected gargoyles while he ascended the steps at the church's center, rushing toward the rose throne above. The fallen angel imprisoned on the throne knew the abyss well and might provide crucial intelligence for breaking this deadlock. "Human, stop." Jiabai Li raised her head, her blood-red pupils filled with the deathly stillness of a defeated captive. "I have been tainted by abyssal corruption and am beyond salvation, destined to perish. Within 3 steps, you will be consumed by the abyss and die in vain." Jiang Ye stopped before the throne, gazing at the angel who had fallen into a horned succubus, his voice low and urgent. "The demon is about to descend. There's no time to waste. Cooperate with me to kill the desire entity above, and we might have a chance." At that moment, another tear opened in the coffin's cracks, and the lust demon's left hand emerged completely, its barbed nails reflecting bloody light. Jiabai Li's blood-red eyes trembled slightly as she bit her cherry lips, lowering her head so that disheveled hair concealed her expression, her entire being seeming drained of strength. "It's useless. The gates of the abyss have opened, and space is completely sealed. Even if you take the key from my body, you cannot open the bronze ancient door. One wrong step ruins everything. There's no possibility of turning defeat into victory." Her tone was despondent, blood seeping from wounds where chains pierced her jade-like back, flowing down her pale neck to pool in the hollow of her collarbone. "What else then? I'm not trying to escape. I want to kill that noisy thing above our heads." Jiang Ye pointed at the desire entity on the ceiling, his voice hard as iron. Jiabai Li let out an almost inaudible sigh. "It's useless. Don't waste your effort." Blood slowly dripped down her chest, forming a crimson pool at the throne's base. Meanwhile, Hill shattered the gargoyles into pieces, but the fragments reassembled, rapidly evolving into more powerful stone demons. The situation grew increasingly dire, with less than 2 minutes remaining. "Don't worry about whether it's useful, just tell me if there's a way." Jiang Ye pressed with a deep voice. "What if there is?" Jiabai Li looked up, the bloody light reflecting his resolute figure. "How could you, a mere mortal, resist the abyss's corruption and draw the blade of judgment piercing through my heart?" Gabriel suddenly lifted her head, her blood-stained face resembling fallen crimson, cherry blossoms hauntingly beautiful yet despairing, filled with hysterical sobs. The demon had already descended, and even she, a fallen angel, was powerless against it. What could a mere mortal possibly do? Suddenly, a cold gleam caught Jiang Ye's attention. The broken blade of judgment was lodged in Gabriel's chest, her black silk dress soaked through with blood, as if reminding everyone of its former glory. This supreme blade that once punished sinners across all realms and purified all impurities was now sealed by the abyss's curse. "You can't pull it out, and you never will." Gabriel sneered with self-mockery. "After all, I've been corrupted by the abyss." Before she could finish, excruciating pain exploded from her chest. Her face turned deathly pale as blood gushed forth. Chains rattled as her delicate body trembled. Her dark hair fell in disarray, and though her crimson eyes shook with agony, she clearly saw Jiang Ye's hand gripping the broken sword. He seemed to ignore the abyss's corruption entirely. "Are you insane?" Gabriel shrieked, her bloodied face filled with shock. "The abyss's corruption will drag you down with it." Not to mention the curses wrapped around that broken bladethiel drain your very life. The drain on his life force was indeed affecting Jiang Ye, yet he grinned fiercely and roared as he yanked the broken blade free. Hiss! Blood splattered across his cheek, but the rust-stained broken sword now emanated a dark radiance. Name: 12-winged Seraph's Blade of Judgment. Requirements: usable at LV1. Grade: Golden Legend. Description: the blade used by an angel for self-destruction after her fall. Can sever all evil and punish impurity across all realms. Skills: Judgment, Retribution. Judgment: 100 damage against abyss creatures. Triggers execution effect when health drops below 20. Granted effect: Sin Hunter. Can attack all sinful beings. Retribution: reduces target's all abilities by 50 for 5 seconds. A legendary grade weapon, truly terrifying. Gabriel stared in stunned silence, her pain overwhelmed by shock. The blade of judgment she had used to end herself before her fall had been drawn by a human? He remained untainted by the abyss's corruption, more pure than even angels, and even the broken blade could not judge his destiny, it could only submit. Are you a god? She asked instinctively. No. Jiang Ye shook his head slightly, gripping the broken blade tightly. But I do the work of gods. With those words, he swung the sword at the chains above the rose throne. Clang! Sparks flew as the iron chains snapped. Gabriel broke free from her bonds, her weakened form falling into Jiang Ye's embrace, her cheeks flushed red from blood loss and embarrassment. Doing the work of gods, she murmured, trying to imagine what a true deity would do in this moment, but finding no answer. In the next instant, Jiang Ye leaped upward while holding her, wielding the blade of judgment to pierce through the crimson coffin of the abyss hanging from the ceiling. With a mortal body, he acted in divine capacity, slaying and banishing the awakening demon of the abyss. Gods, exorcise demons and protect their people, Gabriel whispered in a daze, clinging tightly to Jiang Ye's neck. The worship in her crimson eyes quickly transformed into an almost pathological fervor. She had found her own deity. Nightmare-level gate of the abyss. In the dark, blasphemous cathedral, the shattered dome bore several cracks through which thin rays of sunlight fell like rust stains. Crimson veins wove through the air, entangling the relief murals and nourishing an inverted crimson coffin suspended from above, menacing as a beast ready to devour human flesh. Jiang Ye leaped upward while holding Jia Bailey in his arms. The pitch-black blade in his grasp, like a nail forged from hellfire, easily pierced through the coffin wall. He grasped the blazing sword hilt, transformed from angel feathers, and hung with the girl from the dome. Drip drip. Deep red droplets fell through the holes, refracting cold gleams in the flickering light. Name: Blood of Lust. Grade: Golden Legend. Description: the heart's blood of the abyssal demon Lust, Asmodeus. Legend says a single drop could plunge the world into an ocean of desire, endless nights of revelry. Effect: those stained by this blood will fall as Asmodeus's apostles, stripping away their souls in desire, sacrificing their flesh, eternally damned. Demon blood, aside from being scalding hot, was pretty much like chicken blood. As that sword fell, the burning liquid splashed across his face, staining Jiang Ye's black hair red, soaking his cheeks, and his pupils reflected the same crimson hue. Chicken blood? Jia Bailey looked up, her cherry-colored eyes stained with blood, shock nearly making her forget to breathe. Even angels, noble as they were, feared demonic temptation, and even more so the devil's blood that burned souls. Yet the man holding her was covered in blood, but completely unharmed. His power was heart-stopping. In that instant, fanatical reverence appeared on Jia Bailey's hauntingly beautiful face. With her heartbeat, her blood-stained pale arms tightened around him, her weak breathing rising and falling against Jiang Ye's chest. Unafraid of the abyss, purifying filth, even demon blood couldn't harm him. He wasn't a god, yet he performed divine duties. He was hope sent by the divine, the light guiding the sinner, Jia Bailey, toward redemption. If only she could have met him sooner. The girl lay in his embrace, black hair hanging low, her bitten red lips trembling slightly. The abyssal corruption was devouring her life, but having witnessed a miracle before death, she had no regrets. Don't hold so tight, it's hot. Jiang Ye glanced down at the blood-covered girl and reminded her quietly. He grumbled inwardly. Is this really a holy angel? After falling into a horned succubus, all restraint was gone, and she was so clingy. I'm a bit afraid of heights. With black hair covering her face, Jia Bailey bit her lip and explained softly. Since she was dying anyway, lying wouldn't matter for judgment. Afraid of heights? Angels can be afraid of heights too? Then hold tight. I'm about to make my move. Jiang Ye didn't expose her lie. This wasn't the time to worry about details. Jia Bailey whispered her agreement, her arms tightening further. Meanwhile, the abyssal crimson coffin trembled from the severe damage, and the two hands extending from within were covered with bulging veins, their once surging power now hanging limply. Human. Above the dome, 7 twisted faces appeared. Pride, greed, lust. The faces of the 7 deadly sins intertwined with desire let out piercing roars. A single glance was enough to cause mental corruption and endless nightmares. Release the saint of lust and submit to the master of desire. Bathe in the blood of lust and eternally sink as a slave. The 7 faces chanted in low voices, their seductive sounds echoing from the dome, pouring out in noisy proclamation. The crimson web transformed into countless writhing tentacles, surging from all directions and instantly engulfing Jiang Ye. Master. Hill's silver eyes contracted sharply, her heart stopping as if seized by an invisible hand. Hiss! A dark blade light sliced through the air as infernal black flames erupted along the sword's edge, instantly igniting the scarlet tentacles and reducing them to blazing ash. Hill, don't lose focus, destroy those 2 gargoyles. Jiang Ye dodged the remaining tentacles while calmly reminding her as he counterattacked. Hill suppressed her panic, gripping her gleaming silver dragon spear tightly as she charged straight toward the 2 stone demon statues that had just awakened. Name: Stone Demon. Level 10. Skills: Resurrection, Petrification. Attributes: Stamina 999, Strength 999, Agility 999, Spirit 999. With all 4 attributes near 1,000, plus endless resurrection and troublesome petrification abilities, they were nearly invincible. I cannot disgrace my master. She gazed at the 2 turtle giant demons with outstretched wings, showing no hesitation as she immediately activated her bloodline. Familiar Silver Dragon Princess Hill Y. Level LV7. Attributes: Stamina 9999, Strength 9999, Agility 9999, Spirit 9999. Duration: 30 seconds. The basic enhancement from leveling up, combined with her divine talents' tenfold amplification and the dragon transformation's tenfold burst, nearly 100-fold attribute increase that directly broke through the displayable limits. 30 seconds would be more than enough. Boom. Her massive claw struck down, shaking the earth's veins. The first stone demon's head exploded instantly, its giant body flying backward and smashing into its companion, scattering stone fragments as both shattered completely. Roar! The silver dragon's deafening roar echoed as her draconic eyes blazed with furious silver light. Scorching breath swept like raging waves, reducing the scattered debris and half the chapel to crimson ash. Through the swirling sparks, the azure sky beyond became visible. Notice abyss guards. Stone demons have been repelled. Warning: stone demons are resurrecting. Even burned to ash, as long as their essence remained intact, the gargoyles could still regenerate. Hill's vertical pupils narrowed slightly, but she didn't linger in battle. The massive silver-white dragon form contained its fury and swiftly moved beneath the crimson coffin, silently awaiting orders. She couldn't reach the desire entity, nor could she do anything about the demons resurrecting in the red coffin. Helplessness churned in her chest. If only she were stronger, her master wouldn't have to venture into danger alone. She gritted her teeth, feeling even more self-reproach. Above in the dome, Jiang Ye wielded the blade of judgment, infernal black flames coiling around it as he severed waves of tentacles. However, the bloodweb seemed to have an endless source, wave after wave. Without destroying the tentacles, he couldn't reach that arrogantly chanting desire entity. Meanwhile, at the top of the abyss's crimson coffin, a breathtakingly beautiful, yet pale face had emerged. Cherry-colored hair cascaded down, and even with eyes still tightly closed, it remained utterly captivating. The abyss demon Asmodeus was awakening, leaving them extremely limited time. Hill, breathe fire. Burn the entire sea of tentacles clean. Jiang Ye commanded while dodging, his dark sword screen impenetrable. The dragon head rose high as sparks danced on her tongue. The next moment, the silver dragon's breath became a torrent of blazing light, sweeping across the entire dome. Ash filled the sky as thick smoke billowed. When the smoke cleared, 7 twisted human faces floated menacingly, connected to the suspended abyss coffin. Its doors stood wide open, defenses completely down, vulnerabilities everywhere. Perfect opportunity. Jiang Ye landed on the dragon's head and used it to launch himself skyward. The blade of judgment gleamed with dark radiance. Wail! The desire entity let out a desperate cry as the 7 faces dissolved like rotting mud, all turning to ash under the black flames' scorching heat. Notice: 7 deadly sins. Desire entity defeated. Dungeon nightmare. Gate of the abyss cleared. Golden light flashed across Jiang Ye's body before fading. His short hair and robes fluttered in the wind as he faced the sunlight, falling alongside the crimson coffin. The church ruins were shrouded in swirling smoke and flames. Stone gargoyles still circled overhead, yet the nightmare dungeon's completion notification had already appeared. It turned out the true boss was that cacophonous mass of desire writhing within the crimson coffin, wrapped in abyssal black flames and ash. As he fell, Jiang Ye swept past the red coffin, mentally reviewing the system information. Level: LV9 LV11. The massive experience gained from defeating the dungeon boss had raised him 2 levels. Drop: Ring of the Greedy Silver Serpent. Level: LV10. Quality: Purple Epic. Description: when the abyssal serpent grew bored, demons severed its head with flesh and bone. The skull transformed into a silver-white ring. After contamination by the desire entity, the ring became wreathed in an indescribable mysterious aura. Effect: wearer gains 10 experience and can control the abyssal serpent. Not only had he leveled up, but he'd also gotten a purple drop. Purple epic equipment that boosted experience was always priceless and rarely available. Just one more level, and he could unlock his second divine talent and second charm pet. Slot the more divine talents the better, and the same went for charm pets. Jiang Ye glanced at the girl in his arms. While the angel was weakened, could he perhaps coax her into becoming his charm pet? Her soft body pressed against his chest, the girl's faint, sweet fragrance drifting around them. Jia Bailey kept her head lowered, nervously biting her lip. Hopefully, he hadn't noticed her drooling earlier. Boom. The sky trembled with the sharp screech of beating wings. The revived stone gargoyles dove down, their stone eyes blazing crimson, massive claws tearing through the air with enough force to disembowel. I've been waiting for you. Hill's silver eyes flashed with fury as the dragon head reared up, brilliant light rolling in her throat. Roar. Molten dragon breath transformed into a crimson torrent, precisely striking down the stone gargoyles. The pristine stone statues were scorched to blackened ash, their two grotesque heads spinning as they plummeted. Strike. Jiang Ye swung the blade of judgment, the dark flame energy clinging to the heads. Hellish black flames spread like wildfire, instantly burning the heads to ash that scattered on the wind. Stone gargoyles 2 defeated, gained 2,000 experience points, level increased. Drop. Gargoyle heart. Level: LV10. Quality: Purple Epic. Description: a necklace forged from a demon's heart, with dark shackles binding a crimson crescent heart proof of demon hunting. Skills: Petrification, Revival. Purple light flashed briefly as the dungeon dropped more equipment. Nightmare difficulty was dangerous, but the drop rates were incredibly. No wonder so many people kept trying, seeking fortune through risk. Jiang Ye pocketed the spoils as gravity pulled him downward. Hill's silver dragon eyes gleamed with a sickly red light as she extended her massive claws to catch him, respectfully presenting Jiang Ye to the rose throne in her heart. Her master was above all else. Crash. The abyssal red coffin hit the ground with a deafening impact, dust flying everywhere. In the center of the church ruins, atop the rose throne, as the dust settled, Jiang Ye cradled the weakened fallen angel, frowning as he examined the crimson sarcophagus carved with intricate inscriptions. Unfortunately, he wasn't an abyssal scholar and couldn't read the runes. Who are you? He had just begun to speak. Get your filthy hands off my master right now. Hill released her dragon form, only then noticing that a certain shameless horned succubus was clinging to her master's embrace and refusing to let go, immediately filling her with jealous fury. After all this time and effort, she still hadn't experienced her master's embrace. Yet this sneaky cat dared to claim victory so easily. Gabriel remained stubbornly defiant, pretending not to hear. The abyssal corruption spread through her body, and knowing her time was limited, she had no patience for this jealous woman's petty arguments. Hill, stay alert. Jiang Ye sensed the tension in the air and rose, lifting the reluctant horned succubus onto the throne while smoothly changing the subject. Though the dungeon boss was defeated, the crimson coffin still emanated an ominous aura. The demon summoning ritual clearly hadn't stopped. Watch over her. I'll be right back. He gently caressed the silver dragon maiden's forehead with a tender smile. Hill's cheeks instantly flushed red, her silver tail swishing beneath her skirt, her joy written plainly in its movement. TCH, just like a little dog, Gabriel muttered, her cherry-colored eyes filled with jealousy. She wanted head pats too. Better than a perverted stupid sheep like you. Hill shot back with a cold snort. I'm corrupted by the abyss. You'd better stay away. What if you die? You useless little dog. How would he feel? Foolish sheep. Being master's dog means no fear of corruption or falling. The air crackled with hostility as both women glared at each other before turning away with simultaneous huffs. Below the steps, between the crevices, Jiang Ye approached the crimson coffin. The spatial lockdown had lifted with the dungeon's completion. If anything went wrong, he could teleport away without worry. Still, he kept his eyes fixed on the coffin lid, maintaining full vigilance. Current dungeon completed. Exit now? The system prompt whispered in his ear. Just then, a seductive voice called from within the coffin. Human. Cherry pink hair cascaded to the ground as slender arms gripped the coffin's edge, bulging veins revealing the pain of restraint. A pair of soul-stealing eyes suddenly opened as a voluptuous upper body emerged. Name: Sealed Lust Demon Asmodeus. Level: Skills: Cannot be analyzed. Attributes: Even sealed, she remained mysterious and powerful. But Jiang Ye possessed the divine talent Drowning in Desire's Sea, naturally immune to abyssal corruption, facing even a lust demon with complete composure. Asmodeus's gaze grew profound. For millennia, No one had maintained their sanity before her. Even angels would fall to her charms. Yet this man remained unmoved despite her temptations and physical allure. Is this man made of stone? How frustratingly hard, she chuckled softly. Jiang Ye approached the crimson coffin with a cold smile. You went through all this trouble to break your seal, just to say something interesting? If you hadn't interfered, I would have already possessed that fallen angel's body and ruled the mortal realm as a succubus. Asmodeus licked her cherry lips, murderous intent brewing. How could she not be furious when her ritual was destroyed? You should go back to your coffin and keep dreaming. Jiang Ye raised his hand to her pale throat, offering helpful advice. But Asmodeus gracefully wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her cherry lips to his ear and whispering like wind. The coffin is too dark. Give me that angel, and once I break free, I'll pleasure you in every way imaginable. How about it? Her lips curved upward, certain no one could resist a lust demon's full seduction, already envisioning this man crawling and groveling at her feet. The next moment, a cold shout exploded in her ear. Are you trying to tell me what to do? Jiang Ye's grip suddenly tightened as he slammed her back toward the coffin. Cherry hair flew as Asmodeus reeled in shock. Her charm had failed again. Forced back into the coffin, only her exquisite face remained exposed. Impossible. You should be drowning in my allure, completely helpless. Why doesn't it work? How can a mere human ignore me? Sealed for 10,000 years, she doubted her own power for the first time. In her days, Jiang Ye had already shoved her half-body back into darkness. Who likes you anyway? You're absolutely ridiculous. His mouth twitched as he raised his foot with grim determination. Human, what are you doing? Abyssal darkness enveloped Asmodeus's body, the cold making her realize her peril. With her chance to enter the mortal world so close, she refused to return to the dark abyss. I want you to. Jiang Ye's eyes flashed with cold silver light. As his words fell, he didn't hesitate to stomp down hard on that beautiful face. Get lost. Get lost. That predaboy human actually told her to get lost with such disgust written all over his face. Asmodeus's cherry-colored pupils contracted sharply. Her beauty was enough to make archdukes of the abyss bow in submission, and demons willing to share intimate moments with her could form a line stretching from hell to heaven. In terms of allure, her every smile and frown could topple nations, and she was accustomed to others worshipping her charm. Yet this man before her not only rejected her invitation, but also reached out in revulsion, roughly grasping her pale, delicate neck. Get lost. The man's voice was ice-cold, his knuckles applying pressure, leaving clear finger marks. Asmodeus was lifted by him and roughly shoved back into the dark coffin, the red marks around her snow-white neck burning with pain. Humiliation, shock, and rage intertwined as fury surged in her chest. You lowly, filthy maggot dare to ignore my charm. Once I break through this seal, I'll have you caged and whipped, giving you no peace day or night. Before her angry roar could finish, Jiang Ye raised his foot and stomped down. Can you only cower in a coffin? How dare you? Her phoenix eyes trembled with rage, but she only had time to see the sole of his boot coming straight at her face. Smack! The shoe mercilessly struck her exquisite cheek, leaving a clear shoe print. Get back in there. With another kick, Jiang Ye sent this mighty demon of lust, one of the 7 deadly sins, tumbling back into the deep coffin. Abyssal energy surged like a tide, swallowing her whole. Inside the coffin, darkness reigned supreme. Her disheveled cherry-pink hair scattered about. Asmodeus covered the glaring shoe print on her face, her jade fingers white with fury. Humiliation, anger, and unwillingness churned into towering waves as she looked up at the coffin's opening, her voice turning sinister. Despicable, shameless worm. I swear by my very essence to curse you to sink forever in the sea of desire, never to find salvation. Staking the honor of the demon of lust, even if it means eternal damnation, I will drag you to the abyss. Warning. You have been cursed by the demon of lust, Asmodeus. Effect. Triggers corruption status, forever trapped in lustful dreams. All attribute values reduced to 0. Duration, permanent. A massive hand formed from dark filth emerged from the abyss, seeking to drag Jiang Ye into endless depravity. But golden light flashed around him as his divine talent, divine grace, instantly activated. Curse has been purified. You have received a blessing from the demon of lust, Asmodeus. Effect. Triggers romantic tribulation status, charm 1000. Duration, permanent. Asmodeus, you're more like a drowned bitch. Jiang Ye looked down into the abyss, his lips curling in mockery. A demon who hadn't broken through her seal was still nothing in his eyes. No. Dark mist swirled up, completely engulfing her. Beneath her disheveled cherry hair, that absolutely gorgeous face was filled with unwillingness and shock. Her curse forged from her very essence had been instantly dissolved. Bang! The coffin slammed shut, and the gates of the abyss closed. Asmodeus curled up with her knees to her chest, unable to comprehend what kind of existence that human truly was, only able to fall back into the abyss with the shoe print on her face, consumed by resentment and humiliation. Hidden Quest, Demon's Descent. Blasphemy Against Angels, completed. Trial Quest, Path of Demon Slaying, unlocked. Reward. Class change to SSS Hidden Profession, Abyss Sovereign. The crimson coffin closed at Jiang Ye's fingertips, accompanied by the mature woman's suppressed moans coming to an abrupt halt. Immediately after, a line of golden text blazed in the void. Second profession, reward ready. Second profession? Jiang Ye was slightly stunned, his thick eyebrows raising. Professionals weren't rare on Blue Star, but throughout hundreds of years of fighting against the Abyss, there had never been an example of dual professions. He was already an SS-level Charm Master, yet now the system panel was asking whether to open a second profession and class change to Abyss Sovereign. The answer required no hesitation. Jiang Ye's mind was set as he chose yes. Suddenly, crisp system notifications drilled into his eardrums. Golden light flashed across his body's surface and vanished, while a brand new virtual panel spread before his eyes. Host, Jiang Ye. Level, LV 1099.99. Profession, Charm Master Abyss Sovereign. Passive, Gratitude, Blood Charm, Demon Subduing. Talents, Divine Gift, Domination, Enslavement, Tyranny. Skills, Ghost Hand Right Hand infected with Abyssal Corruption, condensing all fallen power. Attributes, Stamina 1950, Strength 1900, Agility 1900, Spirit 2000, Charm 1500. Charm bonus, 150. Ordinary professionals could only freely allocate 5 attribute points per level, but Jiang Ye gained 10 points in each of the 4 dimensions except charm per level. With dual profession stacking, this instantly increased to 20 points, then multiplied by his divine gift talent's tenfold amplification, causing his panel values to skyrocket to the exaggerated level of a humanoid boss. The overwhelming advantage was clear at a glance. Moreover, he had gained a batch of divine-level talents and passives for free. Jiang Ye gazed at the panel, reviewing each one. Demon Subduing as an Abyss Sovereign. Slaying rebels is natural law. 100 damage against abyssal dungeon monsters. Enslavement upon killing monsters. Can enslave their souls for battle until mana is exhausted. Domination attacks always critical hit, deal true damage, and grant permanent super armor. Tyranny enemy attributes and resistances reduced by 50. I'm now more than 10 times stronger than before. Jiang Ye raised his right hand wrapped in ghostly energy, dark power gathering in his palm to form a pitch-black ghost hand. If I encounter that stone demon again, I could crush it to dust with one finger. He flicked his fingertips to dispel the ghostly energy and strode toward the rose throne shrouded in gunpowder smoke. He had delayed too long and only reached level 10, still falling short of guaranteed admission to top universities and catching up with the first tier. But this trip had been quite rewarding, and with luck, he might even take home a fallen angel as a charm pet. Looking up, at the end of the stairs beside the throne, the half-kneeling fallen angel had broken wings and was in desperate need. As Jiang Ye's footsteps approached, the coldness in the 3 girls' eyes crumbled, each harboring their own thoughts. Master has grown stronger again. Silver Dragon Princess Hill pressed her snow-white chest, silver eyes showing a sickly red flush. Even the succubus's seduction couldn't affect Jiang Ye, and compared to those demons, she, an angel, was helpless against desire, willingly falling into corruption. Fallen angel Gabriel hung her head, biting her lip until it bled, traces of self-mockery hanging between the bloodstains. Jiang Ye pulled out a fist-sized gargoyle heart and tossed it to Hill. This is for you. Having completed the silver dragon bonding, he didn't need to equip items personally to share their bonuses. Master. Hill took a deep breath, joy and shyness flooding her face together. She eagerly fastened the ornament, like a pitch-black collar, around her snow-white neck, her slender fingertips caressing her collarbone as her breathing involuntarily tightened. The gift fell between her black gauze dress and silver-white hair, making her shine brighter than any gemstone. Jiang Ye naturally stroked her pretty face, casually saying, "Very beautiful." The shy silver dragon princess squinted her eyes, tilting her head slightly to enjoy his caress. Beneath the black gauze, her silk-stockinged legs pressed tightly together, desperately suppressing the surging emotions. Beside the throne, the black-haired fallen angel staggered to her feet. Gabriel's clothes were stained with blood, her wings broken, looking like a candle flickering in the wind. She bowed and said, "I'm sorry. I couldn't resist the temptation of desire, which is why you got caught up in the demon summoning ritual. So have you figured out how to atone?" Jiang Ye's eyes gleamed with deep light, his lips curving into an arc. While the angel was still naive, he'd trick her into becoming his charm pet. Angels and silver dragons are both powerful beings that stand at the pinnacle of the countless races in the abyss. Contracting either of these races as a familiar would result in a tremendous surge in power. At this moment, the wounded Jiabai Li knelt on the broken stone platform, her bloodied horns lowered in submission. She had prepared herself for death as atonement. Sorrowful sobs echoed through the silent ruins as she raised her blood-stained face, closed her eyes, and awaited execution. After being infected by the abyss's corruption and falling to become a horned succubus, she could no longer bear to live. Rather than becoming a walking corpse in despair, it would be better to die by his hand, fulfilling her final wish and achieving some measure of redemption. Could you please help me find release? She asked. Her voice trembled as clear tears mixed with blood streaked down her cheeks like cheap rouge, making her original tragic beauty even more striking. Don't you think it would be a waste to die like this? Jiang Ye leaned down, his fingertip lifting her bloodied chin. But I have already fallen, and my time is short, Jia Li said through tears, her blood-soaked figure trembling uncontrollably as pain and regret intertwined in her chest. Thank you for stopping the demon's descent. If there is a next life, even as a dog, I will repay your kindness. She bit her red lips as death's resolve appeared on her delicate face. What about this lifetime? Jiang Ye asked softly. But what use is a fallen, dying dog? Who says you're useless? Jiang Ye disagreed, letting out a soft snort. He raised his hand and summoned his legendary equipment, the Blade of Judgment. The blade had broken during battle, and now its jagged edge pressed against Jiao Li's bloodied heart. Besides being a dog, you could also serve as my scabbard, he said with a faint smile, though his tone was serious. Scabbard. Jiao Li's tear-filled eyes widened in shock and embarrassment. If she truly had to repay his kindness as a scabbard, wouldn't that mean he would have to sheath himself in her? Her face flushed red, but she still nodded instinctively. Ding! A system notification suddenly appeared. Contracting with Twin Angel. Contract successful. Familiar. Twin Angel Jiao Li. Level, LV1. Grade, Golden Legend. Race, Angel Succubus. Skills. 1. Seraph transform into an Angel of Judgment to punish worldly impurities. 2. Dark Blood Princess transform into a Succubus Blood Princess, ruling over the night. Equipment, Blade of Judgment. Attributes, Stamina 500, Strength 250, Agility 300, Spirit 700. The black mist-like corruption was gradually drawn from her body and purified. Warm energy flowed from Jiang Ye's fingertips into Jiao Li's body, and she felt her entire being reborn. I've ascended. Jiao Li stared blankly as she unconsciously took his fingertip into her mouth. Her face flushed as overwhelming shock filled her chest with just his touch. She had completed her evolution, legendary grade quality, now comparable to a 12-winged seraph of the end. All corruption and wounds had vanished. Even her soul had been cleansed. A miracle, another miracle. Are you a deity? Fervor nearly consumed her. She suddenly threw herself into Jiang Ye's arms, trembling with excitement as her soft curves pressed against him. I'm not a deity. Jiang Ye shook his head, feeling her softness against his chest. I'm your master. Moss master. Deep in her mind, the contract's mark burned clear and hot. Jiao Li suddenly awakened, her bloodied face burning with heat. She remembered saying she would be his dog. To repay his kindness, she was so embarrassed she wanted to hide, yet unexpectedly found it sweet. The angel's pride and the succubus's wantonness tore at each other as she let out an almost inaudible moan. She felt so strange. Get down. You shameless stupid goat. Remove your hooves from master immediately. He'll bit her lip, her pure and delicate face turning frighteningly cold. She would never tolerate that foolish sheep defiling her master's sanctity as the silver dragon princess. Only she was worthy of Jiang Ye's embrace. You stupid sheep, stay away from master. Era. A certain foolish lizard is getting jealous. Jia Li covered her cherry lips lightly, her casual provocation written across the corner of her mouth. Just as the atmosphere was about to spiral out of control, Jiang Ye raised his hand and pulled Hill into his arms, managing both sides. Both of you, behave yourselves. The fierce little dragon girl instantly became like a startled kitten, trembling against his chest, all her previous murderous aura completely gone. Jiang Ye pulled out the teleportation jade, lowering his head to warn them. We're heading out now. Hold me tight, and don't move around. The chaotic currents of the abyss are no joke. If the teleportation failed, at best they'd return to their starting point. At worst they'd be thrown into an unknown abyss by the chaotic currents. His warning was absolutely necessary. If the two in his arms didn't behave, he'd really have his hands full. I'm ready. Hill closed her eyes and wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, her soft chest pressing against his heart. I'm ready too. Jia Li bit her lower lip and embraced Jiang Ye from behind, her voluptuous figure trembling slightly. Beneath that face as cold and pure as an angel's lurked desires as dark as a succubus's. Let's go. Jiang Ye chuckled softly and activated the jade's inscription. Blue light exploded, swallowing all three of them, leaving only the ruins of the desecrated church and that crimson coffin from the abyss, unknown when it would be opened again. Adventurers Guild Teleportation Plaza. The terrifying aura emanating from the crimson light gate sent chills down the spines of many adventurers. Half an hour had passed, and Jiang Ye still hadn't appeared. The onlookers continued their discussions. Looks like things went badly for him. An ordinary dungeon actually evolved into a nightmare dungeon. He's probably already become monster food. And we expected him to clear it? Even the guild master is at a loss. If that rookie can come out alive, I'll livestream myself eating shit. Outside the security perimeter, the crowd whispered among themselves, no one noticing the wheelchair in the corner. Ji Buduan gripped the armrests with a dark expression. Jiang Ye, you better come out alive. I want you to pay back this debt slowly. His rare-grade corpse ghoul lord had barely been used a few times before Jiang Ye turned it to ash, and he'd lost face in front of his friends and childhood sweetheart. It would be better if that scumbag died. Liu Ruyan, dressed in priest robes and pushing the wheelchair, had a pretty face shrouded in gloom. Ji Buduan turned his head and lowered his voice. What do you mean? Once he's dead, we can take this agreement to claim his inheritance. With no one to contradict us, that bitch Chu Moli will have to obediently hand over everything his parents left behind. A cold gleam flashed in Liu Ruyan's eyes as a faint smile curved her lips. Ji Buduan frowned. But he still has that epic-level abyssal beast. It's a shame to lose it like this. Liu Ruyan reached out to tap his forehead, leaning down to whisper in his ear, her neckline revealing a flash of white. Are you stupid? His parents were powerful professionals. Selling their inheritance could buy how many epic-level abyssal beasts? All right. Ji Buduan suddenly understood, finally relaxing his brow. Liu Ruyan's gaze turned back to the crimson light gate, her eyes colder than ice. Compared to Jiang Ye's life or death, she was more concerned about whether the agreement in her hands could be successfully forged. Just consider it for my future. She murmured softly, her figure swallowed by the shadows in the corner. You absolutely must die in that nightmare-level dungeon. This nightmare-level dungeon struck fear even into the heart of the Adventurers Guild president. The crimson portal churned like a massive maw ready to devour anyone who dared approach. Liu Ruyan stood before it, brushing aside her bangs with her fingertips, her eyes burning with greed. Jiang Ye, you pathetic waste who just changed classes, go ahead and die. Her pristine white priest robes contrasted sharply with her long legs wrapped tightly in black stockings that reached above her knees. As they trembled and pressed together, twisting slightly, they sent subtle yet satisfying shivers through her body. She had coveted Jiang Ye's family fortune for 3 years, 3 long years of enduring humiliation, speaking sweet lies, and now she could finally claim what she desired. The possibility of him surviving? Anyone with half a brain knows it's practically zero. The lakeside villa your parents left behind. The money in your bank accounts, you won't need any of it when you're dead. She let out a sickeningly sweet laugh. Rather than let that bastard sister of yours benefit, I'll graciously manage everything for you, considering all our years of love. Dead men were often worth more than the living. Jiang Ye was useless, so she couldn't be blamed for claiming his inheritance. Whether the villa or his assets, leaving them to that waste would be a terrible squander. Ji Buduan leaned against the wall nearby, his lips bloodied and mangled, his speech slurred. Damn it, my mouth and legs are killing me. I should have torn that waist apart ages ago. The throbbing pain fueled his endless rage and curses. Instead of wasting energy on a dead man, why not think about how we'll celebrate once we get the villa? Liu Ruyan stretched lazily, raising her jade-like hands. Her soft curves swayed beneath her robes as the property deed tucked against her chest warmed from her body heat, surrounded by a faint, sweet fragrance. She had already planned items. She got the lakeside villa. She'd throw an all-day party until everyone was completely exhausted. Imagining Jiang Ye's regretful expression before his death, she bit her fingertip and hummed softly. If he knew he'd die today, why did he reject me? If he had just obediently become my lapdog, he wouldn't have gotten himself killed trying to act tough. Ji Buduan added insult to injury. That waste is probably being chased around by monsters, pissing himself with regret. The thought made him clench his fists, a satisfied smirk crossing his face. A simp's violent death truly satisfying. Liu Ruyan lightly placed her fingertips on her companion's shoulder, her gaze fixed on the churning crimson portal, her smile widening. He deserved this punishment for cutting ties with me. Meanwhile, outside the portal, the Adventurers Guild's armored patrol unit had set up a rigid perimeter, their metal boots striking the ground with dull thuds. His white robes billowing, Qin Yu stood frowning, president of Jiangqing Adventurers Guild, a rank rare class, Thunder Mage, level 50. What's the situation? His gaze was heavy. Ji Buchang quickly bowed his head to report. President Qin, the suspect fled into the dungeon to escape justice. It's been almost half an hour now. He's just a newly class-changed rookie who relied on an epic-level abyssal beast to injure someone. Now that he's entered a nightmare-level dungeon, his chances look grim. In his mind, no rookie could solo a nightmare dungeon. Nightmare level? If only it were nightmare level. Qin Yu laughed bitterly and shook his head slightly. Though his abilities were modest, he wouldn't be this troubled by a mere nightmare-level dungeon. The guild leader means. Ji Buchang raised his hand to wipe away the cold sweat beading on his forehead, a terrifying possibility suddenly flashing through his mind. His face turned deathly pale, and his legs began trembling uncontrollably. Oh no, this dungeon isn't about to upgrade again, is it? You're thinking correctly. It's catastrophe level. Qin Yu's expression was grave as he slowly nodded. Above nightmare level was catastrophe level. Well, what? Catastrophe level? Doesn't that mean demons will descend? Ji Buochang stumbled backward in terror, positioning Qin Yu in front of him. Catastrophe level dungeons often signaled demonic invasions. He was merely level 20 and couldn't even handle life professions properly. What could he possibly do against abyssal demons? Are you scared? Qin Yu cast him a cold glance, his brow furrowed. As captain of the guild patrol, retreating before battle, what kind of conduct is this? No, not scared. Ji Buochang forced out a smile more painful than crying, while cursing Jiang Ye a million times in his heart. Why couldn't that newly transferred waste just surrender quietly? He had to try soloing a dungeon like some big shot, only to get himself killed and trigger a catastrophe, dragging everyone else down with him. Absolutely disgusting. Abyssal invasions weren't simple matters. When demons attempted to break through seals and descend to the mortal realm, there was typically a 1-hour window period. Qin Yu looked up at the crimson portal and roiling death energy before them, judging. If these anomalies dissipate on their own after half an hour, it means the demons failed to break the seal, and the crisis will pass. However, he was only a level 50 thunder mage himself. If demons truly descended, he couldn't stop them either. Guild leader, what if they don't dissipate? Ji Buochang's voice trembled. Jiang City will become ruins, falling in an instant. Qin Yu answered grimly, the crimson light making his face appear even more ashen. At that moment, the sky suddenly churned, and fierce winds arose. Oh no! Ji Buochang pointed at the sky and cried out, collapsing in shock. Everyone on alert. Qin Yu made a decisive command, maintaining order. The heavens darkened like a bloody night, the teleportation portal resembling the gaping maw of a ravenous beast, with demonic energy rolling out like wild waves. Everyone faced the howling wind, so tense they nearly forgot to breathe. Click! A clean white shoe stepped out from the portal, the dark radiance making the figure's silhouette mottled and indistinct. The fierce wind suddenly stopped, clouds parted, and the sky cleared. Jiang Ye. Ji Buochang's eyes widened as if he'd seen a ghost. Wasn't this waste supposed to have died in the catastrophe-level dungeon? Was what emerged human or spirit? It really is Jiang Ye. He's not dead, he walked out alive. Look, the anomalies have disappeared, and the dungeon level has dropped too. Could he have actually cleared the nightmare level? Please, that's nightmare level. And he came out completely unharmed. His luck is incredible. Damn, if he's not dead, doesn't that mean I have to livestream eating shit? Beyond the security perimeter, people discussed excitedly. Due to the distance, they only caught the words, nightmare level, which was shocking enough. Not a single person present possessed the strength to clear a nightmare dungeon, not even as a team. In a corner, Ji Buochang was so shocked he stood up from his wheelchair, the tearing pain in his legs masked by rage. His clenched fists trembled slightly, his face twisted with fury. It's fine that he didn't. You still haven't settled the score for him injuring you. Liu Ruyan's pretty face darkened as she bit her cherry lips and snorted coldly. Don't worry, my brother is here, and guild leader Qin is watching too. Even if this waste escaped by luck, he can't escape punishment for intentional assault. Ji Buochang slumped back into his wheelchair, gripping the armrests as a cruel smile slowly curved his lips. Liu Ruyan frowned, suppressing her unwillingness as emotions churned within her heart. At the front of the crowd, Ji Buochang unhesitatingly drew his sword, his face stern as he quickly approached the gradually contracting teleportation portal. Jiang Ye, you're under arrest. At the teleportation plaza, crowds gathered 3 layers deep beyond the security perimeter, their noisy chatter surging like waves. Almost forgot Jiang Ye injured quite a few people. Falling into Ji Buochang's hands, he'll be lucky to escape with his life. But Ji Buochang was clearly the one who started the trouble. Jiang Ye was just defending himself. What's wrong with that? Do you want to keep living here or not? If Ji Buochang hears you, he might come after you too. The crowd wore various expressions, but everyone knew one fact: Ji Buochang was notorious for protecting his own. Relying on his position as patrol captain, he had always been arrogant and domineering. Having injured his brother, Jiang Ye probably wouldn't meet a good end. Someone sighed. Poor guy? He barely escaped death from a nightmare-level dungeon, only to face a beating anyway. How lively. Jiang Ye wore a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, his gaze sweeping over the armored patrol guards surrounding him, remaining calm and composed. He knew in his heart that he had done nothing wrong, so there was nothing to panic about. Huh, you'll have plenty of excitement soon enough. Ji Buochang stepped forward, drawing his sword and pointing it horizontally. You're surrounded by us. Don't think about resisting, kneel down and surrender obediently. His bleached bangs swayed in strands as his gloomy face tensed, his gaze coldly fixed on Jiang Ye. The catastrophe-level dungeon had suddenly appeared because of this waste, causing him to lose face completely before his superiors. His path to promotion seemed to have come to an end, and hatred churned within him. If this waste had surrendered earlier, I could have captured him for interrogation without having to face the catastrophic anomaly or disappoint the guild master. Ji Buochang cursed silently, His hatred rising like flood waters. Ruining one's future was like killing one's parents. Suddenly his thoughts shifted. This waste fought and injured people in the plaza. If I capture him and perform well before the guild master, perhaps I can redeem myself. The Adventurers Guild strictly prohibited private fighting, even among professionals. From the moment Jiang Ye injured his brother, the outcome was predetermined. He could only become a stepping stone for his own promotion. Move aside. Jiang Ye frowned, his tone ice cold. Wasting time on these boring people was meaningless to him. Ji Buochang raised his voice. Not only did you injure someone without authorization, but you also fled to escape punishment. You survived that deadly catastrophe-level dungeon by sheer luck. Who knows if you colluded with demons? As patrol captain, I have the responsibility to protect everyone and expose your disguise. With those words, he sneered coldly and suddenly lunged forward. His long sword flashed with cold light. The tip aimed directly at Jiang Ye's kidney, a killing move from the start. You injured my brother and ruined my future. Today I must make you bleed. Stop. Only then did Qin Yu snap out of his shock, roaring angrily. From the moment he clearly saw Jiang Ye's face, he had frozen. That face was too familiar. Could it be their child? He could hardly believe it, rubbing his eyes repeatedly to confirm. This is bad. It really is him. Jiang Ye was indeed the son of Qin Yu's savior Jiang Chun, the great Xia war god, demon slayer, and top-tier professional. Jiang Qin's identity information had always been classified. Without their past connection, even Qin Yu wouldn't have the clearance to know his name. But Ji Buochang ignored Qin Yu's exclamation, sneering mockingly. Did you hear that? Guild Master Qin wants you to surrender. He's a powerful mage known as the Thunder Berserker. With the Guild Master's support, all his concerns vanished. He shook his long sword, and the vicious blade thrust forward again. Poison sting. Dark patterns appeared on the sword's surface, adding deadly poison that would pierce bone and drill into the heart if this strike hit. Even if it didn't kill, it would leave permanent disability and end any chance of leveling up. Pale purple sword light poured down like a torrential rain. Jiang Ye seemed frozen with fear, neither dodging nor avoiding. Petrification skill activated. The gargoyle's hard-up purple epic deer equipment piece from the thorn collar around Hill Snow's neck. Thanks to its passive ability, Favor, Jiang Ye could share skills with his charm pet without wearing it, unleashing its effects anytime, anywhere. Clang metal struck metal as Ji Buochang's sword pierced toward Jiang Ye's abdomen. The moment it made contact, that patch of skin turned to stone, sparks flying everywhere. The blade felt like it had struck granite, and the massive recoil nearly snapped Ji Buochang's wrist. Isn't he supposed to be a newly transferred rookie? How is he as tough as a dungeon boss? In that split second, Ji Buochang froze completely. The clash stopped abruptly. Jiang Ye Frownita level 20 Royal Guard's attack had looked impressive, but felt like a gentle scratch. Did you skip breakfast? He casually cast an inspection spell. Name, Ji Buochang. Level, LV 20. Class, Royal Guard. Skills, Poison Strike, Rapier. Attributes, Stamina 52, Strength 120, Agility 250, Spirit 44. So you're just a glass cannon. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched helplessly. How dare someone with such pathetic stats act so arrogant? If you're going to use lethal moves, you'd better be ready to die. Ghost Hand, Cloud Grasp. Black mist surged from his right hand, forming a spectral claw that flashed like lightning and seized Ji Buochang's throat, lifting him like a chick. This talent from his second class, Abyss Dominator, allowed his arm to extend and contract at will within the mist's coverage, swift and deadly. Cough. What do you want? Ji Buochang's breathing was cut off, his face flushing red as his legs kicked frantically. What do you think? Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes, a cold smile curving his lips. The guild leader told you to stop, didn't you hear? Ji Buochang weakly warned, his sword flailing uselessly without even tearing Jiang Ye's sleeve, only making himself more oxygen deprived. Madman, aren't you afraid of guild leader Qin? He's a level 50 thunder mage. Fear filled his heart as his face contorted in pain from lack of oxygen, his limbs growing weak. Clang. The sword hit the ground. Ji Buochang's limbs hung limp, nearly suffocating. Stop? Then beg me. Jiang Ye snorted coldly, hoisting him high overhead. The surrounding armored guards retreated in terror, and even Qin Yu stood stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. War god Jiang Chen's idea of nothing special was killing above his level at only level 10? Qin Yu's mouth twitched. Never trust a genius's modesty. Please. Ji Buochang's eyes were bloodshot, his consciousness fading. Bang. Jiang Ye casually tossed him aside. Here's your dog back. Ji Buochang crashed at Qin Yu's feet like a dead dog, spitting blood and nearly losing consciousness. Guild leader. He resisted arrest and beat me up like this. You must seek justice. Ji Buochang grabbed Qin Yu's pant leg, pleading as if clutching a lifeline. Didn't I tell you to stop? Qin Yu gritted his teeth, his face cold as frost. He grasped at the air, and a brilliant blue lightning whip materialized with crackling thunder. Ji Buochang's heart leaped with joy as he glared viciously at Jiang Ye, waiting to hear him scream. Ah! Crack, crack, crack. The lightning whip lashed across Ji Buchang's back, tearing flesh and drawing endless screams. His face twisted in agony, blood vessels bursting in his eyes as he stared at Qin Yu in bewilderment. Guild leader, you're hitting the wrong person. Stop. It's me, Ji Buchang. He writhed on the ground like a maggot. Qin Yu withdrew the whip, electricity still crackling. You're called Ji Buchang? I am Ji Buchang. Ha, Ji Buchang. My whip is longer than you are. Ah. A pig-like scream echoed across the teleportation square. Qin Yu's lips curled in a cold smile, his flowing white robe illuminated by lightning that cast an icy electric glow. A blue thunder whip crackled in his palm, striking 10 times per second, the whip shadows falling like torrential rain. The whip coiled like a venomous serpent around Ji Buchang, lashing him mercilessly until he foamed at the mouth and passed out from the pain. Beyond the perimeter, the crowd stood frozen. From Jiang Ye's instant kill to Qin Yu's 5-strike thunder whip combo, less than 30 seconds had passed, yet it felt like an eternity. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes wide with shock. Holy shit. Ji Buchang's poison spike can't even be withstood by goblin trolls, yet Jiang Ye didn't even dodge. Someone gasped from the crowd. He just changed classes recently, right? First dungeon run, and he's already counter-killing someone 10 levels higher. Instant killing with a wave of his hand. This is impossible without cheats. Another person chimed in. Ji Buchang is a level 20 royal knight. I thought he could solo difficult dungeons, but turns out he's all reputation and no skill. Wrong. It's not that Ji Buchang is weak, Jiang Ye is just insanely strong. The murmurs rose and fell. A level 20 royal knight who made patrol captain can't be trash. That can only mean one thing: Jiang Ye is ridiculously overpowered, like a walking human boss. In the corner, Ji Buduan's eyes bulged as he exclaimed, "Holy crap, my brother's flying." He hadn't expected even his brother to be no match for Jiang Ye. That trash really just changed classes and went to his first dungeon? How did he suddenly become so strong? Liu Ruyan's delicate face flushed with disbelief. In her shock, she unconsciously clutched her chest, the pressure deforming the white fabric at her neckline, leaving faint red marks on her skin. The better her ex performed, the worse she felt. It was more painful than being killed. Ji Buduan's face darkened as he slammed his fist on the wheelchair armrest. If even my brother can't beat him, we're helpless against him. Having his legs broken and losing a rare grade ghoul, Lord, how could he swallow this humiliation? Liu Ruyan shot her childhood friend an impatient glance and leaned down to whisper in his ear. Who said anything about fighting? Even though we broke up, he still likes me. A lapdog's weakness is his self-righteous devotion and that laughable loyalty. Her tone dripped with contempt. I don't know why President Qin went crazy and took it out on your brother today, but Jiang Ye hurt someone in front of all these people. If there's no punishment, where would Qin Yu's face be? Just watch, I don't need to lift a finger, and Qin Yu still won't let Jiang Ye off. Liu Ruyan stood with her hands on her hips, a confident smile playing at her lips. A lapdog off his leash as long as the collar's still in my hands. He can't escape my grasp. Jiang Ye, you better not disappoint me. She sneered, pressing against her stifled chest, her cold eyes fixed ahead as she already pictured Jiang Ye's pathetic, tearful state. In the center of the square, the armored patrol guards had Jiang Ye completely surrounded. The furious Qin Yu stood at the front. It seemed Jiang Ye had no way out. Take this disgraceful fool away. Having vented his rage, Qin Yu wiped the cold sweat from his brow as the thunder whip in his palm dissolved into scattered sparks of electricity. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ji Buchang was dragged away like a dead dog. Jiang Ye glanced at him, took the silver dragon princess's cold little hand, and left without hesitation. He had already wasted too much time on leveling, and he still needed to help his newly contracted angel gain experience. Wait. Qin Yu took a deep breath and strode after them, placing his hand on Jiang Ye's shoulder. Instantly, the teleportation plaza fell silent, as everyone stared at the two men. Was the powerful guild leader finally going to make his move? What is it? Jiang Ye stopped and turned to face Qin Yu, his expression calm. Are you hurt? Qin Yu asked with concern, like a worried elder. Murmurs of surprise rippled through the crowd. Not only was guild leader Qin not attacking, but he was actually showing concern for Jiang Ye? No. Jiang Ye shook his head. He was too weak to hurt me. He could sense the goodwill Qin Yu was radiating, but couldn't figure out his intentions. I'm not talking about him. Qin Yu frowned, his expression growing serious. I'm asking, were you injured in that catastrophe level dungeon? Catastrophe? Wasn't that a nightmare level dungeon? Jiang Ye asked, puzzled. When the abyss invades and demons descend, nightmare level upgrades to catastrophe level. Qin Yu explained patiently, placing both hands on Jiang Ye's shoulders with gravity. So, do you feel any discomfort? If you do, tell me immediately. I'll arrange for the best healing professionals to treat you. Jiang Ye shook his head. I did encounter a demon, but I kicked it back to the abyss. No matter how strong a lust demon is, curses and temptations don't work on me. You're saying you defeated a demon? Qin Yu's breath caught, incredulous. Don't joke about this, it's serious. In his mind, even he could only barely escape with his life, so for Jiang Ye, a newly class novice. To survive was already miraculous, let alone counterkill. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Jiang Ye raised his hand to brush away Qin Yu's hands, his silver glowing eyes sweeping over him indifferently. I believe you. Qin Yu quickly stopped him, lightly punching Jiang Ye's shoulder with his fist and laughing heartily. Like father, like son, you truly have your father's spirit. You knew my father? Jiang Ye was startled. His adoptive father had died in a catastrophe dungeon not long ago, and his only remaining impression was the cold black and white memorial photo. Qin Yu's expression grew solemn. Years ago in a catastrophe dungeon, your father saved my life from a demon's grasp. Without him, I would have turned to ash long ago. His eyes filled with gratitude as he spoke. Jiang Ye fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting into the distance, lost in thought. I'm sorry for bringing up your father. Please accept my condolences. Qin Yu sighed softly, then pleaded earnestly. There are too many people here to talk properly. For Jiang City's safety, I must understand the intelligence about the abyss demons. Could we discuss this at the guild? That works. I was hoping to learn more about my father anyway. Jiang Ye nodded. This way, please. Qin Yu gestured invitingly, and the two walked side by side toward the Adventurers Guild. As soon as they crossed the perimeter, the onlookers stood dumbfounded, their gazes toward Jiang Ye mixing shock with envy at was recognition from the Jiang City Adventurers Guild leader himself. Liu Ruyan was equally shocked. Ignoring Ji Buduan beside her, whose face had turned green with jealousy, she hurried after them, planning to show her face to Guild leader Qin as Jiang Ye's girlfriend. Jiang Ye, what are you doing here? The girl exclaimed with feigned surprise, covering her lips as a blush spread across her cheeks, like a doe encountering her beloved. Qin Yu glanced at her. The curves outlined by her pristine priest robes were striking, and he thought to himself that this was troublesome. He had originally wanted to introduce his daughter, the campus beauty, to Jiang Ye, but hadn't expected the young man to already be taken. Jiang Ye merely gave Liu Ruyan a brief glance before shaking his head. We're not acquainted. They had already severed ties, woman. We really aren't acquainted. He strode forward without hesitation. Jiang Ye's silhouette was crisp and carefree as he walked steadily toward the guild entrance. Belated concern is cheaper than grass. If you knew it would come to this, why did it in the first place? He didn't look back, but these words echoed repeatedly in his heart. Hill and Gabriel followed closely behind. One after the other, their exquisite faces and voluptuous yet proportioned figures looked like two breathing paintings in the sunlight. Their appearance instantly made Liu Ruyan, standing not far away, pale in comparison. Her once proud snow-white skin couldn't match even half of theirs now. Qin Yu sensed trouble brewing and raised his hand slightly. Several armored guards immediately stepped forward, blocking Liu Ruyan's path with a sharp movement. Miss, please leave. The smile froze on Liu Ruyan's lips, and the shyness on her face instantly drained to a ghastly pallor. Jiang Ye had completely ignored her. Those eyes that once held such infatuation now wouldn't even spare her a glance. The guards half carried, half dragged her away from the plaza, but she kept turning back to stare at that retreating figure. Only when Jiang Ye stepped through the guild doors and disappeared into the shadows did she snap back to reality, her chest feeling stuffed with jagged stones, aching so badly she could barely breathe. Jiang Ye, don't think you can play hard to get with me. She took a deep breath, steadying herself against the wall to keep from falling, her expression as dark as the sky before a storm. Ignore me today, and you'll regret it tomorrow. Loss, regret, and fury churned within her, and she could only use playing hard to get to mask that indescribable frustration. What devastated her even more was that Jiang Ye's eyes no longer held even a trace of affection for her. Breaking up just like that, how can he be so heartless? Damn scumbag, total jerk. Getting cocky just because he's cozied up to the guild master? My brother Liu Zixiao isn't rank professional. His future achievements are beyond your imagination. Just wait, I'll make you pay for this. She cursed Jiang Ye thoroughly in her mind, stamped her foot hard, and stormed away from the plaza in a rage. Deep within the Adventurers Guild, a spacious office sat quiet and bright. Before the floor-to-ceiling windows, light blue curtains were half-drawn, offering a clear view of the plaza below. This space served both for handling official business and for conversations. Jiang Ye sank into the soft sofa and recounted the dungeon experience from beginning to end. He deliberately omitted details about contracting angels and class changes, unhesitatingly attributing all the combat achievements to the Silver Dragon Princess. Hill listened with reddening ears, lowering her head shyly and gently biting her lip with pearly teeth. Defeating the lust demon was all Master's doing. I'm not that capable. Jiang Ye glanced sideways. The silver-haired girl's downcast appearance was quiet and soft, her neckline's snow-white skin framing scattered strands of hair like autumn moonlight falling on snowy slopes. Below her skirt, her stocking-clad legs pressed together slightly, carrying a hint of bashful uncertainty. Such a perfect scapegoat would be wasted on anything else. He secretly decided that she would be his fall guy from now on. Even with borrowing an epic-level abyssal beast's power, being able to take down that demon is quite impressive, he added. Qin Yu's expression changed as he listened, first worry, then shock, and finally a long exhale, leaving only pride and amazement. When I was your age, I was shaking in my boots being chased by a pack of goblins. He laughed self-deprecatingly, then slammed his hand on the chair back. To face an abyssal demon without trembling legs and kick that bastard back where it came from. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Qin Yu's eyes blazed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Even fantasy novels wouldn't dare write something this outrageous, but Jiang Ye actually pulled it off. Witnessing his cross-level victory over Jibuchang, plus the support of 2 epic-level abyssal beasts, Qin Yu had no doubt about this matter. Just luck. Jiang Ye shook his head lightly, his tone casual and indifferent. Qin Yu looked up and smiled with admiration. You're just like your father, strong as a dungeon boss. Jiang Ye caught a familiar warmth from Qin Yu that he hadn't felt in a long time, and his heart warmed slightly. But he didn't pause and went straight to the point. We've covered the catastrophe-level dungeon enough. Can we talk about how my parents died now? That incident was shrouded in mystery, and even the dungeon itself was as dangerous as a man-eating abyss. Jiang Ye's tone carried an almost instinctive need to investigate. Qin Yu smiled bitterly and spread his hands. I'm sorry, their files are classified at the highest level. I don't have clearance to access them. He couldn't say anything and indeed knew very little, so he could only awkwardly touch his nose, trying to deflect. Jiang Ye lowered his eyes and clenched his fists secretly. What kind of dungeon could be so terrifying that even powerhouses like his parents perished there? Intense fighting spirit surged in his chest. Someday he would clear that catastrophe dungeon, personally kill the boss, and avenge his parents. Yes, they were frighteningly strong. Qin Yu nodded, a flash of reminiscence in his eyes. Running dungeons with top-tier powerhouses might give you little presence, but it was safe, and he had gained plenty of experience that way. Jiang Ye took a deep breath and asked again, can you reveal more information about that dungeon? Beside them, Hill and Gabriel exchanged glances, both their pretty faces full of surprise. This was the first time they had seen such cold seriousness on Jiang Ye's face. Qin Yu could only smile bitterly again. I really don't know. Thinking of the demonic enemies in the dungeon, he sighed softly. Sometimes ignorance was a blessing. Jiang Ye's lips curved slightly. Not truly discouraged, his current strength was insufficient, but when he became powerful enough, he would turn that dungeon upside down. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu added, I heard that a powerful, vengeful spirit leaked out from that catastrophe dungeon, suspected to be a nine-tailed fox demon. Her last known location was in the neighboring Linhai City. Even Qin Yu's voice grew heavier when mentioning nine-tailed fox demon. Linhai City hasn't been peaceful lately. Quite a few people have died, all connected to her. If I get any follow-up intelligence, I'll notify you immediately. Thank you. Jiang Ye nodded solemnly. Already making plans, she would go to Linhai City to investigate after the college entrance exam. 3 months, 100 days, she would level up rapidly and strive to qualify for speedrunning the catastrophe dungeon. With Qin Yu's help then, his chances would be even better. This middle-aged man with a slightly receding hairline might not be a top-tier professional, but when he stomped his feet in Jiangqing's adventurer guild, the ground would shake. No need for thanks between us. Qin Yu grinned without any airs of a guild president, personally handing over a cup of tea. Leaves refined from a century-old tea tree spirit. Try it. The tea's aroma wafted up. Jiang Ye took a light sip and nodded slightly. The bitterness faded, leaving a clear sweetness. Indeed good tea, though still not as good as Liu Ruyan's green tea. Qin Yu set down his teacup and studied Jiang Ye with apparent meaning. You're a senior at Jiangqing No. 1 High School, right? Jiang Ye's heart stirred. What about it? He guessed the other party might have noticed his talent and was preparing to help him get into university through recommendation. Qin Yu rubbed his hands together, showing a somewhat embarrassed smile. To be honest, my daughter is also at No. 1 High School. She just changed classes and has a support profession. If you have time, could you help her out? A powerhouse's time was more precious than gold, and countless people were fighting to team up with a damage dealer who could solo nightmare dungeons. Yet Qin Yu still bit the bullet, and Isketa only hoped his daughter could go further, even further than he, the president of Jiangqing Adventurer Guild, could go. Jiang Ye suddenly had an ominous premonition and put down his teacup to ask, what's her name? Qin Xiang. Qin as in the Qin dynasty, Xiang as in perfume. Qin Yu said, actually breaking into a nervous sweat, as if he were pulling strings for his disappointing daughter. Qin Xiang. Jiang Ye repeated the name in a strange tone. He was too familiar with this name. Jiangqing No. 1 High School's campus belle, his adopted sister's best friend, level support profession, perfumer, Qin Xiang. Countless wealthy young masters and talented youths at school begged to team up with her, but she never gave them a second glance. Instead, she had unexpectedly hit it off with his sister. But now the goddess that others sought but couldn't obtain was being marketed by the goddess's own father. The pristine floor-to-ceiling windows reflected Jiang Ye's peculiar smile. At their first meeting, this high-ranking president sitting across from him was practically desperate to drag his campus belle daughter over, begging him to carry her through dungeons. Did he really think of him as some kind of lifeline? What if ghost flames appeared downstairs later, and his daughter ended up dead for nothing? Silver Dragon Princess Hill and Fallen Angel Gabriel exchanged a glance, dangerous aura filling the air. Master only needs me, Hill. He doesn't need any teammates. Hill perked up her pointed dragon ears, her silver-white horns rotating like radar as she pressed her cherry lips together, jealously scanning for any potential vixens that might appear. Compared to humans, he probably prefers the succubus type, doesn't he? Gabriel glanced down at her ample curves that couldn't be concealed. Even buying clothes was a hassle with this troublesome figure. Both attendants shared an unspoken understanding. They would never hand their master over to anyone else. Your daughter is a rank professional. She shouldn't lack teammates, right? Jiang Ye set down his teacup, savoring the fresh aroma of green tea, his tone amused. Qin Xiang, the acknowledged campus goddess of Jiangxing No. 1 High School, came from a prestigious family, yet had none of the typical young lady's temperament. She was more like a caring, mature girl next door. The gentle curves at her chest could heal hearts, and combined with her rare rank support class perfumer and explosive popularity, she shouldn't worry about finding teammates. Sigh. Qin Yu let out a soft sigh, taking a sip of green tea that tasted only bitter. To be honest, my daughter is only level 10. If she doesn't push harder now, she might not even get into a top-tier professional university. The father's face showed a helpless, bitter smile. Support classes required high experience in the early stages and were extremely team-dependent, which slowed down Qin Xiang's leveling. Meanwhile, talented peers of her age had already reached level 15. I'm only level 10 too. Jiang Ye shrugged, sighing as well. After all that effort, I've only managed to reach this level. It's painfully slow indeed. But you defeated a level 20 royal guard, while being level 10 you like a dungeon boss yourself. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd still find it hard to believe. Qin Yu still felt shaken, silently marveling at such monstrous strength. Jiang Ye shook his head. But my reputation at number 1 high is complicated. Your daughter probably wouldn't want to team up with me. His predecessor's simp behavior had left him with a terrible reputation and not a single friend. She wouldn't dare refuse. Qin Yu snorted coldly, pulling out a pack of 7 Wolves cigarettes before putting it back, feeling his intimidating presence was sufficient. Not grabbing onto such a thick thigh? Then don't blame this old man for using an iron fist. Jiang Ye picked up his teacup and took another sip. I have no objections, but the key question is, can your daughter handle it? If it's hard difficulty dungeons, no problem. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and agreed. He knew that hard level claimed quite a few newcomers' lives each year, but he was still willing to bet everything. Sorry, I only run nightmare difficulty. Jiang Ye set down his cup and stood up, straightening his clothes. To speed up his leveling, he had no time to waste on hard difficulty. He glanced at Qin Yu, his tone calm, but unquestionable. If you're not afraid of your daughter getting hurt, then have her come find me. With those words, he raised his hand in farewell and walked away. Hill and Gabriel, like obedient little maids, one in black and one in white, followed closely behind him. She would occasionally lift her bashful face, stealing a glance at him before shyly turning away with a flutter in her heart, biting her cherry-colored lips as her eyes sparkled with joyful excitement. He truly was their master. Even the powerful guild president had to come personally to seek his favor. To display such strength on his very first dungeon run. If given time to grow, perhaps even they themselves wouldn't be able to withstand that overwhelming power. Qin Yu sat motionless in his swivel chair, watching Jiang Ye leave without remembering to offer any parting words or see him out. Only after Jiang Ye's figure had completely disappeared did he snap out of his lingering fear. So be it, children must forge their own paths. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Nightmare-level dungeons were too dangerous, couldn't bear to let his daughter take such risks, and there were other ways to level up. Second-class advancement. He picked up the file about Jiang Ye from his desk, reading it repeatedly before solemnly filing it away. Jiang City is about to witness the birth of a monster. With that, he slumped back into his chair, taking a sip of his now lukewarm tea as his weary face seemed to age several more years. By the time they left the Adventurers Guild, evening was approaching. The early summer breeze swept through the street corners, lifting the hems of young women's skirts. Due to the demonic invasion and the corruption of abyssal energy, all dungeon portals in the outskirts were temporarily closed for maintenance and inspectation process that would take several days at least. Jiang Ye wasn't in a rush to level up, so he decided to take the 2 girls shopping for supplies in case of emergencies during their next dungeon run. Jia Bailey, you don't seem to have any casual clothes, do you? He looked at the succubus dressed in white priest robes with small horns on her head. No, I don't. Panic flashed in her cherry-colored eyes. This sudden show of concern made the affection-starved girl's heart race. Master, she can wear Sierra's clothes. The silver dragon girl beside them frowned and bit her lip, speaking with obvious jealousy. How dare that foolish sheep think she deserved clothes specially bought by their master? I can wear Sister Sierra's clothes. No need for master to spend money. Jia Bailey turned her head with a gentle smile, waving her hand dismissively. She could wear the milk dragon's clothes during the day, but at night, when the succubus was resting in her master's embrace. Would she even need clothes? Jiang Ye shook his head with amusement. The problem is, you can't fit into Sienna's clothes. The fallen angel's figure was completely different from the silver dragon girl's, like comparing a D battery to an AA battery. Each had their own appeal, but they certainly weren't interchangeable. Huh? Sierra looked down to examine the foolish sheep beside her. From that drooping neckline, soft whiteness seemed ready to spill out even with all her effort. She could never achieve such proportions. Complete defeat. Jia Bailey crossed her arms and gestured for a while before shrugging helplessly. It seems, I really can't fit into them. Her trembling curves caught Jiang Ye's attention. Come on, I need to buy some things too. Let's browse together. He took both their soft hands and stepped into the evening marketplace. Was this a date? The silver dragon girl stole glances at him and tentatively intertwined their fingers, her pretty face flushing red. If only that annoying sheep wasn't there. The first outfit gifted by Master could become a family heirloom. Jia Bailey was led along like an obedient puppy, already planning in her heart. She would definitely pick out several made outfits to wear in rotation every day. Jiang Ye then took them to the Spirit Realm Specialty Street. The girls were full of enthusiasm, and while he found the scenery pleasing to the eye, it was genuinely exhausting. But it was worth it. After browsing for who knows how long, Jia Bailey came running back, lifting the hem of her black maid dress. She had used a matching hair clip to pin up her waterfall-like long hair, giving her both the gentle grace of a newlywed wife and the innocence of a young maiden. The red bow at her chest was stretched to its limits, and beneath the black and white maid dress, her smooth leg lines were wrapped in white over-knee socks. She wasn't wearing shoes, and her silky ankles brushed against Jiang Ye's pants with a delicate touch. The succubus rose on her tiptoes, her cherry lips gently touching Jiang Ye's cheek. With a flushed face full of shy anticipation, she looked up at him. Master, do I look good? The fitting room. A gentle touch like smoke brushed across his cheek, vanishing instantly, yet leaving behind a trace of elegant fragrance in the air. Jiang Ye found himself pinned against the narrow corner, his heartbeat suddenly spiraling out of control, the shock in his eyes lingering long after had been ambushed by his charming pet. Don't you think it looks good? On the wooden stool, Jia Bailey stood on her tiptoes, her pale arms braced against his shoulders, her delicate brows furrowed. Her cherry-colored eyes shimmered with moisture, carrying the hurt of wounded feelings that had been her first kiss, yet her master seemed unimpressed. It does look good. Jiang Ye leaned back against the wooden panel with nowhere to retreat, urging in a low voice. But Hill is still waiting outside. Don't keep her waiting too long. In the cramped space, a sense of forbidden guilt fermented in his chest. Master, you won't let her know, will you? Jia Bailey licked her lips, her pretty face flushed pink. Her dark horns pressed against her ears as her heart-shaped tail coiled around Jiang Ye's waist, swaying gently like a vine seeking support. She blinked. Can you call me Ali? She jumped down from the stool, her slender feet wrapped in white stockings spinning lightly on the wooden floor. Jiang Ye reminded her. Ali, you're an angel. Since when do angels scheme and tempt others into corruption? I'm both an angel and a succubus, she smiled mischievously. The succubus in me willingly falls into corruption, which has nothing to do with my angelic side. What angel? Never heard of her. Master, do you prefer angels or demons? Or, she leaned forward, licking her cherry lips. Do you want them all? Jiang Ye chuckled helplessly, leaning back against the partition as he countered. You're not a cream puff. Why would I need to choose between chocolate-flavored succubus or cheese-sprinkled angel? Because Jia Bailey touched his lips with her fingertip, looking up with a gentle laugh. Understanding master's preferences is a maid's required course. A maid must satisfy her master. Ali only has master left, and only master. She hugged him with all her strength, as if trying to merge him into her very being. Clean, warm, proper clothes had once been an unimaginable luxury for her. Everything was a gift from her master, so she wanted to offer everything to him in return, including her soul and her body. Jiang Ye stroked those dark horns, asking gently, do you miss home? Though he didn't know Jia Bailey's past, he couldn't forget that tragic scene from their first meeting. A fallen angel struggling helplessly in despair, purity and corruption intertwined, her bitter smile sharp as a blade. It's not home I miss, it's master. Ali shook her head, standing on her toes to plant a light kiss on his cheek, then guiltily lowered her head, clutching her skirt hem as she pleaded softly. Don't tell Sister Hill, okay? Without waiting for a response, she pushed open the wooden door and fled the fitting room with a face full of embarrassment. Jiang Ye looked at the replaced clothes in his hands and sighed helplessly. The contrast between angel and succubus was truly exhausting. Hey, silly sheep, you didn't sneak off anywhere, did you? Hill caught sight of Jia Bailey in her new clothes from afar, her brows furrowing tightly as she approached step by step. No, I didn't. Jia Bailey pressed her lips together and shook her head. Stealing a kiss from master didn't count as sneaking off. That was clearly repaying a debt of gratitude. Gratitude, understand? I should hope not. Hill shot her a glare and let out a proud little huff. She was here first, so how could she possibly lose? Lakeside Manor, a standalone villa. So this is Master's nest? In front of the mansion's entrance, Hill clung to Jiang Ye's back with her arms wrapped around his neck, excitedly waving her hands. Her thin straps had slipped down to her pale shoulders from all the movement, and her chest rose and fell slightly with excitement. Love nest. It's a love nest. Gabriel raised her crossed index fingers in an X shape, seriously correcting her. True angels build nests among the clouds. When you're with someone you love in the clouds, even the evening sky gets secretly dyed cherry blossom pink. Stupid sheep, you've already fallen, yet you still dream of being a bird? Hill leaped down from Jiang Ye's back and looked up at Gabriel, who was slightly shorter than her, coldly declaring, "There's no place for you to roost in this nest." Huh, a tiny lizard only deserves a bridge underpass. No, the sewers. Gabriel drew her void sword, battle intent blazing in her eyes. Want to duke it out? I'm ready anytime. The silver dragon princess and the fallen angel hadn't even stepped into the entryway, yet the air was already thick with tension. As fellow female abyssal beasts, their territorial instincts were instantly ignited by the luxury mansion. Whoever claimed this territory first would be closer to becoming the mistress. Both of you behave. Jiang Ye roared, grabbing each of their earlobes and forcibly dragging them inside. There are plenty of empty rooms on the second floor. Pick one yourselves. Having changed into slippers, Jiang Ye looked unusually casual in just a fitted black t-shirt. Where is Master's room? Her silver eyes scanning around, Hill deliberately pulled her straps even lower and blinked coquettishly. Was cold and wanted Master's embrace. Second floor, first room at the very back. Jiang Ye casually hung his jacket on the coat rack. Then I'll take the room next door. Gabriel padded up the stairs like a cat, muttering quietly. That way there's only a thin wall between us at night. Stupid sheep, don't sneak off. Hill gritted her teeth and chased after her, but her gaze was caught by the thin black shirt hanging on the rack. The shirt was saturated with Jiang Ye's scent. I'm tired from this afternoon. I'm going to shower first. Jiang Ye gave them a heads up and went upstairs to get his change of clothes. Damn hands, stop. Don't defile Master's clothes. Her self-control instantly crumbled as Hill grabbed the shirt anyway, burying her pretty face in it, and taking a deep breath, reluctant to let go. She was done for. She was no longer pure. The sun set in the west, and the evening breeze urged people homeward. Sister Xiang, I'm sorry. If I hadn't been greedy for that kill, the boss wouldn't have had a chance to hurt you. The blood-red sunset reflected Qin Moli's guilt-stricken face. Moli, this isn't your fault. Qin Xiang's light pink highlights fell over the straps on her pale shoulders, her voice calm. Nightmare-level dungeons are inherently dangerous. Getting hurt is normal. She shook her head, forcing a strained smile from her dry, cracked lips. But, Qin Moli tried to continue, but her friend's fingertip pressed against her lips. The girl in the blue and white dress stood in the shadow of the street corner, refusing objection like a caring older sister. Don't say another word. Rest well, see you tomorrow. Qin Xiang waved goodbye, her elegant dress disappearing into the evening light. See you tomorrow. Qin Moli forced a stiff smile, watching her friend leave before stumbling home like a walking corpse. Do I even have a home? With her parents dead from an accident and a cold war ongoing with her non-blood-related brother, the familiar entryway felt as cold as an abyss, making Qin Moli tremble all over. Brother, even if I have to use force, I'll steal you back from that bitch Liu Ruyan. At dusk, the fiery clouds on the horizon blazed with fury. The rolling crimson light filtered through the glass of the entryway like flames, threatening to reduce the girl trembling like an autumn leaf at the doorstep to ashes. Chu Moli reached out to push the door, but it felt as though the door pushed back against her. Her toes freezing on the steps, she simply didn't have the courage to go inside. The indoor lights blazed bright as daylight, the handrail within her grasp, yet heavy as 1,000 pounds. Her brother had returned. She lowered her delicate head, her black ponytail resting against her shoulder, loose strands covering her pale cheeks. Her tightly bitten lips oozed blood, and waves of resentment churned in her hollow chest. Did he go see Liu Ruyan again today? Chu Moli's thoughts turned hoarse. What's so special about that hypocritical bitch? Everything she can do, I can do too. Why won't my brother even look at me anymore? Her trembling hands fell to her sides as she slowly crouched down like an abandoned puppy, curling into a ball. Brother, you're all I have left. Her teeth cut into her lip, the metallic taste bitter in her throat. Chu Moli was the baggage her mother brought when she remarried, sharing no blood relation with Jiang Ye. When they first met, she hid under the bed out of insecurity, terrified of annoying her brother and ruining the happiness her mother had finally found. What are you doing hiding under the bed? The boy asked, crouching down. I'm scared. I'm scared you'll hate me. She lay on the floor, burying her face in her arms, her little dress trembling slightly. Moli is so cute. I could never hate you. Really, that's wonderful. She lifted her tear-stained eyes, teardrops clinging to her lashes. Why are you crying? When you're sad, just eat candy, at least your mouth won't taste bitter. The boy also lay on the floor, offering her a piece of candy. That was Chu Moli's first taste of milk candy. The sweetness exploded across her tongue, and for the first time, her world filled with happiness. From that moment on, she decided to obey her brother for life, never to annoy him or make him leave. Until Liu Ruyan appeared, until her brother fell in love. This unrealistic dream was torn to shreds. Driven by jealousy, confusion, and heartache for her brother, she had erupted into a fierce argument with him. Their Cold War continued to this day, their relationship at an all-time low. "Brother, instead of being Liu Ruyan's puppet, why not become my shadow?" she had screamed silently in her heart. "That way, you'd only be gentle with me, wouldn't you?" She looked up, her gloomy face breaking into a sickly smile. The shadow at her feet seemed to writhe slightly, like a restless girl laughing silently in madness. During the awakening ceremony, she had become an rank melee mage called Li Hui Mo Yi, controlling water elements and commanding shadows. That very shadow was an echo of her power. "I'm home." She pushed through the door, but her dark gaze suddenly froze. In the living room, a silver-haired girl clutched a thin jacket, burying her face in it like a pervert, inhaling greedily. "Did we get robbed? Or is this some kind of female pervert?" Chu Moli's eyes turned cold. That was her brother's shirt. She stood stunned for a moment. Then her expression turned deadly. Her fingertips pressed hard, her blue and white manicured nails piercing her palm as blood dripped down. "What are you doing with my brother's clothes?" The shadows covering the floor collapsed and reformed, flickering and spreading. She was furious, feeling a bitter sense of violation, her already tight chest now suffocating with discomfort. "Ah!" The silver-haired girl Hill froze like she'd been thrown into an ice pit, standing rigid at the closet doorway, so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the floor. She was caught. In a panic, she crumpled her master Jiang Ye's shirt into a ball and secretly tucked it behind her back, forcing a polite maid smile. I'm the master's maid, checking the clothes for stains so they can be washed." Her voice stammered, even her tone trembling. The girl Chu Moli standing in the doorway had a dark expression, her cold aura almost crystallizing into frost. What exactly was the background of this silver dragon princess claiming to be a maid? Seeing Moli's blade-like gaze, Hill's mind went into chaos. The master's sister, which makes her my sister-in-law. This is terrible. She's going to hate me, isn't she? If the master finds out I went through his closet without permission, the more Hill thought about it, the more regretful she became, her pretty face burning bright red. "Master? Maid? Silver dragon." Chu Moli clenched her fingertips, her throat feeling like it was stuffed with sandpaper. She lowered her head and bit her lip, shoulders trembling slightly. Is brother seeking from other women the happiness he can't get from Liu Ruyan? Or is this an abyssal beast he bought as a gift for Liu Ruyan? The more she thought about it, the colder her chest became. Grievance and anger suddenly broke through her defenses, and she nearly lost control. "Jiang Ye, get out here." She didn't bother changing shoes, rushing toward the bathroom in her slippers, passing the still-dazed silver dragon princess. As far as she was concerned, ordering takeout at home would have to wait until at least 10 years after her death. The bathroom door opened, steam rising. Jiang Ye had just finished showering and changed into clean shorts and a t-shirt. As he pushed open the door, he met his sister's icy black eyes. "Moli, what are you going crazy about now?" Chu Moli bristled like an angry cat, pointing toward the hallway. "You brought someone home and you still have the nerve to call me crazy? Who is that white-haired woman?" She laughed coldly, tears welling up in her eyes. "You mean Hill? She's my partner, a contracted abyssal beast." Jiang Ye's gaze fell on the silver dragon princess cowering guiltily in the corner as he patiently explained. In his memory, his sister hated having strangers in their home, so her wariness about Hill's sudden appearance was normal. "You're not even a professional, yet you're contracting abyssal beasts? Isn't she a gift for Liu Ruyan?" Chu Moli gritted her teeth, spitting out the word gift, as if coughing up blood, wishing she could cut open her brother's heart to see just how obsessed he was with that woman. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Who says I'm not a professional?" The cards were on the table now, no more pretending. His SS-level professional identity couldn't be hidden forever. "Wake up. You failed your class change, and you're still dreaming of a second awakening? How could such a miracle possibly happen?" Chu Moli scolded sternly, trying to snap her deluded brother back to reality. Wouldn't it be better to just live as an ordinary person after failing the class change? The probability of a second awakening was even lower than the terrifyingly slim chance that brother likes her. "Didn't I tell you, getting angry all the time is bad for your heart?" Jiang Ye raised his hand to rest it on her head. "Don't touch me." Chu Moli jerked backward, shadows on the ground surging like black tentacles striking toward Jiang Yesha was a level 15 class battle mage. Even nightmare dungeon bosses had trouble blocking her shadow sneak attacks. However, the shadow had barely lunged forward when Jiang Ye easily dodged it, his palm settling steadily on his sister's forehead, his fingertips brushing away the fine sweat, cool and faintly fragrant. He dodged it. Chu Moli froze, the shadows crumbling and reforming on the floor tiles like a diseased heart beating wildly. Not only had her brother avoided the sneak attack, he'd calmly delivered a head pat. Could he really have awakened? Brother. She looked up at Jiang Ye, tears spinning in her eyes, her heart pounding. You really awakened? Jiang Ye nodded and gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes with his raised hand. The Cold War between them had lasted for ages, and today was the first time those cherry-like lips had uttered such tender words. Chu Moli usually wore either an indifferent expression or one full of disdain. After their parents' death, she had become even more silent and cold, their relationship plummeting to freezing point, seeming ready to collapse at any moment. This is wonderful, she murmured in a daze, her reddened eyes instantly flooding with tears. When did you change classes? Are you feeling all right? She threw herself into Jiang Ye's arms, her delicate chin pressing against his chest as she looked up at him, her voice filled with concern. The long-lost warmth surged through her chest, making the young woman's heart flutter uncontrollably. Today, after cutting ties with Liu Ruyan, I had my second awakening. The girl in his arms trembled slightly like a frightened fawn. Second awakening? What did you just say? Chu Moli jerked her head up, tears swirling in her eyes. She feared this was just her imagination, feared even more that her hopes would be shattered again. You really cut ties with that wicked woman Liu Ruyan. I've severed my relationship with Liu Ruyan. These past days must have been hard on you. Jiang Ye tightened his arms around her, his tone serious and resolute. Hard? You have no idea how much my heart has ached. Chu Moli could no longer hold back her grievances. She buried her face in his chest, tears sliding down her neck. Her childhood sweetheart had finally parted ways with that evil woman. She had waited far too long for this day. I'm sorry. Jiang Ye stroked her back tenderly, clearly feeling the rapid heartbeat in his arms. I'm the one who should apologize. Chu Moli lifted her head, her blue and white manicured nails gently touching the corner of his mouth. During their Cold War, she had hidden behind indifference, put on expressions of disgust, and spoken the most cutting words. That version of herself wasn't lovable at all. She might even have become detestable. At this thought, her heart trembled. Even if it cost her life, she wanted to mend their broken relationship. Tears mixed with traces of blood swirled in her eyes, her bitten lips showing a faint crimson. Her expression was extraordinarily earnest. Mom and Dad are gone. I only have you now. Brother, let's make up. After speaking, her slender shoulders trembled slightly. Jiang Ye touched her silky hair and nodded gently. We were never apart, were we? Their deceased parents, their broken family, the shattered girl scene after scene flashed through his mind, breaking his heart. Never apart, never, ever apart. Chu Moli wrapped her arms around his neck, curling her entire body into his embrace. She closed her eyes, tears still flowing freely, but they were no longer bitter. Instead, they carried a hint of sweetness like the milk candy he had once given her, the sweetness spreading from her tongue to her heart. You're still as clingy as before. Jiang Ye laughed helplessly. Having just bathed, he was now completely infused with the girl's faint fragrance. I only cling to you. Chu Moli felt no shame. Her childhood sweetheart had finally come to his senses, and she couldn't bear to let go of this rediscovered embrace. After some cuddling, she was impatiently shooed away by Jiang Ye. What's so fascinating about little steamed buns anyway? After a moment, the living room fell quiet, as Jiang Ye finally cut ties with that wicked woman for good. Chu Moli rubbed her still dizzy cheeks, wondering if she was dreaming. Well, since you're a professional now, I suppose I could graciously take you dungeon crawling, she said, looking up at Jiang Ye with a smile slowly spreading across her face. She puffed out her small chest proudly, smugness practically radiating from her eyebrows. In less than a week, she had grinded herself all the way to level 15. Solo clearing hard mode dungeons was a breeze, and teaming up with her best friend Qin Xiang, they could even conquer nightmare difficulty. With such achievements under her belt, power leveling her childhood friend would be child's play for Chu Moli. She could already picture the admiring look in Jiang Ye's eyes, and the thought made her lips curl upward uncontrollably. But Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you want to power level me? His tone barely contained his amusement. On the other end of the sofa, Hill covered her mouth, her cheeks flushing red from holding back laughter. Despite her training in humor control, the scene before her nearly broke her composure. Jabali took a deep breath and puffed out her round cheeks, looking exactly like Kirby. If she laughed out loud, she'd be disrespectful in front of her master. What's so funny? Chu Moli glared at them, delivering a sharp elbow to Jiang Ye's side. I'm already level 15, you know. She lifted her chin afterward, like a puppy waiting for praise from its owner, her smugness making her look particularly adorable. How impressive. Hill gave a token clap, her eyes curving into crescents, her tone as soft as if she were coaxing a child. You might be qualified to catch up to Master's pace, but you still need more practice. Jabali mumbled around a banana. Though both wore polite smiles, they were clearly being patronizing and weren't impressed at all. Not bad. Jiang Ye held his side with one hand and gave a thumbs up with the other. Reaching level 15 in just a few days showed his sister had great emperor-level potential. Her future achievements would definitely match his own. What's with those expressions? Why are you all being so dismissive? What level are you now? Chu Moli pouted, refusing to let it go. Not as high as yours, only level 10. Jiang Ye said with casual amusement. He thought to himself that if not for this afternoon's incident, he might have already caught up to his childhood friend's pace. How much? Level 10. Chu Moli froze in place, her brow furrowing deeply. You just changed classes, how are you already level 10? She stared at Jiang Ye suspiciously, wondering if he was pulling her leg. By all logic, even if she were chained to a dungeon grinding monsters nonstop, she couldn't reach level 10 in half a day. If she, a mighty Shrank battle mage, couldn't do it, how could a newly classed novice break convention? If you don't believe me, how about we spar? Jiang Ye smiled, curious to see his childhood friend's true strength. A girl who nearly broke the Bright Moon Sword Immortals record couldn't possibly be simple. Fine, I accept your challenge. Chu Moli immediately stood up, placing her small hand on Jiang Ye's shoulder as she looked down at him. Her eyes flashed as she added another condition. But there has to be stakes. Her fox-like eyes quickly swept over him, and her pretty face couldn't help but flush pink. If you lose, you'll sleep with me tonight. In Chu Moli's view, sleeping was an art form with two modes, single-player and multiplayer, each with its own unique gameplay. Single-player mode was for daily routines, while multiplayer required teamwork. Since she had won the bet, she naturally wanted some privileges, which seemed perfectly reasonable to her. No, absolutely not. Hill shook her head vigorously, her waterfall of silver hair dancing wildly as her dragon tail swished back and forth beneath her skirt. Whenever sleeping came up, everyone thought the Silver Dragon Princess was the most suitable candidate, given that silver dragons were naturally inclined to sleep. I object too, Jabali mumbled through a mouthful of chips, her words muffled. If even the bed-warming duties were taken away, she'd be out of a job as the personal maid. Objections overruled. Chu Moli slammed her hand on the coffee table, making the amber glass vibrate. If you don't dare accept the bet, you must be scared, right? She tilted her head up, her black ponytail swaying lightly on her shoulder, revealing her small fangs like a little devil using reverse psychology. Fine, but I won't lose. Jiang Ye accepted with a light chuckle, feeling confident with the Silver Dragon Princess and fallen angel by his side. Master, don't bully Moli. Maybe we should forget about this bet. Hill lay against the sofa's edge, her silver-white forehead nuzzling against Jiang Ye's waist, her delicate black-and-white feet gently kicking the air while her tail swayed coquettishly. She worried about her childhood friend losing badly on her first try, though it wasn't because she wanted to monopolize sleeping time with her master. Master, can I go easy on her? Jabali grabbed a handful of chips, stuffing them in her mouth until her cheeks bulged like a hamster's. Angels naturally disliked bullying the weak, while succubi preferred picking on the small. If she could hold back, she could avoid this contradiction. Jiang Ye patted both heads, his left hand on the Silver Dragon Princess and his right on the fallen angel, reminding them seriously, stay alert. My sister is quite strong, don't underestimate her. In the newbie dungeon Goblin Dark Cave, her solo clear time nearly broke the record set by Bright Moon Sword Immortal Pei Qingxu. She's not to be taken lightly. Hill won't hold back then. Sorry, Moli. The Silver Dragon Princess, enjoying the head pats, wagged her tail even more enthusiastically like a contented puppy. I guarantee to complete Master's mission. Jabali was more than happy to comply, only hoping her childhood friend wouldn't cry too long after losing. You're all way too arrogant. Looking at the two abyssal creatures beside her childhood friend, Chu Moli gritted her teeth in frustration. As expected, big chests meant empty heads. Hanging around with these two insects would surely ruin him. She had to wake him up. Childhood sweethearts were the best. Everything else was heresy. I'm already level 15, and I won't hold back during the match. If you lose, don't you dare go back on your word. She snorted softly, pointing her delicate finger at Jiang Ye, her pretty face full of seriousness. She could already imagine his embarrassment when he lost. But for victory, this small sacrifice was nothing to make it up to him tonight. Whoever goes back on their word is a puppy. Jiang Ye always kept his promises and wouldn't really bully his childhood friend. However, if you lose, there will be consequences. He stood up, looking down at that resentful little face, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Fine. At worst, I'll just watch the sunrise with you. Chu Moli lowered her head, her pretty face flushed red as she whispered softly. Although she was certain she couldn't lose, she still had to set the stakes. How could she catch her childhood friend without proper bait? True master hunters always enter the game themselves, pretending to be prey. She chuckled softly. Heh, little Yi. You can't escape. Jiang Ye flicked her snow-white forehead with his knuckle, slightly displeased. Moli, aren't you being too greedy? Win or lose. It seems like I'm the one getting the short end of the stick. Then what do you want? Chu Moli rubbed her reddened forehead, pouting with a soft huff. If you lose, cooking duties will be yours from now on. I really miss your cooking. Aside from two assets being somewhat lacking, you're practically the perfect girl, and your cooking is absolutely divine. No problem. Afraid he might change his mind, Chu Moli grabbed his hand and dragged him toward the courtyard. Night fell, and the small courtyard's pond lay deep in shadows. The two released their hands, stepped back several paces, and turned to face each other. In the night breeze, Jiang Ye's figure nearly melted into the darkness. Silver Dragon Princess and Fallen Angel stood silently behind him, ready for battle. With water nearby and shadows all around, this was Chu Moli's domain. What can a level 10 childhood friend possibly win with? She smirked. After changing her class to the Shrank Melee Mage, Li Hui Mo Yi, she commanded water and shadow. With abundant water elements flowing within her, the water spear she conjured could pierce through nightmare bosses, and her mysterious shadows served both offense and defense. Night, water, shadow, all were her weapons. Tonight, she was the Queen of Darkness. Big Brother is a charm master, and abyssal beasts are also combat power. Bring it on, she taunted with a wave. The scales of victory tilted in her favor. Her brother was destined to fall into her grasp tonight. Looks like I'm being underestimated. Jiang Ye sighed softly. Hill Ali attack. Silver Dragon Princess and Fallen Angel shot forward like swift shadows. Silver Dragon Princess struck like silver lightning with her spinning spear. Sister Moli, forgive me. Chu Moli seemed frozen in shock, completely motionless. The spear pierced through her graceful figure, which dissolved into water mist. Water clone. Silver Dragon Princess frowned as the mist dampened her dress. Where is she? Fallen Angel moved through the darkness like a fish in water, catching sight of Chu Moli retreating toward the pond. She drew her blade of judgment, slashing down with a black crescent that once again exploded the figure into water mist. You fell for it. The real Chu Moli had already slipped into the shadows, gliding along the ground like a phantom serpent, using her clones to distract the familiars while her true body waited to strike. The diversion was successful. Little Yi, you've lost. Honor the bet. The shadow serpent rose with menacing fangs bared. But Jiang Ye stood there motionless. Charm Masters were fragile, with virtually zero combat output from their main body. Getting close meant victory. She could already see her triumph. Jiang Ye smiled slightly, raising his right hand with a dark glow, grasping the black serpent by its vital point and slamming it to the ground. Ugh! Chu Moli cried out in pain, her bottom aching from the impact. You lost. Jiang Ye approached and flicked her forehead again. I lost. She bit her lip, tears welling up. I honor the bet and have nothing to say. Lying on her side eased the pain as she looked up at him, moonlight casting across her pretty face, shy and red as frost for the first time. She felt her childhood friend was so unfamiliar, and the shock in her heart lingered endlessly. Under the moonlight, the girl's blushing face spoke louder than 1,000 words. Who said anything about being a maid? I'm just putting you in charge of the kitchen from now on. Jiang Ye gently ruffled his sister's silky black hair while shaking his head, his voice calm and detached. He never lacked servants, but what he truly needed was a skilled cook who understood his tastes, and this girl fit the bill perfectly. A quick test of skills, and Jiang Ye claimed victory effortlessly in just one round. Chu Moli's tactics weren't producing water clones to distract while her real body slipped into the shadows for a sneak attack, but unfortunately, she was up against him. His materialized ghost hand could grab any target and deal true damage, and with his overwhelming stats, a moment of focus was all he needed for an easy cross-level kill. Nearly 10,000 points of true damage in one punch. Could a mere level 15 glass cannon possibly withstand that? Then I'll cook for you for the rest of my life, brother. After being defeated, Chu Moli looked up, her pale yet delicate face disappearing into the moon's shadows. She spoke this weighty vow as her chest rose and fell in shallow breaths, creating tiny ripples. Her soft bottom still ached faintly, and the humiliation and shame forced her to maintain the loser's kneeling position, awkward yet obedient. Brother, my butt hurts. Woo-woo. You're such a brute. You don't know how to be gentle with girls at all. She stood up with a limp, her shy cheeks flushed with dark red and resentment. That's what you get for being overconfident. Jiang Ye's tone remained flat, yet each word hit where it hurt. Enchanters, mages, archers, healers. These seemingly fragile classes always keep trump cards for comebacks. You must remember today's lesson. When targeting the backline in the future, never let your guard down. Understand? He pinched the girl's face, soft as cold mochi, as a warning. Losing to me only means a sore bottom, but dungeon bosses won't show mercy. Then you'd have to start over completely. I know. Chu Moli nodded weakly in agreement. Next time she encountered similar glass cannons, she'd definitely take out all this humiliation on them. If she couldn't beat her monster of a brother, surely she could handle those small fries. Brother, how did you do that just now? My shadow form is like a ghost. Instant etherealization should make me immune to all physical attacks, but you grabbed me like picking up a little puppy and materialized me instantly. She pouted while reviewing the fight, still completely puzzled, rubbing her swollen bottom with tears in her eyes as she looked up at him with admiration. Simple. Jiang Ye poked her snow-white forehead. Your shadow form isn't invincible the moment you attack, is your weakness. In martial arts, only speed is unbreakable, and your agility is far below mine. To me, your assassination attempt looked like slow motion, full of openings. If not you, then who should lose? But I'm already level 15, 5 levels ahead of you, and I still got killed by someone lower level. Brother, you're such a monster. The brother before her was monstrously strong, even Chu Moli's full effort couldn't shake him, and his existence nearly shattered her pride. You're the monster here. Jiang Ye tapped her forehead lightly and snorted. Fine, I'm a monster then. Chu Moli felt no shame, but rather pride. Though the dark little thoughts hidden in her heart grew deeper, yet she still didn't dare let her brother notice. Brother, will you carry me back? Her soft, pale hands wrapped around Jiang Ye's arm as she bit her lip, her teary eyes blinking gently, pleading with a wronged expression. Since they had lost the bet, and their evening plans for two had fallen through, surely it wasn't too much to collect a little interest now? But just as she finished speaking, while Jiang Ye was still considering, the Silver Dragon Princess interrupted. Let me help you, Sister Emoli. Hill narrowed her eyes and smoothly hoisted her up without betraying any emotion. If not for her master's orders, she would have already eliminated this persistent rival and reasserted her authority as the rightful queen. Your bottom hurts? Then it definitely must hurt. Jia Bailey chimed in with concern, her mouth stuffed full of snacks, mumbling unclearly. How envious she wished her bottom could hurt too. Then, I'll trouble you, Sister Hill. Chu Emoli squinted her eyes, gritting her teeth and forcing a smile as she agreed. At this point, outmatched as she was, she could only obediently accept her fate. If you don't want to be better than, you'd better rest well when you get back. Jiang Ye patted the girl's head, his tone teasing yet caring. Chu Emoli nodded and, supported by Hill, limped away unsteadily. Under the moonlight, she suddenly turned back to look at Jiang Ye, urgently reminding him. Oh right, tomorrow is the 100 Days Pledge ceremony. The school is organizing an experience-boosted dungeon run. Don't be late. Every year during the 100 Days Pledge, Jiangxing No. 1 High School organized dungeon runs for students with up to 50 experience bonuses. This was both the school's foundation and a privilege for its practitioners. Oh, I almost forgot. I was planning to go to the Adventurers Guild tomorrow to continue leveling. Only after his sister's reminder did he hastily remember. Stupid brother, if you oversleep tomorrow, don't blame me for being harsh. Chu Emoli huffed indignantly. Her face flushed as Hill helped her limp away. The 100 Days Pledge is already here. The top-tier students have already reached level 15 or higher. I need to hurry up. Perfectamoro's dungeon has experience bonuses. It won't be long before I catch up and surpass them. Besides, the Adventurers Guild dungeons need maintenance time too. I'll rest well tonight and level hard tomorrow. With his mind made up, Jiang Ye didn't delay. Taking the gluttonous fallen angel with him, he went back to rest early. Time to recharge. A ray of sunlight streamed through the window. Master, time to wake up. Hill emerged from under the thin blanket, stretching and yawning. Her silver chest binding was refreshingly cool, and her half-dragon form was extraordinarily charming. Last night had exhausted her. Not only did she have to pretend to cooperate with the sister-in-law, but she also had to guard against the gluttonous fallen angel's night raids. She spent the first half of the night on edge, determined to keep watch for her master despite her dark circles. Then, she couldn't resist climbing into bed, hugging her master for just a moment, and when she opened her eyes, it was already the next day. Good morning. Jia Bailey crawled out from the foot of the bed, rubbing her drowsy cherry-colored eyes and yawning tiredly, causing certain parts to jiggle dramatically. Stupid sheep. Why are you here? Hill was dumbfounded. She clearly remembered that glutton going to bed early last night. So why had she respawned in the covers this morning? Foolish lizard, if you can guard and steal, why can't I pull a fast one? Jia Bailey snorted disdainfully, stretching lazily on her own. Succubi get cold easily, so respawning under the covers made perfect sense, didn't it? Want to fight? Hill's eyes gleamed with silver light as she smiled coldly. My pleasure. Jia Bailey huffed, choosing to accept the challenge. The morning battlefield commenced with hair-pulling and braid-tugging tactics. Jiang Ye stood at the doorway, covering his face, unable to watch. When would his familiars ever settle down? Moments later, his sister had already prepared a lavish breakfast made with love. Wearing an apron, she looked like a newlywed wife, incomparably virtuous. Brother, would you like fried eggs first or fried rice? Or perhaps, my milk first? Chu Emoli held a carton of milk, sidling up to Jiang Ye with a self-promoting air. The boxed milk rested against her chest, gently swaying with a creamy white label attached. The soft white straps slipped quietly from her shoulders, revealing glimpses of her modest curves. Chu Moli, who had been defeated and captured yesterday, honored her vow by putting on a light brown teddy bear apron she would cook for her brother for the rest of her life. Please give me a glass of milk. Jiang Ye handed over his cup, yawning. During the night, thanks to the Silver Dragon Princess and the Fallen Angel, he had been awakened by heat several times. He'll always love to hold his hand while sleeping, sticking out her pink little tongue like a puppy drinking milk, while Ja Bailey would stretch out her tender jade feet, occasionally kicking his stomach with a muffled giggle. Didn't brother rest well yesterday? Chu Moli poured milk for him, a trace of sickly suspicion crossing her pale, delicate face. I just hate getting up early. Jiang Ye shook his head, taking a sip of pure milk with his breakfast. The early bird catches the worm. Chu Moli supported herself on the table with her jade hands, leaning forward to stare at him, her gaze sliding down to his waist as she whispered like a seductive fox. Worms must taste quite bitter, right? Hill, who arrived late, sat beside him, nibbling bread, her pretty face uncontrollably flushing red. If worms eat fruit, they should be quite sweet, right? Ja Bailey picked up the milk Jiang Ye had drunk from, sipping lightly along the rim. What if the worm likes pineapple? I don't dislike bitter flavors. Chu Moli swayed half a glass of milk across from them, turning her head away as she hummed softly, her cherry lips sipping the milk, the faint taste spreading in her mouth. It doesn't taste good, but I can't say I dislike it. Cheers. Ja Bailey raised her glass and downed it in one go. Hey, that's my milk. Jiang Ye was about to cleanse his palate when he discovered his glass had been completely drained by this troublesome fallen angel. It's not Master's anymore. Ja Bailey crossed her legs, her long snow-white legs visible beneath her swaying skirt, her pale jade feet gently massaging Jiang Ye's feet under the table. She drank pure milk. Evil big sheep. Put down Master's cup and let me do it. Hill gritted her teeth, feeling even her toast tasted sour. Like a bristling kitten, she was fired up over a glass of milk. Let's duel, greedy thunder succubus. No way. Ja Bailey stuck out her pink tongue, licking the glass clean without leaving a single drop. Jiang Ye rubbed his head, sighing at his exceptional talent. Really, making a fuss so early in the morning. It seemed his peaceful daily life would now be quite explosive. Brother's companions seemed very energetic. Chu Moli wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue, appreciating his troubled expression with a light laugh. Unfortunately, the little bear on her apron remained perfectly flat despite being a 3D pattern. She wore it as if it were 2D, completely lacking any dimension. Hopeless, looking at the two girls pulling their hair and tugging at their collars, Jiang Ye smiled bitterly and shook his head. Breakfast ended hastily in this harmonious atmosphere. Hill and Ja Bailey looked reluctant, but were still taken into Jiang Ye's charm pet space. Afterward, he was led by the hand by his sister toward Jiang City No. 1 High School. The sky was clear and bright, with summer heat in full swing. At Jiang City No. 1 High School's playground, orderly formations stretched out like a dark mass, with refreshing snow-white graceful figures giving meaning to summer's existence. Jiang Ye didn't hate summer itself, he hated how the rising heat made the cool relief before his eyes reach its limit, stopping just at the black stockings that extended past her knees beneath her skirt. What are you staring at, you pervert? Song Shiyu frowned, shooting him a disgusted glare. Her lips turned pale from pressing them together, her voice kept extremely low. She was born with this frosty temperament. Despite having a mature woman's figure, her terrible personality meant that at No. 1 High School, Jiang Ye was the only person she could really talk to if their constant bickering counted as conversation. You should lose some weight. Your stockings are leaving marks. Jiang Ye yawned lazily, making his casual complaint. This deskmate beside him was one of the few friends he could actually talk to more accurately, his partner in mutual insults. No way. Song Shiyu bit her lip, her pretty face instantly turning pale. She looked down and tugged at her dark pleated skirt, checking left and right, feeling like the stockings around her calves were tighter than yesterday. Really? You've gotten rounder everywhere. Jiang Ye glanced over, his gaze stopping at the light pink bow at her collar. Really was just looking at the bow. Whether I'm fat or not is none of your business, why should I worry? Song Shiyu's ears turned red as she clenched her fists, glaring at him indignantly. It's not like she was his girlfriend anyway. Body image anxiety would only make her miserable. She suddenly moved behind Jiang Ye, locking her arms around his neck and asking quietly, by the way, didn't your class change fail? Are you here today to accompany your sister, or to entertain Liu Ruyan? She carried a faint, pleasant fragrance, her white shirt pressing the bow out of shape, two buttons hanging precariously. I had a second awakening. And stop mentioning Liu Ruyan, I am completely done with her. The softness pressing against his shoulder blades made Jiang Ye frown. Second awakening? Cutting ties. Song Shiyu's icy face was filled with shock, her mouth hanging open wide enough to fit a banana. She reached out to feel Jiang Ye's forehead, confirming he didn't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Just days ago, his dejection from the failed class change and his obsession with Liu Ruyan were still fresh in memory. Yet suddenly everything had changed? Believe it or not, up to you. Jiang Ye couldn't be bothered to explain. With Song Shiyu, who had awakened as a fire-type summoner, pressed against him, plus the summer heat, he felt like he was about to be steamed. You lucky bastard. Song Shiyu's elbow lightly bumped his side. Since becoming an Shrank Flame Summoner, her coldness had thawed somewhat but only toward Jiang Ye. I always said Liu Ruyan was bad news. Breaking up early means freedom early. Come on, let's celebrate your return to single life. Just call me mommy, and I'll take you dungeon crawling later. I'm a level 12 rank infernal flame god. If you don't want to get destroyed in dungeons, you know what to do, right? Her icy face showed hints of warmth as a smile played at the corners of her mouth. Call me daddy, and I can take you too. Jiang Ye returned fire, smiling back strangely. You? Don't make me laugh. An ill-timed sneer suddenly interrupted. Liu Ruyan's younger brother, the Shrank magic swordsman Liu Zixiao, crossed his arms and lifted his chin with disdainful mockery. You're just a coward hiding behind the abyssal beast, spouting big words without fear of making a fool of yourself. Liu Zixiao lifted his chin and shook his snow-white robe, the dark gold patterns on his sleeves glinting coldly under the lights like an unsheathed sword. Jiang Ye stood in the teaching building corridor with his arms crossed, sizing up Liu's pretentious ancient costume. He cursed inwardly. Whether he's a swordsman or not is debatable, but that mouth of his is truly despicable. Even a shite-eating mad dog couldn't bark as enthusiastically as him. Liu Zixiao, can't find any presents in your crotch, so you're looking for it from your mother here? Song Shiyu stepped in front of Jiang Ye, her brows tightly furrowed, her voice as cold as ice shards. She simply cursed back on Jiang Ye's behalf. You? Liu Zixiao gritted his teeth, his face instantly turning as black as the bottom of a pot, yet he didn't dare take another step forward. After all, this wicked girl's mother was the principal of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. The Song family was a century-old noble house, and she herself was a future top-tier summoner. He couldn't afford to provoke Song Shiyu, but crushing Jiang Ye, this ant, would be as easy as pie. What kind of man hides behind a woman? Liu Zixiao suppressed his rage and taunted in a low voice. He recalled how his sister Liu Ruyan had cried her eyes out last night, accusing Jiang Ye of evil deeds at the Adventure Guild, and remembered how his buddy Jibwoodwan had been beaten into a pig's head. A surge of anger rushed straight to his head. If he didn't vent this frustration, how could he show his face while grinding monsters and leveling up? Jiang Ye looked up and said flatly, still better than the ding-dong chicken in your pants. It was common knowledge that Liu Zixiao always took several beats longer than others in the bathroom, couldn't even find his water pipe when pulling down his pants. Huh, I can't take it anymore, still a ding-dong chicken. Song Shiyu leaned against Jiang Ye's back, laughing so hard her whole body trembled slightly, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Only Jiang Ye's sharp tongue could make her laugh like this. Jiang Ye, just you wait. You better pray I don't run into you in the dungeon. Liu Zixiao threw down a harsh threat, his white robe fluttering wildly as he turned and hurried away. If Song Shiyu weren't standing there, he really wanted to draw his sword and cut down this waste on the spot. Song Shiyu glared at that fleeing figure and muttered, what's wrong with being small? So what if it's cold and shaking isn't being cute aloud? Don't worry, with me here, this ding-dong chicken won't dare do anything to you. When it was almost time to grind the dungeon, the girl put her hands behind her back and leaned gently close to Jiang Ye, whispering, when we enter the dungeon later, grab my hand, don't get lost. She was already level 12 and owned an epic tier summoned beast. Jiang Ye had just changed classes and naturally wasn't high level, yet following behind her would be safe and convenient. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow and smiled teasingly. No need to call me mommy anymore. If you want to call me that, it's not impossible. Song Shiyu turned her head away, her ears quickly flushing crimson. If she really heard him call her that, she was afraid her legs might go weak, but it seemed rather exciting. She secretly glanced at Jiang Ye, feeling he looked more and more handsome lately. You've been looking more handsome lately? She asked softly, her voice as quiet as a mosquito. What? Want to acknowledge a thief as your father? Jiang Ye looked back at her, the corner of his lips slightly curved. With the charm points dropped from grinding monsters, it would be hard for him not to be handsome. You bastard, do you want to die? Chu Moli gritted her teeth and let out a vicious snort. That idiot who only knows how to bully her, just wait until he's crying for mommy. The scorching sun blazed down on the playground as Jiang Ye stood with a group of teenagers in formation, sweat dripping from their hair. When the assembly whistle blew, everyone boarded the bus heading to the dungeon one by one. The door slammed shut with a bang, and the air conditioning barely managed to dispel the heat as the bus erupted into chatter. I heard this dungeon can hold over 1,000 people. Plus there's an experience bonus. And the difficulty adjusts dynamically, perfect for us newbies to practice. Too bad it was supposed to be just our first high school, but Linhai First High and Second High squeezed their way in. There won't be enough bosses to go around. We lose in the college entrance exams every year, and now we're about to be beaten in dungeon rankings too. So embarrassing. Jiang Ye sat in the back row by the window, listening to all the complaints before quietly putting on his headphones and closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Song Shiyu was getting irritated by these cowards' attitudes, her face darkening. Her mother was the principal of Jiangxing First High School and had worried herself sick over student performance, even growing gray hairs. Her current anger stemmed from both heartache for her mother and frustration at being looked down upon. They're not wrong though, Linhai First High has produced quite a few geniuses, she muttered under her breath. then glanced at Jiang Ye with raised eyebrows. But this year they're destined to lose. Jiang Ye leaned against the window to nap, casually saying, "Of course. With this young lady here, those insects' good luck is about to end." The bus fell silent for a moment. Song Shiyu patted her chest, her light pink bow tie swaying gently with the motion. "You're so arrogant." Jiang Ye's mouth twitched as he couldn't help but complain. "Only level 12 and already talking big. If you actually reach high levels, you'll probably be like thunder unstoppable once you start. You're the arrogant one. This young lady is a cool beauty, understand?" Song Shiyu shot him a look and jabbed her elbow into his side with an annoyed huff. Jiang Ye shrugged. "Beauty and coolness are fine, as long as you keep that little mouth shut first." Suddenly, his thigh felt heavy, and he quickly opened his eyes. Song Shiyu had somehow laid down sideways, her long black hair spilling between the seats, her cool pretty face showing complete satisfaction. "Your leg has been requisitioned. This young lady gets carsick, so I'll reluctantly use it as a pillow." She spoke matter-of-factly, placing both hands on her chest, preparing to conserve energy need to be in top form to carry her big son through leveling later. "Whatever makes you happy, princess," Jiang Ye said helplessly, leaning back against the window. What did you put in your pocket?" "It's poking me," Song Shiyu complained, turning over with a frown. "I don't have anything in my pocket." "Then what's this?" Her words cut off abruptly, her pretty face instantly turning bright red. "Well, aren't you feeling mighty?" The air grew quiet, with only the sound of rolling wheels as background. The bus traveled the highway for a long time before finally reaching its destination. Everyone lined up to get off again, facing a vast plaza crowded with students from 3 schools. "Holy crap, Linhai First High's top student is already level 20? And she's changed to an S-class profession. I'm only level 5, did she grow up drinking experience potions? She's the sister of the bright moon sword immortal. Like sister, what's so surprising?" Sigh, looks like Jiangxing First High will just be background characters in this dungeon again. Hearing the discussions, the professionals from Jiangxing First High looked grim. Nobody enjoys being crushed. Level 20. Jiang Yi frowned and muttered to himself. He was only level 10, while his opponent had shot up like a monster. Song Shiyu pouted. "What's so great about that? When this young lady gets serious, I'll catch up in no time." Though her tone was defiant, her eyes showed clear bitterness. She had actually been surpassed by another girl. Just then, a cold voice cut through everyone's ears. "Huh? What good would your seriousness do? You don't even qualify to catch up to me." A girl with long straight black hair approached, her expression like ice. She was Pei Qinghuan, and she despised people who talk behind others' backs the most. The smile on Jiang Ye's lips gradually faded as he frowned, scrutinizing the dark-haired girl who had appeared uninvited. The girl stood at the classroom door, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with a plain yet inexplicably eye-catching cute bear printed on the chest. Her denim jeans hugged her slender legs, outlining curves both delicate and shapely. Her pretty face, cold as frost, seemed familiar from TV news, a carbon copy of the national idol Moonlight Sword Immortal, only with more youthful features. She was none other than Pei Qinghuan, the popular campus beauty of Linhai No. 1 High School. "Annoying little bear, are you looking for a fight?" Song Shiyu's mood plummeted instantly. She crossed her arms, suppressing her anger as she questioned in a low voice. "You don't have the qualifications. You're not worthy of me drawing my sword." Pei Qinghuan held a long sword wrapped in white cloth, her gaze sweeping over everyone like ice shards, her contempt unconcealed. In her eyes, only 2 people at Jiangxing No. 1 High School deserved her blade. First, Liu Zixian's rank magic swordsman, barely qualified to challenge her. Second, Chu Maoyan's rank melee mage, equally worth fighting. The rest were trash, not even worth a glance from her. "Qualifications?" Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, slowly shaking his head. "To be honest, you're the one who's not qualified. Even your sister, the Moonlight Sword Immortal, is just barely passable." His words were calm, yet they struck like muffled thunder against the ground. In the normal level Goblin Revenge Cave, he had set a clearance record of 33 seconds, beating the Moonlight Sword Immortal by a full 10 minutes. Such an achievement was enough to silence everyone. If Jiang Yi wasn't qualified, then who in the world was? "Ignorant fool." Pei Qinghuan sneered, her face slightly flushed. "You can't even come close to me, let alone understand my sister's true power." All her life, she had lived in her sister's shadow. To preserve her dignity, she could only work 200 times harder, determined to one day seize the honor of Sword Immortal from her sister's hands. As for these 2 annoying insects before her, they weren't even worth mentioning. The Moonlight Sword Immortal is indeed powerful, but what does that have to do with you, little brat? You're just a puppy wagging its tail in her shadow. Jiang Ye's lips curved into a cold smile. "Exactly. Little bear, puppy, puppy." Song Shiyu frowned, chiming in mercilessly. Her hot temper never indulged arrogant girls like this. Shallow, ignorant, and pathetic. Pei Qinghuan's knuckles turned white from gripping too hard, her sword tip trembling slightly, as she forcefully suppressed her anger and retorted coldly. "Before leaving, Her sister had specifically asked her to deliver a letter to Jiang Ye. Pei Qinghuan had thought anyone who caught her sister's attention must possess exceptional potential, but instead found him to be nothing more than a perfect shell, vulgar and filthy at his core. Her sister has taken an interest in him? What does that mean? Song Shiyu raised an eyebrow, pointing at Jiang Ye with suspicion written all over her face. The Moonlight Sword Immortal, that female sword immortal who had slain demons with a single strike during live streams and stood equal to gods as a mere mortal, was actually interested in her old deskmate? What kind of joke was this? Me? Jiang Ye pointed at himself, his mind full of question marks. He had never even met the Moonlight Sword Immortal, let alone gotten to know her. I don't know either. I'm just completing the task my sister assigned me. Pei Qinghuan let out a displeased snort and pulled a faintly fragrant letter from her jeans pocket. Don't tell me that's a love letter? Song Shiyu's jaw nearly dropped to the floor in shock. I'm not afraid of my friends suffering, but I'm afraid of them driving Range Rovers. Pei Qinghuan is the nation's goddess, an absolutely stunning sword immortal. If she's sending Jiang Ye a love letter, it'll definitely make front-page news tomorrow and crush the hearts of countless young men. For some reason, her chest felt like it was blocked by a stone, and she wanted nothing more than to snatch that letter and tear it to shreds. You just escaped from Liu Ruyan's torment, so don't let another woman play you for a fool, Song Shiyu whispered to Jiang Ye, secretly finding an excuse to warn him. Take it. Pei Qinghuan's pretty face was as cold as ice chips as she disdainfully tossed the letter to Jiang Ye. Don't overthink it. As for conspiracies and such, you're not worthy of them. You're worthy. Song Shiyu's eyebrows shot up in anger as she stomped her feet. This woman is so petty, she really deserves a beating. The note fell into Jiang Ye's hands. He glanced at it briefly, then closed the envelope and seriously declined. Please tell your sister I'm sorry. I cannot accept her feelings. He handed it back unchanged, his gesture like rejecting an exquisite love letter. Sister's feelings? A flash of bewilderment crossed Pei Qinghuan's icy face, and the envelope felt frighteningly heavy in her palm. Had her sister really confessed to a complete stranger? Besides being tall, handsome, and well-built, what other merits did he have? What did the letter say? Is it really a love letter? The female sword immortal confessed to you. Song Shiyu stared intently at the envelope, her shock gradually being overwhelmed by unwillingness. Apart from being incredibly arrogant, what redeeming qualities did Jiang Ye have? She absolutely couldn't let this fool fall into a woman's trap. After a moment of silence, Pei Qinghuan couldn't suppress the restlessness in her heart and frowned, biting her lip. My sister confessed to you? Why don't you look and find out? Jiang Ye's lips curved slightly as he pointed at the envelope. The female sword immortal's feelings are all on that paper. Open it, and you'll know for sure. Whether she likes you or not has nothing to do with me. Pei Qinghuan gritted her teeth and snorted, crumpling the envelope into a ball and shoving it back into her jeans pocket. The thought that her powerful sister would actually take interest in this little ant before her instantly filled her chest with rage. The only person who could defeat her sister was her future self, not some lowly creature who climbed into bed through despicable means. It's meaningless. You're not worthy of her, and you're not worthy of me calling you brother. Pei Qinghuan glared coldly at Jiang Ye, dropped this line, and turned to leave. How ridiculous. Jiang Ye pursed his lips, his mood sour. Sure enough, the prettier the woman, the more trouble she is. This arrogant ice block, Pei Qinghuan wasn't even as cute as the sharp-tongued ice block beside him. Look at her walking away like that, like a dog with its tail between its legs. Song Shiyu pointed at the girl's retreating figure, a smile playing at her lips. Correction, not like one. She is one, Jiang Ye said with a straight face, as serious as an old scholar. Puffed. She really is. Song Shiyu couldn't hold back her laughter, clutching her soft belly as she nearly doubled over with giggles. Her bright, sparkling eyes blinked as her voice bubbled with excitement and disbelief. Seriously, what did that female sword immortal actually write to you? A love letter? This is absolutely surreal. Her curiosity clawed at her like a cat's paws, making her itch with anticipation. Jiang Ye crooked his finger at her, gesturing for her to come closer. Song Shiyu was like a fish caught on a hook, immediately leaning forward and obediently pressing her ear to his lips. Call me daddy, and I'll tell you. Jiang Ye's lips curved into a mischievous smile, his voice dropping low with playful teasing. Song Shiyu was perfect in every way except for her love of gossip. She was always sharing juicy rumors she'd heard, embellishing them with extra details for Jiang Ye, and naturally couldn't resist now either. Her ears quickly flushed crimson as she bit her lip and whispered breathlessly, Daddy. Her voice was so soft and light it seemed like it would scatter in the wind. Jiang Ye froze for half a second, then looked both amused and exasperated. No way, girl. You actually said it? You jerk, now spill. You better not be messing with me. Seeing Jiang Ye still not talking, Song Shiyu put on a stern face and huffed quietly, secretly making up her mind. If this scoundrel dares to trick me, I'll have my summoned beast tie him up in the next dungeon for some proper punishment. Jiang Ye finally leaned close to her ear, breathing out 2 words. It says, "What? No way." Song Shiyu's eyes went wide with disbelief, her mouth hanging open enough to fit a piece of candy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pei Qinghuan finally couldn't resist unfolding the neatly squared paper note. After just one glance, her expression immediately darkened. "My foolish sister lacks wisdom. Please be patient with her. If you could look after her, I would be deeply grateful, and Wanshu will surely repay this kindness in the future." The black text on white paper burned into her vision as her fingers nearly crushed the note. A level 20 female, sword immortal needing protection from that insignificant ant. Are you seriously mocking me? Don't let me run into you in a dungeon. Pei Qinghuan viciously tore the note to shreds, the fragments fluttering down from her fingertips. Dense dark energy radiated from her body, cold as ice shards, forcing others to keep their distance. She would make that ant regret this. In Jiangcheng, at Xuanhe Town, the suburban plaza was packed with people. In front of the team registration window, a dragon-like queue stretched endlessly, with Jiang Ye and Song Shiyu standing at the very back. Song Shiyu wrapped her arm around Jiang Ye's, lowering her voice like a little cat who had stolen candy. If Pei Qinghuan sees that note, her expression will be priceless. She's always so stuck up. I've been annoyed with her for ages. Seeing that arrogant woman publicly humiliated is so satisfying. Jiang Ye shrugged and smiled helplessly. I advised her to appreciate the gesture, but she insisted on embarrassing herself. That's not on me. He really couldn't be bothered with that haughty Pei Qinghuan. You're so bad, Song Shiyu said with a mischievous smile, her fingertips gently brushing against his arm, showing none of the restraint expected of a wealthy young lady. Jiang Ye pulled his hand back in disgust. Stop fooling around. We'll be registering soon. Did this mere beauty think she could take advantage of him? Woman, don't push your luck. Song Shiyu huffed and firmly grabbed his hand again. What's wrong with a daughter holding daddy's hand? The term that had slipped out earlier made her ears burn with embarrassment, but she might as well take advantage of the situation. Their intimate gestures drew frequent glances from surrounding classmates. Why is Jiang Ye here? Didn't his class change fail? Is he just accompanying his girlfriend? The homeroom teacher said he got incredibly lucky and succeeded in his class change. He's a professional now too. Holy crap, he actually hooked up with the Ice Queen school beauty? Not chasing after Liu Ruyan anymore. Two-timing scumbag. Whispers rose and fell, with envy, surprise, and jealousy washing over them. Song Shiyu explained quietly but deliberately didn't let go. Don't listen to their nonsense. We're completely innocent. I'm a bit cold, just borrowing your arm for warmth, that's all. A flame summoner afraid of the cold in the middle of summer? She didn't realize how ridiculous her excuse sounded. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. Completely innocent and having a whole litter, right? The girl's face instantly turned bright red as she glared and spat. Scoundrel, worm, pervert. Even if I jumped off a cliff, I wouldn't have a litter. But secretly she added in her heart one litter isn't enough, at least two, to exhaust this heartless guy? Seeing her puffed up with anger, Jiang Ye stopped teasing and simply let her grip his hand tightly as they moved slowly forward with the crowd. A few minutes later, the two reached the team registration window and completed their registration. The receptionist handed them 2 silver-white electronic number plates. Jiang Ye looked down. Xuanhe Mystery Domain 9527. The number looked good to him, so he casually waved the number plate in the sunlight. Just inject your number into this, and we'll officially be a team. Song Shiyu held her plate up to him, her voice soft and sweet. Here, quickly and forcefully inject your number into my number plate. Song Shiyu glanced at Jiang Ye's number, rubbed her small hands together, and quickly entered the digits. Team formation successful 25. Number 1 Jiang Ye, ID 9527, Class, Charm Beastmaster. Number 2 Song Shiyu, ID 0438, Class, Infernal Flame God. How amazing! Jiang Ye held up the blue glowing electronic black card, marveling like someone touching a game controller for the first time. It's exactly like a real-life battle royale, with all these people lining up to dive into dungeons. Hurry up, stop daydreaming. Song Shiyu rushed up to him in a few steps, standing on her tiptoes to stare at him. If you keep dawdling, the hard entrance will be completely packed. The Xuanhe Mystery Realm was a massive dungeon with staged difficulty levels that players could freely choose before entering. In just a few minutes, elite players had already blocked the hard teleportation gate completely. Song Shiyu didn't want to fall behind. By her calculations, 2 people could handle hard difficulty with ease. Don't worry, there's also my sister. Jiang Ye remembered his promise, pulled out his phone, and after getting 2 numbers, directly input them into the black card. Team formation successful 45. Number 3 Chu Moli, ID 1314, Class, Radiant Shadow Knight. Number 4 Qin Xiang, ID 0520, Class, Perfume Master. After teleporting, everyone will spawn together, so don't worry about getting separated. Song Shiyu glanced at the newly appeared information and immediately began strategizing in her mind. Your sister is a powerful close combat mage. Qin Xiang can heal and fight, and I'll bring summoned beasts for damage output. Speedrunning hard difficulty will be as easy as drinking water. As for the newly class-changed Jiang Ye, she simply assumed he'd serve as a mascot. But Jiang Ye shook his head. Who said we're doing hard? Low experience, no challenge if it's not nightmare. I'm not going in. Coward, Song Shiyu scoffed. With 3 rank beauties like us, you're still afraid of hard difficulty? Just as she was about to compromise on normal, Jiang Ye unceremoniously pinched her cheek. It's nightmare. My sister and I agreed on it already. We're meeting up in nightmare. Jiang Ye's expression was serious. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Nightmare level? Song Shiyu was stunned for 2 seconds, then gritted her teeth and growled. Jiang Ye, are you tired of living? Even I have to be extremely careful in there. How can I spare time to protect you? Trust me just this once, okay? Jiang Ye reached up and gently ruffled her soft hair. They agreed to this long ago. Then what are we waiting for? Song Shiyu rarely blushed, grabbed Jiang Ye's hand and charged straight toward the nightmare teleportation light gate. What do you take me for? I would never leave you alone. You scoundrel. Idiot, stay behind me later with me here. No one can touch you. The warmth of their palms quietly merged within the light barrier. Okay. Jiang Ye nodded seriously. I give up on you. Song Shiyu huffed softly, pulling him into the teleportation array. Nightmare level Xuanhe Mystery Realm, 100 experience bonus. The cold riverbank was shrouded in black mist, with mud and sand piled beside vegetation burned by wildfire. The surrounding withered forest was charred and twisted, with danger lurking everywhere. For golden lights flashed as the team landed together. Brother, I missed you. Chu Moli threw herself into Jiang Ye's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and acting spoiled, as if even a few minutes of separation was torture. The crimson-haired, sisterly beauty beside them smiled and introduced herself. Hello everyone, I'm Qin Xiang, Moli's best friend. Such a close relationship. Song Shiyu glanced sideways, the sourness obvious in her tone. She remembered these siblings were supposed to be in a cold war. Could Jiang Ye have lied to her? Are you the tomboy my brother mentioned? Chu Moli noticed Song Shiyu's gaze, her tone instinctively becoming sharp. A woman's intuition told her this cold girl had ulterior motives. Tomboy, Song Shiyu exploded, hands on her hips as she demanded. Jiang Ye, you better explain this to me. Is there still a need to hide it? Jiang Ye sighed, his attitude calm and indifferent. Song Shiyu gritted her teeth, wanting nothing more than to punch him in the chest. Jiang Ye thought to himself that this Bada was completely surrounded by 3 rank school beauties. By the forest shore, the wind carried the acrid scent of burnt vegetation, mingled with the faint, sweet fragrance that lingered as the girls drew closer. Jiang Ye's face immediately darkened like an approaching storm. Surrounded on all sides, 2 girls closing in relentlessly. You scumbag. And here I was thinking of taking you leveling. Only to find out this is how you really see me. Song Shiyu's pretty face twisted with disdain, her icy expression cold enough to freeze the air itself. Big brother, please don't let any woman other than your little sister deceive you anymore. Chu Moli's fingertips played with her raven black hair, her beautiful eyes narrowing as a meaningful smile created an atmosphere where sweetness and tension coexisted. The sister and old classmate faced off, neither yielding an inch. Just as the battlefield atmosphere was about to explode, the pink-haired mature beauty Qin Xiang laughed softly nearby, her spirited features softening with gentleness. All right, enough. This place isn't safe. Sister Xiang's reminder brought everyone back to the reality of being deep within a dungeon. Chu Moli frowned, trying to recall. Our current location seems to be in the western part of the dungeon, called. Unable to remember the name, she could only stick out her pink tongue cutely. The Forbidden Annihilation Realm. Jiang Ye and Qin Xiang spoke in unison, their voices crisp and decisive. Having been kept awake all night by the adorable troublemakers, he had spent the entire night researching, and now his brain finally had a chance to prove useful. That's a weird name, but don't worry me, Lava Golem is an epic-tier summoned beast with explosive damage. Song Shiyu smiled confidently. As soon as she finished speaking, a roughly 1-meter lava statue materialized from thin air, wreathed in crimson flames. Habby, Habby, the little statue swayed left and right, waving its smooth, rounded stone hands in an adorably soft greeting. Name, Lava Golem. Level, LV12. Skills, Fire Breath, Greater Fire Breath. Stats, Vitality 150, Strength 300, Agility 50, Spirit 250. With the Lava Golem's arrival, the surrounding temperature shot up dramatically, causing fine beads of sweat to appear on the girl's fair cheeks. Chu Moli stuck out her tongue like a panting dog to cool down, though inwardly she thought, if she could be alone with her brother, she'd be willing to wear just a tank top, though even then, she'd still be disappointingly flat. After examining the data, Jiang Ye nodded solemnly. It looks very powerful. Epic-tier abyssal beasts were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. This seemingly cute little creature possessed the power to incinerate everything, and was definitely not to be underestimated. Song Shiyu walked over to Jiang Ye's side while holding the lava statue, a smile playing at her lips. So, you scumbag, aren't you a beast charmer? You're also a beast tamer. So let me see your companion. Her little guy was a rare treasure she'd managed to snag for tens of millions. While Jiang Ye had only just changed classes surely, he hadn't even had time to contract an abyssal beast yet. Sigh fine. For the sake of my old desk mate, I'll reluctantly give him that epic-level Cerberus mom just bought. But as for the price, Song Shiyu's pretty face quietly flushed pink at the thought, barely able to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Big Brother's companions are really strong. Chu Moli mumbled softly, her fair little hands hovering over the burning flames atop the lava golem's head, like warming herself by a fire on a winter night. A hint of envy flickered in her eyes as she imagined how convenient it would be to have a fire-tribute abyssal beast no need for heating in winter. Qin Xiang's eyes narrowed slightly, immediately catching the key point. Companions. So he's contracted many abyssal beasts. Is he going for a numbers over quality strategy? Understanding teammates' information was essential for professionals, but she quickly dismissed her speculation abyssal beasts valued quality over quantity. A group of commandeer beasts couldn't match a single rare tier 1. More would just be cannon fodder. Remembering that Jiang Ye's parents had recently passed away and his brother had just changed classes, he probably hadn't had the chance to contract powerful abyssal beasts. She shook her head gently. Well, for her best friend's sake, she'd dip into her dad's private funds to find Jiang Ye a rare tier or higher abyssal beast. Though more might seem better, beast taming wasn't about quantity. Little Molly wasn't a professional beast tamer, so naturally, she didn't understand the intricacies. Listening to their discussion, Song Shiyu chuckled and shook her head, holding no expectations for Jiang Ye's strength. I have an epic deer Cerberus at home. If you have time, you can come get it. That silly doggy can do backflips. With that, she gently placed the lava golem on the ground and casually touched the flames on its head. No need. Jiang Ye smiled wryly and shook his head. I'm only level 10 now, and my pet slots are full. I need to reach level 20 to unlock new slots. By then, I'll probably encounter new beautiful girl pals, and the Cerberus won't be useful anymore. We're bros, why be polite? If you don't like dogs, I can find. Song Shiyu's words cut off abruptly as her peripheral vision caught the figures behind Jiang Ye, her breath catching sharply. Holy shit, a silver-eyed dragon and a fallen angel. Quality. Legendary tier. The smile that had just formed on her lips instantly froze, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, her pretty face shocked, unable to process what she was seeing. Master, it's so hot in the pet space. Syl doesn't like staying inside. The dragon girl still clung to Jiang Ye's arm, complaining as if no one else existed. She hated places without her master. Creating a world with only her master was her lifelong dream. Master, awaiting your orders. The horned fallen angel stood elegantly beside Jiang Ye in a black and white maid outfit, wings slightly spread. See? I told you Big Brother is very strong. Chu Moli proudly lifted her chin. Big Brother easily defeated me without even using his pets. Her face still flushed slightly, remembering last night's battle. That fight had nearly kept her awake all night. Jiang Ye, what you said, it wasn't all true, was it? Song Shiyu's cold, pretty face still bore traces of shock as she finally began to process every word Jiang Ye had said earlier. If it was true, then defeating the level 20 Pei Qinghuan wasn't impossible after all. Possessing legendary tier pets. Wasn't this basically cheating? What else would it be? Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, looking at her with feigned confusion. Your daddy here is quite strong, you know. I won't be your daughter. Song Shiyu crouched on the ash-covered ground, using a withered branch to draw circles in the cinders while muttering under her breath. Compared to the two genuine legendary abyss beasts beside Jiang Ye, her own lava golem was utterly embarrassing, and her once majestic three-headed hellhound now looked like a boneless puppy. Just moments ago she had been so confident, but now she realized she was the biggest fool of all, wanting to bury her face in the ashes. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang rubbed her flushed eyes, but couldn't erase the shock filling her pupils. Epic-level abyss beasts were already rare as phoenix feathers, and legendary ones existed only in ancient texts, and remorsive, she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Who would dare believe such creatures truly existed? No wonder Chu Moli had been so confident earlier. Her brother really was ridiculously outstanding. Qin Xiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking how she had planned to prepare an abyss beast as a meeting gift for Jiang Ye and nearly made a fool of herself in public. Fortunately, her father Qin Yu's secretly saved allowance had escaped disaster. Actually legendary level. Brother, you're incredible. Chu Moli clutched her collar, crumpling her thin shirt, but couldn't suppress her wildly beating heart. Last night, she thought Hill and Gabriel were merely epic level, only to discover today that her two dear sisters were legendary. In all of Great Xia, you could probably count such beings on your fingers. To actually tame legendary abyss beast, she truly was the brother she admired most. Not really. Hill and Gabriel are just very obedient. I was simply lucky enough to gain their recognition. Feeling several gazes fixed on him simultaneously, Jiang Ye felt a bit embarrassed and simply moved the silver dragon princess Hill in front of him as cover. The usually mischievous Hill and Angel maid Gabriel were unusually quiet, standing on either side and instinctively taking their master's hands, their fingers naturally intertwining. They loved clinging to their master most of all. No need to be modest. Qin Xiang shook her head with a smile, pulling a soft white handkerchief from her chest pocket and offering it. The forbidden extinction domain is too stifling. Wipe away your sweat. She had the natural warmth of a sporty older sister next door, her gesture carrying innate friendliness. Thank. Jiang Ye had barely begun to express his gratitude when the silver dragon princess swiftly intercepted it. Hill lifted her chin, smugly waving the handkerchief in front of Gabriel before taking it upon herself to carefully wipe the fine perspiration from her master's forehead. The silver dragon princess was truly capable. Jiang Ye felt a cool sensation on his forehead and couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Huh? This handkerchief is enchanted." Name: Perfumer's Enchanted Handkerchief. Level: 15. Effects: Heat Relief, Immunity, Strength, Iron Skin, Lightning Speed. A densely packed list that was simply outrageous. Qin Xiang blinked. That's one of my abilities. I can enchant not just items, but teammates and abyss beasts too. As she spoke, she pulled more prepared handkerchiefs from her backpack to distribute. It's too hot here, you should all use these. Sister Xiang, you're playing favorites. Chu Moli accepted the handkerchief while pouting quietly. The one you gave brother was warmed by your palm, but ours are cold from the backpack. I'm upset. Chu Moli turned her head away, crossing her arms with a soft huff of displeasure. In her eyes, the usually composed Qin Xiang had been giving off subtle flirtatious vibes ever since she'd laid eyes on Jiang Ye. Could it be that her dear sister Xiang actually wanted to become her sister-in-law? Moli, you wouldn't want your brother to find out about your crush on him, would you? Qin Xiang leaned close to her friend's ear, brushing aside her hair as she teased in a low voice. Chu Moli's cheeks flushed crimson. She fell silent and obediently took the blue and white handkerchief Qin Xiang offered, gently dabbing the sweat from her forehead. She kept stealing glances at Jiang Ye, who was intently studying the map nearby, her heart in complete turmoil. A faint gardenia fragrance clung to the handkerchief, cool and soothing against her skin, accompanied by visible attribute boosts. How amazing! Just a simple wipe triggers so many buffs. Song Shiyu also swept the handkerchief across her forehead, marveling at the effect. If I had this kind of enchantment, I could just wipe my mouth at night and never go hungry, right? She stole a glance at Jiang Ye's back, her cheeks burning even hotter. Qin Xiang retrieved the handkerchief and shouldered her white backpack, explaining gently, "Don't get too carried away. Each enchantment only lasts 5 minutes at most, barely enough for a small-scale battle." Her mana was sufficient for dozens of enchantments, and she'd packed plenty of mana potions in her bag to use until she was completely drained when that time came. She'd have to rely on Jiang Ye to support her. 5 minutes. Jiang Ye closed the rough printed map and nodded with a confident smile. More than enough. Men are better when they last longer. You know, Song Shiyu covered her lips with a mischievous grin, instantly switching from her earlier gloom back to her usual teasing mode. Chu Moli fidgeted with her fingers, calculating quietly. Should I ask Sister Xiang for a long-lasting handkerchief? Though brother probably won't need it. If master requires it, he'll have some expertise in physical conditioning as well. The silver dragon attendant Hill narrowed her silver eyes, volunteering eagerly. May the holy light bless master and banish all fatigue. Gabriel, now fallen into a horned succubus form, clasped her hands in devout prayer with eyes closed, though no one knew if her prayers still held any power. Qin Xiang chuckled softly, coming to Jiang Ye's rescue. I'll just reapply the enchantment when the time runs out. As they were talking, she glanced at the map and her expression turned serious. We have a problem. The forbidden extinction domain we're in has few monsters to begin with, and we can only farm rare tier elites. If we mishandle a nightmare tier elite, we'll wipe in minutes. No worries, I'll handle it. Jiang Ye tapped a corner of the map with his fingertip. This is the forbidden extinction domain, surrounded by snake demons, such as. The girls gathered around at his words. Forbidden domain black serpents. Qin Xiang continued, her brow furrowed tightly. Rare tier elites with snake heads and human bodies that can spray venom. Extremely troublesome. Jiang Ye looked slightly surprised. You know quite a bit. This information isn't in any guidebooks. My father is the Adventure Guild president. I've loved reading the new edition of Classic of Mountains and Seas since I was young. It records intelligence and weaknesses of various abyssal beasts. Qin Xiang brushed back her hair, her voice gentle yet assured. Besides the forbidden domain black serpents, she continued, there are also thousand-eyed serpent maidens with Medusa bloodlines nearby, and mystic fire black serpents that control flames. Jiang Ye marked the map with large red X's. What we need to do is clear them all out, not leaving a single one. Then enter the boss room to challenge the 9-headed worm with demon bloodline. We're fighting abyssal serpents? Seriously? We'll die, won't we? Song Shiyu and Chu Moli exchanged glances, both covering their mouths and gasping in shock. Qin Xiang also shook her head with a bitter smile. That's a hidden boss with harsh trigger conditions. You must clear every snake-type monster on the map to qualify for entry. The nightmare difficulty alone is tough enough the final boss could wipe us, let alone provoking the hidden abyssal serpent. After all, no matter how capable Jiang Ye was, he couldn't possibly stand against the abyss itself. The abyss dangerous and mysterious. Qin Xiang stood at the canyon entrance, her father Qin Yu's image surfacing in her mind, president of Jiangxing Adventurers Guild and a level 50 Thunder Mage. Even such a powerful figure had to retreat when facing the abyss, let alone a group of rookie greenhorns like them. Playing it safe was certainly the secure approach, but what difference was there between a person without dreams and a salted fish? Let's make the hidden boss the abyssal serpent our ultimate goal and work together toward it, shall we? Jiang Ye extended his right hand, his smile as gentle as dawn's first light. Qin Xiang's pretty face flushed slightly as her soft, pale palms settled over the back of his hand. This was the first time she had ever voluntarily held hands with a member of the opposite sex. The warmth from his palms spread through her bloodstream, making her heart pound thunderously. Jiang Ye's smile was like sunshine piercing through dark clouds, and even someone as capable and decisive as herself felt a surge of certainty. People like him were often the soul of a team. Being able to fight alongside him was truly a blessing from her best friend. This young lady is no salted fish. Song Shiyu's lips curved slightly upward, a hint of a smile appearing on her cold features as she also placed her hand on the back of Jiang Ye's palm. Let's do our best. Chu Moli clenched her fist and layered her small hand over her brother's, her soft palm like a playful kitten, gently nuzzling twice. 3 different hands brought 3 distinctly different sensations. Qin Xiang's was soft and bouncy like jelly. Song Shiyu's was cool like smooth jade, while his sister Chu Moli was like a mischievous little creature, her pink-white fingertips lightly scratching as if ready to breathe warmly on them at any moment. In that case, I'll take the role of team lead. No objections, right? Jiang Ye had always been assertive, preferring to maintain control. The girls nodded in tacit agreement, no objections whatsoever. Thus, the temporary adventure squad of 3 women and 1 man was officially established. Before we set out, let's give our team a name first. Jiang Ye pulled up the party interface. A team name isn't just an identifier, it also records points and reputation. The higher the reputation, the more it could even develop into an adventure guild that commands respect across regions. Song Shiyu pressed her fingertip to her lips, her brow slightly furrowed. How about no early romance? She firmly believed that romantic relationships would distort the bonds between teammates. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow and vetoed it. Too abstract. He hadn't expected the Ice Queen to have such an unconventional side. Qin Xiang thought for a moment and softly suggested, white peach soda? I quite love drinking it. That sounds unappetizing already. Jiang Ye shook his head. Chu Moli suddenly blinked. Then how about calling it Night Raid? Everyone's gazes fell upon her with strange expressions. You little minx, you're not planning to ambush your brother at night, are you? Song Shiyu frowned, her icy, beautiful face filled with thick disgust. That name sounds so improper coming from your mouth. Her tone was as cold as ice shards. Qin Xiang gently patted her own face with the back of her hand, sighing with a bitter smile. Her best friend's little schemes were never well hidden, and she had long figured her out. Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes, nodding with an ambiguous smile. Night Raid does sound pretty exciting. See, my brother likes it too. Song Shiyu lifted her chin, her gaze drifting toward Jiang Ye's sister. Now you two. Let's go with no early romance. Jiang Ye cut off her teasing with a single sentence. His sister's face instantly fell, her head drooping in dejection, her whole being radiating disappointment. Great. None of you are allowed to date early. Song Shiyu hummed softly, a faint blush rising on her cold, elegant cheeks. Qin Xiang gripped her soda can, her pink pupils dimming slightly. Ugh, the white peach soda is a total failure. She still preferred that sweet taste after all. Jiang Ye raised his hand and announced. Then team no early romance is officially established. Let's go, time to grind monsters and level up. The group stepped into the teleportation array's beam of light. Sooner or later, this abyss would tremble at the words, no early romance. Jiang City, Xuanhe Town, main square platform. A black metal frame supported a massive electronic screen, clearly visible to anyone who looked up at the real-time rankings. The sound of screen refreshes echoed continuously as team information scrolled endlessly. Look, first place is Slaughter from our Linhai First High School. Their captain is the younger sister of Bright Moon Sword Immortal. And like him, she's an SS class professional. Holy crap, the dungeon just started a few minutes ago, and they already have 500 points. Peiqing wants Slaughter, team is insane. First place definitely belongs to our school. Not necessarily. Second place, Blade, is from our Jiang City First High School. Their captain is also class with 250 points. Already feel catch up soon. Bullshit. That's just luck. Our Linhai Second High School's Battlefield Rose has 200 points and will overtake them any moment. The watching students crane their necks in discussion, arguing heatedly around the scoreboard. Behind the main platform, several principals and association leaders had been seated for quite some time. Li Bubi, principal of Linhai First High School dressed in black mage robes with graying temples, looked at the screen with a confident smile. This year's 100 Days Oath ceremony is quite lively. His voice was slightly hoarse, but carried absolute confidence. Your school has produced some fine talents. Xiao Mao, principal of Linhai Second High School, responded cheerfully, his black work uniform stretched tight over his plump figure. But our second high isn't bad either. Look, we're about to reach second place. Everyone better watch out. Song Qian, principal of Jiang City First High School, wore a purple deep V mini dress, her black stockings gleaming under the lights. She frowned at the screen. That girl Shiyu, she's not treating the dungeon like a spring outing, is she? Her team's score is at the bottom, still stuck at 0. Her worry was obvious. Li Bubi slightly raised his lips, his manner gentle yet tinged with boasting. Principal Song needn't worry. Your daughter is in class professional. A small setback like this will be resolved quickly. He secretly believed the championship belonged to Linhai First High School, without question. Xiao Mao offered false comfort, though his tone carried mockery. Madam should still be careful. While No Early Romance is certainly a novel name, having a level 10 captain tackle a nightmare dungeon seems somewhat ambitious. Half an hour into the dungeon, their score was still a big fat 0. They were probably too terrified by the nightmare dungeon monsters to even move. In the vast spectator hall, 3 massive screens displayed real-time footage with blinding brightness, and the row of bright red zeros on the scoreboard was particularly glaring. Xiao Mai held her disposable coffee cup, clicked her tongue, and sighed to the person beside her. The professionals from Jiangxing No. 1 High School this year are the worst I've ever seen. Don't you think so, old Li? Li Bubi pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and looked up after being called out, staring at the completely flat progress bar on the screen. Don't be so harsh. Can't we give the newcomers a little hope? Despite his words, he couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. With Pei Qinghuan leading the charge, he could already envision the most brilliant achievement of his tenure. On the other side of the sofa, Song Qian tucked her slightly curled hair behind her ear and bit her lower lip. What could she do when her daughter wasn't living up to expectations? Old Li, you're celebrating too early. A leisurely voice broke the tension. Qin Yu crossed his legs, calmly closed his folder, and smiled with composure. Oh, Brother Qin, have you noticed something? Brother Qin, what's your insight? Li Bubi and Xiao Mai exchanged glances, then turned to him in unison, their voices carrying half-genuine, half-feigned curiosity. Qin Yu raised his hand and pointed to the team rankings at the top of the screen. Pei Qinghuan's Slaughter team has gone completely berserk, 3,000 points, while the second place, Battlefield Rose, only has 1,000. He paused and turned to look at Song Qian. At this rate, I'm afraid Jiangxing No. 1 High School will be at the bottom again this year, Principal Song. Congratulations. With that, he peeled off the foil from a champagne bottle, and with a loud pop, the wine sprayed everywhere. Song Qian suppressed her emotions. Is President Qin suggesting that the Blade team can still turn defeat into victory? If not for Qin Yu's serious expression, she would have thought he was mocking her. No. Qin Yu gently swirled the bubbles in his champagne glass. I'm talking about your daughter's no dating allowed team. To be honest, my daughter is on that team too. He set down his wine glass, picked up a thermos nearby, took a sip of goji berry tea, and fixed his gaze once again on the row of zeros on the big screen. But the no dating allowed team's score has been 0 all along, hasn't it? Li Bubi checked the data, exchanged glances with Xiao Mai, and shook his head helplessly. 3,000 versus 0, a comeback? Qin Yu must be overconfident. Song Qian sighed softly. She knew very well that her daughter's lava golem was naturally disadvantaged in nightmare dungeons, and expecting it to turn the tide was nothing but wishful thinking. Qin Yu remained unhurried, lightly tapping the armrest with his finger. His gaze settled on the name list on the screen, stopping at the 2 characters, Jiang Ye. His lips curved upward, and his voice was low and confident. Let the leveling fly for a while. Fly for a while. Li Bubi was slightly stunned, then shook his head with a silent chuckle. With a lead of 3,000 points, how could a 0-point straggler possibly fly to first place? Brother Qin, still as humorous as ever. Xiao Mai grinned, his laughter tinged with disdain. He knew deep down that Qin Yu was just a doting father. So what if Qin Yu's daughter wasn't glass perfumer? In a nightmare dungeon, what tricks could she really pull? Just come back safely. Song Qian stared intently at the surveillance screen, fingers interlocked, praying over and over in her heart. Scores didn't matter as long as her daughter returned safely. This mother would be completely satisfied. Frogs in a well. Qin Yu sipped his tea, his gaze sweeping across the screen, yet his heart remained certain brother Jiang never disappoints. Nightmare Dungeon, Xuanhe Mystery Domain. On the desolate riverbank, turtle shells lay shattered and merman corpses piled high, the metallic scent of rust seeping into the night wind. Qinghuan, stop. Please stop. They're already dead beyond dead. Ugh. The female team members covered their pale faces, collapsing to their knees in the blood-soaked mud, vomiting until only white foam remained. This hellish riverbank was all because of one person. Atop a mound of monster corpses, a blood-stained white foot stood at the peak. Not enough, not enough, still not enough. Pei Qinghuan's eyes were bloodshot as she withdrew her sword from the mountain of corpses. The crimson blade dripped with hot blood, her dress soaked through, her black hair disheveled. She glanced at her electronic black card, 3,000 points, ranked first. Sister, I don't need anyone to take care of me. She bit her lip and roared with a trembling voice, startling the cold crows into flight as bloody ripples spread across the Shuanhe River. On the other side of the underground maze. TCH, is that madwoman Pei Qinghuan in first place again? Sisters, we can't give up. The 5 girls of Battle Rose cheered, their jade feet delivering combo kicks as the yellow-haired minotaur screamed and fell. Let these guys become our points and push us to the front. In a cavern deep within the maze. Still haven't found Jiang Ye's location? Liu Zhixiao wiped his sword clean, his white robe spotless, the campfire casting cold shadows across his profile. As long as we find that waste and steal his points, our ranking will immediately catch up. Jibo sat in his wheelchair, his face grim. Behind him, several white-boned skeletons wreathed in ghostly blue phosphorescent flames moved silently, their levels still rising. But he's still playing hide and seek. Liu Ruyan wore a form-fitting priest's robe, her white dress outlining her voluptuous curves. In the flickering firelight, her face was sinister and twisted. The humiliation of being ignored by Jiang Ye and publicly expelled by important figures still burned within her. Don't worry. Liu Zhixiao sheathed his sword, his eyes ice-cold. For bullying my sister and brother Ji, I won't let him off. He remembered clearly the humiliation on the #1 high school playground would definitely drag out that rat and erase him with his sword. With Zhixiao here, it won't be a problem. Heh. Let Jiang Ye laugh a little longer. We're being too kind to him. Liu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief, and her grim face finally broke into a smile. In this nightmare dungeon, even her brother, the future sword god, was struggling. With only those 2 abyssal beasts at his side, Jiang Ye was definitely not faring any better. By the campfire, Liu Ruyan lowered her head to scan the leaderboard, confirming her squad still held 3rd place, and her lips curved into a subtle smile. Slaughter topped the rankings. Battlefield Rose held 2nd, yet Jiang Ye's team was nowhere to be seen climbing up. Could it be that heartless scoundrel who severed all ties was now cowering in some corner, trapped and overwhelmed by monsters? Jiang Ye, this is the price you pay for leaving me. The girl bit her lip in the firelight, a cold satisfaction rising in her heart. In the forbidden annihilation domain, beside the frigid lake, the damp earth crawled with chaotic beast tracks extending from all directions into the withered forest. How long has it been? Jiang Ye yawned lazily, sitting on a lightning-charred tree stump, his feet warmed by a natural campfire formed from a fallen lava golem's corpse. Exactly 1 hour, Song Shiyu replied, rubbing her cheeks, chilled by the night wind, forcing herself to stay alert. Saboring pair of aces, Chu Moli sighed, playing cards listlessly with the silver dragon princess. Pass. Can't beat that. Hill flicked her tail in response, though she couldn't even see her own feet when looking down. No wonder you keep losing. Little Moli must be cheating somehow, always winning. Qinxiang casually tossed her cards aside, brushed dust from her skirt, and rose with interest. Her steps were graceful, her hips swaying gently with each movement, though her tone carried helpless resignation. By my count, it should be about time, right? Dear Captain, how confident are you? She stretched languidly, the snow-white skin at her neckline rising and falling softly, her light purple outfit accentuating her mature allure perfectly. Completely confident, assuming your spices work as promised. Jiang Ye glanced at her briefly before looking away, nodding with assurance. He was certain the plan was nearing completion. My formulas can put anything to sleep, darling. Qinxiang smiled back, clearly having complete faith in her beast-luring incense. Master, those monsters are swaying under the fragrance's influence, heading toward the hunting zone. I count over 1,000, all different species. From above, Jia Bailey circled on her black and white gradient wings, surveying the scene before landing gracefully to deliver her full report. It's time. Hill, begin. Jiang Ye stretched his arms, joints cracking as he limbered up. Brother, you really plan to wipe out over 1,000 nightmare beasts? Chu Moli put away the playing cards, looking up at him with worry filling her eyes. Their small squad could handle 3 to 5 nightmare creatures easily enough, but facing a true beast tide might be beyond their capabilities. Song Shiyu's fingertips lightly touched Jiang Ye's shoulder as she softly advised, don't push yourself. While they're under the sleeping spell, let's just pick off a few stragglers. Annihilating over 1,000 nightmare-level monsters in one sweep sounded like pure fantasy, yet she couldn't help but believe in him. Song Shiyu bit her lips secretly, wondering if she'd lost her mind. You and Moli can handle picking off the stragglers. Jiang Ye raised his hand to gently caress the girl's cold cheek, feeling like he was touching crumbling ice jade. I wonder when you'll ever warm up. I understand. Song Shiyu's cheeks immediately flushed crimson as she covered the spot he'd touched with both hands, the coldness on her face melting away somewhat. She and Chu Moli followed the plan, heading to the designated location to intercept the fleeing monsters. Sister Xiangxiang, keep up. With Jiang Ye's call, he leaped onto Hill, who had transformed into a massive silver dragon. The great wings spread wide, dragon scales reflecting a cold gleam in the sunlight, and in the next moment, the two riders and dragons soared skyward, their passage cutting through the air like a blade. Don't move around now. The fallen angel Jabali folded her wings, wrapping one arm around Qin Xiang, while steadily supporting her with the other as they followed the silver dragon into the sky. Her gentle reminder drifted into Qin Xiang's ears along with the cold wind. Whoosh! The howling high-altitude currents whipped through Qin Xiang's crimson hair. She squeezed her eyes shut, trembling slightly. She was afraid of heights, yet could only curl up in the fallen angel's embrace, letting the wind rush past her ears. There it is. At the edge of the forest ruins, dust swirled as Jiang Ye's azure eyes locked onto the ground below. The beast lure incense was releasing pink mist, with masses of monsters crawling over it. Forbidden black serpents, thousand-eyed snake princesses, yellow-furred bull monsters, armored dragon turtles, shark maidens. Each one like a maddened beast, tongues lolling out as they greedily licked the incense-soaked earth. Item: Beast Lure Incense. Level: 15. Effect: any monster attracted by its fragrance will frantically lick wherever it has been applied until completely consumed. Hill: Silver Dragon's Breath. Jiang Ye sat astride the dragon's back, spine straight, his domineering aura flowing out like a torrent. Roar! The silver dragon spread its wings and dove, its massive wingspan tearing through the air. Cold light flashed in the dragon's eyes as dark flames gathered in its maw, the black breath carrying destructive energy as it roared downward. The dragon's roar awakened the monster horde, their survival instincts sending them scattering in panic, but it was too late. The black flames surged like an abyss, instantly engulfing scales, shells, fins, and coarse fur. The acrid smell of burning spread through the forest as waves of heat rolled forth. Ding! Forbidden Black Serpent defeated, 10 points. Ding! Thousand-Eyed Snake Princess defeated, 6 points. Ding! Yellow-Furred Bull Monster defeated, 5 points. System notifications rang out endlessly as screams merged into crashing waves of sound. Jiang Ye guided the silver dragon in aerial circles, his gaze surveying the scorched earth below, confirming no monsters stirred among the ashes. 1 against 1,000. His points skyrocketed. The dragon spread its wings, and the howling wind roared. High above the skies, a 10-meter-long silver dragon, Sierra, dove headfirst with relentless might. The fierce winds whipped around its shimmering scales as it unleashed a torrent of pitch-black, infernal dragon breath. Its deafening roar shattered the heavens, brimming with murderous intent. Beneath the withered woods, monsters lured by the baiting scent had no time to react before they were engulfed by the raging black flames. In an instant, they turned to ash, their dying screams piercing through the clouds. Those creatures that managed to break free from the lure stared in terror as the silver dragon descended upon them. Their panicked cries echoed, as if wishing for more legs to flee faster from the encroaching black inferno. The ground rumbled, dust swirling in the chaos. The beast horde disbanded into utter mayhem, each creature striving to escape the man on the silver dragon's back. Jiang Ye. Man and dragon together, an unstoppable force. Sierra finished them. Still in the saddle, Jiang Ye and the silver dragon shared a singular mind. With the horde weakened and in disarray, this was the perfect opportunity to reduce their numbers, clearing out all the elite monsters and trading their demise for high-value points on the black card. Roar! Sierra beat its wings, soaring higher as the gales it created toppled dying trees, crushing countless wounded beasts below. But this was just the beginning. Passive skill Demon Slayer, 100 damage to monsters. Talent Sovereign, guaranteed critical hits with complete unstoppable status. Talent Oppression, 50 all attributes and resistances for monsters. Fragrance Blessing, 10 attack, defense, and speed for 30 seconds remaining. With all buffs stacked, the infernal dragon breath swept through the battlefield like a tempest. Jiang Ye stood firm atop Sierra's gleaming back, gripping a silver dragon spear as his eyes glimmered with icy silver light azure, the epitome of destruction. The air itself seemed to freeze, an overwhelming pressure radiating across a 100-mile radius, leaving all living things trembling in unison. Boom! The beast wave collapsed like a crumbling tide, groveling on the ground in sheer terror. Elite Monster Kill Log. Black Widow Natasha Forbidden Zone Serpent, 100 points. Millennium Eye Thousand-Eyed Snake Empress, 100 points. Yellow Mane's Brilliance Yellow Ox Warrior, 100 points. The forbidden serpent with its human-like face and serpent's body hadn't even begun to writhe its lithe frame before being annihilated in an instant. The snake empress, her countless tendrils trembling, could only bow her head in despair as Azure Eye obliterated her, and the bull-headed warrior perished from the same ruthless gaze. Thousands of elite nightmare beasts fell in mere moments, not one able to survive even a heartbeat under Jiang Ye's crushing strength. The overwhelming power was simply unparalleled. Scattered remnants of surviving monsters fled in all directions, leaving just enough for his teammates to take care of. Jiang Ye's thoughts flickered. Ali, handle the cleanup and mop up the wounded. Gazing upward, he caught sight of Gabrielle, the fallen angel with dual wings, darting through the skies like a phantom. Her blade of judgment effortlessly cut down the monstrosities of the forbidden sky. The battlefield above and below was completely suppressed. My master, Gabrielle descended beside Jiang Ye, her black and white wings blending seamlessly as she carried a faint fragrance. Despite the intensity of the battle, the pink-haired lady, with her mature charm, remained as pristine as ever in her jet-black lace dress, a vision of elegance and allure, resembling a noble vampire princess exuding an inexplicable sense of danger. Jiang Ye twirled his finger casually. Lady Xiangxiang, provide a buff. With the remaining time on the fragrance buffs ticking down, a refresh was due without delay. Ugh! Qin Xiang dizzily collapsed against Jiang Ye's face, her snowy white décolletage spilling over. I asked you to heal me, and you actually did it like this? Jiang Ye's face flushed red, enveloped in softness, feeling like even his breath was on fire. I'm sorry. Qin Xiang gripped his shoulders, melting like ice cream under the sun. In the fierce high-altitude winds, she pressed tightly against this fallen angel of a youth, desperately suppressing her trembling fear of heights, having just witnessed his ruthless slaughter. Monster! Qin Xiang exclaimed in a low voice. The youth and Silver Dragon had effortlessly crushed the nightmare-level elite monster horde together. Shared experience points flooded in crazily, and her level climbed so fast that the notification sounds in her ears nearly merged into one continuous tone. Even Hao Yue's sword immortal Pei Qingshu probably couldn't match this. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Ye's neck, surprise still lingering on her pretty face, yet reaching a conclusion in her heart. This youth before her was definitely stronger than the female sword immortal at the same stage. This was a woman's intuition. Sister Xiang, can you still move? Jiang Ye struggled free from the soft restraints, his hair slightly mussed from being buried. I can't move, so the enchantment will have to be done by yourself. The remaining scented handkerchiefs are all in the pocket at my neckline. Qin Xiang's voice was weak. Under the dual pressure of severe acrophobia and continuous buff maintenance, her mana bar had long been depleted, leaving her completely limp. Pardon me. I'll leave the harvest of low-health monsters to you and Ali. We'll meet up before the boss battle. Jiang Ye nodded, his fingertips lightly flicking at her collar to pull out the soft white handkerchief, forcibly extending the fragrance buff. Qin Xiang let out a soft sound as Jia Bailey picked her up jealously. Watching Jiang Ye ride the silver dragon into the distance, she bit her lip, feeling an emptiness in her chest, as if something was missing. It was her first time being so intimate with someone of the opposite sex, yet she found herself not repulsed, even somewhat reluctant to part. Meanwhile, Big Brother's power is so immense, so overwhelming. Chu Moli stood on tiptoes atop a treetop, gazing at the youth on the dragon's back, shock condensing into mist in her eyes, her slender legs unconsciously pressing together and rubbing slightly. The monsters are fleeing this way, stop daydreaming. Song Shiyu wiped away the admiring drool from the corner of her mouth, her cold face thoroughly flushed red. The image of Jiang Ye single-handedly annihilating the beast tide was etched into their hearts, but the task was now at hand. To harvest all the fleeing low-health wild monsters and prevent kill-stealing. We can't disappoint Big Brother. Chu Moli bit her fingertip, a diseased gleam flashing in her eyes as her lips curved into a wanton smile. So I'll have to trouble this fleeing trashto die. Shadow Stitch, bind. Dozens of black threads burst forth from beneath her jade feet, weaving through dead branches, crawling rapidly across scorched earth, like venomous tentacles biting into the shadows of elite wild monsters. Bang! Snake demons, bull monsters, flying birds. Every elite monster with an exposed shadow was sewn tight. Carried by their fleeing momentum and unable to stop, they crashed heavily to the ground, carving long furrows in the earth. Amidst swirling dust clouds at the edge of the scorched earth and withered forest, danger lurked everywhere. Time for your grand performance, little cutie. Song Shiyu crouched atop a bare tree branch, lips curling into a smile, as she flipped through hands some molten rock golem plummeted from the sky on command. Now grow bigger. The stone figure, originally waist-high to an adult, blazed with flowing fire. Like it had consumed magical growth formula, it expanded rapidly midair. By the time it landed, it had swelled to 3 meters tall, its feet crushing the ashen ground, and sending sparks flying as the air warped and smoked from the intense heat. Target them, use ram. Her delicate face remained cold, though her ears flushed slightly as she shouted the command. Boom. The lava giant transformed into a 100-ton truck, molten magma wrapping around its elbows as it slammed viciously into the trapped elite nightmare monsters. This move, Lady Luck smiles. Ugh, the elite monster's bloodshot pupils contracted sharply, as if silently screaming, "Don't come any closer." Bang. The human-headed black serpent tumbled from the impact, its scales charred black. The thousand-eyed snake maiden writhed from the burns, like a loach thrown into boiling water. The yellow-furred minotaur sizzled audibly, the scent of barbecued meat actually wafting through the air. Ram, ram, ram. Song Shiyu's killing intent surged as she issued rapid commands. Water spray, water spray, water spray. From the other side, Chu Moli also wielded her water spear, cold light bursting forth like rain. Ugh, the critically wounded elite monsters couldn't even finish their death cries before dissolving into streams of experience points and pristine white scores under their combined assault. Every last one, eliminate them all. Song Shiyu's gaze turned icy after surveying the battlefield. Whoosh. As the battle ended, Chu Moli crossed her arms to stretch her sore muscles. Her beautiful eyes swept across the devastation, shock written plainly across her face. Dozens of elite nightmare monsters, and we just dealt with them like that? This was way too easy. She rubbed her slightly racing heart. Though her bear-patterned battle robe remained unruffled, her expression still couldn't hide her amazement. With her strength, facing one elite nightmare required full vigilance, 2 meant fighting desperately, and 3 spelled almost certain death. Now corpses littered the ground with charred scents spreading everywhere, and even she couldn't help but place her hands on her hips, displaying a mischievous imp's triumphant expression. She's just too strong. It's not that the elite nightmare monsters were simple, it's that your brother is too powerful. Song Shiyu's smile faded as she gazed skyward. A silver dragon swept past, its massive shadow falling across the scorched earth and making her features appear even more stern. She was only level 12. Even summoning an epic-tier lava giant wouldn't match an elite nightmare in direct combat. But with Jiang Ye's debuff skills and Qin Xiang's buff auras stacking together, she had forcefully overcome the level suppression and treated the weakened elites like punching bags. Cross-level grinding felt this exhilarating. The flutter in her chest churned as if melting ice had been dyed crimson. Following her line of sight, she caught a distant glimpse of the silver-eyed dragon rider. Jiang Ye's strength needed no elaboration. Every detail fell into her eyes and buried deep within her heart. And here I was thinking I'd help you level up, but I ended up being carried while you did all the work. Song Shiyu gently touched her warm cheeks, muttering to herself, grateful he hadn't witnessed her earlier embarrassment. Otherwise, she'd truly have no face to show. She had leveled up 8 whole levels at once. There are still points, so many they're about to overflow. Watching the numbers jumping rapidly on the electronic black card, Chu Moli suddenly cried out. After killing hundreds and thousands of elite wild monsters consecutively, massive shared experience poured out from the card's surface, directly pushing her to level 23, a full 8 levels up. The points, he filled them all up. Song Shiyu stared at her black card, her icy eyes trembling slightly. She had absorbed every last bit of experience Jiang Ye had gifted, her level also breaking through, soaring to level 20. From originally lagging behind the first tier to overtaking in one leap, even leading by a wide margin. Team No Premature Romance. Points 13,145. Breaking 10,000. Even terrifyingly high at 13,145 points. Just that fraction alone had already exceeded the total champion points record of previous years. The first place belonged to them, without question. Brother, I really want to see how you became so strong. Chu Moli bit her lip, a thin blush surfacing on her cold face, her eyes full of curiosity. Song Shiyu lightly bit her fingertip, a sickly flush spreading across her originally icy complexion. Jiang Ye, I really want to fight you, to compete. Even knowing I'll lose, I still can't wait. Conquering a powerful man doesn't necessarily require brute force. Using one's strengths to fill gaps will suffice. She murmured to herself. Teaming up with Jiang Ye could also be considered a kind of thoroughly passive gap-filling. Dragon roars accompanied by wind chants, startling the cold crows. In the depths of the instance, blood rain had yet to disperse. The 5 girls of the slaughter team stood drenched in blood beside the massive corpse of the mermaid princess, staring blankly at the sky. A silver dragon was sweeping across the dim heavens. Is that a silver dragon? The scorching bloody wind howled as the girls looked at each other, the overwhelming pressure making their hair stand on end. Could it be the instance's hidden boss? Its single dragon roar scared the beast tide into scattering. You, go up and take down that silver dragon. A teammate half-jokingly pushed the person beside her. Me? Are you serious? The banter born of hardship scattered with the wind. Pei Qinghuan wiped the blood from her sword with her elbow, staring intently at the sky. She recognized that familiar silhouette, but couldn't believe it was that him. Impossible. That guy's aura was clearly pathetically weak. It must be from too much killing, making her see things. The silver dragon's oppression made even Pei Qinghuan's heart tremble. How could it possibly be related to that? All show, no substance, waste Jiang Ye? She shook her head self-mockingly, dismissing the absurd thought. After killing the mermaid princess, she had risen to level 21, just 4 levels away from the instance cap. Her points had also reached 3,100, breaking records right at the start. When the final settlement came, she would surely make her sister look at her with new eyes. Sister? Humph. I don't need anyone to take care of me. Pei Qinghuan flicked her sword, blood droplets flying from the blade. She calculated her gains, her mood settling slightly, and took out her black card for a glance. Points ranking. Number 1, no premature romance, 13,145. Number 2, slaughter, 3,100. Number 3, battlefield roses, 2,250. The smile at her lips instantly froze, coldness crawling across her face like frost. Overtaken after just a brief rest? And by such an outrageous margin. What kind of joke is this? Pei Qinghuan bit her lip, veins bulging at her temple. She suddenly drew her long sword, slashing at the air dozens of times in succession, frightening her teammates into huddling together and trembling. Only when her stamina was exhausted did she support herself with the sword, chest heaving violently, blood robe collar swaying continuously. This team. She frowned tightly, clicking on no premature romances. Detailed information. Jiang Ye's name was prominently listed. Her pupils contracted sharply, frost instantly sealing her beautiful face. After the shock, towering rage rushed straight to her heart. I was overtaken, and by Jiang Ye of all people. In that instant, the peerless female sword immortal flew into a rage from shame. 13145. The cold numbers pierced her beautiful eyes, filling them with bloodshot veins. Pei Qinghuan couldn't understand how, despite fighting until she was covered in blood, Jiang Ye had stolen her thunder when the scores were tallied. She stared at the leaderboard, gritting her teeth. The team that had surpassed her was the ridiculously named No Puppy Love Squad, led by Jiang Ye, who was only level 18. What made it even more infuriating was that the highest level member in his team had reached level 23, a full 2 levels above her. The riverside wind cut like a blade, her blood-stained dress fluttering in the breeze, her hair dancing wildly in the air. Her pride felt as if it had been ground into the mud, branded with the mark of Jiang Ye. Pei Qinghuan's figure trembled in the wind as her mind conjured up that handsome silhouette, her ears still echoing with her sister's choked words, "Please, take care of my little sister." Searching her heart, she smoothed her skirt, the little bear pattern on the lining wrinkled by her restless hands. She was truly furious beyond measure. Throughout her life, even her sister couldn't necessarily overshadow her, yet now she had lost to a mere level 18 ant. The humiliation struck her face blow by blow, resounding with sharp slaps. She raised her head and whispered to herself, "Sister, you were wrong. Your little sister is actually very strong." Before her words had faded, her sword rang as it left its sheath, the blade pointing straight at the silver dragon streaking across the sky. The metallic taste of blood spread across her lips as she spoke coldly. "Jiang Ye, you've successfully caught my attention." Her long black hair cascaded down, her blood-stained pretty face bearing a hint of sickly ferocity. Her goal was clear. She would reclaim the 10,000 points she was behind by taking them from the boss. Pei Qinghuan stood with her sword, her eyes glowing red. Her pride wouldn't allow any man to step on her to reach the top. She would remember this humiliation of 10,000 points. However, her teammates behind her had turned pale. The girl with the bob cut whispered a reminder, "But the boss is too strong. We should level up more first. We're only level 15, relying entirely on you to carry us. Fighting the boss directly would likely mean death or serious injury. Do you also think I'm inferior to him?" Pei Qinghuan turned back, her gaze like frost. At her words, the others fell silent as cicadas, following her like marionettes as they stepped over the mermaid's corpse, searching along the way for a shortcut to the boss. She raised her sword and pointed forward. "Jiang Ye, don't get cocky. I won't let you stay ahead for long." The blade reflected a sharp red light as she secretly vowed to return this humiliation to that man's face with interest. Meanwhile, deep in the dark cavern, everything was on the verge of collapse, with dust falling like rain. The campfire flickered, casting dancing shadows. Liu Ruyan leaned against the wall, her white legs and stockings trembling beneath her white priest's robe, her voice barely audible. How? How much longer until this ends? If we don't stop soon, my dress will be soaked. Outside are all rioting elite monsters. Any one of them could instantly kill the corpse lord I had before. Jeeb Woodwan collapsed on the ground, his face grayer than the firelight. Before the beast tied, the white bones behind him seemed like ants. Lu Zishao gripped his sword tightly, his knuckles white. Did you hear that dragon's roar? He pressed against the trembling wall, not daring to leave the cave despite the risk of collapse at any moment. Outside, hordes of elite monsters were rioting. The air reeked of scorched earth and blood, as if fangs might burst through the cave entrance at any moment. Suddenly, a dragon's roar exploded from the heavens, shaking loose stone fragments that rained down, while the nightmare elite monsters near the entrance scattered in terror. The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. Nightmare boss. Liu Ruyan hastily wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, holding her breath as her legs trembled beneath her robes. The Lei clutched his war hammer, hiding behind her, not daring to breathe. No way. Jeep Woodwan swallowed hard, his yellow hair plastered to his scalp, his entire face sagging with fear. If that's really a boss, this dungeon is absolutely insane. Another dragon's roar rolled past, making the cave walls tremble. Lu Zixiao gripped his magic sword tighter, taking a deep breath before smiling bitterly. Obviously, who could possibly defeat a dragon? It's definitely beyond our league. As a level 16 rank magic swordsman, he could only bow his head in submission. Mortals, after all, could hardly slay dragons. If even Ah Xiao is scared, that dragon must be the final hidden boss. Liu Ruyan stood frozen, her mind filled only with thunderous echoes. Her brother had always been hailed as a future sword god, yet now he didn't even dare draw his blade. The roaring outside continued relentlessly. Wait, holy shit. Ji Buduan suddenly slapped his thigh, aggravating an old wound that made him break out in cold sweat. Little Ji Bo, you scared me to death. Liu Ruyan's face went pale as she pressed her wildly beating heart. In the flickering firelight, she bit her lower lip and muttered quietly, I need to change my pants. Sorry, I just thought of a possibility. Ji Buduan grimaced. What if that dragon is the azure-eyed silver dragon that Jiang Ye contracted? Impossible. Lu Zixiao's face darkened as he punched the rock wall, sending stone chips flying. Reality isn't a fantasy novel. How could a loser who failed his class change suddenly become so powerful that I have to look up to him? Little Ji Bo, you weren't actually fooled by him, were you? Liu Ruyan laughed softly, cradling her slightly rounded belly. The three exchanged glances and fell silent. Right, Jiang Ye wasn't a dragon knight, so how could he command a nightmare-level dragon? While they were cowering in this cave, that guy had probably been scared off by the beast tide and logged out of the dungeon long ago. Liu Ruyan leaned against the wall, crossing her arms with a cold snort. If Jiang Ye really had been forced to retreat and missed the experience bonus, his level would inevitably fall behind, and then wouldn't he have to obediently sign that agreement? The lakeside villa and 10 million upgrade loan became increasingly vivid in her mind. The future looked bright. In the dim cave, a soft humming sound could be heard. In Xuanhe Town, at the town square, night fell as the large screen hung quietly in the center of the square, surrounded by hundreds of students. Students from Jiangxing No. 1 High School looked up, waiting for the score refresh, while the teams from Linhai City stood with their chins raised, mocking arrogantly. Look, the leaderboard is about to update. A Jiangxing boy clenched his fists. Our Blade squad might catch up. Huh, dream on. A senior from Linhai No. 2 High School crossed his arms and sneered. Pei Qinghuan is an SS-level professional, and the Slaughter team will definitely take first place. How can a backwater place like Jiangxing compete with Linhai City's prodigies? Exactly, a girl nearby mocked coldly. If your Jiangxing team takes first place, even by just 1 point, I'll eat shit on the spot. The tense atmosphere ignited instantly as teenagers from both sides argued heatedly, yet their eyes remained glued to the screen. Suddenly, the data flickered and the leaderboard updated in real time. Stop arguing, the scores are out. The crowd stretched their necks like ducks on strings. First place must still be Slaughter. The sword fairy Pei Qinghuan is invincible. If not them, Battlefield Rose has the potential to overtake. Those 5 beautiful girls are unforgettably strong. Don't forget the Blade Squad, a Jiangxing student retorted. Captain Lu Zixiao has the bearing of a sword god. The numbers on the screen finally settled. First place, No Early Dating Squad, 13,145 points. Second place, Slaughter Squad, 3,145 points. Third place, Battlefield Rose Squad, 2,970 points. Holy shit, who the hell is this No Early Dating team? A 10th point gap? Dude, isn't this cheating? Leading second place by 10,000 points, does that mean I have to eat 10,000 shits? The Linhai senior who had made the bold claim turned pale and his legs trembled. Cheers instantly flooded the entire square. Jiangxing students raised their arms and shouted, who says Jiangxing is weak? Who dares claim Linhai is strong? Team member information appeared next to the rankings. Captain, Jiang Ye, lowest level at 18. Members, Qin Xiang's level support, highest at level 23. Chu Moli's level melee mage, level 23. 2 other members with undisclosed professions. The captain has the lowest level? He must be dead weight. Nonsense. The highest is school beauty Qin Xiang. Maybe she's dual-spec'd in healing and damage and went on a killing spree. How can a support kill monsters just by healing? I think Chu Moli is the fiercest. A new round of arguments erupted in the square over who was stronger between Qin Xiang and Chu Moli, with heated debates rising and falling like waves. Meanwhile, the passionate teenagers from Linhai City hung their heads in defeat, completely silenced. On the main platform, several principals were also severely shocked. Li Bubi, principal of Linhai No. 1 High School, hurriedly put on the gold-rimmed glasses clipped to his robe collar, then anxiously took them off to wipe them. He stared directly at the number 13,145, his face turning as green as unbrewed tea leaves. Xiao Mai, principal of Linhai No. 2 High School, unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of green tea, his chubby face flushed red as he coughed. Cough, cough. No way, buddy, their Linhai City prodigies actually got surpassed. The two principals looked at each other, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. The backwater Jiangqing had actually produced monsters that even SS-level sword fairies had to look up to. Li Bubi forced a smile and extended his hand to Principal Song of Jiangqing No. 1 High School. Principal Song, congratulations, congratulations. Principal Song sighed lightly and shook his hand in return. Ah, we misjudged. Who would have thought that little Jiangqing was hiding dragons and crouching tigers? I should congratulate Principal Song in advance. The record-breaking score from this trial will probably never be surpassed. Xiao Mai wiped the grease from the corner of his lips and sighed with a bitter smile. Jiangqing No. 1 High School was charging ahead triumphantly, making Linhai No. 2 High School look like mere background players. They would probably end up dead last this time. Oh, not at all. Pure luck? Song Qian was stunned at first. Then her red lips curved into an exaggerated arc as she grinned from ear to ear. Her purple bodice rose and fell slightly. Unable to conceal her suppressed excitement, the team that had been at the bottom just moments ago had suddenly shot to first place with a commanding lead in points, making her heart nearly leap out of her chest. On the other side, Qin Yu stared intently at the scoreboard. The moment he saw his daughter's name at the top, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Jiang is truly fierce. Over 10,000 points in one move did he clear out half the dungeon. He had originally just wanted to ask Jiang Ye to look after his daughter in passing, never expecting her to coast to victory in the team. But the next second, for words flashed through his mind. No puppy love, Jiang Ye was so strong and handsome. Could his daughter resist? At this thought, Qin Yu froze in his chair. Even the goji berries in his thermos seemed to lose their flavor. His precious daughter was going to be swept away by some pretty boy. Nightmare level, forbidden extinction mystic realm. Dusk painted the horizon blood red as a foul wind swept through the withered forest. Dead leaves and branches rustled with eerie sounds like ghostly wails. On the scorched earth, flesh and blood had turned to dark ash, with chaotic footprints stretching to the horizon's end. At the end stood Jiang Ye, the silver-speared youth. He raised his hand, gently stroking the dragon-horned, silver-eyed girl standing before him. Hill, you did beautifully. The infernal dragon's breath had devoured the elite beast horde. The silver dragon soared overhead with overwhelming presence, and Jiang Ye had seized the opportunity to jump 8 levels, his power skyrocketing. Master, Hill closed her eyes, enjoying the head pat as her pink tongue secretly licked his palm, her voice soft and sweet. Hill wants a reward, meow. What do you want? Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. Dragons naturally loved shiny objects, so he assumed the silver dragon maiden would want gold, silver, jewels, pearls, or diamonds. I want Master's embrace. Hill swallowed. Her pretty face flushed crimson, silver eyes full of cautious hope. The long dark nights of exile and betrayal by loved ones had frozen her heart to ice. Only after being taken in by this youth had she learned to seek warmth again. That's simple. Jiang Ye chuckled, surprised by her modest request. I was thinking of giving you rubies set for fire damage, sapphires for ice effects, or maybe topaz for lightning, crafted into a crown for your head. If Master gives true gold, then Hill will keep pure silver. Hill buried her face in his chest, listening to his warm heartbeat. But right now, I only want an embrace. Jiang Ye laughed softly, opening his arms to hold her tighter, his fingers trailing down her waterfall of silver hair. The equipment dropped from slaying so many elite monsters could wait. This embrace was Hill's entire world right now. After a moment, the silver dragon girl stood on her tiptoes and gently licked Jiang Ye's cheek, a flash of longing in her silver eyes. Master, continue riding Hill to defeat the boss. As her words fell, she had already slipped from his embrace and leaped onto the dragon's back, silver hair flowing. The lingering warmth on his cheek left Jiang Ye standing frozen, his grip on the spear trembling slightly. Who exactly was being rewarded here? The moment they embraced, a delicate fragrance wafting from her silver hair drifted into his nostrils with each breath. Jiang Ye felt the girl in his arms was like snow against his body, coolness seeping through her close-fitting silver scale armor dress, melting into warmth against his chest. That warmth spread slowly across her snow-white skin, as if enveloping his entire being. She brushed his cheek ever so lightly before pulling away, leaving a subtle yet distinct tremor like a reward from the silver dragon princess. Master, Sheer licked the corner of her lips, crossing her hands behind her back and rising slightly on her tiptoes as she leaned forward. In the setting sun, she tilted her head with a faint smile, silver hair cascading over her shoulders, the rabbit at her chest rising and falling with her breathing. She lowered her voice in reminder. Don't space out now. The boss's cave is just ahead. The sunset's afterglow painted a golden edge along her profile. Sheer didn't mind Jiang Ye's entranced expression at all. The Silver Dragon clan had always been known for repaying kinness. A drop of water given would be returned as a gushing spring. Before them, the cave was shrouded in orange mist, with a dangerous aura churning from deep within the fog gate. Once they stepped inside, they would face the overlord of the forbidden extinction domain, the nightmare-level boss, the Abyssal Serpent. Let's wait for our teammates to gather before we tackle it. Jiang Ye nodded, standing beside the Silver Dragon Princess at the fog gate, yet hesitating to enter. To trigger the hidden boss, he needed to first slay 9 different types of nightmare-level elite monsters. For these 9 creatures, he had ridden sheer through the skies for half a day, only locking onto this cave entrance just before dusk. Master, you've grown stronger again. On the dusky grassland, Sheer sat hugging her knees, sneaking glances upward. She always felt that her master in those silver eyes seemed even more dazzling now, and her heartbeat quickened. Indeed, a bit stronger. Jiang Ye opened his data panel. The hundreds upon thousands of elite kills had pushed his level to new heights. Host, Jiang Ye. Level, 1899.99. Class, SSS-rank Charm Beastmaster. SS-rank Abyss Overlord. Passives, Gratitude, Blood Charm, Demon Suppression. Talents, Divine Gift, Dominion, Enslavement, Tyranny. Skill, Ghost Hand. Right hand infected with Abyssal Corruption, condensing an Abyssal Ghost Hand that corrupts all. Stats, Stamina 3550, Strength 3500, Agility 3500, Spirit 3600, Charm 2500. Charm bonus, 250 enhances all effects. With such explosive stat growth, enemies at his level had virtually no chance of resistance. How wonderful. Master has grown a bit bigger. Sheer bit her lip, her fingers toying with grass blades as her legs parted slightly. Her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. The stronger and bigger her master became, the more confidently her silver boots pressed against the ground. Still, speaking of stats, he couldn't compare to her. Charm Pet, Silver Dragon Princess Sheerway. Level, 18. Grade, Golden Legend. Race, Azurite Silver Dragon Bloodline Awakened. Skills, Azurite, Silver Dragon Companion, Dragon Roar, Dragon Might, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Dragon Tail, Giant Dragon Form. Equipment, Black Stockings 10 critical, White Stockings 10 attack speed, Gargoyle's Heart Spirit 100, grants skill Petrification. Stats, Stamina 3850, Strength 4250, Agility 4300, Spirit 4100. Legendary Charm, Pet gains 20 to all stats per level. With Jiang Ye's Divine Gift, talent bonus stacked on top, the level 18 Silver Dragon Princess was truly the Silver Empress who dominated both sky and land. Hill is not a pervert. The Silver Dragon Princess puffed out her soft, pale lips, glaring with slight dissatisfaction. Stop making excuses. Dragons are naturally lustful, you stupid lizard. If you're not a pervert, then who is? A disdainful hum echoed from the dim sky above. Gabrielle fluttered her black and white gradient wings, slowly descending beside Jiang Ye like a noble vampire princess, gracefully bowing in an elegant curtsy. Wearing a deep neck slip dress, the dark corset struggled to contain her unruly assets, which clearly needed firm discipline with stick and iron fist. Even if I am a pervert, I'm not as perverted as you, stupid sheep. Hill bit her cherry lips, pointing at Gabrielle in embarrassed fury. Dragons may be naturally lustful, but that's still better than an angel who fell into becoming a horned succubus because of lust. Why? Thank you for the compliment. Covering her crimson lips with her jade hand, Gabrielle giggled softly, feeling no shame but rather pride. Since she had already become a succubus, what did it matter if she was a bit perverted? Ariel, is the battlefield cleanup finished? Jiang Ye caught the scent of an impending battle and quickly interrupted, enduring his headache. His enchanted companions were all jealous creatures with possessive streaks far too strong. All cleaned up completely, not a single piece left. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, cherry-colored eyes sparkling with delight. The fallen angel Gabrielle licked her red lips, her unclean hooves skillfully wrapping around Jiang Ye's neck as she pressed against his back with her ample chest. Master's dropped equipment, fill me up completely. Ariel can't fit even one more piece. Caressing her smooth belly beneath the silk dress, Gabrielle whispered breathily in Jiang Ye's ear, her eyes misty with seduction. The monsters in the dungeon dropped various equipment, but without the game's one-click pickup function, they had to collect everything manually, which was somewhat troublesome. She and the pink-haired fox spirit had cleared the entire battlefield, picking up and categorizing all the dropped equipment. How was the harvest? Feeling the gentle pressure from behind, Jiang Ye asked with an unchanged expression. Temptress, don't disturb his focus. Right now, his eyes were only on the pristine white equipment. 6,215 pieces of white common equipment, 125 pieces of blue rare equipment, and exactly 4 pieces of purple epic equipment. Gabrielle held up 4 fingers, tilting her head with a soft laugh. Truly worthy of the master she had chosen, the amount of equipment he could generate was impressive indeed. Good heavens, that many? And epic equipment dropped too. Jiang Ye couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Purple epic equipment almost exclusively dropped from nightmare dungeon bosses with only a small chance, making them incredibly rare and virtually priceless. To get 4 pieces of epic equipment from nightmare elite monsters was truly a case of quantity leading to qualitative change. Speaking of which, the collar necklace that Master put on Hill's neck is also epic grade. Hill touched the dark thorn necklace around her snow-white neck, her pretty face radiating indescribable happiness. She truly loved the gift her master had bestowed upon her. I have a gift from Master too. Gabrielle touched the cross pendant at her heart, humming softly in competitive spirit. She was like a scabbard, her burning heart housing her master's legendary equipment, the Blade of Judgment, that could sever anything. I almost forgot. Jiang Ye grasped the fallen angel's soft hand, suddenly remembering he hadn't yet checked her attributes. Ariel, let me see just how strong you've become now. With that, Jiang Ye opened Gabrielle's attribute panel. Master, please examine me thoroughly. Ariel is no less capable than the Silver Dragon Princess. The succubus horns brushed against his shoulder in an intimate nuzzle, and that pristine face bloomed with a rosy blush. Her strength contained no water whatsoever. She wasn't afraid of Master's surprise inspection. Charming companion, Twin Angel Gabriel. Level, 18. Tier, Golden Legendary. Race, Angel Succubus. Skills, Seraph, Dark Blood Princess, Twin Blossoms, Eternal Reincarnation. Between wings woven with blazing white and blood red. Jiang Ye pulled up the complete status panel. Equipment Blade of Divine Judgment, capable of severing anything. Attributes Stamina 3900, Strength 3650, Agility 3700, Spirit 4100. A seraph pure as a goddess, combined with a dark blood princess alluring as a demon. These twin sisters working together are nearly invincible, he said with a slight smile, offering his assessment. The natural scabbard perfectly matched the legendary weapon, and the dramatically enhanced stats were no less impressive than those of the Silver Dragon Princess Hill. Truly terrifying. The inspection concluded, and the system displayed assessment passed. Master examined me so thoroughly. Did you enjoy it? Gabriel wrapped her arms around Jiang Ye's waist, smiling mischievously. Unlike a certain useless little lizard, I'm all substance with no filler. In her twin form, she could become divine with one thought, demonic with another. Her 2 projections could exist side by side, complementing each other in battle-pure quality with 0 padding. Nothing to be proud of. You're not any stronger than me. Hill snorted softly, her silver eyebrows furrowing slightly as she regarded this brainless sheep with disdain. If Master wants to check stats, he can just examine me directly to see if there's any padding. I won't listen to her nonsense. With both charming companions clinging tightly to his arms, Jiang Ye couldn't help but sigh. Can't you two give it a rest? Are all girls this jealous? If I contract more in the future, I'll probably be torn into 5 pieces. In the distance, Qin Xiang wiped the sweat from her forehead and set down her bulging dimensional bag with a bitter smile. Instead of bickering, why don't you two help me carry this? There's too much equipment, I don't have the strength. Being afraid of heights, she didn't dare let the angel carry her, so she had to trudge along with the heavy load. Brother, so much equipment. Our family's rich now. Chu Moli stuffed the spoils of war into her shadow, her stocking-clad feet touching the ground as her shadow instantly swelled into a round, plump, black orb. If we sell all this in the spirit realm, we'll make quite a bit of money, right? He doesn't even spare the beast companions. What a scoundrel. Song Shiyu followed behind, her cold, pretty face full of disdain. Is Jiang Ye an insurance salesman? Why does he like beast companions so much? Hearing their voices, Jiang Ye turned back. They're here. Get ready to farm this dungeon thoroughly. Finally breaking free from the soft, fragrant embrace, he breathed a sigh of relief. Scoundrel. Song Shiyu tossed him a storage bag filled with epic equipment, though she wondered to herself. If I turned into a cat, would this jerk like me more? But cats need to do backflips, never mind. Catching the bag, Jiang Ye smiled teasingly. You're as cold as an ice cube. Maybe you'd be cuter if you smiled more. Smile like this. Song Shiyu cooperatively pulled her lips into a slight curve, but her icy expression immediately resembled that of a Yandere who had just finished killing and was licking blood. Jiang Ye shivered. Maybe you shouldn't smile after all. He sat down cross-legged, placing the storage bags in front of him, preparing to take inventory. Growl, I'll kill you. After realizing she had been played, Song Shiyu's face turned cold as she seethed with humiliated fury. Once her anger subsided, she turned her head away and pulled out a palm-sized compact mirror, angling it toward herself as she forced a stiff, awkward smile. The mirror snapped shut with a click, and Song Shiyu muttered under her breath that it must be the mirror's fault that her smile looked so menacing. Don't be discouraged. Everyone sit down and let's loot the drops. Jiang Ye waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to gather around. Once they finished looting and armed his campus beauty teammates to the teeth, they could tackle the nightmare-level hidden dungeon. He calculated in his mind whether the 9 heads of the dungeon boss the abyssal serpent would be enough for him to kill. Well, it doesn't matter if Sister Shiyu's face is a bit cold, as long as her heart is warm, right? Chu Moli leaned against Jiang Ye's side, her laughter light and melodious like silver bells. A warm heart beats a cold exterior any day. It's like thermal expansion and contraction keep a cold face all the time, and it's bound to sag. Amid the playful banter, the campus beauty teammates relaxed and took their seats one by one, forming a semicircle around Jiang Ye. Let's start with the purple equipment then. Jiang Ye rubbed his hands together and, in front of everyone, pulled open the storage pouch. A pale purple glow spread like ripples across water as 4 pieces of equipment in various forms rolled out of the bag toward everyone's feet. Name, Voyeur's Diary. Level, 20. Grade, Purple Epic. Class, Support Only. Description, from the Nightmare Elite, Thousand-Eyed Snake Princess, nicknamed the Millennial Eye, who has lived for over 1,000 years and enjoys using her pupil-covered tentacles to spy on all things in the world, secretly recording what she sees and hears in her diary. Effect, reciting diary incantations reduces enchantment consumption by 20. Writing enchantments with the diary increases effectiveness by 20. Attributes, 100 Spirit, 10 Enchantment Speed. The tattered diary had a snow-white giant eye in the center of its cover that seemed to slowly rotate, coldly observing everyone. Despite its powerful effects, it was limited to support classes, so Jiang Ye had to pass on it. Name, Musical Magic Wand. Level, 20. Grade, Purple Epic. Class, Mage Only. Description, a harmonica-shaped magic wand lost by the Nightmare Elite, Jade Creek, the beautiful mermaid princess. Legend says that melodies played with this wand can captivate any man in the world. Effect, grants skill Seductive Melody, which charms enemies and controls them for several seconds. Grants skill Waterbird Dance, allowing the wielder to swing the wand and unleash powerful water tribute slashes that cut through anything. Attributes, 50 Spirit, 50 Strength, 20 Melee Attack Speed. This was a harmonica wand designed specifically for melee mages, which Jiang Ye still couldn't use. Perhaps he could save it for his sister to practice her oral techniques and sound arts. Name, Thousand-Eyed Snake Princess's Egg. Level 1. Grade, Purple Epic. Class, Beast Tamer Summoner Only. Description, an egg from the Nightmare Elite Black Widow, a snow-white serpent egg of unknown purpose. Perhaps it would taste better fried. Effect, awaiting hatching. Attributes, awaiting hatching. If it could be hatched, this epic-grade snake princess egg had extremely high growth potential. But Jiang Ye hadn't reached level 20 yet and didn't have any spare pet slots available. Only one epic item remained. Everyone held their breath as their gazes focused on the flickering light. Name, Drop in the Bucket. Level, 20. Grade, Purple Epic. Class, Summoner Only. Description, golden fur from the Nightmare Elite, Golden Radiance, containing energy that can unlock potential, but also comes with strange side effects. Effect, when equipped, enhances summoned creature potential, grants skill Golden Lion, transforming into bull form with bristling fury for exhilarating combat. Attributes, 100 Strength, 100 Agility. The golden bull hair gleamed blindingly bright, but with its class restriction, Jiang Ye could only shake his head again. He still couldn't use it. With all the purple equipment displayed, the campus beauties exchanged glances, their laughter tinged with eager anticipation. Jiang Ye raised his hand and pointed, the corner of his mouth curving upward. Well then, dig in. Can I really lick it? Chu Moli swallowed hard, her pink tongue darting across her lips as they turned pale from thirst. She should have brought more drinks before entering the dungeon. Now she didn't even have a drop of water, let alone milk. No way. Song Shiyu frowned, her cold, pretty face full of disgust as she huffed proudly. What's the point of licking fingers? They have no taste. I'd rather have a lollipop. Stop letting your minds wander, you two. Jiang Ye glanced at them and laid out the loot in front of him, his tone impatient. Looting is looting. Quit the chatter, or you'll get ambushed by campers. Hurry up and choose. We still have a boss to fight. I can't use this purple gear, so I'm giving it to you all. Better overall damage output means faster farming. It's too valuable. Qin Xiang raised her hand then lowered it, shaking her head firmly. Purple epic equipment was already rare, and they only got these drops thanks to Jiang Ye's firepower. She had just provided some aerial support with enchantments, tagged along for assists, and leashed experience, gaining 8 levels in one go. Taking equipment on top of that would make her want to find a block of tofu to bash her head against, preferably her best friend's, since it looked flatter and probably harder. Sister Xiangxiang is right. Epic equipment would be wasted on me. Chu Moli raised her hand in agreement from behind the pink-haired beauty. She was reluctant to use such precious items, always wanting to save them for her brother. I can't use it either. Song Shiyu had barely started speaking when Jiang Ye shoved a fist-sized purple pet egg into her hands. No arguments, take it. He pressed the egg into her delicate palm with a cold command. He already had Silver Dragon Princess. No matter how powerful a serpent charm pet might be, it couldn't compare to a true dragon. Besides, a dignified Silver Dragon Knight shouldn't hoard everything. I don't eat purple eggs. Song Shiyu held the epic egg, feeling the pressure from Jiang Ye's palm as her fair skin flushed slightly red, her voice becoming flustered. To give away an epic egg so casually, such generosity made her instinctively press her legs together. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a flowing spring. But she was a summoner, and girls didn't play with eggs. Should she really hatch it? This voyeur's diary goes to Sister Xiangxiang. Jiang Ye grabbed the tattered reedy diary and stuffed it into Qin Xiang's hands, distributing items decisively. Qin Xiang let out a soft sound as her fingertips touched the cover, her pretty face blushing as her heart trembled. Aside from that old pervert, this was the first time a man had treated her so well. Epic equipment is too expensive. If you don't mind, come to my family's treasure pavilion. I'll use my father's private funds to have a complete set custom-made for you. This is a noticiary not allowed to refuse. Her gaze was serious, each word clear and distinct. She could accept being carried by Jiang Ye, but she couldn't bear to freeload in return. Fortunately, her father Qin Yu's treasure pavilion had abundant resources, and combined with intelligence from the Adventurers Guild, it would be enough to craft exclusive equipment for Jiang Ye to repay his kindness. Sounds great, I won't hold back then. Jiang Ye nodded with a smile in agreement. Only then did the pink-haired beauty breathe a sigh of relief. She took the diary, sat beside him, gently opened the pages, and secretly stole glances at his profile. She seemed to have been influenced by that voyeur's diary, her gaze lingering on Jiang Ye's handsome face, unable to look away. He would give the staff to his sister. Jiang Ye raised his hand and placed the white jade flute-like staff into Chu Moli's palm. The lustrous jade flute felt slightly cool to the touch. The girl's slender fingers trembled slightly as she looked up with a gentle smile. Brother, you're so good to me. This was the first time her brother had given her a gift. Not only did it have commemorative significance, but it was also frighteningly expensive. Chu Moli hugged the jade flute, her voice soft and sweet. I can never repay brother's kindness. I don't even know how to thank you. How about I play it for you often in the future? She prided herself on being a master flutist, skilled in all musical arts. You just need to be obedient. Stop saying such ambiguous things. Jiang Ye chuckled, reaching out to gently ruffle her hair. Don't pat my head, it'll stunt my growth. Chu Moli huffed softly, shaking her head to dodge his hand, muttering quietly. If anyone should be touching heads, it should be me touching your forehead. If you don't grow taller, so be it. Being small is cute too. Jiang Ye withdrew his hand, the faint fragrance of the girl's hair still lingering on his palm. Well, this last piece of equipment seemed to be for summoners. Jiang Ye picked up the strand of pale golden hair, frowning in thought. There was only one summoner in the team, yet she had received 2 epic-level items at once, which seemed rather unfair. Let me trade with you. I'm not a beast tamer, so I can't use the incubation egg. Song Shiyu noticed his dilemma and decisively handed the epic incubation egg back to Jiang Ye. Then this hair is yours. Jiang Ye placed the pale golden hair into her cool little hand and temporarily stored the egg. Song Shiyu nodded gently and equipped the hair to her character. The tips of her originally jet black hair instantly took on streaks of pale gold, which, combined with her slightly flushed face, added a contrasting cuteness to her cool beauty. If you have time. She sat sideways on the grass, quietly moving closer to Jiang Ye. The evening breeze scattered her hair as she said softly, You could come visit my house. My mother quite likes you. Our house is quite large too, no worse than the Adventurers Guild. She wasn't boasting. The Song family was an ancient clan with deep foundations. Supporting Jiang Ye to level 50 would be no problem at Elite, was merely a matter of 10 billion resources or so. As for repayment, she would be satisfied as long as Jiang Ye repaid with a few billion experience points. She wasn't picky. Don't worry, prepare to bleed heavily. I won't show any mercy. Jiang Ye snorted softly, handing the epic egg to Hill for safekeeping. Bleeding heavily. I can accept that. Song Shiyu bit her lip, fine sweat appearing on her forehead. Her face glowing with a rosy hue. It was her first time bringing a boy home, and she hoped everything would go smoothly. The Song family had deep foundations. Cutting off a piece of flesh would be enough to feed Jiang Ye well. After distributing the purple epic equipment, Jiang Ye let everyone freely choose from the elite-level equipment, with the remainder to be kept by him. The campus beauties picked and chose, knowing they could never fully repay Jiang Ye's kindness and would have to return the favor generously in the future. On the grass, Silver Dragon Princess and the fallen angel examined the strange egg, their little heads tilting left and right as they peered at it, unusually quiet for once. The egg was bathed in a soft, luminous glow from the morning light. Jia Bailey extended her slender jade finger and gently poked the hard shell. The unusual hardness she felt made her furrow her delicate brow. Snake eggs shouldn't be this solid. Curiosity flickered in her cherry-colored eyes as she seemed to sense the vigorous life force pulsing within, likely no weaker than their own. She pressed the cold purple egg against her soft, pale belly, the coolness seeping through her skin as her pretty face quietly flushed red. The vitality within the shell made her heart tighten, giving her the first-time illusion of becoming a mother. Though she had no experience hatching eggs, this sense of life ready to burst forth was intoxicating. If it were her master's child, that wouldn't be so bad. Bro, don't you think I look awesome? Chu Moli bounced over to Jiang Ye, wearing a light blue rare-grade mage outfit. The wide-brimmed wizard hat shadowed half her proud little face, while the chest wrap hugged her budding curves. Her midriff peeked through teasingly, and the knee-high white stockings made her legs look long and elegant. She had both looks and stat bonuses: exceptional water damage, plus the mage appearance as camouflage. Who would guess she was actually a melee mage without seeing her fight? Not looking. Jiang Ye barely glanced before shaking his head. Those blue and white stripes are wasted. There's no way to bear humiliation and carry heavy burdens in that. Mina. Chu Moli bit her lip and gripped her staff tighter, letting out a soft huff. It wasn't her fault the outfit was skimpy. What do you think about my outfit? Song Shiyu spoke softly, pressing her legs together slightly. The deep-neck black mesh top struggled to contain her snowy skin, while her dark mini-skirt showcased her beautiful legs in black stockings. Though this was her first time being so bold, she steeled herself to ask for his opinion. Beautiful. Though the clothes seem a bit small, can you breathe okay? Jiang Ye gave her a proper look and nodded seriously. It's not too small, as long as you like it. Song Shiyu quickly turned her face away, her cool features instantly burning red as her delicate hands covered her racing heart. She had deliberately chosen equipment one size smaller just to leave a sexy impression in his eyes. Even better, the gear provided extra mana regeneration with excellent sustainability. She wasn't the type to run out of steam quickly. You're all taking way too long. Don't keep our dear captain waiting, Qin Xiang commented with a sigh, having already changed into pitch-black battle armor, completely abandoning flashy appearances. Stats were everything. Everyone looked over this black-armored beauty who appeared to be a main damage dealer knight at first glance, but was actually a support with incredible healing output. Qin Xiang winked and smiled softly. The dungeon is dangerous. I can't afford to hold everyone back. You have to survive to deal damage. Though the armor was heavy, it provided extra stamina and mana recovery, allowing her to stand at the front lines both tanky and healing, rock solid. After those few moments of delay, the group finally assembled completely, armed to the teeth, ready to tackle the hidden boss. So then, let's go. Let's burn that abyssal serpent to ashes. Jiang Ye led the charge, touching the misty portal of the cave before vanishing into the orange smoke. The campus beauties followed closely behind, stumbling as they stepped into the nightmare-level abyssal prison. Pale purple toxic mist churned beneath the low dome ceiling, while ghostly flames flickered silently. I'm out of antidotes. I can't hold on much longer. I can't move either. Half my stats have been drained and my health keeps dropping. Before the Hydra could even strike, they could only huddle at the dungeon's edge through sheer willpower, gasping under the oppressive poisonous fog. Their only hope rested with the female, sword immortal, facing the enemy alone. Pei Qinghuan, level 21, SS class profession, Blazing Sun Sword Master, younger sister of the Bright Moon Sword Immortal. The girls pinned all their desperate hopes on a single consoling thought. She'll definitely cut off that Hydra's heads and get us out of here. Across the vast floor scattered with broken tiles, heavy chains clanged in the darkness, binding an abyssal serpent nearly 20 meters tall. 9 grotesque snake heads swayed menacingly, their blood-red vertical pupils piercing. The massive tail lashed wildly, sometimes bursting up through the floor tiles, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Head and tail worked in tandem, launching pincer attacks against the lone figure dodging in the center. Pei Qinghuan. The toxic mist forced its way into her lungs, turning Pei Qinghuan's delicate face an ashen gray, with crimson blood trickling from the corners of her eyes and lips. Her strength rapidly depleting, her steps grew increasingly heavy. Bang! The massive tail struck home. The girl's chest slammed into the ground, carving a long furrow as she rolled several times before coming to a stop. Her sword-wielding hand trembled as she tried to rise, only to cough up more blood that soaked through her robes. It hurt so much, she whispered through blurred vision. Her blade had only managed to scratch shallow marks on the serpent's hide, sparks flying and illuminating her pale, weakened face. It turned out she wasn't invincible after all. How is this possible? Even Qinghuan lost. Weary, all going to die. Woo-woo. I've never even been in love, I don't want to die. Their faith shattered. The girls huddled together for comfort as tears and terror spread among them. Pei Qinghuan bit down on her bruised lips, guilt and self-mockery churning within her. I'm sorry. If she hadn't been so stubborn and reckless, how could she have dragged her companions into this? She hadn't yet proven herself to her sister, hadn't yet repaid that bastard for her humiliation. How could she die now? Chains rattled as the hydra reared its heads, foul-smelling saliva dripping in long strands. The snake heads blotted out the sky, their crushing wind pressure whipping up her disheveled hair and the dusty mist. Death was but a step away. Someone, please save us. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in her ears. Hey. Pei Qinghuan blinked her blood-stained lashes, her pupils reflecting the silhouette of a man. It's you? She smiled bitterly, slowly closing her eyes. If even she couldn't stop the abyssal serpent, how long could Jiang Ye last? It was merely a matter of dying sooner or later. Never thought I'd die alongside someone like you. Tears soaked her blood-stained robes as her voice broke. Jiang Ye stood beside her, the massive serpent plummeting toward them overhead, yet he didn't even glance up. Instead, he looked down at the defeated sword immortal on the ground, his lips curling into a cold smile. Foolish woman, I have no intention of dying for love with you. Stupid woman. The cold whisper brushed against her ear like mockery, causing Pei Qinghuan's taut nerves to explode. What right did this bastard, who couldn't even see his own death approaching, have to curse her? Pei Qinghuan prided herself on being clever and formidable. She refused to be looked down upon by Jiang Ye, that weakling. Her lofty pride felt crushed as if by a giant palm, her chest churning as though soaked in blood. In that instant, her eyes snapped open. The foul wind pressure accompanied the abyss serpent's grotesque head as it lunged toward her. Pei Qinghuan bit through her lip, her blood-stained hair whipping wildly in the turbulent currents as she roared through gritted teeth. Jiang Ye, what do you know? Even I can't break through the abyss serpent's defenses. What waves could you possibly make? In the end, aren't you just like me, dragging everyone down to die with your ignorance and weakness? You're the one who's even more stupid, more stupid, more stupid than me. The hoarse roar tore through her throat, two bloody tear tracks sliding down her cheeks, yet what fell was bone-deep despair. What could she do? What could he do? Before this abyssal nightmare, weren't they all just waiting to die? So when the pitch-black, ghostly hand suddenly expanded several meters, its 5 fingers clamping like shackles around the serpent's vital point, her mind went completely blank. Is that beast really so powerful? Jiang Ye frowned slightly, tilting his head in mild confusion, his voice cold as frozen iron. The ghostly hand suddenly clenched crack. Emerald snake bile and cherry-colored blood mist exploded simultaneously, the fetid stench saturating the air. Blood rain instantly cascaded from the iron dome. Hiss! The putrid gale ceased abruptly as the serpent head shrieked in agony, its bloodshot giant pupils visibly trembling and contracting. In mere moments, the massive abyss serpent writhed like a mudfish caught in a trap, firmly pinned in the palm, unable to move. Pei Qinghuan collapsed to the ground, her entire body frozen. Her blood-red pupils dilated as Jiang Ye's figure seared into her retinacea nightmare-class abyss serpent with level 20 attributes, combat power far exceeding level 40 professionals, its head strike capable of collapsing buildings. How on earth had he caught it? Was she already dead, and this all just an illusion? Her breathing constricted, bitter saltiness seeping from her bitten cherry lips, the bitterness spreading. Proud as she was, for the first time before a man, she felt an insurmountable fear and shock. Pei Qinghuan, haven't you realized your own stupidity yet? Jiang Ye glanced indifferently at the female, sword immortal on the ground, silver radiance churning in his eyes, cold and majestic. Pei Qinghuan lowered her delicate head, shame veiling her beautiful face, blood seeping again from her tightly bitten lip corners. Because of her arrogance, she had forced her way into the abyss serpent's lair, nearly causing her team's complete annihilation. For young women in their prime who had been her constant companions had almost been buried with her in the serpent's belly. If not for Jiang Ye, they would have long been nothing but bones. The life-saving grace filled her with overwhelming gratitude, yet her shattered pride left her with nowhere to hide her shame. Sorry. She kept slapping herself across the face, using violence as penance, desperately trying to ease the bitterness in her heart. If apologies actually worked, wouldn't you be invincible? Jiang Ye stood before her, looking down with a mocking sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! Suddenly, several sharp whistling sounds cut through the air from behind as thick, black serpent tails lashed like iron whips, striking wildly at both of them. Look out! Pei Qinghuan instinctively cried out in alarm, tears blurring her blood-red eyes. Bang! The serpent tail crashed into the rock wall with a thunderous impact that seemed to split mountains and crack earth. The entire shadowy dungeon shook violently as stone fragments and dust filled the air. What followed was the violent clanging of chains and the serpent's agonized roar that echoed like thunder, sending waves of dust rolling through the chamber. Through the haze, a tall figure stood firmly in place. In that critical moment, Jiang Ye simply turned and raised his leg, blocking the attacking serpent tail with a single kick. After a brief standoff, he suddenly exerted force, sending that black tail flying like a cannonball toward the ceiling, striking one of the serpent heads directly. Blood exploded in a crimson mist as chunks of flesh scattered everywhere. 9 ferocious giant heads, and in just 3 breaths, 2 were already destroyed. Pei Qinghuan's desperate half-hour battle hadn't even left a scratch on the serpent's body, yet Jiang Ye at level 18 was forcibly suppressing a nightmare-level dungeon boss above his grade. The difference was crystal clear. Remembering how she had mocked Jiang Ye earlier for being low-level with terrible skills, her cheeks burned with shame as she hung her head in humiliation. I'm no better than a stray dog, aren't I? Big chest, nice ass, but all I do is look down on people. Bitterness churned in her heart as tears streamed down her face. But more deadly was the poison. Purple toxic spots spread from her pale face to her neck and shoulders, then toward her heart. Her skin gradually turned bluish-purple in moments. The poison would reach her heart. Swallow it, don't spit it out. A ghostly black hand gripped her slender throat, lifting her like a chick. Jiang Ye pulled an antidote pill from his pocket and roughly shoved it between her bloodstained lips. MMPH. Bitterness instantly filled her mouth as Pei Qinghuan frowned in pain, instinctively wanting to spit it out. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. Jiang Ye lightly patted her swollen cheek, while keeping his eyes locked on the writhing, roaring abyssal serpent. Did you agree to take care of me because of my sister? She asked stubbornly, her eyes red with tears. Pei Qingshu, the bright moon sword immortal, the peerless female sword immortal of great Zaihe reputation, was enough to make anyone show respect. But now Pei Qinghuan's heart grew even more bitter, knowing she could only survive by relying on her sister's influence. What sister this, sister that? Jiang Ye growled through gritted teeth. You foolish woman, don't steal my kills, don't leech my experience, and don't slow down my leveling. With that, he grabbed her by the collar and tossed the stubborn female sword immortal directly into the corner. Women would only slow down his leveling pace, not even the favor of the sister duo would change that. Pei Qinghuan was flung into the corner of the dungeon by the ghostly hand, tumbling several times in shock before barely managing to crawl back to her teammates through the rubble. Cough, cough. She lowered her head and spat out a mouthful of dark, clotted blood, the taste of rust spreading between her lips and teeth. The dark purple poison spots creeping across her face gradually faded, and color slowly returned to her wax-pale complexion, though she remained completely dazed. Kneeling on the cold ground, she held her swollen cheeks with both hands, murmuring softly, "If it wasn't because sister saved me, then why?" Jiang Ye's disgusted scolding seemed to echo in her ears. No kill stealing, no experience leeching, no? Making me angry. Each phrase hammered against her heart. Pei Qinghuan bit her lip as a blush rapidly spread to the tips of her ears. Her wildly beating heart was like a startled fawn, panicked and unable to find an escape. Qinghuan, are you alright? The bob-haired girl crouched down, placing a soft white hand on Pei Qinghuan's damaged shoulder armor, her eyes filled with worry. I'm fine. What about you all? Pei Qinghuan took a deep breath of cool air, forcefully suppressing the chaotic thoughts churning in her heart. She looked up with a forced smile, clutching her pounding chest as she asked apologetically. Thanks to Sister Xiangxiang from Jiangxing No. 1 High. Another girl revealed a sachet from her sleeve. Her blended aromatics can actually neutralize poison. We applied a layer, and the toxins in our bodies were gradually expelled. Now we're all refreshed and energized. Qinghuan, do you want to wipe yourself down with the scented handkerchief again? If the poison isn't completely cleared, don't force yourself to endure it. Several beautiful girl teammates surrounded her in a circle, offering medicine and patting her back, their concerned gazes flowing over her like warm waves. You don't blame me? If it weren't for my stubbornness, everyone wouldn't have suffered together, or even died here with me. Pei Qinghuan lowered her head, her hair covering the self-reproach and gloom in her eyes. What nonsense. The bob-haired girl patted her shoulder. We all made that pledge together when we formed the team. Of course it'd be a lie to say we don't blame you at all. But without you, our slaughter would just be laughter. Besides, who could have predicted this nightmare-level hidden dungeon would be so outrageous? She changed tack, lowering her voice. But Qinghuan, he didn't take advantage of you just now, did he? Curious gazes fell upon Pei Qinghuan. She quickly turned her head away, flipping her sword hilt-like ponytail behind her shoulder. A suspicious blush instantly appeared on her cool face as she stammered in denial. Of course not. Actually, she was the one who had stolen the advantage. It would be too shameless to turn around and accuse him. Phew, that's good. I thought you liked Jiang Ye. Her companion's eyes sparkled like stars. If Qinghuan doesn't like him, then he's available? Come on. Kicking a nightmare-level hidden boss flying, that's just too cool. If he dated me, I'd gladly endure his rough treatment every day. The girls chattered excitedly, instantly turning the dungeon into a school trip scene. Pei Qinghuan felt waves of stuffiness in her chest from all the commotion, unconsciously pressing her hand to her heart, her brows knitting into fine lines. Enough. She suddenly raised her voice. I already asked for you all as a girlfriend, so everyone should just give up. She sighed with feigned disappointment. She didn't want to admit that the selfish part of her heart had made her casually tell this lie, not wanting to share him so easily. Damn it. Such a high-quality hottie is already taken. Which vixen is so lucky? So what if he has a girlfriend? Doesn't that mean I only have one competitor? Right? As long as you work hard enough, any relationship can be broken. Wah, he's so handsome. I need to get my DSLR out and record everything. Girl, your boyfriend is amazing. But the girls refuse to give up, still crowding around in a circle, chattering away, and stealing glances at Jiang Ye with starry-eyed expressions. Hopeless. Pei Qinghuan rubbed her temples and sighed helplessly, even considering disbanding the slaughter squad altogether. Fine, let them go gawk at Jiang Ye and record for as long as they want. Meanwhile, no puppy love squad. All members assemble. Sister Xiangxiang, how are those burdens doing? Jiang Ye crouched low, sliding between broken floor tiles and stone walls, dodging the toxic bombs spewed by the abyssal maw with the agility of a slippery eel. They've disengaged from combat. No life-threatening danger, and they can't leech our experience. Qin Xiang, clad in pitch-black armor, used shadow manipulation to dodge the sweeping snake tail, her brief reply uninterrupted even as the trembling earth sent debris flying around her. Good. Jiang Ye nodded, his mind racing as he focused all his attention on the monster before him. Name: Abyssal Serpent Descendant of Abusi. Level: 25. Tier: Purple Epic Nightmare Overlord. Skills: Venom Bombs, Constriction, Bite, Poison Rain, Elemental Breath, Self-Regeneration, Death's Door Enhancement. Stats: Constitution 66-66, Strength 11-11, Agility 450, Spirit 666. The weakness lay in its 7 hideous snake heads. If they couldn't sever them quickly, this beast would regenerate and return to its peak 9-headed Hydra form. The closer to death it got, the stronger it became. Any delay would mean certain defeat. Jiang Ye stared at the writhing flesh buds at the severed neck stumps, his expression growing increasingly grave. The abyssal serpent's terrifying constitution made it nearly immortal. Fortunately, Jiang Ye's attacks dealt true damage, and combined with his talent bonuses, there was still a chance for a one-shot kill if his teammates coordinated properly. The prerequisite was making this colossal beast stop moving first. Bro, leave it to me. Chu Moli melted into the shadows, ignoring the rain of striking snake heads, her ethereal form immune to all physical damage. She manipulated shadows, struggling to bind the serpent's projection, but was repeatedly interrupted by its frenzied thrashing. It's no use, this 9-headed monster is too fast. I can't pin down its shadow in time. If only the shadow could be bigger. Ali, use holy light to expand the shadow. Xiu, make the lava golem swell up and release heat and light to illuminate this dungeon. Jiang Ye commanded in a deep voice while pressing his hand against the fallen angel's chest, drawing forth a legendary weapon, the Blade of Judgment. Boom. A snake head crashed down from the ceiling, its massive maw tearing through the floor tiles as it tried to swallow Jiang Ye whole. Flash. Dark hellfire condensed into a blade edge as Jiang Ye used consecutive jumps to trace a zape trajectory, severing that ferocious snake head clean off at the base in the blink of an eye. Blood mist billowed as he stepped through it, his sword tip spinning out a dark sword flower. Jiang Ye's figure emerged from the blood mist, flourishing a pitch-black sword flower as he decapitated with a single strike. Blood rained down, yet Jiang Ye remained spotless. His obsidian blade, wreathed in blazing flames, tore through serpent flesh, erupting in a blinding zaped arc of light. Using the force from the scattered chunks of meat beneath his feet, he launched himself skyward in an instant. At the same time, roar. The excruciating pain forced the abyssal serpent to emit a piercing wail as its massive body swayed and stiffened. Perfect opportunity. Jia Bailey's cherry-colored eyes flashed with determination as her wings beat powerfully, propelling her upward. The cloud wave emblem on her chest glowed as her dark blade slashed diagonally. Divine judgment. Holy light followed the blade's path, illuminating the dim dungeon completely. The remaining 6 serpent heads couldn't close in time, and their 12 crimson pupils were instantly blinded by the searing radiance. The agony drove the abyssal serpent into a frenzied rampage, crashing wildly as walls collapsed thunderously, floor tiles shattered, and limestone dust filled the air. In the interplay of light and shadow, every silhouette suddenly became crystal clear. Lava golem, grow larger. Enter berserk mode. Song Shiyu waved her delicate hand, and the stone figure shot through the air. Upon landing, it had expanded to 3 meters tall, becoming a blazing lava colossus. Magma flowed along its form, its hair ribbon transforming into tongues of flame like an enraged lion radiating golden light. The special effect of her purple epic equipment, 9 bulls and 1 hair, berserk was fully activated in the intense heat. Burn. Turn this entire dark dungeon to ash. Under the intense light, her pretty face was stretched by shadows, her lips curling into a sickly mad grin. Ha ha ha. As her command fell, the lava colossus beat its chest and roared, flames shooting skyward, painting the dungeon in countless brilliant hues. Under the blazing firelight, the abyssal serpent's previously hidden shadows were forced into stark visibility, swaying and stretching like a dim canopy covering the ceiling. Well done, Sister Shiyu. Chu Moli's breathing quickened, the flames reflecting off her usually cool face, turning it crimson. She bit her lip and raised her hand, shadow threads dancing at her fingertips as she suddenly clenched her fist, shadow bind. Prison. The shadows beneath her feet quickly wove into a net, grasping the abyssal serpent's shadow and devouring it hungrily. Everything. Everything's been absorbed. With light panting and flushed cheeks, she had completely mastered this realm of darkness. Bloom, thorn rose. Shadow thorns shot forth from the dark web like living tentacles, growing wildly along the serpent's thick scales. As the massive shadow collapsed, they instantly wove into a cage, binding the 6 giant necks tightly. Bang! The necks were pulled together and collided, the shockwave toppling several stone pillars as debris and chains flew through the air with thunderous crashes. Piercing wails echoed off the stone walls as the serpent heads were torn and bloodied, and the colossal creature finally lost consciousness. Without hesitation, Chu Moli manipulated the shadow web once more, wrapping the abyssal serpent in layer upon layer. Brother, we got it. She looked up, wiping the fragrant sweat from her brow, breathlessly calling out in her sweet voice. Well done. Standing atop the serpent's neck with his dark hair flowing down, Jiang Ye responded briefly before his figure vanished in an instant. The marks left behind pierced through the thick, black scales of the serpent, leaving bloodied footprints from tail to head, painting it crimson. He vowed to decapitate the abyssal serpent and put an end to its reign. In the corner of the dungeon, the flickering fire illuminated a group of young women from the slaughter squad, huddled in the shadows. Their faces revealed astonishment, flickering with the light of the flames. Is this their first time teaming up? How are they this in sync? That handsome guy from Jiangqinghai, he's a born commander. Even Qinghuan couldn't deflect that fallen angel strike. That light almost blinded me. If I could date him, I'd be willing to have 10 kids. I've already picked out what last name our kids would use. Their playful chatter, like the ring of silver bells, drifted to pay Qinghuan's ears. Bathed in the firelight, her worn teddy bear shirt and snow-white skin marred with scratches created a sharp, disheveled contrast. Her gaze locked onto Jiang Ye's figure soaring through the air. For a moment, his back blended with the indomitable self she had dreamed of becoming. Yet it was unmistakably different. The person who pushed the abyssal serpent into desperation wasn't her, but the boy she had foolishly underestimated. Her pride shattered. Fingernails pierced into her palms, beads of blood dripping down. Bitterly, she thought, the joke is on me, isn't it? But could he really sever all 6 of those monstrous heads? Her chest rose and fell violently, nearly straining against the confines of her dark breastplate. She pressed her small hand against her collar in a futile attempt to calm her racing heart. Jiang Ye had already crushed the blood-soaked flesh of the serpent underfoot. His figure became lightning incarnate, soaring toward the writhing 6 heads atop the beast. Sierra. With a deafening roar, the silver dragon princess emerged from his companion's space, instantly transforming into an azure-eyed silver dragon to lift him skyward, wings sharp as blades. Sensing the killing intent, the abyssal serpent's remaining heads unleashed a frenzied spray of elements: fire, ice, lightning, darkness, light, poison. Red, blue, yellow, black, white, and purple streaks of energy descended from the dungeon's ceiling, as if intending to dissolve the entire space into chaos. Yet Jiang Ye remained steadfast atop the dragon's back, his voice resonating with authority. Come forth. Activating his divine-level skill, subjugation, magic surged as a shadowy soul emerged from the void. A pitch-black veil materialized, absorbing the wrathful elemental barrage entirely. Sierra kill. He swung his ghastly black hand, summoning the blade of judgment, whose icy gleams sliced through the air. The silver dragon roared and dove down. Shadow thorns coiled around the serpent's 6 heads like an unyielding chain, wrenching its necks into the shape of a massive, flailing spiked ball. Dragon soul burst. A deafening dragon's roar erupted, unleashing an ancient pressure as the silver dragon's soul crushed the serpent mercilessly. The entire dungeon trembled on the brink of collapse. Flash. A streak of silver carved through the sky, the harsh contrast of black and white emanating cold finality. The blade struck true. Blood sprayed wildly as all 6 grotesque heads simultaneously dislodged and slammed onto the dungeon floor with a resounding crash. World-class hidden boss Abyssal Serpent defeated. Nightmare-level dungeon Forbidden Shadow Realm. Abyssal Cage successfully cleared for the first time. Global ranking. Number 1. A piercing wail echoed through the dungeon's depths. 6 grotesque serpent heads swept past Jiang Ye's sides, their putrid breath stirring up clouds of blood mist, yet not a single drop stained his robes. A series of system notifications exploded in his ears. Kill successful. Jiang Ye landed gracefully on the pale scales of the giant serpent hill's spine, his figure elegant as his robes billowed through the crimson haze. Experience gained. 23,333 points. Level up. Golden light erupted from his body in cascading waves, flashing again within seconds. Another level up. Just a bit more to reach level 20. Once he crossed that threshold, he would unlock his next divine talent and the coveted charm pet slot he'd been dreaming of. The ground beneath his feet was littered with serpent corpses, their hot blood steaming. A slight smile curved Jiang Ye's lips, growing stronger, brought him one step closer to unraveling the mystery of his parents' demise. Purple epic equipment dropped. The mechanical notifications continued in an endless stream. Jiang Ye's gaze sharpened as purple starlight floated before his eyes, not just one beam, but several. He'd clearly hit the jackpot this time. What treasures could a nightmare-level hidden boss possibly drop? The first starlight shattered, revealing an attribute panel. Name: Abuz's Blood Essence. Level: 20. Grade: Purple Epic. Description: the blood core of the nightmare boss, Abyssal Serpent Abuz. Thousands of years ago, Abuz attempted to leap across the abyss in his serpent form to transform into a dragon, but was defeated and captured by demon Hideon Bone, imprisoned at the abyss entrance to suffer day and night. Through accumulated resentment, his bloodline mutated and condensed into this single drop of blood essence. Effect: increases constitution by 100 when consumed. Grants skill Undying Dragon Blood, with regenerative resurrection ability. As the purple light faded, the crimson drop suddenly leaped into Jiang Ye's mouth while he was distracted. Gulp. The blood was bittersweet and scalding hot. He groaned as waves of heat surged through his body, his constitution stats skyrocketing. The second and third purple starlights flickered in succession. Jiang Ye rode hill down slowly, reaching out to gather them while taking inventory of his spoils after killing monsters. It was time to loot. Second item. Name: Flood Dragon Soul Banner. Level: 20. Grade: Purple Epic. Description: after demon Hideon Bone defeated Abuz, he extracted the evolving dragon blood from within and forged it into pitch-black chains to bind the great serpent for 1,000 years. Eventually, Abuz was slain by a young warrior, and his dying soul burned the iron chains to ash, condensing into this eerie Flood Dragon Soul Banner. Effect: Constitution 100, Spirit 150. Grants skill Dragon Soul Pavilion for containing remnant souls. Jiang Ye weighed the black soul banner in his hand, light as a feather with ghostly shadows dancing around it. Great stats. If this could grow, it would be godlike. Dragon Soul Pavilion pairs perfectly with my enslavement talent for collecting the remnant souls of defeated monsters. The final purple light flared, producing a palm-sized bone key. Name: Skull Key. Level: 50. Grade: Purple Epic. Description: demon Hideon Bone severed Abuz's tail to make soup and eat the meat, casually carving the snake bone into an abyssal key and binding it with chains woven from the serpent's hide. Effect: opens catastrophe-level dungeon gate of the abyss. Jiang Ye glanced at the key, his heart burning with anticipation yet tinged with helplessness. A level 50 dungeon key. By the time I reach level 50, it'll probably be after college entrance exams. He ran his fingers over the white bone, his eyes gleaming with intense light. He truly wanted to see just how powerful this demon who could thrash the great serpent Abuz really was. Jiang Ye carefully stored the bone key, his fighting spirit surging within. Only two things could make his blood boil: leveling up and facing off against terrifying bosses in the abyss. The catastrophe dungeon where his parents last appeared, and the abyssal gate before him, served as constant reminders that someday he would traverse every inch of these dungeons and burn all obstacles to his advancement to ashes. At that moment, as he circled on Silver Dragon Princess preparing to land, a shadowy figure suddenly streaked through the air. Fallen angel Jabali swooped onto Silver Dragon Princess's back, spread her wings, and pulled Jiang Ye directly into her embrace. Master, with feathers swirling around them, she held him tightly, her soft chest pressing against his back through her armor as she earnestly began examining his injuries. Ali, he won't let you get away with this later, Jiang Ye casually reminded her, though he didn't struggle. I'm not afraid of that stupid lizard, Jabali snorted, taking a deep breath as if savoring his scent before slowly descending with him. On the ground, silver-haired dragon girl Hill had already landed. Seeing her riding time, intercepted, her silver scales trembled as lightning crackled around her. Jabali, she gritted her teeth, wind and electric arcs swirling in her fury. Nearby, Qin Xiang approached in her battle armor, her light laughter crisp behind her mask. Oh my, they get along so well. Watching the two girls tangle right in front of him, Jiang Ye nodded matter-of-factly. The dragon girl and succubus princess had quite the relationship. Brother, you're not hurt, are you? Chu Moli ran over, standing on her tiptoes to examine him from head to toe. Of course not. Jiang Ye ruffled his sister's hair tuft with a slight smile. Though the abyssal serpent was strong, his skills were superior. After clearing the dungeon, would you like to come sit at my house? Song Shiyu asked, holding the lava statue that had curled into a hedgehog shape. Her cold, beautiful face filled with earnestness. She simply wanted to study hard and keep Jiang Ye motivated. Jiang Ye's lips curved upward. Is your mom home? My mom? She should be home. Song Shiyu touched her fingertip to her lips, her voice uncertain. After the dungeon ended, her mother Song Qian would likely be home celebrating. Then I won't go. My mom. She doesn't have to be there. The cold beauty immediately panicked, a few traces of blush appearing on her cheeks as she bit her lip and stammered. If her mother was home, she'd have to find a way to make her temporarily disappear. After all, she still hadn't repaid Jiang Ye for the purple equipment he'd given her. She had planned to invite him over this time and repay with cooking by preparing a feast with her own hands. Seeing her ears turn red with anxiety, Jiang Ye stopped teasing. We'll see when I'm free. Give my regards to your aunt. He still planned to go to the neighboring coastal city of Linhai, following the nine-tailed fox's trail to investigate clues about his parents' disappearance. Then, you must tell me when you're free. Song Shiyu put aside her disappointment and secretly resolved that repaying with cooking couldn't be rushed. She needed to practice her culinary skills first to avoid turning gratitude into revenge. Afterward, Jiang Ye shared the battle details with his teammates. After hearing the situation, everyone almost immediately gave him all the drops from the abyssal serpent. For them, carrying epic equipment and riding coattails with a powerhouse was already satisfying. No one was greedy, and they all remembered this life-saving favor. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, the slaughter squad fell into deathly silence. Pei Qinghuan stood there in a daze, replaying Jiang Ye's sword strike in her mind. The abyssal serpent that she and her teammates couldn't defeat together had been casually killed by him in one hit. No fancy sword techniques, yet he could easily slay it. She murmured, light surging in her pupils. The gap between her and Jiang Ye had been clear from the very beginning. But the greater the gap, the more she wanted to surpass him. The books said that conquering a man was like taming a wild horse. You could never subdue it without riding it a few rounds. Pei Qinghuan pressed her lips together, fighting spirit surging. Jiang Ye, I'll defeat you someday, Onion. Pei Qinghuan couldn't ride a horse, but she could learn. With enough effort, taming a wild stallion wouldn't take too long. She would face Jiang Ye in single combat sooner or later. If she didn't even dare to try, the gap between them would only widen until those blood-stained eyes could no longer catch up to his retreating figure, leaving her to curl up in place and weep silently. To prevent such a future, Pei Qinghuan secretly resolved to uncover the secret behind Jiang Ye's growing strength. But how? Dating? Spending time alone together? Romance? Marriage? Her pretty face flushed red as her heart pounded wildly. In the end, she mentally crossed out the first few options, leaving only one somewhat reasonable answer: spending time alone together. It wasn't about pursuing him, she warned herself. Being alone would simply make it easier to spy on his secrets of growth. Perhaps she could trick Jiang Ye into coming to the Pei family estate by the sea, teaching him the Sword Saint's techniques as an excuse to spar with him up close, Onion training sessions. That stubborn guy, she refused to believe she couldn't steal at least some of his secrets. Lost in wild thoughts, she suddenly heard the girls' teasing voices floating to her ears. Qinghuan, you've been staring at him for so long your eyes are practically sparkling. Don't tell me you like Jiang Ye too. What? No way. If Qinghuan makes a move, then I won't have any chance. It's fine if Qinghuan likes him too, I don't mind sharing. 3 people, 1 blanket, as long as we live happily together. Does anyone have spare clothes? I got soaked in the rain earlier. Her teammates chattered around her, making steamy jokes. In their eyes, it wasn't strange for the usually aloof female sword immortal to fall for someone after all. Jiang Ye, riding his silver dragon and cutting down the great serpent with a single strike, was both handsome and powerful. Who's fallen for anyone? Pei Qinghuan's face turned bright red. She glared at her sisters, then couldn't help stealing another glance at Jiang Ye. I'm just studying his weaknesses, looking for a way to defeat him. You shallow bunch wouldn't understand. Though the summer heat was scorching, she felt cold with anger. Her competitive spirit wouldn't allow Jiang Ye to surpass her. Today's humiliation would be repaid 100-fold. Come on, Qinghuan, you couldn't even break through the abyssal serpent's defenses, let alone defeat Jiang Ye. How can you say that? Qinghuan is a female sword immortal who can match her sisters really strong. Well, she barely qualifies to look at my idol, I suppose. If she could beat Jiang Ye in bed, I might believe it, but on the ground. Someone winked mysteriously. Qinghuan looks all cold and aloof, but deep down she's quite rebellious, likes to be dominant. Qinghuan, show us that I'll defeat him someday. Attitude again. Uffed. Ha ha ha, sorry, I just can't help it. Laughter erupted all around her. Some defended her, others added fuel to the fire, but more eyes had already shifted away from her to follow that boy riding the silver dragon and slaying serpents. In just a few minutes, her invincible image in her teammates' hearts had been completely replaced by Jiang Ye. The taste of being surpassed was indescribably strange. Pei Qinghuan felt angry and wronged, wanting to laugh and cry at the same time. She was furious at her own inability to win, humiliated by her rage, yet also laughing at her own weakness and concern for appearances that prevented her from crying out loud. In the end, she could only carry the unwillingness in her heart and helpless rage. Out of sight, out of mind, ignoring the girl's mockery, she kept a stern face and walked straight toward Jiang Ye. Oh no, we've gone too far with the joke. Qinghuan isn't really going to confess to Jiang Ye, is she? Several girls whispered in the distance. What do you think her chances are, given her looks? Probably slim to none. She used to clash with Jiang Ye all the time, right? With her arrogant and rude personality, she easily offends people. She'd be lucky if he doesn't hate her. She should have thought of this earlier. Qinghuan is both proud and stubborn, heading straight for heartbreak. They sighed and shook their heads, their voices full of pity. Pei Qinghuan's figure was disheveled, her clothes torn and tattered. Her ripped short sleeves and shredded jeans swayed in the air, leaving trails of blood. Each step splattered droplets of blood on the ground, yet she stubbornly continued toward Jiang Ye. She stopped in front of him, bowing her head respectfully. Her voice was hoarse but clear. What happened before was my fault. I apologize to you. I am sorry. Thank you for saving us. My teammates and I are deeply grateful. Her once proud head now hung low, dried blood on her cheeks making her look like a defeated and captured sword, immortal, tearful, yet defiant. Jiang Ye glanced at her, his gaze sliding past the torn bear pattern on her chest, barely held together by black lace undergarments, unexpectedly revealing a sensuality that contradicted her usual cold image. You're welcome, he replied indifferently, his expression calm as still water. Feeling his gaze, Pei Qinghuan bit her red lips and shyly lowered her head, but could only suppress all her emotions. The defeated had no right to be willful. After the dungeon ends, I'd like to invite you to visit Linhai as my guest, to make amends. My Pei family has been a lineage of sword saints for generations. If you're interested, please come and visit. She looked up, her pretty face flushed, her arrogance gone, her tone carrying an almost humble plea. Jiang Ye thought for a moment, but didn't immediately agree. I do have plans to go to Linhai. If there's an opportunity, we'll see. With less than 100 days until the college entrance exam, dungeons weren't open daily and had level restrictions. Time was tight, and he still needed to find time to go to the neighboring city of Linhai, following the clues left by the nine-tailed fox to search for the truth behind his parents' disappearance. Pei Qinghuan became anxious. There will definitely be an opportunity. After the 100-day oath ceremony competition, there's another mock exam in a month, and it's taking place in our Linhai city. I heard the dungeon is an imperial tomb inhabited by a powerful nine-tailed fox. I was planning to challenge it alone, but with you there, we could easily defeat it together, right? She secretly studied Jiang Ye's torn short sleeves outlined the young man's solid arms, but his gaze was like cold stars, never truly resting on her. A flash of surprise suddenly crossed Jiang Ye's eyes, then quickly returned to calm. Not interested. He shook his head lightly, turned to call his school beauty teammates, and teleported away directly before the dungeon countdown ended. Not interested. Pei Qinghuan felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing to her knees, covering her face and crying softly, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Her heart felt restless as if ants were crawling inside, with nowhere to vent. It's over. Qinghuan's confession was really rejected. The girls in the distance were shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief. The once invincible, stunning sword immortal now knelt in the dust, looking exactly like a rejected admirer. Heartbroken to the extreme, she who once treated him with indifference now faced bitter regret. Who would have thought that the proud and stunning female sword immortal would one day find herself desperately chasing after her husband in vain? Pei Qinghuan felt as if her earlier arrogance had slapped her hard across the face, wishing she could wipe away every trace of superiority from her beautiful features. There's always someone stronger, always a higher mountain to climb. The moment she saw Jiang Ye, she realized that despite all her years of cultivation, she wasn't even qualified to catch up to him. Her previous provocations now seemed utterly foolish in hindsight, like the antics of a clown. It's okay. I still have 100 days left. I still have a chance to get close to him. She counted down the remaining time, her face pale with disappointment, her dry lips bitten until they bled. If she could just discover the secret behind Jiang Ye's strength, she might still have a chance to turn things around. Fighting back her frustration, she clenched her fists as tears of regret continued streaming down her cheeks. If only she hadn't been so dismissive back then, she wouldn't be kneeling in this crumbling dungeon, wallowing in self-pity. Her knees were already scraped raw and numb as Pei Qinghuan struggled to her feet. Pei Qinghuan, you can do this. Someday you'll surpass him completely. She carved this goal deep into her heart, step by step, determined to overcome the mountain that was Jiang Ye and surpass him with absolute strength. As the flames died out, the ruined dungeon was once again swallowed by darkness, shadows casting over her cold face as silence gradually bred an almost pathological obsession and madness. Whether she could defeat Jiang Ye would depend on his upcoming trip to Linhai City. Nightmare level forbidden annihilation mystic realm thousand-eye serpent's nest. The deep serpent's nest reeked of decay, with thick emerald poison mist rolling along the ground. In the muddy water, a monster with a snake's head covered in tentacles reared up and hissed, its crimson serpent eyes gleaming with bloodlust. The Blade Squad was locked in fierce battle with the nightmare-level boss, Thousand-Armed Snake Princess. And with poison mist spreading everywhere, they seemed to be losing ground. Ugh, my healing is almost depleted. I won't be able to cure the poison in less than a minute. Healer Liu Ruyan was battered and bruised by the slimy snake heads. After her mana ran dry, she collapsed heavily into the cold, standing water. Her pretty face deathly pale and drenched in sweat, her healing reserves were completely exhausted, not a drop left to spare. My ass, damn it, stop drilling, it hurts so much. From deep within the cavern came Ji Buodwan's blood-curdling screams. Without his corpse lord for support, his summoned skeleton soldiers were instantly shattered by the tentacles, and his wheelchair-bound body was immediately surrounded by dozens of crimson tentacles. The tentacles pressed their advantage mercilessly, drilling and twisting from behind as blood sprayed everywhere, causing Ji Buodwan to faint from the pain on the spot. This is bad. Ji is down. My poison resistance is almost at its limit too, but we still can't damage this snake demon. Main tank Lu Zixiao slashed at the tentacles with his sword while gritting his teeth to hold on. He had exhausted himself reaching level 17, yet challenging a same-level nightmare boss was still incredibly difficult. With insufficient damage output, the Thousand-Armed Snake Princess was both offensive and defensive, capable of wearing down their entire team with just the airborne poison mist. Retreat. We'll regroup and find a way to dispel the poison mist before coming back. Liu Ruyan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, but before she could finish speaking, several slimy tentacles suddenly wrapped around her from behind, binding her like a dumpling and hoisting her high above the snake's head. Ah shall save me, save, MMPH. Crimson tentacles burst through her red lips, and her words became increasingly unclear as blood spilled out. Sister. Lu Zixiao gritted his teeth, preparing to rescue her, but was forced back by the wildly thrashing tentacles. The toxins had accumulated to their limit, and he spat out purple blood, clenching his teeth with grim determination. Sis, Brother G, hold on. I'm going out to recover. Use your teleport keys quickly and exit the dungeon. Lu Zixiao's face turned purple-blue as he fled the cave with his sword, not looking back. After all, this was a beginner dungeon. As long as they used the teleport key before their stamina was completely depleted, they could escape the instance. Although they wouldn't be able to continue grinding monsters for experience, at least they'd keep their lives. What more could they ask for? MMPH. MMPH. Liu Ruyan hung upside down from the serpent's head, her black hair cascading downward. In this life-or-death situation, her eyes turned red with desperation as she shook her head frantically, tears and saliva streaming out together. Once she teleported out, she would face combat withdrawal penalties. Not only would she be unable to form teams for a month, but her experience gain would also be reduced by 50. This meant she'd barely be able to level up before the college entrance exams. Unless absolutely necessary, she really didn't want to teleport out. Earlier, there had been an announcement about a hidden boss being defeated. After the top-ranked Slaughter Squad finished off their boss, they should find their way here. Pei Qinghuan from Linhai First High was a battle maniac who wouldn't miss any opportunity to level up. If she came, she could definitely kill this disgusting snake demon, and Liu Ruyan would be saved. Liu Ruyan bit her lip, frantically thinking of ways to survive. Tap, tap. Clear footsteps echoed on the damp ground. Liu Ruyan's disheveled face lit up with joy. Enduring the disgust, she bit down on the tentacle and desperately twisted her body, making muffled whimpering sounds to attract the newcomer's attention. Third one down. This boss seems pretty weak, Jiang Ye said, wearing a mask prepared by Qin Xiang to cover his nose and mouth. Although his poison resistance was already maxed out, and his divine gift could purify all impurities, even turning misfortune into blessing. Like the healing mist that slowly restored his vitality every second, wearing the mask was more of an instinctive response to block the foul stench in the air. It's not that the boss is weak, you're more boss-like than the actual boss. If anyone encountered you in a dungeon and saw your health bar, you'd be the hidden boss. Qin Xiang, clad in pitch-black heavy armor and holding a torch, followed behind Jiang Ye. For efficient grinding, the four had split into two groups to quickly clear the remaining bosses on the large map. Chu Moli and Song Shiyu went south to west, while Jiang Ye and Qin Xiang went south to east, having already taken down two bosses along the way. Then Sister Xiang should surrender early. After all, Jiang Ye held up his torch, the dim light casting shadows on his face, making him look somewhat sinister. You wouldn't want to end up like them, defeated and captured, would you? He gestured toward the familiar face hanging from the thousand-armed serpent in the distance, his expression somewhere between a smile and a smirk. If it's little Yi, I wouldn't mind at all. Qin Xiang licked her lips and smiled brightly. The mature older sister wasn't embarrassed in the slightest. In fact, her cherry-colored eyes gleamed with a hint of aggression as she looked Jiang Ye up and down, from chest to waist. If Jiang Ye were to capture her, She wouldn't mind surrendering at all. Is that so? Then Sister Xiang better be careful not to get captured by tentacles. Jiang Ye shook his head with a light laugh, reminding her to stay alert. He didn't want the mature pink-haired older sister to end up bound by tentacles too. In the distance, the motionless thousand-armed snake princess flicked her foul-smelling emerald tongue and glared with crimson serpent eyes, warily watching the two intruders. She had an ominous premonition that the composed young man before her was extremely dangerous. Oh no, how is it, Jiang Ye? Seeing Jiang Ye and Qin Xiang chatting and laughing with such a relaxed demeanor, as if they were courting death, Liu Ruyan's pupils contracted and she trembled with rage. It was too late. The toxins had accumulated to their limit. Xiao hadn't returned with support, so they could only retreat for now. Jiang Ye, I'm not staying here to die with you. She gritted her teeth, grasped her teleport key, and along with the unconscious Ji Buduan lying on the ground, dissolved into points of starlight, expelled by the beginner dungeon's protection mechanism. She didn't believe that just two people, Jiang Ye included, could handle this disgusting and troublesome boss. Their third-ranked blade squad had nearly been wiped out. No matter how strong Jiang Ye was, could he really be stronger than her strength brother? As she expected, it was nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They would just repeat the same mistakes. Back at the teleport plaza, Liu Ruyan was soaked through, covered in foul-smelling slime, looking utterly disheveled. She dry-heaved while slapping at the sticky substance on her body, letting out a long sigh of relief. At least there was that overconfident fool Jiang Ye to take the fall. He would soon be beaten to near death by the boss and teleport back to the plaza in disgrace, unable to level up for quite some time. Liu Ruyan's lips curved into a slight smile, almost humming with satisfaction. Jiang Ye, you brought this on yourself. In Xuanhe Town's teleportation plaza, the night sky sparkled with stars while crowds continued to flow through the brightly lit square. Liu Ruyan knelt on the ground, her dress torn and tattered, her exposed skin stained with thick, sticky filth. She was absolutely disgusting, reeking and covered in slime that smelled as strange as hawthorn flowers. The penalty for fleeing combat was too severe. No team formation for a month and 50 reduced experience gain. With only a few dungeons available, progress would be nearly impossible in the short term. At least Jiang Ye was worse off than her. Calculating the time, he should be getting brutally ravaged by the thousand-hand snake princess right about now, before making his own humiliating combat escape, right? She wiped the grime from her pale skin and licked it at the corner of her lips, then frowned in disgust. Ugh, why did this bitter taste seem so familiar? How annoying. The contract she'd just prepared was now soggy and ruined. The text dissolved into a white mess, making it impossible to sign. However, after her complaints, Liu Ruyan struggled to stand. Already exhausted and drained, her legs trembled beneath her tattered skirt, her torn stockings stained with strange filth. Once Jiang Ye faced his combat penalty and couldn't level up, he'd surely fail his college entrance exams. With his recently deceased father, dead mother, and his own broken state, his mood would definitely be terrible. She just needed to play along, trick him into signing the contract. Once she got hold of the lakeside villa his parents left behind, along with the inheritance and millions in student loans, even if she couldn't level up for a month, with those resources and her impressive healing abilities, she wouldn't lack opportunities to team up and advance. With this thought, Liu Ruyan's post-defeat gloom vanished completely. She rubbed her soft chest, a slight smile gradually spreading across her lips. As long as she could handle Jiang Ye, she'd make her come back immediately. Holy crap, the legendary Abyss Gatekeeper boss snake was killed in under 3 minutes. A hidden boss worth 10,000 points? This is insane. His score is nearly breaking 30,000. He's completely dominating the dungeon. How are we ordinary players supposed to compete? Amazing. They're both from Jiangxing No. 1 High School's Blade Squad. So why is there such a huge gap? They couldn't even beat a nightmare dungeon boss and had to flee combat. How embarrassing is that? Feeling the judgmental stares around her, Liu Ruyan covered her partially exposed chest and instinctively frowned. Speedrunning hidden bosses, dominating the forbidden extinction domain, approaching 30,000 points. Was Pei Qinghuan from Linhai No. 1 High School really this powerful? She murmured softly, her sticky face filled with shock. In just the brief time she hadn't checked the leaderboard, had the gap become this astronomical? Could Pei Qinghuan from Linhai No. 1 High School have somehow inflated her scores? Liu Ruyan quickly stood on her tiptoes, craning her neck to follow the crowd's gaze toward the massive light screen in the center of the plaza. She wanted to see just how vast the gap had become, and incidentally check on Jiang Ye's pathetic performance. Jiang Ye wasn't even visible in the top 50 of the points ranking. His combat skills were truly garbage, weren't they? Huh, why should she even care about that loser's scores? They were bound to be terrible anyway. Their Blade Squad's ranking shouldn't have dropped, right? Wait, how did they fall to 4th place? Who overtook them? Liu Ruyan furrowed her brows, staring at the screen in disbelief. With her brother Liu Zixiao, the future sword god, on their team, monster hunting should have been effortless, allowing them to maintain a steady top 3 position with ease. But now they'd been surpassed. Liu Ruyan's face darkened. She hated the feeling of being overtaken from behind. Linhai's second highest battle rose team ranked third, while second place went to Pei Qinghuan's slaughter squad. Holy crap, how is Jiang Ye's no puppy love team in first place? The scorching ranking instantly approached 30,000 points, and Liu Ruyan's pupils were completely filled with those numbers. Sticky beads of sweat clung to her pretty cheeks, and the shock hit her heart like a nail being hammered in. She stood there stunned, mouth half open but unable to make a sound. The paper ball in her hand was crushed to pulp, yet she gripped it even tighter. Jiang Ye, how could you possibly be first? Meanwhile, in the backstage office. What? 30,000 points? Are you serious? The glaring 30,000 on the light wall nearly blinded Li Bubi's eyes. In his 20-plus years of teaching, he'd never seen such an outrageous record. He spat out a mouthful of green tea all over the desk before coming to his senses, still in disbelief. Did they just slice through the entire dungeon? I'm afraid even the combined total scores of our second high and first high couldn't catch up. Principal Xiao Mai of Linhai's second high set down his teacup, his fingertips still trembling slightly. His smooth bald head reflected the light as he smiled bitterly and swore, "This year's college entrance exam is going to be explosive. This dark horse is going to turn Jiangcheng, Linhai, and maybe even all of Great Xia upside down." Principal Song, congratulations. Li Bubi and Xiao Mai both stood up simultaneously, nodding repeatedly at Song Qian in her purple evening gown, their voices dripping with sour envy. If the No Puppy Love team had belonged to their school, would they even need to compete for the top scholar? Their resumes could go straight to the provincial education department. Too bad it all benefited this beautiful woman before them. Song Qian crossed her black-stockinged legs, her red stilettos gleaming coldly under the lights, unable to suppress the smugness practically written across her face. Congratulations to us all. Your second high and first high students are excellent too. You must keep encouraging them. She had originally prepared herself for 10 years at the bottom, never expecting her daughter Song Shiyu to rack up 30,000 points, making her face shine brighter than her evening gown. On the other side, the goji berries in Qin Yu's mouth suddenly tasted bitter. He wanted to slap himself twice. If he'd known Jiang Ye was this formidable, he would have dragged his daughter out to meet him long ago. What if they were childhood sweethearts who fell for each other? Wouldn't that be like getting a great emperor's son for free? He glanced around at his colleagues and shook his head with a mocking laugh. Those who feast on meat are petty-minded and lack foresight. He checked his watch. Little time remained before the dungeon ended. Facing his reflection in the glass, he forced out a fawning smile. Son-in-law, do I look like your father-in-law material? Sorry, daughter, daddy just wants to get ahead too badly. Nightmare-level dungeon, abyssal cavern. Poisonous fog rolled and churned, reeking of decay and dampness. Thousands of tentacles writhed madly from the bizarre flat serpent head, crimson and viscous like a sea of blood. The elite boss, thousand-armed snake princess, flicked out her purple forked tongue and quietly retreated. Standing before her was a sword-wielding youth with a gentle smile. Jiang Ye. Sister Xiang, where's the next boss? Jiang Ye turned his head slightly, his voice carrying through the poisonous fog to the black-armored beauty behind him. The thousand-armed snake princess isn't dealt with yet, and you're already thinking about the next one? Qin Xiang shrugged, her eyes behind the mask filled with mock resentment. Men who are too greedy aren't attractive. It leaves people unsatisfied. The one in the bowl is already dealt with. As soon as Jiang Ye finished speaking, his black blade flashed with cold light, instantly severing the serpent's body. Hellish black flames clung like bone-eating maggots, burning flesh to ash. The faint aroma of roasted snake meat drifted through the air, making mouths water. Jiang Ye shook his sword clean, the pitch-black broken edge flickering like an extinguished flame before he casually put it away. He turned back to Qin Xiang with a charming smile. Now for the one in the pot, lead the way. Well, the thousand-armed serpent empress only managed to let out a single agonized scream before thousands of crimson tentacles, along with her fragile serpentine body split in two, were consumed by the infernal black flames. The mixed scent of charred flesh and blood instantly filled the cavern, sizzling like grease dripping from a barbecue grill. Qin Xiang swallowed quietly beneath her armor, her pretty face behind the mask filled with shock. She had barely opened her mouth to warn him when the young man before her had already raised his hand and instantly killed the boss. You just slaughtered the boss like that? That's so disrespectful to the boss. She stared in disbelief at the burning corpse. That was a level 20 nightmare elite boss. Even the third-ranked, no, fourth-ranked Blade Squad couldn't handle it, and you took it down in one strike. Jiang Ye casually flicked the flames off his sword tip, his expression calm. But Qin Xiang's heart trembled. The young man's power had surged once again. If I remember correctly, you're a beast charmer, right? She stared at him, still unable to believe what she had witnessed. What's wrong with that? The young man asked indifferently. A beast charmer who doesn't use beast companions and kills monsters with a single sword strike? How is that not completely abnormal? Qin Xiang bit her lip in complaint. According to common knowledge, beast taming profession users were supposed to be physically weak, relying entirely on their contracted beasts for damage output. Who had ever seen someone engage in hand-to-hand combat with monsters like this? What are you talking about? How am I abnormal? Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with displeasure. If you think I'm abnormal, then go back and level up properly. You haven't been working hard these past few days. Was to blame for that. Qin Xiang was left speechless, then laughed like silver bells. Even if little Yi really is abnormal, big sister doesn't mind at all. The black iron mask concealed her alluring features, leaving only her soft voice echoing in the cavern. When a girl says she doesn't mind, that means she likes you. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Sister Xiang. Jiang Ye pursed his lips and turned away, ignoring this older woman who was skilled at teasing hearts. Big sisters always love to tease little brothers. Are you angry? Qin Xiang softly caught up, her shoulder guards clinking against her armor plates. Sister wasn't wrong, you know. After all, bad boys make girls fall harder. She gracefully pressed against his back, removing her mask to reveal her enchanting face, her red lips curving upward. Would you like to be just a little bit bad for your sister? Jiang Ye shrugged and pushed her away. Sister Xiang, are you a fox spirit? If you like foxes, sister can be one too. Qin Xiang bit her lip, putting on a pitiful expression. Perfect, help me level up then. The young man flashed a playful smile. If I killed you, I'd probably get quite a bit of experience, wouldn't I? All you think about is leveling up. Qin Xiang huffed indignantly, her puffed cheeks looking as cute as a hamster's. Don't you want to have a sweet romance? Romance? Jiang Ye frowned, glancing at the pink-haired older woman while mentally comparing her to his attribute panel, his mind only calculating experience points. Women slowed down my monster hunting speed. His thinking was straightforward. But sugar mommies don't. If I had 8 or 10 sugar mommies sponsoring my leveling, I could reach level 100 easily. Qin Xiang laughed despite herself. So do I seem like girlfriend material to you? Sorry, Emily has already reserved the female lead role for the Mystic Gate battle. Jiang Ye replied unhurriedly. Besides, our team name is No Early Dating Allowed. This pink-haired older woman was way out of her league if she wanted to date him. Even the Silver Dragon Princess hadn't gotten on board yet. At this thought, Jiang Ye's lips curved upward. The flames in the depths of the cavern continued crackling, making the air sweltering hot. Qin Xiang watched his appearance of being focused solely on leveling up, feeling both helpless and amused. Men's worlds really were all about levels and experience bars. But heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. Qin Xiang took Jiang Ye's hand, standing on her tiptoes with a sweet smile and flirtatious wink. If they don't find out, it doesn't count as puppy love, right? That's so like you pink-haired vixen. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched, but he couldn't break free from her ice-cold hand that gripped like an iron clamp. Come on, the meat in the pot is waiting for you. Having found a proper excuse, Qin Xiang quit while she was ahead and turned to lead the way. Jiang Ye sighed helplessly, holding that iron hand, as he led her away from the dark, damp snake den. The air carried the scent of special spices left by a perfumer marker indicating the boss's location. Outside the cave, the night wind was bitter cold. Puffed. A muffled sound echoed as Liu Zixiao leaned against the wall, bent over as shitty yellow poison poured from the corner of his mouth, leaving his face deathly pale. All out, he gasped in exhaustion, his hand still trembling against the wall. If only his equipment had better resistance, how could he, a dignified SSS-rank magic swordsman, have been defeated so thoroughly by a mere snake princess? Sister and brother Ji have already retreated. Damn it, can't team up for a month, efficiency ruined. He kicked violently at the rock wall, his expression dark. Whatever, as long as I finish off that low health boss, I can reach level 17. Once sister gets the inheritance Jiang Ye's parents left behind, there'll be plenty of money to find new teammates. Having thought it through, he took a deep breath, drew his bloodstained sword, and prepared to return to the cave. However, 2 figures emerged from the dark entrance. Jiang Ye. Liu Zixiao froze in place, staring blankly at that weakling's silhouette. The guy had just changed classes recently and only managed to injure Ji Buoduan and Ji Buochang, thanks to his epic pet contract. Remembered it clearly. What are you doing here? Where's my sister? He demanded coldly. Time was pressing, and he couldn't be bothered calculating Jiang Ye's strength. It couldn't possibly exceed his own. The future sword god of Great Xia wasn't to be underestimated. Jiang Ye didn't even lift his eyes, holding Qin Xiang's hand as he walked straight past. They'd already cut ties. That wicked woman Liu Ruyan had nothing to do with him anymore. Hey, I'm talking to you. Liu Zixiao raised his sword tip, blocking their path. My sister was bound by tentacles, and you just watched her die? If you'd held off the boss even briefly, I could have provided support, and sister wouldn't have been penalized for combat withdrawal. Qin Xiang couldn't help but glance sideways. Wasn't this guy the first one to flee? Jiang Ye stopped and looked back indifferently. Something you need? Jiang Ye, you coward. Liu Zixiao stepped forward, gritting his teeth. That was a tactical retreat. If you hadn't abandoned us, how would my sister have been forced to withdraw? She can't level up for a month. It'll even affect her college entrance exams. This debt must be settled. As long as he defeated Jiang Ye and seized his black card points, it would make up for the losses. So you want to challenge me to a duel? Jiang Ye's lips curved slightly. Beside him, Qin Xiang could barely contain her laughter. Scared? Too bad. Accept the consequences of fleeing from battle. Lu Zixiao snorted coldly, swinging his sword down hard. Just some nobody like Jiang Ye, it wouldn't take 3 seconds. Uft. Sword light flashed, blood splattered. Lu Zixiao's pupils contracted, even forgot the pain. What? He'd been taken down? In a flash, Lu Zixiao felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as blood instantly splattered, trickling down his eyelashes. He didn't even have time to see Jiang Ye's movement clearly before the whistling blade tore through his lower abdomen, letting out a muffled whimper as he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Moonlight poured down like water, casting silver radiance that illuminated his disheveled figure. Lu Zixiao clutched his bloodied abdomen, his face deathly pale, looking as wretched as a strayed dog by the roadside. Seriously? In one exchange, one breath, he was already defeated? When did Jiang Ye become this powerful? This was supposed to be SSS-rank demon swordsman? Not far away. Qin Xiang curled her lips in a cold snort, her mature and refined face full of disdain. She had been worried about Jiang Ye just moments ago, but the SSS-rank demon swordsman who had charged in so aggressively only lasted a single move, his weapon falling like a finishing blow. All show and no substance, quick to charge in, quick to fall. TSK, Lu Zixiao really lacked endurance. Meeting and saying goodbye in the same breath, this was supposed to be SSS-rank? Qin Xiang's elegant brows furrowed, her usually composed face written with disgust. She despised men who were both overconfident and useless. SSS-rank. She really couldn't feel it. Jiang Ye sheathed his sword with a flick of his arm, not sensing even a hint of SSS-rank pressure from Lu Zixiao. To him, this experience was exactly like Liu Ruyan's black pen that wouldn't write and had a loose refill. One touch revealed everything, the kind that would gather dust even in a stationery store. No ability, yet still putting on airs, making excuses, and playing the victim. This sour grape would have to finish eating itself eventually. Did he really think Jiang Ye was some kind of lapdog? If you want to live, apologize and get lost. Jiang Ye looked down at Lu Zixiao on the ground with uncertainty and suspicion, his tone indifferent yet sharp. He had always believed that wild dogs that bite people randomly won't learn their lesson. Without a few slaps, dogs are different from people. They really can't change their nature. You want me to apologize? Lu Zixiao looked stunned, staring blankly. This waste, who had clearly disregarded his sister's life and death, actually dared to force him to bow his head? He, Lu Zixiao, was SSS-rank demon swordsman, the future undefeated sword god of Great Xia. How could he be humiliated by a lapdog? Jiang Ye. Lu Zixiao gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet, his pale face dark as water, pointing his long sword directly at Jiang Ye and roaring like thunder. Don't underestimate me, bastard. SSS-rank professionals were never easy to deal with, and Lu Zixiao was no exception. Once he entered demonization, though he would temporarily lose his rationality, his strength would directly double. In this explosive state, he could even exchange several moves with the stunning female, sword immortal Pei Qinghuan. Without falling behind, dealing with Jiang Ye would be effortless. After all, no matter how strong Jiang Ye was, he couldn't possibly be stronger than Pei Qinghuan. You're celebrating too early. Just now I was still recovering from poison and caught off guard for a moment, which let you get lucky. Lu Zixiao's tone shifted, his voice hoarse yet aggressive. If you have the guts, let's have a proper duel right now, stake all our points, and settle this once and for all. His thoughts churning, he pointed his sword's cold gleam directly at Jiang Ye. The earlier mistake was just due to poor condition this time. He would give his all and show no mercy. After demonization, he was invincible among his peers. Moreover, he remembered his sister saying Jiang Ye was only level 10, while he had already reached level 17. With a 7-level gap, plus doubled attributes after going berserk, he had absolute confidence in crushing him with a single finger. Serves him right. Who told this cowardly bastard to refuse help and let his sister suffer the penalty for abandoning combat? Couldn't let him off easily. Bet all his points. Jiang Ye's lips twitched slightly as he glanced at Lu Zixiao with an odd expression. Qin Xiang stood nearby, her lips pressed together lightly, her expression like someone watching a delusional fool. After all, she remembered clearly that Jiang Ye had already accumulated over 30,000 points. Such an enormous sum would be difficult for even ordinary players to handle. And even if the stunning female sword immortal Pei Qinghuan were here, she might not be able to swallow it all. What made Lu Zixiao think he could handle it? What, are you scared? Seeing neither of them respond immediately, Lu Zixiao sneered mockingly, his tone full of provocation. You don't even dare accept the challenge? Jiang Ye, are you made of paper? I'm afraid you can't handle it. Jiang Ye smiled instead, his voice as light as a spring night breeze. If 30,000 points were converted to coins, it would be enough to crush this self-important high-level player into a pancake. Huh. Then let's duel. By the way, I have a whopping 1,800 points, ranking 3rd. Lu Zixiao sneered coldly as he directly pressed the button in the system. Ding. SSS-rank magic swordsman Liu Zixiao has challenged you to a duel. Do you accept? Stakes. All points from both parties. Accept. Jiang Ye yawned and lazily confirmed. His points were practically overflowing, and he naturally wouldn't refuse this sweet treat delivered by a clown. Huh. You fell for it, fool. The moment it was confirmed, Liu Zixiao burst into laughter. Blue light exploded from his body as he directly transformed into his demonic form. Violent air currents swept up grass debris from the ground, and his aura instantly doubled. There was no such thing as martial virtue, let alone dueling spirit. Taking advantage of Jiang Ye's apparent daze, he shifted his stance, and his figure became a ghostly blue phantom, slashing out with his sword. Wild winds danced at his original position, cutting grass blades to pieces. Die! In the blink of an eye, Liu Zixiao had flashed to Jiang Ye's front, his sword tip thrusting straight at his waist and abdomen. If it hit, it would pierce right through his kidney. Could a level 10 fragile player block a full-force strike from level 17? He sneered inwardly, as if already seeing Jiang Ye kneeling and begging for mercy. Clang. Metal rang against metal, sparks flying everywhere. The recoil force cracked his palm, blood flowing freely. Liu Zixiao stood frozen in place. Jiang Ye's kidney was actually harder than steel? Looking down, he saw that his rare-grade longsword bot with a 24-installment loan now had a clear notch in its blade, while Jiang Ye's clothes didn't even have a scratch. The epic equipment Gargoyle's heart came with petrification, providing passive temporary diamond body protection. Through his magical pet's shared passive ability, Jiang Ye enjoyed the full effect. The thorn necklace around Silver Dragon Princess Shue's neck was also taking effect on him. Is he made of stone? Harder than my sword. Liu Zixiao quickly retreated, looking at his damaged blade with a bleeding heart. Little Yi is harder than I thought. Qin Xiang covered her lips and laughed softly, her cherry-colored eyes taking on a misty hue. She had already guessed the outcome, but hadn't expected Jiang Ye to withstand in SSS-rank magic swordsman's full-force attack. That physique was more reliable than steel itself. Thinking of this, her cheeks flushed slightly, and strange fantasies began to bloom in her heart. The battle continued. Jiang Ye had originally planned to use this opportunity to test in SSS-rank profession's capabilities, but now found it increasingly boring. Liu Zixiao's performance was far below expectations. Let's finish this quickly. If there's a chance later, I'll use Pei Qinghuan as a punching bag to test my moves. Jiang Ye thought to himself, his expression indifferent. Liu Zixiao's palms were numb from the shock, but he still gritted his teeth and gathered his energy. So what if you blocked it once? Let's see how you handle this. Magical power surged wildly from his sword edge, creating a crescent-shaped blade aura that was cold and sharp, carrying enchanted force as it struck directly at Jiang Ye. At the same time, Jiang Ye moved. Who said I was going to block it? He chuckled coldly as Gabriel descended respectfully. Placing his right hand on the fallen angel's heart, he forcefully drew out the pitch-black blade of judgment. Ember Annihilation. A pitch-black crescent sword aura swept horizontally across the ground, instantly scorching the grass black and splitting deep grooves in the earth. Striking first despite moving second, that crescent-shaped edge completely crushed Liu Zixiao's moonblade light like a scythe meeting bean sprouts, instantly destroying it. Terrifying pressure rushed toward him, making Liu Zixiao's scalp tingle and his spine run cold. This sword strike would kill him. Wild winds danced through the air, sending grass blades flying as the acrid smell of burning filled the atmosphere. A crescent-shaped sword aura wreathed in pitch-black flames roared forward like a coiling dragon, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. Scorching heat instantly swept through the valley, making Liu Zixiao's scalp tighten as sweat trickled down his neck. This single strike was enough to kill him. Escape. Without time to think, he could only force an emergency teleportation, but he was still half a beat too slow. A piercing scream tore through the heavens as his sword-wielding right arm spun through the air. The blood that spurted out was instantly vaporized by the dark flames into a crimson mist that stained the air red. Excruciating pain twisted Liu Zixiao's features as he teleported with bone-deep terror, barely managing to keep his head. In the ravine, the dark flames crackled and burned with a nauseating stench. His severed arm, still warm, was reduced to ash in the inferno and scattered on the wind. What a pity, he runs quite fast. Jiang Ye sheathed his sword, his brow furrowed as he let out a cold snort. Since Liu Zixiao had murderous intent and used such vicious techniques targeting vital organs with every strike, should be prepared to die. Jiang Ye might be soft-hearted, but his hands weren't. That bastard deserved it. Qin Xiang bit her lip, her delicate eyebrows knitted together, her beautiful face cold as frost. A sparring match between classmates, yet his intentions were so malicious. If you hadn't been alert, that strike would have been enough to instantly kill any professional of the same level. Her voice was filled with hatred as she made up her mind. Once they left this dungeon, she would report to her father Qin Yu, then file complaints with Jiangxing No. 1 High School and the Adventurers Guild. The laws of Great Xia strictly forbade violence between classmates, and Liu Zixiao's repeated violations and murderous intent were enough to land him in prison. From now on, he could forget about applying for dungeons through Jiangqing's guild. If he wanted to level up, he could go find abyss rifts in the wilderness himself. Jiang Ye gazed down at the charred ashes, his cold laughter unceasing. The original owner had pursued Liu Ruyan for 3 years, and out of love for her, had often looked after her younger brother. Yet Liu Zixiao repaid this kindness with a strike meant to kill or maim. If not for his petrification skill, it would be his own arm lying severed. At this thought, he could only see the other as an ungrateful wretch, not only taking his kindness for granted, but biting the hand that fed him. Xiao Yi, don't worry. Seeing Jiang Ye's cold expression, Qin Xiang thought he feared the consequences and removed her ice armor, speaking in gentle comfort. With me as witness, no matter how he tries to twist the truth, it won't work. Her warm breath brushed past his ear as Jiang Ye chuckled and shook his head. Sister Xiang, with your connections, why would I worry about such trivial matters? What he really wanted to complain about was just one thing: Liu Zixiao was simply too poor. Ding. The system notification rang out. Defeated magic swordsman Liu Zixiao. Experience 250. Points 1800. Jiang Ye rolled his eyes. Truly worthy of being a one-headed, two-armed opponent, such pathetic drops, though the experience is decent enough. Disappointing as it was, even mosquito legs were still meat. He sighed self-mockingly. Oh well, even a sparrow was better than nothing. Jiang Ye sighed again, knowing he shouldn't have expected Liu Zixiao to drop gold coins just like his sister, stingy with few points to offer. You're absolutely right with your talent and abilities, why should you worry? Qin Xiang was momentarily stunned, then came to her senses, a faint blush spreading across her pretty face as she stuck out her tongue to hide her embarrassed shyness. She had indeed been overthinking. If the higher-ups knew about Jiang Ye's performance in the dungeon, they would spare no effort to win him over and nurture him. How could they be foolish enough to frame him? Offending a professional with limitless potential would be tantamount to digging their own grave. At this thought, she sighed softly. If her father knew, with his fawning nature, he'd probably be willing to trade away his own daughter to make Jiang Ye this promising stock, his son-in-law. Qin Xiang linked her arm through Jiang Ye's, secretly troubled. In his view, this was the perfect example of Sister Xiang taking advantage while playing innocent. Jiang Ye raised his hand and lightly poked her tofu-soft cheek, complaining irritably. Was this pink-haired fox treating him like a stuffed teddy bear? No one's watching anyway. Qin Xiang stuck out her tongue, stood on tiptoe, and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, with a hint of smugness. Don't tell Mo like Insider this, your reward for protecting me from Liu Zixiao's sneak attack. She quit while she was ahead, smiling mischievously. Jiang Ye wiped away the kiss mark, confirming his face hadn't been marked, his tone leisurely yet carrying an underlying threat. Sister Xiang, you wouldn't want Emily to know about your betrayal, would you? Under the moonlight, the voluptuous girl next door lowered her head shyly, but cursed inwardly. Damn little brat, always bullying people. The teleportation plaza was brightly lit through the night when a sharp, agonized scream pierced the air. Liu Zixiao emerged from combat teleportation in a disheveled state, having barely escaped death, but the infernal black flames on his severed arms spread like maggots clinging to bone. He rolled and wailed as several drops of pitch-black sparks fell onto his pants, instantly erupting into roaring flames. The firelight reflected on the crowd's faces while the acrid smell of burning filled the air. Holy shit, that guy's on fire. First time seeing flames like this. Didn't just stand there, put out the fire. The onlookers chattered frantically but couldn't find any water source, so they rushed forward in panic. Where's the water? Not a drop, when we need it most. This is killing me. Don't panic, I've got plenty of piss, let me handle this. Me too, I shoot fast and accurate. Before the words finished, they unbuckled their belts for an impromptu water source. Liu Zixiao screamed continuously, don't. Ah, glug, glug, glug. The foul-smelling spring water poured down over his head, soaking him completely, yet the black flames continued to burn and make him writhe. Damn it, the fire won't go out. What do we do? Stomp it. Just stomp on it. The crowd exchanged glances and gritted their teeth, raising their feet. Some hesitated, worried he might never be a man again, but saving his life comes first. One out, and a dozen feet stomped down hard. The mixture of burning, foul, and urine smells created a bizarre stench that filled the air. With the final heavy stomps, the pitch-black infernal fire finally extinguished. The crowd wiped their sweat in relief and dispersed in small groups, leaving only Liu Zixiao collapsed on the ground, his pants charred to ash, looking utterly miserable. Before losing consciousness, the mixed odors on his body made passers-by cover their noses and keep their distance. Perhaps the next time Jiang Ye sees him, he'll have to call him Liu Zixiao instead. The bright moon hung high above, with stars scattered brilliantly across the sky. Jiangqing's central plaza blazed with lights as bright as day, bustling with crowds and voices. The giant screen displayed rolling real-time rankings, with the red text, "No early romance squad 30,000 points," streaking across like a meteor, directly breaking all previous records. Holy cow! 30,000 points? That's absolutely insane, like they're using some kind of cheat code. Don't forget, their captain Jiang Ye is still the lowest level rookie on the team. Level 19 counts as a rookie? That level would be more than enough for top-tier Abyss University. Discussions erupted one after another, the excitement almost heating up the night air. When people couldn't figure out the why, their gazes collectively turned toward the edge of the crowd. Jiang Ye's girlfriend, Liu Ruyan. According to classmates from Jiangxing No. 1 High School, the two had always been inseparably close. Thus, countless curious eyes swept over like searchlights. Ruyan, is your boyfriend just getting carried? Or is he actually a hidden master? Stop dreaming. S-rank professionals aren't that common. Jiang Ye failed his class change one. See if his second awakening gets him to a rank. He should count himself lucky. Hey, a rank would still be amazing. If I had an A-rank boyfriend, I'd use him as a power bank every day. Bombarded by this barrage of questions, Liu Ruyan's pretty face stiffened for a moment. She tried to recall, but couldn't even remember Jiang Ye's profession name after all. The two had already fallen out completely. He just got lucky, that's all. Her tone was icy, though her voice couldn't hide her uncertainty. He won't even show his professional rank, so it definitely can't exceed my rank. Holy Light Priest. The crowd erupted in light snorts. Some marveled at Liu Ruyan's impressive healing output. Rank priests were already rare gems in school. Others secretly mocked Jiang Ye for hiding his true colors, probably because his rank was too embarrassing. Liu Ruyan's heart churned. Points could be surpassed, levels could be caught up to, but awakening rank was set in stone. As long as her rank remained unshaken, she wouldn't count as losing. Huh? So it's just good luck? I knew it. If he were really super strong, why wouldn't he take his girlfriend leveling? Getting carried by 3 S-rank school beauties, that life sounds absolutely amazing. I'm so jealous. The mystery seemed to dissolve with the light explanation of good luck, leaving the onlookers both envious and gossipy. What made 3 S-rank school beauties willingly team up with Jiang Ye? Is he incredibly handsome, or did he have some remarkable special talents? Ding. Captain Liu Zixiao has initiated a duel challenge. Challenge failed. Points reduced by 1800. Tiny electric currents sparked from the black card on Liu Ruyan's belt, instantly paralyzing her entire body. She raised her hand to check. The points column was completely empty, not a single point remaining. Her heart sank like a stone. Her younger brother hadn't returned to the rally zone yet. Could he have been ambushed too? Her tight priest robe had been torn to shreds from days of fierce battles. She clutched desperately at her sleeves, her tattered white stockings stained with mud, creating dark streaks between her trembling legs. Having 0 points didn't just mean elimination from the dungeon, it could also affect her college entrance exam evaluation. Days of effort had gone down the drain, and her future had been severed with a single blow. Liu Zixiao was a level 17 class magic swordsman, nearly invincible except against Pei Qinghuan. Who could possibly have defeated him? Jiang Ye's name suddenly exploded in her mind. Fighting back her unease, she jerked her head up to look at the leaderboard on the light screen. Number 1, no early romance. 31,800 points, exactly 1,800 points more. Her chest tightened suddenly as her suspicion was confirmed. Her brother had been defeated by Jiang Ye. Impossible. Her face turned deathly pale as she staggered back 2 steps, nearly falling. Fighting off dizziness, she looked around and spotted a familiar figure through the swirling smoke. Liu Ruyan pushed through the crowd of onlooking students, practically crawling toward him. A nauseating stench hit her like a suffocating blanket. Her brother Liu Zixiao lay on the ground covered in footprints, looking like someone had held his head in a urinal and given him a shower. There were even extinguished cigarette butts stuffed in his pants legs. A shocking sight. What a beautiful scene. Someone sighed helplessly. The Blade team had been completely wiped out, their points zeroed, placing them dead last in the dungeon assessment. It's all over, Liu Ruyan murmured, clutching her snow-white chest. Her vision darkened from lack of oxygen, and her body went limp as she collapsed unconscious in the crowd. Nightmare level Forbidden Extinction Mystic Realm Northern Territory. By the cold river, mist clung to the water's surface. On the opposite shore, the floating carp princess stood gracefully with her flute, its melody hauntingly beautiful. Sister Xiangxiang, I'm out of energy. Give me a push. Chu Moli lay sprawled on a makeshift platform created by her own shadow, tongue slightly hanging out like an exhausted puppy. The journey from the Southern Territory to the Northern Territory had completely drained her stamina. Qin Xiang didn't even look up, her pale fingers rapidly rubbing a wooden stick to slowly enchant it. Ding! Illumination enchantment successful. Durable and sturdy glow stick acquired. According to Jiang Ye's list, they needed to stockpile supplies before the final battle. Are these glowing sticks really useful? Song Shiyu stood holding her sword, her voice cold and clear. She couldn't understand what they could do besides provide light. Surely, they weren't going to poke the final boss to death with them. Of course they're useful, Jiang Ye replied lazily. He was currently resting his head on Silver Dragon Princess's snow-white stocking-clad legs, glancing sideways at the obviously jealous ice beauty. Hill explained. Hill's fingertips gently massaged Jiang Ye's shoulders. Her cheeks flushed, but her explanation remained clear and logical. The final boss of the Forbidden Extinction Mystic Realm is a demon familiar, a catastrophe-level energy entity that extremely fears light. Holding glow sticks can suppress its desire to attack. Song Shiyu nodded thoughtfully and sat down beside Jiang Ye, but couldn't help reminding him. The dungeon closes in less than 3 minutes. Can we really hold out against a catastrophe-level boss until the end? One wrong move and their entire team could be instantly killed. The time is pitifully short. We can barely manage multiple attacks. Jiang Ye looked up with a faint smile. 3 minutes? That's more than enough. Give me 3 minutes, and you all, stay right here, don't move. Silver Dragon Princess's snow-white gown fluttered in the night breeze as her soft legs served as Jiang Ye's most comfortable pillow. He lay on his back gazing at the sky, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. 3 minutes would be more than enough to quickly dispatch that demonic spawn. You scumbag, don't try to show off. 3 minutes, what can you possibly accomplish in that time? Song Shiyu looked down at him, her cold, pretty face full of disdain, though her tone carried a hint of hidden worry. She felt 3 minutes was far too short. Even at full power, she'd barely get started before the battle would be over. Why waste the effort? I believe in him. Chu Moli lazily nestled in a hammock woven from shadows, propping her cheek with one hand. If you didn't look carefully, you'd think she was lying down for a nap. I believe in little Yi too. Qin Xiang turned back with a smile, her pink hair sliding over her shoulder as she gently tucked it behind her ear, softly agreeing. She always believed in miracles, and even more in those who could create them. Song Shiyu bit her lip and glared resentfully at the two of them. You all just love lightning-fast battles, don't you? 3 minutes is so short. How much damage could you possibly deal? We've been found out. Qin Xiang muttered under her breath, spinning a glow stick in her hands and enchanting it with lightning speed, like copying a manuscript. Little Yi led us to defeat the abyssal serpent, so he can lead us to defeat the demonic spawn too. Chu Moli remained half-reclined in her shadows, her eyes openly showing admiration for her childhood friend. If they could really spar, she'd love for him to give her some pointers. Even just 3 minutes would be enough for her to learn new techniques. Jiang Ye squeezed the small orange the fallen angel had handed him and turned to look at the cold beauty beside him. Shiyu, can't you have a little more faith in me? I'm just worried about you. Song Shiyu lowered her head, her voice as soft as the wind. That's a catastrophe-class demon. If you get hurt, it'll break my heart. Under the moonlight, a faint sadness appeared in her cold eyes. If I really do get hurt, I'll have to ask you to bandage me up. Jiang Ye smiled and waved the orange. Tell me, you wouldn't mind, would you? Who wants to bandage you up? What a pain. Song Shiyu's cheeks flushed red as she spoke rapidly. You'd better not get hurt. Otherwise don't regret it when I'm bandaging you. This young lady isn't gentle. Qin Xiang handed over the fully enchanted glow stick with a charming smile. Sundara types are out of fashion now. If you don't seize the opportunity, some other woman might steal him away. She didn't mind helping her good friend secure her future. Who's at Sundara? This young lady is not. Song Shiyu gripped the glow stick, her ears burning even redder. If Sister Shiyu isn't at Sundara, then neither am I. Chu Moli flipped over and sat up, stretching lazily as the shadows rippled with her movement. Song Shiyu snorted, her gaze falling on that nearly flat-chested figure. You flat-chested little brat, you're here to laugh at me too, aren't you? Handing the glow stick to Chu Moli, Song Shiyu let out another disdainful snort. Don't say that, Emoli is quite stylish. When we go shopping for clothes together, people often mistake her for my daughter. Qin Xiang said with narrowed beautiful eyes, raising her hand to smooth her hair tips with a teasing smile. Bro, look, they're bullying me again. Chu Emoli put her hands on her hips and complained to Jiang Ye, her voice full of grievance. Jiang Ye leaned back in his chair and mercilessly added fuel to the fire. Stop bullying Emoli. She's already working hard to save fabric for my family. Xiao Yi. Chu Emoli's pretty face instantly flushed red as she stamped her feet and roared. Saving fabric is unavoidable. You shallow childhood friend who despises the poor and loves the rich. I can't stay in this house anymore. Qin Xiang reached out to grab her best friend's twin tails that hung down to her waist, smiling sweetly. All right. We don't have much time left. We need to get going. Right. Xiao Yi, please address me by my plant name during work. Jiang Ye corrected with raised eyebrows, glancing at her from the corner of his eye. He was still a bit short of level 20, so his pet companion slot hadn't unlocked yet. Otherwise, he really wanted to bind this pink-haired fox into a contract to save himself the trouble. Okay, my dear Xiao Yi. Qin Xiang replied nonchalantly, displaying her mature big sister smile, without any shame. How disgusting, Song Shiyu said with a gloomy face, looking at her with the same disgust one would show a scumbag. I would never be so mushy, not even with the lights off. Sister Xiang, you can't steal the jobs of Sister Sierra and Sister A Li. Li crossed her arms protectively over her chest, defending the Silver Dragon Princess and Fallen Angel. They were here first. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly spread her arms wide like a bristling kitten, firmly blocking Jiang Ye's front. Woo woo woo. Let's go? Don't pay attention to these two flirtatious hussies. Era, is Emily jealous? Qin Xiang lightly licked her red lips, her charming face showing a wronged expression. My foxtail hasn't even started wagging yet, and you're already anxious? Maggot, you'd better clarify the relationship between us. Song sure you spoke coldly, murderous intent filling the air. Watching the three beautiful girls surround Jiang Ye, with the Silver Dragon Princess and Fallen Angel also watching intently from behind, a battlefield of jealousy was about to ignite. However, Jiang Ye remained calm and composed, only lifting his eyes to survey everyone with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Sierra, how much time do we have left? Master. The silver-haired girl Sierra stood beside him, a flash of red light passing through the depths of her silver eyes as she spoke calmly. Final boss battle countdown. 180 seconds. We should depart now. If only she could create a world with just Master and herself, her ears would be much quieter, she thought. The stupid lizard is right. Jia Li stood like a seductive statue, having waited in the shadows for quite some time, her voice husky and excited. Dear Master, let's turn that boss into ashes. She was eager to fight alongside her master, burning the demon minions in the dungeon to cinders. Well, you all heard that, didn't you? Jiang Ye extended his hands, placing them on the shoulders of the pink-haired mature woman and the cold, elegant girl respectively, his tone light, but brooking no resistance. If you don't want to waste this leveling opportunity, then behave yourselves. If you can lie down comfortably, who would want to suffer on horseback? Jiang Ye's stern, don't waste time, forced the four campus beauties to swallow their reluctance and put aside their petty emotions. With 180 seconds left on the countdown, they just needed to hold their ground against the demon spawn without getting hurt to succeed in the challenge. They all wanted to experience firsthand the terror of a catastrophe-level dungeon boss. I can behave myself, but there's a price. Come visit my place after the dungeon ends. Song Shiyu crossed her arms and lifted her chin, her pretty face cold as she huffed proudly. Don't get the wrong idea. To him, just worried you might mess up and want to be ready to comfort you in advance. She had already imagined the worst outcome. If the strategy failed and Jiang Ye became dejected, she would reluctantly comfort him. What's so interesting about being with an ice block? Qin Xiang brushed away the hair hanging over her lashes, her gaze soft. When we get out, you and Emily should come together. I'll treat you both to dinner. Give your big sister some face and don't be late. Treating them was just a pretext to get closer and incidentally expose the cold beauty's facade. Why not? Chu Mo Li emerged from the shadows, holding a glow stick in her small hand as she clung pitifully to Jiang Ye's back. I'm a bit tired today. Could you chat with me tonight? Taking a deep breath, her cheeks flushed red from fatigue, making her look especially adorable. Unable to voice the hint about waking up together, she had no qualms about simply chatting. If she could monopolize her childhood friend's time, she'd gladly stay up all night. For pairs of eager eyes focused on Jiang Ye, he nodded slightly, turned around and raised his hand. Move out target. Swift elimination of demon spawn. Everyone followed him into the riverside woodland, their figures gradually disappearing into the mist. Catastrophe level, Demon's Cradle. Buzz. 6 figures emerged from the gray fog, their outlines quickly becoming clear. We're here. Jiang Ye fell silent, his brow slightly furrowed. A dim church came into view, walls and dome covered with murals depicting human reproduction, their colors dark but still faintly discernible. In the center stood a nun statue, her habit corroded by time, only the white cross pendant at her neck still gleaming with dim luster. Her features were lifelike, her eyes and brows carrying a mature woman's allure, completely contrary to the purity expected of clergy. Jiang Ye identified her as a nun solely because of that radiant cross. After all, in a church, only nuns would wear crosses. Master, don't look. Hill suddenly blocked his view, frantically waving her slender hands to cover his sight. This statue is just as lewd as that stupid sheep. Getting jealous of even a statue, stupid lizard. You're hopeless. Jia snorted softly, the corners of her crimson lips curving up as she delivered the cutting remark. Besides, she's nowhere close. Jiang Ye silently agreed with this assessment. The pure-faced angel Jia was voluptuous, yet holy, transcending the mundane world like a perfect work of art. Scumbag, stop peeking. Song Shiyu shot him a glance and quietly shielded him behind her. If you want to look, looking at me is enough. She lowered her head, her cold face taking on a sickly flush as her voice became barely audible. I'm doomed. I can't even compare to a statue. Chu Mo Li stood thunderstruck, pressing her hand to her chest in a daze. She couldn't even measure up to a stone carving. Now wasn't the time for body image anxiety though. Qin Xiang sighed helplessly, interrupting the campus beauty's train of thought. She lifted her head and pulled out a pair of black-rimmed glasses from her collar pocket, placing them behind her ears. Behind the lenses, her cherry-colored eyes swept swiftly through the church, sharp enough to dissect the wooden pews and stone walls layer by layer. The murals bore no text, yet were painted with vivid detail. A fallen priest, tempted by demons, defiling a young boy who had come to confess. A pure nun who sensed something amiss and resolved to sacrifice herself, praying to the divine for power, yet still failed to stop this blasphemy. She had failed utterly. Jiang Ye added in a low voice. The air was thick with desire and debauchery. Candles flickered before the altar, each flame seeming to mock the very concept of sanctity. The entire church resembled more a breeding ground for demons, where pure lust served as the perfect nourishment for the abyss. The question remained, why would a church become entangled with demons? Had the priest willingly fallen, or had he inadvertently been tainted by the abyss? Qin Xiang pondered silently, her gaze fixed on the nun in the mural who knelt at the center with hands clasped in prayer. Sister Xiang means. Chu Moli looked up at the dome, her throat moving slightly. Could it be that the nun's failed sacrifice actually summoned an abyssal demon instead? Song Shiyu also sensed something was wrong. She stared at the tear stains at the corner of the nun's eyes, instinctively feeling they weren't tears of hope toward God, but rather a desperate, hysterical cry for help. Exactly. Qin Xiang adjusted her glasses, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye reflecting a hint of coldness. The nun became a sacrifice for the priest to summon the abyss, dying in vain. Following the unbridled desire depicted in the mural, the demon is most likely Asmodeus, the demon of lust. Jiang Ye frowned, voicing his inner suspicions. Asmodeus, the demon of lust. Qin Xiang froze, panic flashing across her delicate face. Everyone's expressions changed at the mention of the name. Such demons needed no flirtatious gestures. A single glance could corrupt a chaste maiden into a lustful woman. If they truly faced such an entity, they stood no chance of victory. Jiang Ye nodded and added casually. Yesterday in the dungeon beneath the Adventurers Guild, I encountered Asmodeus, the demon of lust. The four campus beauties exchanged glances, their beautiful faces filled with shock. Brother, you weren't defiled by that female demon, were you? Chu Moli clutched her trembling chest and exclaimed, that kind of thing. We'd have to wait at least 10 years after her death before. That's a lust demon. Song Shiyu's face turned pale as she bit her lip and advised, you should find time to come to my house for a full body examination. According to historical records, men who encountered such demons either became desiccated corpses or fell under their control. Though Jiang Ye seemed lively and well, who knew if there might be lingering effects? Her family's private hospital would be the safest option. I'm fine, Jiang Ye sighed. Protected by his divine gift, he was more worried about the demon's virtue being compromised. And indeed, that was exactly what had happened. So it was the lust demon who got into trouble. Qin Xiang's beautiful eyes trembled as she covered her red lips in disbelief. Could it be that her little Yi had actually defeated the lust demon? According to Qin Xiang's knowledge, the mortality rate for humans encountering lust, one of the 7 deadly sins, was nearly 100 without exception. Yet the young man standing before her with such calm composure proved everything. Jiang Ye had not only survived, but had also defeated the demon of lust in return. Recalling her earlier scheming thoughts, Qin Xiang smiled bitterly to herself. It wasn't that she lacked charm, but rather that the lust demon had raised Jiang Ye's desire threshold so high that ordinary flirtation couldn't even stir him. At this thought, she grew even more disgusted with that lust demon. It's all that shameless fool's fault, making my dream of becoming a sister-in-law bestie exponentially harder. Seeing her expression, Jiang Ye's lips curved upward as he added half-jokingly, well, it wasn't entirely without gain. Yesterday I stomped on Asmodeus the lust demon's face and kicked her back to the abyss with one blow. That exquisite little face of hers still bears the imprint of my size 42 shoe. She probably won't be getting out of bed or breaking through any seals for years. He spoke casually, as if he had merely kicked away a small insect. Song Shiyu was startled by his words, then frowned deeply with worry evident in her voice. You came into contact with a lust demon? You haven't been corrupted or assimilated, have you? After the countdown ends, come to my family's hospital first. I'll give you a thorough examination. She understood the insidious methods of demons. If Jiang Ye had truly been corrupted into a lustful beast, she would have no choice but to sacrifice herself to accommodate him and then seal him away completely. Chu Moli's delicate face showed a sickly adoration mixed with a shy blush. No wonder brother handled me so easily. Yesterday even demons are defeated by his hands. When he disciplines me in the future, it'll be even smoother and easier, like taking something from his own pocket. Suddenly, bells echoed. The church clock struck midnight. Only 90 seconds remained before the forbidden annihilation domain closed, yet the boss still hadn't appeared. Jiang Ye glanced around quickly and assigned tasks. Sister Xiang, focus on observation and look for any anomalies. Moli, use your shadows to protect her safety. As for Shiyu, if you don't mind, Let me borrow you for a moment. Song Shiyu's heart trembled under that gaze as she bit her lip and asked softly, how do you want to use me? A rare blush appeared on her cold, elegant face. She actually wouldn't mind being borrowed, provided she was thoroughly cleaned first. Jiang Ye explained seriously. To test a theory, your cold, sacred aura is very similar to the nun statue at the entrance. Perhaps if you dress as a nun and pray devoutly, we can force the demon's minions to reveal themselves. If she disagreed, he would never force her. Cosplay. Song Shiyu was shocked, instinctively clutching her skirt hem as her pale earlobes turned crimson. In this age of information explosion, she wasn't unfamiliar with role-playing, but could someone like her, such a cold block of ice, really play a nun convincingly? If Jiang Ye were to be disappointed, wouldn't that make her a woman without charm, a useless waste? No, I must make Xiao Yi satisfied. Having made up her mind, Song Shiyu took a deep breath and began unbuttoning her shirt with her small hands, her snow-white bound chest gradually becoming visible as she resolutely tried to fulfill his request. Stop. I asked you to roleplay. Why are you undressing? Jiang Ye quickly intervened, questioning her in confusion. But the nun isn't wearing clothes. I wanted to be more realistic. Is that wrong? Song Shiyu turned her head away, her pretty face flushed with embarrassed red as she continued unbuttoning on her own. I asked you to roleplay, not to go overboard. Jiang Ye was almost amused by the cold beauty's wooden headness. He quickly took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Face the nun statue, mimic her posture, and pray devoutly. Don't worry, I'll be here to protect you. With his hands on her shoulders, looking down at the shy, lowered head of the cold beauty, he added seriously. The priest and little boy from the mural had vanished without a trace, leaving only the nun's statue standing in the center of the church. The unknown presence was extremely dangerous, and he had to ensure the cold beauty's safety. I will try hard to satisfy you. Song Shiyu bit her lip, letting out a soft gasp as delicate as a mosquito's buzz. Her cold, pretty face was tinged with shame as she fled from Jiang Ye's presence, frantically positioning herself before the nun statue, closing her eyes, pressing her hands to her heart, and praying devoutly. His clothes, they're filled with his scent now, so strange. Maybe I won't bathe tonight. No, I still need to trick Xiao Yi into coming home for a checkup. I can't have any sweaty smell. Right? I'll say I'm cold later. Then I can keep wearing his jacket and buy an identical one to return to him someday. That way, after bathing and putting on his jacket again, I'll be covered in his scent once more. Problem solved. I'm so clever. Song Shiyu's face remained coldly composed as she prayed devoutly, but her inner thoughts were somewhat unconventional. When Sister Shiyu doesn't speak, she really looks as holy as a nun. Chu Moli manipulated the shadows, sighing with some envy. The shadow beneath her jade feet spread like vines until it reached the cold beauty's feet, connecting with her shadow so that in a moment of crisis, she could pull her into the shadows to ensure safety. Does Xiao Yi like colder girls? Qin Xiang pushed her black-rimmed glasses, her cherry-colored beautiful eyes narrowing as she analyzed thoughtfully. Then wouldn't she have no chance? However, cunning foxes are best at disguise. Once Jiang Yi tears through her outer clothing and discovers the charm within, it would be too late to escape, wouldn't it? She really does look like a devoutly praying saint, so pure and flawless. Admiring the cold beauty's cool profile, Jiang Yi sighed with genuine appreciation. If Song Shiyu were to change into a nun's black and white robes and wear pure white stockings, she would surely be even more charming, wouldn't she? Master above, Shiyu below, please grant me happiness. Song Shiyu had no idea how to pray properly, but that didn't stop her from following the example. Muttering inaudible prayers in her heart, she prayed meticulously. From the outside, she truly looked no different from a holy nun. Countdown 60 seconds. Jiang Yi frowned, counting silently in his mind. No abnormalities were detected nearby. Perhaps the demon spawn of this demonic breeding ground had already perished with the passage of time? Qin Xiang had been investigating and analyzing for a long time. Even after thoroughly understanding the information in the murals, she still couldn't find any trace of demonic presence, not the slightest clue. I'm the same. Chu Moli yawned. She was getting sleepy. She really wanted to go home early and wake up with her brother. Countdown 30 seconds. Did I guess wrong? Jiang Yi frowned, unable to help but doubt himself. Time was running short. The cold beauty's prayer continued, but there was still no sign of anything unusual. Bang! The chandelier on the dome shattered, and the surroundings suddenly darkened. Strange gasping sounds came from all directions, surrounding them completely. I guessed right, the demon is here. Jiang Ye's eyes flashed with sharp light as he looked toward the nun statue. She had lit up with a health bar. Name: Lust Demon Spawn Fallen Lilith. Name: Fallen Nun Lilith. Level: 25 rank, Calamity. Description: as a nun in the town's church, Lilith lived a life of celibacy and devotion, primarily assisting Father Pete with his duties and managing the church's daily affairs. In private, She loved turning the interesting stories and gossip she heard at church into bedtime tales to help her bedridden, paralyzed brother Brian fall asleep. However, one day, when she pushed open her brother's bedroom door, she inadvertently discovered a pair of mud-stained leather shoes at the foot of the bed exactly Father Pete's size. In that moment, her faith crumbled and her soul fell into imbalance. Skills: blasphemous light sword, corrupting whispers, devotee's grace. Attributes: Constitution 66, Strength 150, Agility 1500, Spirit 2000. Identification complete. The data panel materialized transparently before Jiang Ye's eyes. In the center of the church, the once gold goddess statue suddenly transformed into a living, alluring nun. Her waterfall-like silver hair cascaded down, her snow-white skin flickering between light and shadow in the candlelight, appearing sacred without a trace of earthly taint. Ha! She bit her lower lip lightly, releasing seductive moans, her lustful breathing echoing through the vaulted ceiling. Watch out! Her breathing has a corruption effect, cover your ears. Jiang Ye frowned and shouted in warning. Thanks to his divine gift, he was immune to negative effects and could even absorb them in reverse corrupted lethargy energized spirit. However, his several goddess-level teammates weren't so fortunate. The seductive breathing pierced their sensitive nerves like fine needles, stirring up desire as they looked at Jiang Ye with eyes tinged with an unhealthy crimson. Catch. Soundproof earplugs with a mind-clearing buff. Qin Xiang suppressed her suddenly surging primal desires and immediately pulled specially made earplugs from her backpack, putting on her own pair before quickly tossing them to her out-of-control companions. Chu Moli's pretty face flushed red as she could barely contain the temptation in her heart. She manipulated her shadow to catch the earplugs, and only felt somewhat stable after inserting them into her ears. Little Yi, I like you, I like you, I like you. Song Shiyu stood directly opposite the nun. The moment the breathing echoed, she was overwhelmed by desire, falling into hallucinations and gazing at Jiang Ye with dreamlike obsession, strange heart shapes floating in her pupils. This is bad. Jiang Ye cursed inwardly. Being targeted by this cold beauty made his lower back ache preemptively. He gestured attack to the girls behind him. After putting on the earplugs, the women's world fell into silence, and they could only follow instructions through body language. Sister Shiyu, I'm sorry. Chu Moli sighed inwardly at the sin, her jade fingers dancing as she manipulated shadow threads, suddenly yanking at the cold beauty's shadow. MMPH. Dark shadow serpents coiled around Song Shiyu's voluptuous figure, dragging her into the shadows at her feet and instantly engulfing and imprisoning her. Brother, Sister Shiyu, is under control. What she said just now was faked, and believe it. Chu Moli wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, jealousy surging in her heart as she shouted to Jiang Ye. The thought of her brother being confessed to by a vixen was something that should only happen at least 10 years after her death. Thanks for the hard work. Jiang Ye nodded in acknowledgement. Then his gaze grew serious as he locked onto the alluring nun who had resumed her seductive breathing. With just one breath, she could instantly corrupt and incapacitate and shrank campus beauty. Corrupting whispers was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Accompanied by the crack of shattering, the chandelier broke apart. All candles extinguished, leaving only moonlight streaming through the windows as the church plunged into darkness. Jiang Yi stared at the nun, silently counting seconds in his mind while analyzing the surrounding environment. In the nun's description, the mysterious Father Pete appeared, along with her bedridden, paralyzed brother. Besides the nun, there should be a priest in the church, but where was the priest hiding? With 30 seconds left on the countdown before the dungeon closed, everyone had no choice but to fight with their backs against the wall. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, raised his glow stick high, and pressed the switch with his fingertip. Brilliant white light suddenly exploded. Hill and Jabali followed his lead, gripping their glow sticks with small hands and gently shaking them, creating layers of white light. Chu Moli and Qin Xiang didn't dare fall behind, lighting their glow sticks one after another. 5 beams of intense light converged like sudden daylight, instantly illuminating the entire church. Sharp scraping sounds erupted from the dome. Everyone looked up to see a white-haired priest hanging upside down in midair, his black robe drooping as he clung spider-like to the mural. His withered hands desperately covered his crimson eyes as blood trickled through his fingers, his agonized screams echoing throughout. That was Father Pete. While staying alert to the nun, Jiang Yi quickly examined the wailing black-robed figure on the mural. Name: Fallen Priest Pete Griffin. Level: 25. Rank: Catastrophe. Description: the town's revered priest, also a skilled doctor. One day, after leaving the confessional, he found Sister Lilith muttering absent-mindedly about her paralyzed brother. But wasn't Lilith an orphan raised by the church? Where did this brother come from? Driven by curiosity, Pete secretly went to her house. Pushing open the bedroom door, he saw a little boy lying on a blood-soaked bed. As he reached out to check for breathing, a bloody little hand grabbed his wrist. Before he could scream, his consciousness faded. After a long while, a pair of blood-stained shoes appeared on the floor. Skills: Fallen Prayer, Heal the Dying. Attributes: Constitution 30, Strength 50, Agility 100, Spirit 3000. So Father Pete had been lurking in the darkness all along, silently watching. Now, burned by the blinding glow-stick light, blood tears streamed down as he writhed like a viper nailed to the mural, letting out piercing wails. Jiang Ye quickly assessed. The nun was extremely fast with high spirit attributes, but had paper-thin constitution. The priest was equally fragile, relying only on his remarkable spiritual power and healing skills to sustain his allies. The weakness was obvious. Hill, unleash Inferno Breath, and send Father Pete to meet his maker. Jiang Ye commanded in a deep voice, sweeping his arm. The silver dragon princess transformed into a massive silver-white dragon, her enormous body breaking through the darkness as she coiled in the center of the church. She raised her head and roared, dark flames gathering in her throat before erupting in a thunderous blast, the black fireball instantly engulfing the dome. No! Scorched as if in hell, Father Pete screamed and struggled, but countless dark serpents bit at his shadow, pinning him firmly to the mural. Boom! The black flames exploded, the firelight creating towering pressure waves. The weathered old church disintegrated in the infernal blaze, instantly becoming complete ruins. So powerful. Chu Moli raised her arm against the fierce wind, her black hair flying as shock was written across her face. When will I ever become as strong as the silver dragon princess? Qin Xiang bit her fingertip lightly, standing in the eye of the storm, her gaze following Jiang Ye through the scattered ashes, a sickly crimson gleam in her eyes. Truly worthy of being sister's little Yi. System notification: Fallen Priest defeated. Gained 60,000 experience points and 10,000 points. The storm gradually subsided. Jiang Ye's hair danced wildly in the remaining wind as his gaze pierced through the drifting smoke and dust. Ha! In the center of the ruins, the nun had somehow changed into a black and white nun's habit, her full legs wrapped in over-thinny black stockings, bare feet treading on broken rubble. Her lowered eyelashes trembled slightly, eyes tightly closed in an ominous silence. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open blood red. The fallen sister Lilith had awakened. The nun's delicate face flushed with a sickly pallor, her eyes swirling with piercing crimson light. Her body, once petrified to stone, began melting as if in a furnace, and from the crumbling dust, a form imbued with demonic essence slowly took shape, living demon spawn. Father Peter, rest in peace. May your soul return to heaven and receive the Lord's blessing. Lilisai made the sign of the cross over her heart, her voice gentle, yet chillingly cold. Master, let Hill kill her. The silver dragon princess Hill instinctively sensed danger, her silver hair bristling as she glimpsed the shadow of a horned succubus, her mind consumed by a single thought: she absolutely could not let her master be corrupted by this type of woman again. Jiang Ye nodded. Go. Ali, strike her from behind while she's praying. This was the perfect DPS window while the boss was delivering her monologue, and he launched the attack without hesitation. Meanwhile, the word nun stirred memories in Jia Bailey. She licked her red lips, nostalgia flickering in her eyes. A nun? I miss those days at the church, though being by Master's side is even better. If Master likes, I can wear a nun's habit tonight and work overtime. Stupid sheep, stop daydreaming. Getting killed by my breath attack would save Master some betting. Hill snorted coldly, her silver eyes flashing with icy light. Her dragon's roar shook the ruins as silver flames churned between her lips, instantly condensing into a massive fireball that erupted forth. Foolish lizard, you be careful. My blade of judgment doesn't discriminate if it strikes you. Don't make any embarrassing sounds. Jia Bailey retorted with a cold laugh, spreading her snow-white wings and soaring skyward. Moonlight bathed her form as she drew the pitch-black blade of condemnation from her heart, absorbing lunar essence and unleashing pure white sword light that illuminated the entire ruined chapel in an instant. Divine judgment. Infernal black flames. Dragon's roar and melodious cry rang out together as black flames and holy radiance collided in explosive brilliance. Fire shot toward the night sky. The ground trembled, and in the howling winds, the school beauties pressed against the crumbling walls to barely maintain their footing. One-shotting a catastrophe-level boss. That's incredibly powerful. Chu Mo Li's face appeared pale, yet excited in the firelight as she gasped for breath. She had already found the nightmare-level abyssal serpent unbelievable, but now Jiang Ye casually suppressed a catastrophe-level priest, and even the resurrected nun seemed insignificant. Brother, I can barely keep up with you anymore. Her flushed face showed shock and admiration, though her competitive spirit still quietly burned within. On the other side, the shockwave tousled Qin Xiang's crimson hair as she covered her face and sighed softly. Xiao Yi is so strong. I feel like I'm not worthy of him. Her thoughts shifted, and she smiled self-deprecatingly. Not being worthy doesn't mean I can't be with him. If I can't be his girlfriend, I can still be his woman. Lost in wild thoughts as rolling smoke obscured her vision, Jiang Ye remained perfectly still, his brow furrowed deeply. Only 10 seconds remained on the dungeon countdown, yet there was still no notification of none defeated, and the little boy had vanished without a trace. Would they have to exit with regret? From the dying flames, a voluptuous silhouette outlined by firelight slowly rose. Have you seen my little brother? The nun's breathing was labored as she gripped a regulation longsword, her face still flushed. She didn't know the little boy's whereabouts either. Dangerous doubts suddenly arose in everyone's minds. Master, be careful. This woman is extremely dangerous. Hill circled overhead, his silver eyes flashing with piercing coldness as he sensed danger and urgently called out a warning. Through the swirling smoke and dust, Jabali's cherry-colored eyes blazed like torches, precisely capturing the nun's silhouette through the haze. Following her indication, Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, his gaze locked firmly on the graceful figure approaching slowly. Creak creak. Black-stockinged feet stepped on the charred rubble, each step crisp and grating, yet swaying left and right, leaving footprints as chaotic as those of a child dragging a doll. She appeared to be alive, but her footprints were unnaturally strange, filling Jiang Ye with foreboding. As the distance rapidly closed, the nun's faint fragrance wafted toward them. My little brother, where is he? Lilith whispered with a smile, her jade hand wrapped in white gauze suddenly raising a regulation silver sword, its cold gleam aimed straight at Jiang Ye's throat. In that split second, inspiration struck Jiang Ye. This posture, this gait, she was like a marionette being controlled, with a puppet master lurking in the shadows. The sword light tore through the air, the blade flashing past his neck. Brother! Chu Moli screamed in anguish, her delicate face twisted with despair. Xiaoyi! Qin Xiang's heart trembled violently, her eyes blazing with fury. The silver light had only sliced through an afterimage. Jiang Ye appeared ghost-like behind the nun, the corner of his mouth curling upward. Rise, father! His enslavement talent activated instantly. From the deep crater in the ruins, a hunched, aged phantom silently crawled out and stood solemnly beside him. Time was pressing, so Jiang Ye barked. Where is that little boy controlling her? The dead remained silent, but the father's shadow nodded and turned to point behind him toward the confessional of the ruined church, where a bloody cross hung high above. Ali, get it! Jiang Ye took a deep breath, dodging the nun's series of sword thrusts once more, then looked up at the silver dragon in the sky. Hill, let's go. He leaped up and landed on the dragon's back. Yes, master. The silver dragon raised its head, silver eyes filled with killing intent. Let Hill kill her. 3 seconds. Jiang Ye gripped the magnificent dragon horns tightly and laughed. Hill, create a miracle. Whoosh, silver light swept forth as dragon and rider became one. Roar, the dragon's cry shook the heavens as the silver-white giant shadow dove down, spear point aimed at the ground. Little brother, where are you? Lilith's lips flushed red as sword light danced, as if pulled by invisible strings, swinging through the air in the center of the church before suddenly thrusting forward. Swish, swish, swish. Light swords fell like rain, sweeping across the ruins. She raised her sword to meet the charging dragon head and lance, yet her expression remained dazed. Have you seen my little brother? Ah, yes, I have. Jiang Ye's hair danced wildly in the wind as he replied with a light laugh. Where is he? In your memories. Boom. The silver dragon crashed to earth, the terrifying impact tearing open a deep crater as blood mist billowed. Ding. System notification. Demon spawn Lilith eliminated. Experience 60,000, points 10,000. In the lingering aura, Lilith's whisper echoed. Thank you. Her little brother existed only in her childhood memories. Master, I've got the bloody cross. Ali stood at the entrance of the collapsed church, holding the relic that had been corrupted by demons. This was a relic corrupted by demons. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Demon spawn eliminated. Dungeon time suspended. In the final 3 seconds, Jiang Ye rode on Silver Dragon Princess's back as the horn's blast suddenly thundered. Silver Dragon Princess dove down, her silver horn piercing straight through the demon spawn along with the corrupted sister Lilith, both instantly vaporized into bloody mist under the terrifying impact. Boom. Around the deep crater, debris flew everywhere, blood spattering across the ground. A catastrophe-level boss, taken down in one hit. Chu Moli struggled to stand against the fierce wind, her twin tails disheveled, dust coating her delicate pale cheeks. The shock made her forget to brush off the dirt. Last night, her childhood friend had beaten her soundly, leaving her unconvinced and secretly vowing to catch up and make him see her in a new light. But no, if even catastrophe-level bosses could be instantly killed, could she ever catch up? On the other side, Qin Xiang with her crimson long hair was pressed into a duck-sitting position by the violent wind. Her skirt hem fluttered up, black stockings covered in dust. Her mind went blank, something her level 50 Thunder Mage father couldn't accomplish. Jiang Ye had completed so effortlessly, and Jiang Ye was only level 19. The incredible shock left her covering her red lips in a daze, her cherry-colored eyes trembling uncontrollably. As the dust settled, Jiang Ye's figure emerged from the moonlight. Silver Dragon Princess stood proudly beside him, her silver tail coiled around her slender dragon waist. Fallen angel Gabriel flapped her wings, slowly descending from the night sky. She held a bloody bronze crucifix with a nun bound to it, skin delicate, expression anguished, like a living statue undergoing trial by fire. At first glance, it really looked like some mom will disapprove anime figurine, but it was actually a demonic relic. Master, mission accomplished. Gabriel smiled proudly, waving the crucifix in front of Silver Dragon Princess, nearly wagging a non-existent tail. Jiang Ye took the crucifix, examined it for a moment, and chuckled. Since when did demons start getting into anime? He noticed the nun on the crucifix bore some resemblance to the statue from before, and couldn't help but think, this demon really keeps up with the times. Chu Moli secretly glanced at her childhood friend, confirming that he was unharmed before pressing her flat chest down and letting out a sigh of relief. Could it be the same person? Just as that thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but move closer to Jiang Ye, staring at the bloody crucifix in his hand with admiration. You guessed right, but there's no reward. Jiang Ye playfully pinched the delicate cheeks of his childhood friend, brushing off the dust from his fingers with a smile as he revealed the answer. Name, demonic relic bloody crucifix. Level, none. Tier, purple epic. Description, this bloody crucifix was forged from the rib bones of a demon during a bout of boredom. It is said to possess strange powers to manipulate people's hearts. Sister Lilith discovered this crucifix in a church in a small town. She found that her brother, who had starved to death in her childhood, had miraculously returned to her side. Overjoyed to tears, Lilith cared for him meticulously, even though he remained paralyzed and dependent. Until one day, after finishing her work at the church, she returned home exhausted, only to find Father Pete's boots on her brother's bed. From that moment on, both her brother and the priest vanished without a trace. Lilith lost her sanity, willing to sacrifice everything to find her beloved brother. Her soul was ultimately trapped within the bloody crucifix, where obsession and death intertwined. She yearned both to see her brother again and to end this torment. Bloody Cross. Effect. Burns a small amount of the wielder's life force to briefly control a target. Warning. If you cannot resist the demon's temptation, it will be the caster, not the target, who becomes enslaved. The data panel materialized before Jiang Ye's eyes. He quickly scanned it, confirming his childhood friend's theory. The nun locked in bronze at the center of the cross was identical to the statue in the church hall. Both were the brother-obsessed big sister who had fallen to demons Lilith. Chu Moli basked in her childhood sweetheart's gentle caress, contentedly closing her eyes. Dummy, hurry up and release Shiyu. Qin Xiang couldn't stand watching anymore and tugged at her friend's twin tails as a reminder. The cold beauty was still trapped in the shadows while her bestie was already enjoying her brother's reward. How inappropriate. Oh, I almost forgot. Sister Shiyu, I'm sorry. Chu Moli suddenly snapped back to reality, frantically manipulating the shadows to drag Song Shiyu, who was wrapped like a mummy in dark threads, out from the darkness. I'm saved. Song Shiyu collapsed on the floor, gasping heavily. Are you alright? Jiang Ye crouched down and helped her up. I'm not alright. Song Shiyu weakly fell into his arms, biting her pale lips as she moaned softly. She had been entranced by Lilith's whispers and fallen into an illusion where she saw the future she would share with Jiang Ye. What did you see? Jiang Ye frowned, letting the cold beauty lean against him, his tone serious. The demon's influence was immeasurable. Every clue had to be treated with caution. I saw the future me and little Yi, pure and innocent, preparing for our second child. Song Shiyu's cheeks flushed red as she buried her head in his chest, her voice barely audible. Huh? Even in your hallucinations you're such a pervert, only thinking about taking advantage of me. Jiang Ye snorted softly, poking her cheek. How am I a pervert? We were pure and innocent. Song Shiyu pouted and protested quietly. Pure and innocent while having a second child? Chu Moli shot her a cold glance, pouting jealously. I don't want to be a sister-in-law. Having such dreams in broad daylight, what chaos will you cause at night? Qin Xiang laughed, pointing her jade finger at Song Shiyu's other cheek teasingly. Demonic artifacts are indeed dangerous. He glanced at the crucifix from the corner of her eye, her pretty face slightly flushed as she quickly turned away. In her vision, she had seen herself laying eggs for her master in the future. Master, don't underestimate this bloody cross. The fallen Gabriel, half human and half demon, understood the terror of demonic relics best. It can draw out people's deepest fantasies and then manipulate them like puppets. Jiang Ye held the bloody cross up before the school beauties, curiously swaying it. So, what kind of futures do you all envision in your hearts? The dark red cross swayed back and forth in his palm like a hypnotic pendulum. The girl's pupils dilated as they stood motionless. Jiang Ye's brow furrowed sharply as alarm bells rang in his mind. Oh no, they've fallen under the spell. The demon cross flickered with a crimson gleam, swaying gently before the girls. The blood-red radiance acted like invisible threads, binding Chu Moli, Song Shiyu, and Qin Xiang firmly in place. They stood motionless with vacant stares, like marionettes whose strings had suddenly been cut. Jiang Ye froze, glancing down at his health bar it hadn't dropped. This wasn't a life-draining illusion? He waved his hand in front of the girls, his fingertips nearly brushing their eyelashes, yet they showed no reaction. Master, you're not allowed to do strange things to them. Hill pouted, her eyes glistening with bitter tears. She deliberately emphasized them, while pointedly omitting me. If you steal happiness by controlling people like puppets on strings, once the novelty wears off, only emptiness remains. Gabriel crossed her arms and sighed softly. As a former angel, she had witnessed countless humans fall to their desires, only to blame succubi for their downfall afterward. She wouldn't mind sacrificing herself to let her master steal that so-called happiness. Jiang Ye brushed aside their overthinking. You're reading too much into this. He carefully tucked the dangerous crimson cross back into his chest, handling it as gently as if it were a still-breathing wild beast. He had merely waved it casually, never expecting all the SSS-rank campus beauties to fall under its spell, truly worthy of being a demonic relic, ready to be controlled by inner desires at the slightest lapse in self-control. Suddenly, Chu Moli's knees buckled as she collapsed into a duck-sitting position. Her fingers clutched at her pale neck as she spoke through tears. Mom and Dad are gone. Please, don't abandon me, okay? The love-starved girl desperately wanted to grasp even the tiniest bit of warmth. Ahem, Xiao Yi, the children are all asleep. Shall we go for a run? Outside the door, Song Shiyu knocked gently, her gaze soft as water but her lips curved in a meaningful smile. Shu, keep quiet. Qin Xiang lay flat on the floor, trembling slightly. She's still home, why didn't you give me advance notice? Master, they're beyond saving. Hill covered her face, her tone helpless. Humans are truly obsessed with reproduction. Gabriel shrugged. The hidden desires lurking beneath these pure campus beauties' hearts opened the eyes of both non-human girls. Desire is truly terrifying. Jiang Ye thought of Lilith, who had also been lost to desire, willing to become a demon's servant to find her brother. The campus beauties before him were also becoming puppets under desire's influence. Snap! He snapped his fingers, and the blood-red runes instantly shattered. The girls suddenly came to their senses, as if awakening from a long nightmare. They scrambled to their feet in embarrassment, faces flushed crimson. I didn't do anything improper just now, did I? Chu Moli pressed her knees together, tucking her legs gracefully as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. How mortifying. Scoundrel, you didn't hear anything or see anything, right? Song Shiyu's pretty face was cold as frost, but her clenched knuckles betrayed her inner panic. If he found her disgusting because of this, she would be fighting a losing battle. Xiao Yi, you weren't taken advantage of, were you? Qin Xiang tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled teasingly. Don't look like you've had your soul stolen by a succubus. Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes in warning. Sister Xiang, you'd better worry about yourself first. Trying to steal my things again? Chu Moli's phoenix eyes turned cold as she questioned icily. Stealing might be thrilling, but it's immoral. Song Shiyu pressed closer. You didn't do anything to betray our friendship, did you? The ship of friendship capsizes at the drop of a hat. Demon, you win. From the ruins of the church came the delicate cries of a mature beauty. The altar lay shattered, holy water spilled everywhere, and the air was thick with the mingled scent of sulfur and blood. Jiang Ye stepped over the broken pews and emerged from behind a collapsed stone pillar, looking at the chattering school beauties before him with a helpless sigh. Hill, let's go. He raised his hand and smoothly sheathed his long sword behind his back. The silver-haired dragon Princess Hill and the golden-haired angel Gabriel immediately smiled, linking their arms through his from both sides, their armor skirts and wings gleaming coldly in the moonlight. The corpses of priests and nuns lay scattered around the altar, while a demon relic emanating a dark red glow rested in the center of the bloodstains. The final stage of the Forbidden Extinction realm had been speed-run by the trio, and the abyssal energy was dissipating at a visible rate. Boss defeated, relic obtained, progress 100%. The system notification chimed. Jiang Ye looked at his status panel, his experience bar nearly maxed out. Level 19, 99. Almost level 20. Reaching level 20 would unlock a new contract slot. He touched the egg in his backpack that glowed with epic-grade radiancy. An unknown pet slumbered within. Before the college entrance exam, I must become stronger. Jiang Ye murmured to himself, determination flashing in his eyes. Until I can face natural disasters heat-in and become invincible in this world. The school beauties exchanged glances, their shoulders touching as they secretly competed, their rivalry threatening to turn the ruins into a battlefield. Jiang Ye couldn't be bothered with their antics and raised his hand to tear open a brilliant blue portal. The spatial ripples swallowed him and the two girls, leaving the ruined church behind. Jiang City, Xuanhe Plaza. Midnight, full moon. The light screen dissipated as the stunning female, sword immortal Pei Qinghuan stepped out of the dungeon, sheathing her sword. Her expression was somewhat grim, causing the plaza to fall silent for a moment before erupting in hushed exclamations. It's Pei Qinghuan. Did she get bullied in the dungeon? The Battlefield Rose team, all black-stocking beauties, those legs, those feet. I could drink their bathwater for a year. You're dreaming good fortune like that would never fall to you. The noisy chatter surged like waves. The abyssal energy of the forbidden extinction realm was nearly depleted, and after the countdown reached 0, it would close completely, not reopening for a full year. He still hasn't come out. Pei Qinghuan frowned, her gaze searching through the crowd as a faint bitterness rose in her heart. Apart from her sister, only Jiang Ye, the one she strived so hard to catch up, told capture her attention like this. Her teammates gathered around, teasing her with overlapping voices. Qinghuan, being so humble won't help you win your crush's heart. Exactly. If you like him, just confess. What if it works out? Even if you fail, it's not embarrassing. If you can't be his girlfriend, you could still be something else. Pei Qinghuan's expression darkened as she snorted coldly. Shallow. She, Pei Qinghuan, had sworn to live by the way of the sword. How could she compromise for any man? But beliefs were beliefs, and life was life. She wouldn't mind, incidentally, giving Jiang Ye a chance. On the other side, the leaderboard topic was equally heated. 66 points aside from that monster in first place. Pei Qinghuan is the most insane, right? We're ranked 3rd, we absolutely cannot be 2nd place forever. Right? Let that crazy woman taste what being 2nd place feels like. Catastrophe-level dungeons always harbor demons, with difficulty spiking dramatically and a death rate approaching 100. For years, no one has successfully cleared a catastrophe dungeon. At this moment, the forbidden annihilation mystic domain suddenly sealed shut. The azure light barrier churned violently as blood-red lightning arcs converged frantically, instantly escalating the nightmare dungeon to catastrophe level. In the center of the plaza, Jiang Ye, who should have regrouped with his teammates, was nowhere to be found, as if he had vanished into thin air. Only 4 words echoed in the onlookers' minds: certain death. Pei Qinghuan stood outside the barrier, her delicate face draining to deathly pale. She bit her red lips hard, pressing her fingertips against her snow-white chest that trembled slightly from her racing heartbeat. Yet she couldn't suppress the unease in her heart. Jiang Ye, please don't let me down. Faced with the ominous signs of a catastrophe dungeon, all she could do was pray for a miracle. Holy shit! Dark clouds gathering, crimson lightning and thunder. Someone in the crowd cursed, looking up to see rolling black clouds covering the sky, with blood-colored lightning dancing like venomous serpents. The phenomenon of the dungeon's upgrade instantly ignited the fuse of panic. Witnessing historians take a photo. Forget the photos. If demons break out and descend upon the world, our corpses will be turned into 2-star goblins. Chaotic shouting erupted everywhere. Life's barely started, and it's already ending. Wah. I've never even been in love. Always been self-sufficient type, don't want to die. Great. Demons are coming, and we're all going to die. Don't panic. I haven't bathed in a month. Me meat's too tough. The demons won't eat me. Run. Run fast. If demons really descend, Jiang City is doomed. The patrol guards rushed into the crowd, forming an arc with their shields to guide citizens to safety. Commands from loudspeakers were crisp and clear, finally bringing the chaos under control. Several university principals also hurried to the scene to maintain order, guiding students and citizens in the evacuation. Just as the evacuation was nearly complete, an evil aura so malevolent it made one's skin crawl burst through the barrier. This is bad. This aura is too evil. I fear a demon has already broken free from its seal. Li Bubi, principal of Linhai First High School, watched his white robes billow wildly in the fierce wind, appearing especially small before the crimson light gate. Damn it! Which one could it be? Lust? Or gluttony? Xiao Mai, principal of Linhai Second High School, was pale as a sheet with sweat rolling down his slightly chubby cheeks, yet he stood firm and unmoved. At that moment, a female secretary in sky-high heels and a black silk pencil skirt, nearly unable to stand in the fierce wind with her shirt buttons straining, shouted her report. Report. There are still people who haven't escaped the dungeon. They know. Early dating squad, ranked 1st on the leaderboard. This is terrible. My daughter is still inside. Song Qian, principal of Jiang City First High School, instantly darkened, her elegant brows furrowing deeply. Her daughter Song Shiyu was trapped within, and as a mother, she was frantic with worry. Principal Song, don't worry, my daughter is also in the dungeon. They work well together and have experience dealing with catastrophe dungeons. They'll surely turn danger into safety. Qin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his inner anxiety. His words were both comfort and self-encouragement. He believed in Jiang Ye. Since Jiang Ye could kick the lust demon back into the abyss seal, he could certainly bring both girls back alive. Experience clearing catastrophe dungeons. Li Bubi pushed his old-fashioned round glasses, his breathing instantly catching. Old Qin, this is no time for jokes. Are you telling the truth? Xiao Mai grabbed Qin Yu's sleeve, his voice low and urgent. If what Qin Yu said was true, it would mean a peerless prodigy was facing unprecedented danger. If someone has truly conquered a catastrophe dungeon, then they're the hope of all Jiang City. Even if it costs us our old bones, we must snatch them back from the demon's grasp. Li Bubi and Xiao Mai locked eyes, both seeing the same resolve reflected back. Do I look like I'm joking right now? Qin Yu nodded seriously. He had already suppressed yesterday's incident at the Adventurers Guild, concealing Jiang Ye's information to prevent those with ulterior motives from targeting him. Demons never lacked lackeys in this world, and a bit of extra caution never hurt. You meant there's a genius in the No Early Romance squad who cleared a catastrophe dungeon? Which one of the four is it? Song Qian pressed her hand against her surging chest, first excited, then filled with hope. Could the genius who cleared the catastrophe dungeon really be her daughter, Song Shiyu? The principal's gazes fell on Qin Yu with nervous anticipation. Qin Yu slightly raised his chin, looking both fatherly and teacherly as he deliberately kept them in suspense. My daughter's good friend. His name is Jiang Ye. The word struck like thunder from a clear sky. Li Bubi and Xiao Mai exchanged glances, frantically searching their memories for intelligence, but couldn't find anyone named Jiang Ye. What? It's actually him. A flash of disappointment crossed Song Qian's face before she exclaimed in surprise, her hand unconsciously pressing against her heart as her deep neck, white blouse rippled slightly with her breathing. She knew this name all too well. During meals and before bed, her daughter Song Shiyu constantly mentioned him. There was even a photo of Jiang Ye on her nightstand. If someone claimed her daughter had nothing to do with him, she'd be the first to disbelieve it. Could her daughter really be in puppy love? Qin Yu caught the subtle changes in Song Qian's expression and raised an eyebrow teasingly. Principal Song, do you know him? I hope no one's trying to steal my daughter's boyfriend. I don't know him, but my daughter does, and quite well. Song Qian shook her head with a bitter smile and sighed softly. She hadn't expected her daughter's hope for survival to rest on a young man's shoulders. Fortunately, she had never interfered. Otherwise, if she had truly offended a top-tier genius and ruined her daughter's happiness. She shuddered at the thought, touching her chest in lingering fear, yet couldn't stop the subtle flutter in her heart, like snow waves. Qin Yu coughed lightly and reminded her with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Principal Song should keep a closer watch. With the college entrance exam approaching, academics should come first. You need to help your daughter focus. What business do good students have dating? Give me back my little son-in-law. I'll talk to her after this crisis is resolved. Song Qian agreed casually, but her attention was focused on the crimson light screen not far away. Before the screen, everyone stood ready for battle, evacuating crowds and even preparing to die alongside the demons, all hoping the young man could carve out a path of survival in the dungeon. Jiang Ye, don't let us old folks down. The principals gazed at the light gate with heavy expressions. Their only hope rested entirely on the young man who had experienced clearing catastrophe dungeon skilled. He create another miracle? The moonlight was pale and hearts were restless. Liu Ruyan squeezed through the evacuating crowd, having just showered and changed into a clean shirt and skirt, yet still feeling sticky all over. She pushed a wheelchair, her pretty face gloomy as she kept her head down in silence. Number 1 High School has announced that Jiang Ye overestimated himself and is trapped in a catastrophe dungeon with no chance of survival. Lu Zixiao dragged his injured leg, a gleeful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The humiliation he suffered after being severely injured by Jiang Ye was still vivid in his memory, and now he finally saw his comeuppance. Good riddance, what a wonderful death. Jibo sat in his wheelchair with both legs in casts, clapping and laughing coldly. Having had his legs crippled by Jiang Ye and nearly becoming a leftover old man, his hatred ran deep, and now he was beside himself with excitement. Jiang Ye is dead, and you're all this happy? Liu Ruyan suddenly asked out of the blue, her expression incredibly complex. Sis, if Jiang Ye and his sister died, wouldn't you naturally inherit his fortune? Liu Zixiao frowned, looking completely puzzled. He had long coveted Jiang Ye's family wealth. His own birth was merely an accident to his parents, and he hadn't grown up with a silver spoon, starting far behind his peers. Fortunately, his sister was capable. Since he couldn't be born with a silver spoon, she could still get her hands on other things. If he could truly turn Jiang Ye's inheritance into his startup capital, with his strength talent, wouldn't he soar to great heights? The lakeside villa, the countless zeros in bank accounts once converted into cultivation resources, it would be enough to wash away all the humiliation he had ever endured. Humph, consider it our medical expenses, Ji Buduan said with his hands in his pockets, his short bleached hair making him look even more frivolous. That inheritance would be wasted on Jiang Ye anyway. Better to give it to me, and a rank professional, who can maximize the use of those resources. The greed in his eyes flashed briefly, but was still clearly caught by Liu Ruyan. But Jiang Ye could instantly defeat you all. His professional level must have already surpassed rank. Liu Ruyan delivered the cutting blow with a sigh. Before losing consciousness, she hadn't believed Jiang Ye had become rank Beastmaster, but now it seemed her perspective had been too narrow and her guess too conservative. I was just careless. Ji Buduan's face flushed red as a pig's liver, nearly wetting himself from Jiang Ye's beating, yet still stubbornly maintaining his pride. Sis, why do you keep focusing on results? That distorts all my efforts. Lu Zixiao pouted in protest. He believed that temporary victories and defeats didn't make a hero would have his revenge sooner or later. Heh. Liu Ruyan snorted disdainfully. Men's mouths aside from licking, everything else is lies. Thinking of how Jiang Ye had instantly destroyed Ji Buoduan's corpse king with a flick of his finger and severely wounded Lu Zixiao with a single sword strike made her heart churn. That level of combat power even surpassed the performance of SS-rank female sword immortal Pei Qinghuan. Liu Ruyan wasn't stupid. If Jiang Ye lived, he would be a priceless trump card. Having an SS-rank boyfriend meant she only needed to spread her legs a little, and her future would be smooth sailing. Wouldn't that be more promising than following this bleached hair fool? But Jiang Ye had foolishly overestimated himself and touched the demon's reverse scale. What an absolute idiot, she cursed silently, pushing the useless Ji Buoduan who was wailing in his wheelchair, squeezing into the crowded masses toward the exit. The catastrophe dungeon had descended, and if the demon broke through the seal, she had no intention of dying young in a lover's suicide with Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, it's better that you're dead. I'll keep your inheritance safe for you. Liu Ruyan glanced back over her shoulder, her eyes reflecting the crimson light barrier. Whether Jiang Ye lived or died, she would profit either way. Dark clouds churned as the bright moon lost its radiance. Howling winds swept the light barrier while crimson arcs danced wildly across its surface, as if some great terror was brewing. Outside the perimeter, a group of principals held their breath in anticipation, their expressions growing increasingly grave. The demon is coming out. Prepare for battle. Way, those 5 girls and 1 boy over there don't look like demons. Could it be that the No Early Romance team has cleared the catastrophe dungeon? Thank goodness, my daughter is safe. I can finally relax. All eyes turned toward the light barrier. Young Jiang Ye and Silver Dragon Princess appeared first, with several school beauties following close behind, everyone wearing resentful expressions, the air thick with jealousy. This is... Jiang Ye met the principal's shocked gazes with some confusion, not expecting such a commotion outside the dungeon. He only recognized Qin Yu and Song Qian, but with a little deduction, he guessed the identities of the mage and the fat man. Just like yesterday, this was likely another anomaly caused by the demon nest, prompting the principals to immediately raise their guard and prepare for battle. After the anomaly dissipated, Song Qian ran into Jiang Ye hidden and immediately pulled her still sulking daughter Song Shiyu into her arms, cupping her daughter's face with both hands and examining her carefully. Shiyu, you're not hurt, are you? Mom, I'm fine. Feeling guilty under her mother's intense gaze, Song Shiyu kept her head down and answered quietly. Song Qian let out a long breath, unable to control herself as she patted her daughter's back, crying tears of joy. Just minutes ago, she had almost prepared herself for the tragedy of outliving her child, with her will written and ready to fight the abyss demons to the death. Now that the tragedy hadn't occurred and her daughter had emerged unharmed from the catastrophe dungeon, her heart finally returned to its normal rhythm. Not far away, Li Bubi approached Jiang Ye with a beaming smile, offering him a gold-embossed business card. His tone was humble, yet subtly poaching. You must be Captain Jiang Ye, right? What a distinguished young man. Would you be interested in joining our Linhai First High School? As soon as he finished speaking, Qiao Mai sidled up to Jiang Ye's other side, rubbing his palms together as he handed over his own business card. Don't listen to this scholarly scoundrel. Come to our Linhai Second High School. We can guarantee direct admission to Shuemu University. Jiang Ye remained expressionless, taking Hill and Gabriel by the hand as he prepared to leave. Not interested. Shuemu University was Daxia's premier Abyss Academy, with graduates who served as pillars in defending against the Abyss. Hearing his casual, not interested, Li Bubi's mouth twitched, too shocked to speak. Every year, Jiangxing and Linhai fought tooth and nail over those few guaranteed admission spots, yet this young man dismissed them with disdain. Qiao Mai smiled bitterly and scratched his head, stuffing his business card back into his pocket. Sigh, how naive of me. He's already cleared a catastrophe dungeon. Why would he need guaranteed admission? If he wanted, schools would be begging him to attend. Only then did Song Qian react, placing her hands on her hips with her phoenix eyes narrowing. You two are poaching right in front of me. Don't you have anything to say about that? Li Bubi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stubbornly maintaining his position. What are you talking about? I just think Daxia's future pillar shouldn't be buried in little Jiangxing. Song Qian snorted coldly. Then how come none of your Linhai people have cleared a catastrophe dungeon? Qiao Mai quickly tried to smooth things over, his eyes rolling as he became as cunning as a fox. Principal Song, don't be angry. Linhai and Jiangxing are like family. How about lending us Jiang Ye for? Don't even think about it. Song Qian cut him off directly. Under her fierce scolding, the 2 Linhai principals retreated to the side looking dejected, their expressions more sour than if they'd swallowed flies. Why couldn't their own professionals be more capable? If they had even half of Jiang Ye's ability, they should be burning incense in gratitude. As Jiang Ye was about to leave, Song Qian chased after him in her red high heels, the heels practically smoking. Jiang Ye, wait a moment. The beautiful woman in the purple deep V dress caught her breath as she stopped, still maintaining her composed smile. As the principal of First High School, she should have been asking for detailed information about the demon nest, but instead she posed a completely different question. Jiang Ye, how long have you and Shiyu been dating? Romance? What? Jiang Ye was stunned, his expression turning rather peculiar. The beautiful woman's voice rang clear as silver bells, but her words sounded like gibberish to his ears. He scratched his head in confusion. When exactly had he started dating that sharp-tongued, scheming, Sunrise Queen? Could it be that the romantic tribulation sent by the lust demon was secretly taking effect, turning their friendship upside down so suddenly that even Song Shiyu had set her sights on him? Ridiculous. Just because the doe-eyed Song Shiyu was beautiful didn't mean her fantasies had to be equally beautiful. You young folks really are full of surprises. Song Qian spoke leisurely, a knowing smile playing at her lips as if she had seen right through everything. As someone who had been there before, she understood the awkwardness of being caught red-handed by the girl's mother. But the more she looked at Jiang Ye, the more satisfied she became. His handsome appearance, his feat of speed-running the disaster dungeon, his rare abilities that were hard to find in the market, all of this made her worry whether her own daughter was even worthy of him. Principal, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Shiyu and I are completely innocent. Jiang Ye felt uncomfortable under the beautiful woman's intense stare and smiled awkwardly. But before he could finish his explanation, he was interrupted. Still calling me principal? Song Qian narrowed her beautiful eyes and teased softly. You've been with my daughter for so long, and you're still being shy? Then, sister. Jiang Ye ventured tentatively, throwing caution to the wind. Don't call me principal, you should be calling me darling. Song Qian continued with her sweet smile. Jiang Ye screamed internally. He and Song Shiyu were just bros, and mixing up the generational hierarchy would ruin their brotherhood. Little Yi, you're such a sweet talker. Just call me Annie, eat my age. I have to accept that I'm getting old. Song Qian laughed heartily, her deep neck revealing white skin that trembled with her laughter, radiating mature charm. Not at all, Sister Song. If you didn't mention it, you and Shiyu could totally pass for sisters. Jiang Ye offered the flattering words, making Song Qian beam with delight, her eyes practically sparkling with the word son-in-law. Seeing that his explanations were only making things worse, he simply gave up and just smiled along without further clarification. After all, the Ice Queen sitting silently beside them wasn't in any hurry, so why should he, the father figure, be anxious? Auntie doesn't oppose your relationship with Shiyu. It's just that she... Song Qian's tone shifted as she thought of her daughter's gloomy and somewhat obsessive behavior, hesitating. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Ice Queen had been plotting this all along? Shiyu might be a bit love-brained. Song Qian lowered her voice, frowning slightly as she leaned closer to Jiang Ye. At home, she mutters your name while eating, sleeping, and even bathing. She keeps your photo on her nightstand. I suspect it's a candid shot. Her diary is locked, and even as her mother, I can't bring myself to look, but I'm guessing it's all about you. As the beautiful woman listed these crimes, one by one, Jiang Ye felt his scalp tingle. The Ice Queen was actually a deeply hidden, severely obsessive type? Mom, Song Shiyu, who had been silent all along, suddenly exploded. Her cold, pretty face flushed red, practically steaming. She stepped forward and delivered an embarrassed elbow strike to cut off her mother's tattling, then grabbed Jiang Ye and bolted if she let her mom continue. Even the color of her underwear would be revealed to Jiang Ye. Outside the yellow police tape, Song Shiyu bent over, breathing heavily. Jiang Ye looked at the guilty and bashful campus beauty, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he teased. I heard you've been chanting my name at home all day, secretly taking photos of me, and writing some rather improper diary entries? Nonsense. I never did that. Song Shiyu's pretty face flushed red as she hastily denied it, but guilt made her turn her head away, her ears burning all the way down to her snow-white neck, unable to meet his gaze. Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes, studying her as he pressed on. Stop making excuses. Aunt Song already told me everything. You say you hate me, but deep down you like me. I've seen right through your little tsundere act. Don't listen to my mom's nonsense. She just values your talent. Song Shiyu bit her lip in frantic defense, her fingertips clutching at her skirt hem, panic making her face pale. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Ye waved his hand with a light chuckle. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Just don't use my photos for anything weird. I won't. Song Shiyu shook her head frantically, her black ponytail swaying with emotion, the contrast in her expression endearingly cute. I just use your photos to ward off evil spirits. Nothing else, nothing else. By the end, her voice was barely a whisper, so embarrassed and indignant that she twisted and stamped her feet, biting through her cherry lips. Footsteps faded from near to far. When she came to her senses, Jiang Ye had already disappeared into the distant crowd. Damn it, you tricked me again. Song Shiyu gritted her teeth and stamped her feet, anger and shyness intertwining. Next time it won't be as simple as using photos. Don't let me catch you at a disadvantage. A shadow of darkness flickered across her eyes. As his frenemy, she had to bite back when wronged. Shiyu, did you make little Yi angry again? Just as Jiang Ye left, Song Qian appeared with a cold expression. You're grown up now, why won't you control your temper? Mom can tolerate you at home, but your mother-in-law might not be so patient when you're married. Mom, he was the one bullying me. Song Shiyu's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling utterly wronged. Little Yi is so good-natured. Would he be as childish as you? Song Qian snorted coldly, grabbing her daughter's still-flushed earlobe to scold her. If you don't fix that nasty temper, you'll suffer greatly when you get married. The mother and daughter's voices gradually faded, Song Qian's nagging still audible in the distance. On the other side, Qin Xiang crossed her arms and chuckled softly. See? I told you she'd expose herself without any help. Qin Yu scratched his head with a bitter smile. I understand less and less. When you were young, you weren't as handsome as little Yi, and you didn't have so many people chasing you, so of course you don't understand. Qin Xiang pursed her lips, her tone filled with undisguised favoritism. She watched Jiang Ye's figure disappear, a slight smile on her lips as she thought to herself. Little Yi, don't make your sister chase you for too long. If the chase goes on too long, that place will get lonely and uncomfortable. What kind of talk is that? Qin Yu's face darkened as he felt deeply aggrieved. He remembered his own youthful days when he was quite handsome himself, though he could barely match 1/10th of Jiang Ye's striking looks. How could he be called a goblin when clearly no one found him repulsive? Yet the moment he spoke honestly, Qin Xiang showed that look of disdain again. Qin Xiang pursed her lips with a soft snort, her eyebrows carrying an alluring charm despite her bored expression. After Jiang Ye left, there was no point in staying longer. She could only sigh inwardly at how the moonlight had misled her in the dead of night. It wouldn't be proper to forcibly detain him. She had brought everything from her ID to her phone charger, yet couldn't find a single excuse to have Jiang Ye escort her home. With regret in her heart, she lifted her skirt and departed alone, leaving only the sound of her footsteps fading into the night. The group of distinguished old principals remained, looking at each other in bewilderment. Recently, the abyss seals seemed to be loosening, with signs of demonic descent appearing one after another. They had to quickly arrange protection for Jiang Ye and absolutely couldn't let this genius fall victim to any schemes. Though embarrassed in front of his daughter, Qin Yu rallied his spirits and proposed adding guards once more. The principals had long been both shocked and secretly delighted by Jiang Ye's achievements for hundreds of years. No one had been able to clear disaster dungeons at low levels. Yet Jiang Ye had not only accomplished this, but had speedrun them twice. Such potential was exactly the ace they needed for future battles against the abyss, worthy of their full investment. Now that's what I call my future son-in-law. Song Qian's pretty face flushed as she lowered her voice, unable to hide her pride. 50,000 points in one go. First place, even the bright moon sword immortal's sister can't compare. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, Principal Song. Qin Yu snorted coldly in reminder. Though his words carried dissatisfaction, he couldn't hide his pride. If his daughter wasn't accomplished, at least his son-in-law could bring honor. Exactly. The outcome isn't decided yet. Me daughter could give it a try too. Li Bubi pushed his old-fashioned glasses and chimed in with a smile, his poaching intentions crystal clear. Old fellow, isn't your daughter only 8 years old? How can you even say that? Everyone burst into laughter. Xiao Mai snorted coldly. My sister is still unmarried. Your sister is nearly 50, isn't she? How shameless. What do you know? When a woman is 3 years older, she brings gold bricks. When she's 30 years older, she brings kingdoms. Xiao Mai's face turned bright red as he gestured wildly, spouting about gold bricks and kingdoms, making the other principals double over with laughter. Who would have thought that over one young man, they'd argue so fiercely, completely abandoning their dignity, filling the air with mirth. The night had deepened, and the lights in Xuanhe Plaza gradually dimmed. With lodging already arranged, Jiang Ye, exhausted from the fierce battles, didn't follow the crowd's departure. He planned to rest for the night and return home tomorrow. The 100 Days competition had just ended, and Jiangsheng had temporarily closed its dungeons. He wasn't eager for quick success, preferring to conserve his energy while familiarizing himself with his newly mastered abilities. Brother, I've booked our room. Chu Moli had followed along, waving her phone with a smile she couldn't hide. Jiang Yi glanced at the screen, his brow furrowing slightly. Why did you only book one room? This penny-pinching sister's frugality might cost them dearly. They weren't just 2 people, but also had a silver dragon princess and a fallen angel with them. How could they all fit in one room with a double bed? It's fully booked, I had no choice. Chu Moli turned her head away, pouting guiltily. It wasn't that they couldn't find accommodation, this was her deliberate arrangement. At the thought of being able to snuggle up to her brother during their upcoming rest, Chu Moli couldn't help but take a deep breath, unconsciously pressing her legs together. Today she had specially changed into a matching set of blue and white bear-patterned underwear, innocent and adorable. Jiang Yi caught sight of her subtle movement, but merely sighed, without calling her out. reaching over to poke her soft cheek as he reminded her. Don't kick off the blankets tonight. It's still cold outside, and I don't want to have to cover you up in the middle of the night. I'm not a little kid. Chu Molly huffed softly, yet still linked her arm through his, pressing close to his chest and quietly mumbling about being poked uncomfortably. Sister Limo really is clingy, Hill said helplessly as he followed behind them. Unusually not jealous tonight. After a day of traveling, he was too tired to bicker with his sister-in-law. Jabali smiled and added, you need to drink more milk to grow properly, otherwise it won't be good if you poke Master uncomfortably. Night enveloped the small town, streetlights casting a dim yellow glow as the three walked along the narrow street to reach their inn. Jiang Ye had Hill take his sister upstairs first while he made an excuse about going to the convenience store for daily necessities. Once their figures disappeared, he dropped his smile and walked down the street. Suddenly, he turned and grabbed the trembling girl crouched under a streetlight. Pei Qinghuan curled up like a startled quail, hugging her head. In the lamplight, her light green dress highlighted the gentle grace of a Jiangnan woman, though her panicked expression made her look pitifully vulnerable. I wasn't following you, she mumbled, her voice barely audible. Then what are you doing crouched here, taking a dump? Jiang Ye bent down, ruffling her hair. You. Pei Qinghuan blushed crimson, nearly bursting into tears after worrying all the way about him getting hurt in the disaster dungeon. All she got in return was teasing. Jiang Ye sighed. Not going back to Linhai. Pei Qinghuan turned her face away, puffing out her cheeks in grievance. Big meanie. I'm not talking to you. The proud sword immortal now looked just like a teased little girl. A hint of sourness filled the air. Jiang Ye crouched down, using his thumb to gently wipe the tear tracks from the corner of her eyes. I'm not hurt. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, but she remained stubborn. Who cares about you? You self-absorbed scumbag. Jiang Ye wasn't annoyed, casually pinching and kneading her cheeks. Her pitiful pretty face was instantly squished into that of a hamster. Pei Qinghuan tried to suppress her laughter while staying angry, her eyes misty with tears. That's no way to bully someone. See, you're not really angry. Jiang Ye dusted off his hands and stood to leave. Just don't follow me. I need to go back, or my sister will get jealous. Wait. Pei Qinghuan shot up suddenly but twisted her ankle, tumbling headfirst into his back. Her softness pressed against him, black hair cascading down as her cheeks flushed with heat. Jiang Ye steadied her, asking quietly, no place to stay? Leaning against his back, Pei Qinghuan's heart pounded like a drum as she mumbled, I didn't bring money, can't get back, and have nowhere to stay. Could you let me make do for one night? As soon as the words left her mouth, she cursed herself. She originally wanted to gather information about the dungeon, but now she was throwing away her dignity too. Sure. Jiang Ye nodded, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he looked back. But then, what about the price? He wasn't exactly a good Samaritan surely. He couldn't let the sword immortal freeload, could he? Jiang Ye hadn't even figured out the stocking situation yet, and this female sword immortal was already thinking about room and board. Girl, how many drinks have you had? A price. What do you want to do? Pei Qinghuan crossed her arms over her chest protectively, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes as she bit her cherry lips lightly, her heart racing like a startled deer. I'm warning you. Even though I might not be able to beat you, if you dare lay a hand on me, I'll cry for you to see. This girl was as alert as a spooked little rabbit with its fur standing on end. If Jiang Ye truly dared to harbor ill intentions, she would never submit quietly. Even if her resistance failed, at most she'd be like a prisoner of war, turning into a cream puff. Pei Qinghuan secretly encouraged herself. Jiang Ye turned around, sizing up the girl lost in wild thoughts before him, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. You're the one who shamelessly threw yourself at me, yet you fantasize that I'm persecuting you? Take a look in the Mororno figure, no face. I'd find you annoying even if you threw yourself at me for free. Pei Qinghuan was so angry she wanted to hang him from a streetlight, untie her sash, and give him a good whipping to make him open his eyes and see whether she had a figure or not. She lifted her chin and protested stubbornly in a small voice. Fine, I approached you first, but couldn't you accommodate me a little? You have no gentlemanly grace at all. If I were gentle, you'd already be finished. Jiang Ye snorted coldly. If he really made a move, he would have dealt with this crying, whimpering stalker long ago, leaving her lying on the ground with no will to live, instead of standing here making a fuss. Pervert. Pei Qinghuan's face flushed bright red as she glared at him like he was scum, yet her delicate, cool face looked so pitiful even when angry that it inexplicably stirred up some guilt. Knowing I'm a pervert, you still dare come over? Jiang Ye smiled leisurely, preparing to turn and leave. He'd wasted enough minutes already. If he continued indulging this clingy female sword immortal and actually brought her home, his sister would have nowhere to sleep. I dare. Pei Qinghuan's eyes reddened as she raised her swan-like neck, her lips trembling. If you dare touch me, I'll cry for me to see. Jiang Ye crossed his arms, mocking her. What good does crying do? At most it proves you have a lot of tears. If you dare touch me, I'll cling to you for life. I can't beat you, but I won't lose out either. Pei Qinghuan was both embarrassed and annoyed. Suddenly she hugged his arm, and still not satisfied. Under the moonlight her canine teeth flashed as she bit down on his shoulder with a click. Jiang Ye frowned. This girl was like sticky candy that wouldn't come off. Her little bit of force was neither painful nor itchy, so he simply couldn't be bothered to harden his skin. Otherwise her two pearly white canine teeth would have chipped long ago. Are you made of stone? Pei Qinghuan's teeth and jaw went numb as she stuck out her tongue and rubbed her gums, tears of grievance streaming down. Whoa, Jiang Ye is bullying me. Are you a cat? Biting whatever you see. Jiang Ye said helplessly. Mind your own business. You're nothing to me. I'll bite if I want to. Pei Qinghuan tugged at Jiang Ye's arm, baring her teeth and panting. Pei Qinghuan, it's midnight and you're not sleeping. What kind of madness is this? Don't tell me you're really planning to cling to me for life. Jiang Ye's nose was repeatedly teased by the girl's faint, sweet scent, his arm brushing against her soft elbow and shoulder. He frowned and sighed irritably. A lifetime is too long. Sharing a blanket would work too. Pei Qinghuan hung her head, her pretty face flustered, a blush spreading all the way to her ears as her voice became as thin as a mosquito's buzz. People from the Great Xia believe in compromise. If a lifetime seems too long, surely sharing a blanket is acceptable? But what exactly do you want by following me around? Jiang Ye glanced at her gossamer thin gauze dress, almost impulsively wanting to tear it open to see just how many screws were loose under that milk-white bodice. She had clearly despised him to the bone before, yet now she was shamelessly clinging to him. How had the dignified, aloof female sword immortal become such a shameless little wretch? Could this be some after effect from that peach blossom tribulation? I want to know why you're so strong. Pei Qinghuan took a deep breath, her hands gripping his arm tightly. She needed to discover the reason behind Jiang Ye's invincibility, analyze her failures, and chase after him again and again until she surpassed him. If she couldn't exceed him, she'd shatter her inner demons and die trying if necessary. That's it. Worth stalking me at midnight. Jiang Ye was rendered speechless by her stubbornness and sighed. If you'd said so earlier, you could have saved yourself from taking advantage of me. Can't you tell me? Pei Qinghuan turned her face aside, her eyelashes trembling lightly, her voice timid. Deep down, she understood that the trump cards for clearing catastrophe dungeons wouldn't be easily revealed to others. Then let's make a deal. You tell me about the catastrophe dungeons and the secrets to becoming stronger, and I can. She gripped his arm tighter, lifting her slender jade neck, her brow furrowed. Fulfill any request you have. Her sister had once said that to become strong, one must use any means necessary. Back then she was naive, but now she'd been forced into the game. To catch up with her sister, to catch up with Jiang Ye. Even if it meant making a deal with the devil, she'd accept it. Any request? You're that eager to be my dog. Jiang Ye looked down at her trembling shoulders and sneered. Woof, woof, woof. Pei Qinghuan curved her small hands into paws, her cool face flushing red with shame, mist gathering in her eyes as she forced herself to bark like a dog. Enough! What are you barking for? Jiang Ye's temple throbbed as he finally understood that this female sword immortal had only 2 words in her head: become stronger, and she was stubborn as hell about it. Now you should believe me, right? So the deal. Pei Qinghuan bit her lip to suppress her shame, her eyes trembling as she forced out a pitiful smile. She had bet everything if he refused again, she'd truly become Gotham's Joker with nothing left. Pei Qinghuan, you really do have nothing but becoming stronger on your mind. Jiang Ye pinched the bridge of his nose, cursing himself for meddling. He should have just walked away from the start. He was a charm pet master, not someone who ran a pet show, hadn't planned on taking in stray female dogs. What's wrong with wanting to become stronger? If I were as strong as you. Pei Qinghuan took a deep breath, her misty eyes flashing with fervent admiration. If she possessed equal strength, she'd definitely be more arrogant than Jiang Ye. The matter of the catastrophe dungeons, the secrets to becoming stronger, since you want to know? Tonight, come with me. After turning to the side and speaking, Jiang Ye let out a gentle sigh. Things had come to this point, so it was better to get some sleep first. The ins and outs of the disaster dungeon couldn't be explained in a short time, and being entangled by a female sword immortal under the dim streetlights would give off the awkward impression of secretly meeting a mistress if anyone saw them. The streetlights flickered on and off, casting mottled shadows that stretched long across the ground. Jiang Ye walked ahead, while Pei Qinghuan carefully followed behind. She was like a dog tethered by invisible chains, knowing her position was humble, yet willingly biting onto that rope, her fingertips clutching desperately at Jiang Ye's sleeve. As the night breeze swept by, her hair brushed against her cheek, and her burning blush became even more obvious under the lamplight. Do you have a habit of sleeping naked? Pei Qinghuan raised her head and asked tentatively in an almost inaudible voice. No. Why are you asking about that? Jiang Ye turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the girl's timid expression, puzzled in his heart. It's nothing. She immediately lowered her head, unable to see her own toes, her emotions vaguely disappointed. So it wasn't because of that. Her sister Pei King's bright moon sword immortal had once told her that the secret to her strength was sleeping naked. When they were young, her sister had held her little hand and made her swear never to reveal this secret, saying that sleeping this way allowed faster absorption of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, enabling leveling up even while lying down at night. She had tried it but saw no effect, probably because her talent wasn't as good as her sister's. If Jiang Ye's strength didn't come from sleeping naked, then what was the reason? She really wanted to strip him bare and examine him thoroughly to see just how many secrets he was hiding. Pei Qinghuan muttered to herself, her face flushing red as if she had a fever. While she was mumbling under her breath, Jiang Ye suddenly stopped, muttering away like that. "You're not talking bad about me, are you?" The distracted Pei Qinghuan couldn't break in time and crashed solidly into his back. The soft sensation accompanied by a faint fragrance hit her face as the two were pressed almost together. The inn was right in front of them. Jiang Ye stepped aside to let her steady herself, and seeing her ears turn completely red, he decided not to tease her further. "We're here. It's still not too late to regret this." He was worried this fool who loved to overthink might actually scare herself sick. "I don't want your pity." Pei Qinghuan turned her head away, feigning indifference with a light snort, like a bristling little hedgehog. "Did you bring any change of clothes?" Jiang Ye smiled as he turned toward a nearby convenience store, asking casually. He remembered she seemed to have no money, but washing up and changing clothes still needed to be sorted out. "No, I didn't." Pei Qinghuan's voice was weak. Her spare clothes were all in her storage ring. But if she said that, wouldn't it expose her true purpose? Jiang Ye scratched his brow. "These clothes are too small, you won't fit into them. Can't have you getting hurt from tight clothing. Don't worry about me." "What kind of clothes does a cultivation dog need?" Pei Qinghuan hung her head, mumbling quietly, only hoping in her heart that Jiang Ye wouldn't discover her ulterior motives, or else how could she learn the secrets to becoming stronger? "Whatever makes you happy." Jiang Ye helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth. In just this short walk, had he really turned this aloof campus beauty into this state? "I'm going to buy some daily necessities. Stay here and don't wander off." After giving his instructions, he quickly walked into the convenience store. He'd already delayed things with his sister too much and would probably get complained at for ages. Pei Qinghuan watched his retreating figure, repeating the words she'd just heard. "Daily necessities?" Pei Qinghuan froze, her cheeks flushing bright red. "When it rains, you need an umbrella, or you'll catch cold," she murmured softly, reaching out to catch raindrops that weren't there. "Pei Qinghuan, don't be afraid. This is just to become stronger. You're not degrading yourself," she kept telling herself, but her light green dress hem wouldn't stop trembling, betraying her anxiety completely. "Huh? Is that Qinghuan? Didn't she tell me she went back to Linhai? Why is she secretly meeting Jiang Ye at a hotel?" In the distance, a girl in a JK uniform held a chocolate cone, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "No way, I need to join them too. How dare they have good food without me? Why would you greedy goblin, want to crash their party?" Her friend grabbed her arm. "They're a perfect match. What are you, chopped liver?" "Exactly. Didn't you see how Qinghuan was grinning from ear to ear? If you ruin her moment, she might get so embarrassed she'll slice you with her sword." The girls chattered excitedly, getting more animated. "With such a beautiful girlfriend like Qinghuan, Jiang Yi must be over the moon tonight, right?" "You've got it backwards. Qinghuan's the lucky one here. If I had a boyfriend like Jiang Yi, I wouldn't want to sleep tonight. Right? Qinghuan's having a feast without us. I feel so betrayed." The graceful figure in light green walked into the inn with Jiang Yi, leaving behind a trail of envious gazes. If only their future boyfriends could be half as capable as Jiang Yi, they wouldn't be standing here drooling. Jiang Yi noticed these stares and leaned down to ask the campus beauty beside him. "Your friends seem to be over there. Don't you want to say hi?" Like a startled quail, Pei Qinghuan buried her pretty face in his shoulder and dragged him by the arm toward the entrance. You're seeing things. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Let's go inside quickly." If those girlfriends really came over, her big bad wolf act would be exposed. While claiming she wanted to rush back home tonight, her body was being quite honest. Pulling Jiang Yi all the way into the inn for the sake of becoming stronger, she had to go all out. In the elevator, she finally relaxed but still unconsciously held onto his hand. "Master, Hill has already bathed twice, and if you don't come back soon, she'll take a third bath." At the elevator entrance, the Silver Dragon Princess waited quietly. Her white dress was pristine, silver hair draped over her shoulders, with a faint fragrance lingering around her. "Oh, another contestant." Gabriel yawned lazily, raising an eyebrow as she scrutinized the timid campus beauty. Tonight she had to guard the bed she'd finally warmed up, couldn't let any grass steal her roots. "Sister Hill, is my brother back yet, eh?" Pei Qinghuan. Chu Moli had been waiting anxiously and rushed out with her shoes on the wrong feet, glaring at the sneaky cat, hiding behind Jiang Yi, completely on guard. Can I come in and do some?" Pei Qinghuan only dared to peek out half her head, smiling awkwardly. "Come in if you dare." Chu Moli snorted coldly and slammed the door as she went back inside. Jiang Yi rubbed his forehead. "Don't mind her. My sister is just rather enthusiastic." "Please, from which eye did you see even half an ounce of enthusiasm?" "That's a brother complex Yandera," he silently complained to himself, but resignedly stepped into the room, sensing that tonight's battlefield might actually claim lives. What? A demon's kin. In the room, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as the revelation hit. Pei Qinghuan's heart raced, and she felt a mix of anxiety and curiosity. What does this mean? She wondered, glancing at Jiang Ye for reassurance. The tension in the air was palpable, and she could sense the impending chaos that was about to unfold. Jiang Ye, noting her unease, leaned closer and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll handle this." His confidence was meant to soothe her, but it only added to the weight of the moment. The room seemed to close in around them, filled with questions and unspoken fears as they braced for whatever would come next. Demon's kin? Pei Qinghuan echoed, her mind racing with possibilities. She had heard whispers of supernatural occurrences, but never imagined she would be in the center of such a revelation. What adventures awaited them now? As the door creaked open wider, the reality of the situation began to sink in, leaving Pei Qinghuan and everyone in the room at the brink of an unexpected journey filled with mystery and danger. He dares to attack demon spawn now. Won't he dare to slay abyssal demons in the future? Pei Qinghuan tilted her head back, her slender pale neck and cheeks shrouded in the shadows cast by the lamplight, yet unable to conceal the shock written across her delicate face. How thrilling! So thrilling that her pretty face flushed crimson and her blood rushed backward. Such a powerful Jiang Yunli pursuing him would be worthy of her ambition. It's just killing 2 demon spawn. What's so surprising about that? Jiang Ye casually ruffled the aloof campus beauty's silky long hair while raising an eyebrow in confusion. What demon spawn, or whatever they re, just 2 small fries. Nothing more than roadside trash. Just? Pei Qinghuan laughed in exasperation, her chest rising and falling beneath her pajama collar. Jiang Ye, do you really think everyone's as abnormal as you? Even my sister only had the chance to annihilate that demon vanguard army when the demon lord hadn't yet broken through the seal. At that time, she was already level 100. She emphasized, even my sister, known as the Bright Moon Sword Immortal, only had the chance to destroy the demon army after breaking through the level 100 barrier and equipping herself with epic grade gear. Do you really think everyone can kill demon spawn and speedrun disaster dungeons before even reaching level 20? So you're saying I'm even more impressive than your sister? Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, his gaze naturally sweeping over the campus beauty beneath him, whose face had turned rosy from excitement. He couldn't help but picture that female sword immortal fighting demons before level 20. He should be able to completely outclass sword immortals of the same period, right? What's there to be proud of? It's just temporary success. I'll surpass you someday too. Pei Qinghuan knelt on the floor, her hands crumpling the hem of her nightgown, puffing out her cheeks and huffing indignantly. Well, take your time surpassing me. I'm going to rest now. Jiang Ye yawned widely, his tone full of boredom, then lay down on the bed and pulled up the thin blanket. Lights out, time to sleep. Hey, you still haven't told me the secret to getting stronger. In the dim light, Pei Qinghuan clenched her fists and complained. Sister Qinghuan, instead of wasting energy being angry, you might as well rest early and ask again tomorrow morning. Chu Moli had been buried under her air-conditioned blanket, eavesdropping for quite some time, perking up her ears to interject. She had been observing Pei Qinghuan for a while, initially thinking she was a sly fox stealing treats, only to discover she was just a defeated little dog being kept as a pet, wagging her tail and begging for favor in front of her brother. Pei Qinghuan glanced at Jiang Ye, who had turned away to sleep and could only give up. She couldn't very well shamelessly crawl into his blanket and demand answers with a red face, so she bit her lip, looking back 3 times with each step, and finally climbed onto her own bed in dejection. Late at night, girls always have endless whispered conversations. In his drowsy state, Jiang Ye could hear their soft giggles. Sister Qinghuan, what did you eat growing up? Chu Moli reached out to poke the aloof campus beauty's chest, envying the bouncing sensation beneath her pajamas so much that she gasped. With her flat chest, she couldn't compete. Drink more milk and get proper nutrition? Pei Qinghuan instinctively glanced toward Jiang Ye, and seeing his peaceful sleeping profile, guiltily made excuses. After all, she had only added a little padding. After being mocked by Jiang Ye as utterly ordinary in the plaza during the day, her wounded pride had driven her to deceive herself and others by adding just a tiny bit. Surely he wouldn't notice, right? So envious. If only I had sister's natural gifts. Chu Moli's eyes welled with tears as she looked down at her own impoverished neckline, closing her eyes in dejection. I can't even breathe, bestie. Pei Qinghuan patted her shoulder consolingly. Small is cute too. Gently caressing her sister's cheek, Pei Qinghuan spoke earnestly with her pretty face looking serious. She was also incredibly adorable. Woo woo woo, Sister Qinghuan is still the most considerate. Sister Xiangxiang and Sister Shiyu are naturally evil heretics. Chu Moli was moved to tears, throwing herself into the arms of this aloof campus beauty like she had found a kindred spirit, holding her while sobbing quietly. Sleep now, sleep. Pei Qinghuan gently patted Chu Moli's back, soothing her with a soft voice. Once the girl in her arms was breathing deeply and steadily, she took a deep breath and carefully slipped down from the edge of the bed, silently crawling through the dim moonlight toward another bed, Jiang Ye's bed. The room was lit only by cold light filtering through gaps in the curtains, her face expressionless in the darkness. The secret to sister getting stronger is sleeping naked. Jiang Ye, you must be hiding something from me, so I'll find it out myself. Pei Qinghuan whispered to herself, her small hand gripping the corner of the blanket, her cheeks flushing red with nervousness. Jiang Ye was in light sleep when he suddenly caught a faint, delicate fragrance and heard her barely audible muttering. His heart jolted, but he could only continue pretending to sleep with his eyes closed, had never expected that this seemingly cold and pure campus beauty would be so bold in private. Pei Qinghuan lifted the blanket and took a peek. What's this? Still wearing clothes while sleeping, disappointing. She pouted and put the blanket back down, staring at Jiang Ye's sleeping face with a long, wistful sigh. Jiang Ye held his breath, suppressing the romantic thoughts rising in his heart, letting her gaze linger on his face. Jiang Ye, why are you so handsome? She leaned down, her jade finger lightly touching his cheek, her flushed little face growing warm from the close proximity. Experiencing true attraction for the first time, she was almost mesmerized by his charm. I must find the secret to your strength, then surpass you completely. Pei Qinghuan huffed softly, her palm sliding exploratively down his firm shoulders and arms, somehow finding its way under the blanket as if possessed. What is she trying to do? Has she lost her mind? Jiang Ye's heart pounded wildly, yet he desperately maintained steady breathing. His sister was still lying right next to them. Pei Qinghuan caressed his muscles, confirming there were no traces of any body modifications, then licked her fingertip, her blush deepening. Could you really be naturally gifted? Isn't that obvious? Jiang Ye's forehead broke out in sweat, feeling that obsessive and curious gaze piercing his back like needles. If he had known she was this outrageous, he would never have brought the puppy home. Pei Qinghuan suddenly dropped her investigative expression, biting her lip and huffing coldly. Umph. You seemed pretty pleased with yourself today, didn't you? Bullying me in the plaza, bullying me in the dungeon, bullying me at night. I'm not a marshmallow who doesn't get angry. You think I'm made of cotton. She licked her red lips, her fingertip lightly poking Jiang Ye's cheek, her voice extremely low. Well, mess with me, and you're messing with cotton. Look, my defeated opponent. You have your day of begging for mercy beneath me too, huh? Weren't you so good at fighting? Couldn't you instantly kill demons? How come? You can't even take one of my moves. What a waste. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, her obsessive pretty face flushed red with emotion. Jiang Ye's ears were filled with her cool voice's rambling, and he could only continue pretending to sleep. What? You know you were wrong? Too late. Cross this young lady, and you'll obediently accept your punishment. Pei Qinghuan's eyes gleamed with a sinister light as she cupped his face, her smile cold and fierce. Hey, stop adding more drama for yourself. Jiang Ye sighed inwardly, wondering how to end this situation when suddenly his forehead felt warm. The girl's inexperienced and clumsy kiss landed on him as she got carried away with her punishment. Next time, watch your tone when speaking to this young lady. What a useless thing, humph. Pei Qinghuan's legs went weak and numb as she touched her burning cheeks and retreated to her own bed, silent and seamless in one fluid motion. This left Jiang Ye frozen on the bed, the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. The sleeping wife, the helpless husband, the excited female boss. He couldn't shake off this melodramatic scene. Pei Qinghuan, you're dead tomorrow. Sunlight filtered down, leaving a cool dampness on his cheeks. Jiang Ye groggily opened his eyes. His chest felt like it was being pressed down by an oversized orange tabby. He could barely catch his breath as his gaze met the silver dragon girl lying across his chest. The young woman leaned down, her forked tongue gently licking the corner of his lips as she tilted her head with a soft smile. Master, time to wake up. Her dragon horns rose proudly, silver hair cascading over her shoulders, her clothing slipping down her arms. The pale curves of her chest rose and fell with each breath, creating an impact that felt like a teenage first love. Where are my sister and Pei Qinghuan? Jiang Ye raised his hand to shield his eyes from the harsh sunlight. Remembering how that aloof school beauty had her midnight episode and kept him awake, the young man's irritation stirred restlessly in his morning blood. It's already 10 o'clock, Silver Dragon Princess Hill's cheeks flushed pink, her voice soft and sweet. Sister Mo Li and the others went shopping early this morning. With all the annoying third wheels gone, she immediately pressed herself closer into Jiang Ye's embrace, scheming for some morning cuddle time. 10 o'clock. Jiang Ye pressed his temples. How are the return tickets coming along? That succubus A. Li has everything arranged, including Master's breakfast. Hill licked her lips, her silver-scaled dragon tail swaying gently. Does Master want to eat breakfast first, or eat me first? The flesh of a silver-eyed dragon princess is much more tender than that of a certain fallen angel. She deliberately raised her voice mockingly. That old angel is tough and stringy. Dragons are indeed lustful by nature. Can't go a day without being in heat. came Job Bailey's cold snort from the doorway. Her black and white maid outfit outlined her slender figure. The young woman first shot Hill a disgusted glare, then gracefully curtsied to Jiang Ye. Her neckline revealed soft white skin, dignified yet carrying a hint of alluring charm. Jiang Ye sat up and stretched, his mind quickly organizing his thoughts. His parents' whereabouts remained unknown. Only a few days left until the college entrance exams. Limited time for leveling up had to return quickly to continue his cultivation. Master is already so strong. Can't you spend some time with Hill? The silver dragon girl lay on her side beside him, her white stockinged legs pressed together, her skin delicate as porcelain. She twirled her silver hair around her finger, cherry lips slightly pursed, full of resentment. Hill wants to ask Master for some time off. You fallen princess, spoiled by luxury. If you can't handle the hardships of leveling up, then don't be Master's servant. Job Bailey hugged a pile of neatly ironed clothes and snorted coldly. A lizard is still a lizard, getting cocky when you're barely in your initial form. The clothes were Jiang Ye's, which she had carefully scented with fragrance that morning and ironed several times until they felt soft and refreshing. Evolution. Jiang Ye caught the key word, surprise flashing in his eyes. The silver-haired girl lying beside him was already incredibly powerful, yet she still had room to evolve. He instinctively glanced at those snowy white curves. If she evolved further, what would happen? Theoretically, Hill can indeed evolve. Job Bailey spoke first. The ancestor of the silver-eyed dragons, the legendary primordial silver dragones, the perfect evolutionary form. Hill propped herself up and brushed her bangs aside, her silver eyes reflecting Jiang Ye's face. Not just me, Master. She twirled her silver hair around her finger as she explained. Job Bailey also has evolutionary potential, and moreover, there are two completely different paths. Job Bailey held up two jade fingers, the corner of her mouth carrying a fox-like smugness. Besides the fallen angel branch, I also have the succubus branch. 2-to-1, advantage is mine. Angel and demon? Jiang Ye instinctively guessed. Gabriel was once a sacred 12-winged seraph, but after her fall, she gained the evolutionary branch of a succubus. One thought could make her an angel, another could turn her into a demon. The mere imagination was thrilling enough. She smiled with narrowed eyes. You guessed right, so I'll reward you by helping Master get dressed and washed. The girl held a complete set of clothing in her arms, bending her slender waist gracefully as she dressed Jiang Ye with the skill of a true personal maid. Buttons, belt, cuffs, every step was precise. Beside them, the silver dragon Princess Hill watched anxiously. But knowing her own clumsiness, she could only clench her fists and compare silently when it came to caring for their master. She truly couldn't match the gentle fallen angel. Jiang Ye looked up. So how should you two evolve? Level up? Or use items? The fallen angel's enthusiasm was overwhelming, and he could only raise his hands halfway, like a passive landlord being served. Gabriel leaned close to his ear and whispered softly. Actually, it's intimacy evolution. As long as Master falls in love with Hill, marries her, and they have offspring, Hill can evolve rapidly. She counted the steps on her jade white fingers, licked her lips, her breathing gradually becoming rapid. If she could really evolve, this would be a shortcut, taking the scenic route, as they say. Jiang Ye felt his spine chill under Hill's burning, longing gaze, and sighed inwardly. That sounds completely unrealistic. What a strange situation this has become. Master, don't listen to that perverted lizard's nonsense, Gabriel said as she smoothed his collar, casting a cold glance at Hill. Her status as a fallen princess doesn't qualify her for intimacy evolution. She should just level up honestly. Shut up. Would it kill you to stay quiet? Hill fumed, a tuft of her silver hair standing up. You keep ruining my chances. You really deserve to die, meow. I can't do that. I want to stay by Master's side forever. Gabriel bent down to lick Jiang Ye's cheek, then looked up at the silver dragon princess provocatively, her contempt undisguised. Jiang Ye declared firmly, it's decided. Besides searching for news about my parents, my focus will be helping you two evolve. After evolution, your forms will change and your life force will leap forward overall, until you become ultimate beings. Hill pouted, jealousy surging. Is Master so eager for me to evolve because you dislike how I am now? I just want Hill to become even more perfect, Jiang Ye said sincerely, gently stroking her head. The perverted lizard should have some self-awareness and level up quickly. With all that lustfulness, aside from Master's favoritism, even dogs and cats would avoid you, Gabriel said proudly with a laugh. As for me, I can evolve using items or level up normally. My humanoid form can switch back and forth without becoming some aberrant species. After helping Jiang Ye adjust his clothes one final time, Gabriel stepped back half a pace to admire his upright figure, not forgetting to add another jab. As expected of him, versatile and perfect. Hill grumbled. How do you know so much? Because you're just a useless milk dragon who can only disappoint Master and accomplish nothing. While I actually care about Master's feelings, Gabriel said, lightly resting her hand on Jiang Ye's shoulder, raising her chin and puffing out her chest with undisguised arrogance. Milk dragon? How vivid. Jiang Ye said with a chuckle, watching Hill's chest rise and fall with indignation. The fallen angel and silver dragon princess, if both evolved, they would not only become stronger, but also more perfect. His gaze swept over the two girls who were practically at each other's throats, and his mind conjured images of their stunning beauty after evolution. Then, let's level up quickly. Time to get up, have breakfast, and don't forget to drink your milk. In the morning cafeteria, Hill lay sprawled across the dining table with a cup of warm, pure white milk resting steadily against her chest. The cool glass pressed against her skin, creating a subtle sensation. She squinted her silver dragon eyes, her tail gently tapping against the chair leg, as if ready to act spoiled at any moment. You perverted lizard. Taking care of little Yi is none of your business. Jabali, standing behind Jiang Ye like a personal maid, glanced at the milk dragon with furrowed brows and let out a disdainful snort. Hill didn't mind at all. She picked up the cup and took a sip, leaving milk traces at the corner of her mouth. But, without drinking milk, there won't be enough nutrition. Her voice was soft and sweet, her tail lifting slightly with pride. Jiang Ye was helpless against her antics and could only remind her, Hill, don't play with your food. After saying this, he took the cup of milk and drained it in one gulp. That's cheating. If Hill had fed it to you, the milk would definitely taste better, wouldn't it? Seeing the empty cup, Hill's ears drooped down, her tail sagging to the floor as tears began to well up in her eyes. I can't even take care of my master properly. Am I really useless? So incompetent. The perverted lizard is hopeless. Jabali covered her face and sighed with disgust. Can't you learn from me and just keep quiet while making progress? Jiang Yi set down the cup and painted a picture of future rewards. Next time you level up, if Hill behaves well, I'll fulfill one small request of yours. Really? Hill definitely won't disappoint, master. Hill immediately perked up, her tail wagging so vigorously that it made the table legs shake slightly. On her status panel level, 1990.00, just a tiny bit more experience, and she could get her wish. Jabali bit her lip and stared at Jiang Yi resentfully. Little Yi is so mean. Isn't this just bullying a fool? The perverted lizard just acts cute and gets rewarded, while I have to consider so much more. The sourness in the air was almost tangible. Jiang Yi turned back and continued making promises. What kind of gift does Ollie want? You're both my trusted companions who've shared hardships with me, so naturally, I can't play favorites. I don't want any gifts. Jabali glanced at the silver dragon with a sour tone, then her lips curved into a smile as her jade hands wrapped around Jiang Ye's neck. But, since you insist, Ollie can only reluctantly accept. She leaned close to his ear, licked her cherry lips, and chuckled softly. If you have time, accompany Ollie shopping. A date? Then it's decided. Jiang Ye agreed without hesitation, making a victory sign with his right hand. You two little cuties better not disappoint me. Mission guaranteed. Hill squinted and tilted back her snow-white neck, her tail swaying gently. Jabali climbed onto Jiang Ye's back and made faces at the silver dragon princess. Perverted lizard, don't get too cocky. Don't cry and throw a tantrum when I outdo you. She secretly vowed that once she won, she'd make the silver dragon princess stand aside and watch her sweet date with little Yi. Instantly, the silver dragon princess and fallen angel locked eyes, sparks flying as jealousy surged. The smoke of this battlefield spread through the morning mist, bringing the belated breakfast to a hasty end. The clingy childhood friend and the obsessive female sword immortal hadn't returned yet, so there was plenty of time. It wouldn't be too late to go back in the afternoon. So Jiang Yi lay down on the silver dragon princess's soft lap pillow, closing his eyes to enjoy this rare moment of leisure. The black tea on the table gave off a faint malt fragrance, while warm sunlight filtered through the branches outside, casting dappled shadows. Hill contentedly pursed her lips and couldn't help but hum softly. Delicate hands, not entirely clean, caressed Jiang Ye's temples with gentle massage. If you're thirsty, please have some tea. The succubus maid Gabriel knelt respectfully on the floor, holding a steaming cup of lemon tea, her gaze quietly and intently admiring Jiang Ye's profile. She believed she had fully prepared herself to serve her master. Jiang Ye sipped the lemon tea personally handed to him by the succubus maid while resting his head on the silver dragon princess's soft thighs, enjoying her fingertip massage, his other hand leisurely scrolling through his phone screen. After one night, his inbox had been completely flooded with private messages, and his class group chat had exploded into chaos. Gentle cat girl, 150,000 points on the leaderboard? Remember to balance work and rest. Check your private messages for a free leveling gift package to boost your ranking. Cruel elder, speedrunning the disaster dungeon and carrying 3 rank school beauties? Jiang Ye, you call this a failed class change? Big Cherry Tea Elementary. That's incredible. Carrying the school beauties and turning the tide really brought honor to our Jiangxing #1 high school. School beauty on the playground. Even the student groups in neighboring Lin High are going crazy talking about this. Jiang Ye, confess honestly, are you dating school beauty Pei? Well, no please. I'm really not a damsel in distress. They're a perfect match, so why are you goblins opposing them? Jiang Ye rubbed his tired eyes and helplessly put down his phone. Last night, he had earned a staggering 150,000 points, dominated Linhai, and secured an unprecedented first place for Jiangxing No. 1 High School, which had always been at the bottom, finally holding their heads high. And then, he became famous, even sparking rumors of a romance with Linhai No. 1 High School's beauty, Pei Qinghuan. Who would like a yandere who doesn't sleep at night? Jiang Ye gritted his teeth, muttering in frustration. Once a yandere's weak spot is hit, they explode. That instability is like a walking time bomb. He never expected that the cold and aloof Pei Qinghuan would harbor such pathological obsession deep down. I probably can't stay in Jiangcheng anymore, he sighed, preparing to message his sister to go home early when a jarring private message suddenly popped up. Empress Ruyan Liu Ruyan, little Yi, I miss you. Jiang Ye's face darkened. I didn't block this troublesome woman. With that, his fingers moved decisively. Swipe up, delete, block all in one smooth motion. Any slower, and he'd feel the need to disinfect his phone. In the bathroom, steam filled the air. Liu Ruyan leaned against the gently rippling marble bathtub, her fingers typing rapidly. Liu Ruyan, I'm taking a bath. Wanna see? After sending it, she smiled smugly. I'm even sacrificing my dignity. That little glutton definitely won't be able to resist wanting a video call, right? She closed her eyes and submerged into the clear water, leaving only her wet, pretty face floating on the surface, silently counting seconds while waiting for his reply. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, half a minute. Why isn't little Yi responding? She suddenly opened her eyes and clicked on the chat window. Her pupils contracted sharply, and bloodshot veins instantly filled her eyes. You are no longer friends with this user. Message failed to send. The glaring red exclamation mark sat prominently in the center of the screen. I've been blocked. Liu Ruyan bit her lip, murmuring in a daze, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. The pool water churned as milky white bubbles continuously formed and burst, like her barely contained rage. Jiang Ye, you dare block me now and you regret it. Her voice was hoarse, nearly grinding her teeth to dust. She had planned to give him a little treat, but this bastard showed no appreciation, so just wait. Tears welled up in her eyes as she let out an unwilling roar, water splashing violently. You'll regret this. His gray avatar would no longer flash with activity, and the messages he sent vanished into silence, marked by glaring red exclamation points that hurt to look at. After venting her anger, Liu Ruyan collapsed into the bathtub, with only her delicate face above water, as she puffed her cheeks and blew bubbles at the surface. Her eyes were red from crying, and she looked as pitiful as an abandoned kitten. Jiang Ye, why did you block me? What did I do wrong? She sobbed to herself, then gritted her teeth fiercely. It's fine, I'm not angry. Men are like that, they won't make a move without seeing something in it for them. Liu Ruyan lifted her head to encourage herself, her voice both soft and vicious. Jiang Ye, you'll come crawling back to me in tears. As emotions surged through her, her tear-swollen face gradually took on a sickly, sinister expression. She sneered and pushed herself up from the bathtub's edge, casually wrapping herself in a bathrobe. Her wet hair clung to her pale shoulders, giving her a disheveled, yet dangerously fragile appearance. It seems, without paying a price, I won't earn your trust. Taking a deep breath, she looked down and untied her bathrobe sash. I'll have to sacrifice my beauty. For the next month, unable to level up due to punishment, Liu Ruyan could only make up for her losses through Jiang Ye. But fishing required bait, and without proper preparation, she'd come up empty-handed. She couldn't afford to lose any more for Jiang Ye's parents' inheritance, even if it meant. The white bathrobe dried the water droplets from her skin as she shook her head, sending water drops flying from her hair tips like a gesture of determination. I have the assets to gamble with and shortcuts to take. Let's see if you, Jiang Ye, can lift your head and take the plunge. What bad luck. On the other side, after thoroughly disinfecting his phone, Jiang Ye had lost all interest in browsing social media. The group chats and forums were either praising his devastating speed run through the disaster dungeon, or gossiping about his rumored relationship with Pei Qinghuan. People jumped to conclusions so quickly. Pei Qinghuan and I are completely innocent. What's there to talk about? He muttered. Thinking of Liu Ruyan made him even more disdainful. Still trying to cling to me after we've cut ties. Acting like she's made of gold waiting for someone to worship her? He sneered. She should take a good look at herself, a dried-up pen pretending to be premium chalk. Footsteps sounded at the door. Chu Moli and Pei Qinghuan entered arm in arm, looking like a pair of sister flowers. Chu Moli spoke first. Brother, who made you angry this time? No one, just a clown. Jiang Ye smiled. A jumping clown getting truly angry would mean I've already lost. Chu Moli glanced guiltily at her brother, then at her composed friend beside her, licking her lips. So, when are we going back? She had just been persuaded by Pei Qinghuan's whispered words to agree to visit Linhai as a guest. If her childhood friend disagreed, she'd have to bail on her friend. That afternoon, Jiang Ye rested his head on Yin Longji's beautiful legs wrapped in white stockings. leisurely enjoying the lap pillow, when he suddenly looked up at his fidgeting sister. Is there still anything to see in Shuhe Town? You haven't been bought off by this evil, aloof school beauty to plot against your brother, have you? Chu Moli fidgeted with her clothes and smiled. There's really nothing much to see in Shuhe Town. It's just, I promised Qinghuan I'd visit Lin Hai as her guest. You're on break right now, aren't you? Chu Moli gathered her courage to add, want to come along? My treat. Pei Qinghuan remained composed with a smile on her lips, showing no trace of guilt about last night's remorseful kiss. Jiang Ye silently marveled. This woman really had something special about her. What's fun in Lin Hai? He looked up at both of them, pretending to consider. But if you want to go, I suppose it's not impossible. He stretched lazily and said softly, we're all on vacation anyway. Going to Lin Hai for a visit could be like taking a holiday. Jiang Ye didn't want to dampen his sister's enthusiasm, and he was also eager to visit Lin Hai to search for traces of where his parents had last disappeared. The scattered clues he'd gathered from Qin Yu suggested that his parents' deaths might not have been so simple. The nine-tailed fox demon that had escaped from that catastrophic dungeon was last seen in the neighboring city of Lin Hai. At this thought, his tone grew somber. There's no time to waste. We should leave as soon as possible. At that moment, he was resting his head on Yanlongji's lazy lap pillow. Pei Qinghuan looked down at his profile from above, feeling a suffocating ache in her chest. If only she could take Yanlongji's place, as redemption for her scheming the night before. Jiang Ye suddenly sat up, yawned, and smiled. You seem so eager, as if you're looking forward to me going to Lin Hai? Huh? Me? Looking forward to you going? In your dreams. Pei Qinghuan's pretty face flushed red as she turned away, huffing proudly like a ruffled tabby cat. If it weren't for little sister Mo Li, I wouldn't have invited you at all. She secretly denied her longing thoughts about Jiang Yul, maybe just a tiny bit. But last night, someone had. Jiang Ye's gaze lingered on her flushed face, his lips curving meaningfully. Last night what? Pei Qinghuan felt guilty under his stare, biting her lip and stammering under Chu Mo Li's curious gaze. If what happened last night were exposed, she'd truly explode on the spot. Jiang Ye chuckled teasingly. Didn't you invite me to visit Lin Hai last night? How did you forget by this morning? Or, are you just being stubbornly tsundere? Who's being tsundere? I'm just worried it might rain this afternoon and want to head back early. Really, if someone hadn't slept in, we would have left already. Pei Qinghuan pressed her red lips together, complaining softly. Chu Mo Li blinked her beautiful eyes. Sister Qinghuan, that's not what you said this morning. Didn't you say you were only inviting me, and brother was just tagging along? Did you two plan this yesterday? Are those rumors going around actually true? She suddenly clapped her forehead in realization. Sister Qinghuan, you're not actually having an affair with my brother, are you? I thought of you as my best friend, but you're treating me like a sister-in-law? That's so unfair. No way. Pei Qinghuan's delicate body trembled, her face paling as sweat broke out. An affair was too strong a word, but having a kiss was absolutely true. Last night, she'd insisted on indulging that damned competitive streak, wanting to beat Jiang Ye just once. Though she'd gained a slight upper hand verbally, she felt even more guilty inside. If Jiang Ye really saw through her, she'd have no face left to show anyone. She hurried to deny it, yet secretly glanced at Jiang Ye. Little Ye must be secretly pleased, right? After all, she was the school beauty of Lin Hai No. 1 high school, pursued by thousands. Having a girlfriend like her should make him happy, right? As soon as the thought emerged, she couldn't suppress the upward curve of her lips. If she weren't desperately trying to control herself, she would have laughed out loud. Jiang Ye spoke with mock seriousness, each word dripping with disdain. Let me clarify, this really is just a rumor. She's neither considerate nor gentle, and she's also lacking in brains. Marrying her would be such torture. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Pei Qinghuan with obvious distaste. Marrying a Yandere school beauty, what a life sentence that would be. Go dot. Pei Qinghuan stamped her foot in embarrassed fury, her ear tips burning red. What would be so bad about being his girlfriend? Was she really that terrible? Jiang Ye's words pierced her heart like thorns, causing pain and swelling. Where exactly did she fall short? Not charming enough. Otherwise, why wouldn't Jiang Ye like her? Suppressed, unhealthy emotions surged within her. She craved Jiang Ye's favor. Even just a little would fill her with joy. In the entire city of Lin Hai, countless men would be willing to grovel at Pei Qinghuan's feet. The line of admirers stretched from Lin Hai all the way to Jiangcheng, seemingly endless, yet Jiang Ye was conspicuously absent from it. Pei Qinghuan had always been confident in her allure. Setting aside how much enhancement she had up front, when she looked down, even her toes were completely obscured. Her stunning beauty was undeniable. She took a deep breath, slowly smoothing out her furrowed brows, secretly making excuses for Jiang Ye's terrible taste. She'd consider it enlightening poor little Ye's aesthetic sense, not that she was desperate to be his girlfriend. She silently set her goal to improve Jiang Ye's appreciation of beauty. Meanwhile, Chu Moli quietly breathed a sigh of relief, her small hand pressing against her flat chest as she whispered to herself, "Phew, it's good that big brother doesn't like Sister Qinghuan." Small and cute was the way to go. Big brother still doted on his little forgotten dumpling the most. A slight smile curved her lips as she secretly vowed. Her brother belonged to her alone, and no one else could lay a finger on him. In the car, Jiang Ye was rubbing his reddened chest, frowning as he complained. Pei Qinghuan, are you trying to murder your husband? The warmth from last night's surprise attack still lingered, leaving him with complicated feelings about this aloof and cold campus beauty, outwardly reserved, but surprisingly bold in private. I wasn't trying to murder anyone. I was just teaching you a lesson. Pei Qinghuan's pretty face flushed red as she hastily denied the murder part, though she didn't deny the husband bit. Seeing Jiang Ye's brows still knitted together, she mumbled hesitantly. If it hurts, fine, you can hit me back a few times. Fair's fair. Jiang Ye glanced at her sideways with a half smile. Are you sick? Do you actually enjoy being hit by me? If he actually struck this enhanced beauty, she'd probably cry for hours. Who enjoys it? Pei Qinghuan denied it while looking down, the blush spreading all the way to her ears. Yet in her mind flashed the scene from the dungeon where Jiang Ye had gripped her throat, that suffocating pain, which she surprisingly didn't hate. She could only bury this strange feeling deep in her heart. Jiang Ye reached out and pinched her delicate cheek as punishment. Compared to the pink-haired mature beauty and the Ice Queen, Pei Qinghuan's face had just the right softness, not like his sister's cold, small fry demeanor, perfectly sized for one hand, ideal for kneading into a ball and bullying addictively. Pei Qinghuan let him have his way, muttering, always picking on me. Are we going to Lin Hai or not? Before she finished speaking, she was already scheming internally. Once they returned to Lin Hai, with her level 100 plus big sister backing her up, how could she not handle Jiang Ye? She'd make him call her young miss eventually. Strangely, from initial rejection to current anticipation, she hadn't noticed her emotions quietly shifting toward Jiang Ye. Her curiosity grew heavier and her excitement more frequent. Seeing her tough words but soft heart, Jiang Ye casually ruffled her hair. Well then, let's go. Pei Qinghuan snorted coldly, though her eyes couldn't hide the scattered traces of joy, clearly enjoying it deep down while pretending to hate. It must be exhausting. Jiang Ye shook his head with a smile, not bothering to probe further. Then he packed up Silver Dragon Princess and several campus beauties together, slammed the car door shut with a bang, stepped on the gas, and headed straight for Lin Hai with his cargo of beauties in tow. On the train, the girls gathered in a circle around him. Hill pressed her hand to her forehead, her face flushed pink. Master, I'm getting motion sick. Can I rest against you for a while? Before he could answer, she had already nestled into Jiang Ye's arms, her silver dragon tail quietly wrapping around his waist in a bold declaration of ownership. On the other side, the fallen angel Jabali rested her head on Jiang Ye's shoulder, her raven black hair cascading across his chest as she whispered, Master, we're almost at Lin Hai. Want to check out the beach? Thinking of the swimsuit that had been gathering dust in her closet, a flash of anticipation flickered in her eyes. Sea breeze, sunshine, and the perfect opportunity to show off her curves for her master's appreciation. The beach? Are there any abyss dungeons there? Jiang Ye patted the restless little beauty in his arms with a helpless sigh, then looked up at Pei Qinghuan by the window. Pei Qinghuan turned her gaze away from the scenery outside and replied coolly, of course there are. The ocean is vast, and abyssal invasions are quite common. Her tone was calm, but when her eyes fell on the silver dragon girl and fallen angel in Jiang Ye's embrace, her heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. Her rumored boyfriend seemed to have become someone else's plaything, and she was too weak to compete with these two formidable rivals, forced to swallow her grievances. At the table, Chu Moli sprawled listlessly. For once we get a break, can't we just go to the beach for a vacation? All this constant leveling up is so boring. She gazed enviously at Jabali's soft embrace, wondering when she'd ever feel that kind of security. I was just making a suggestion, Jiang Ye chuckled. If we really go to the beach, we'd have to consider safety. The abyss fluctuations are everywhere, with pretty high spawn rates. Pei Qinghuan took her dejected sister's hand and said gently, does little sister Moli want to sunbathe? I have an oceanfront estate over there that's been sitting empty. Why don't we all go there for a vacation? After speaking, she stole a glance at Jiang Ye, secretly hoping how stunning would that steel-hard physique look in swimwear. After getting a taste of that faint bite mark on his shoulder last night, she was even more certain. Jiang Ye was the most attractive man she'd ever seen, growing more appealing the longer she looked. The only downside was that he wasn't her boyfriend yet. Oceanfront estate. Miss No wait, sugar mama, I may have offended you before, but do I still have a chance? Jiang Ye said self-mockingly. Youth is wasted on the young. I mistook the school beauty for treasure when I should have known a rich woman's worth. He'd thought Pei Qinghuan was just a thoroughly padded, ordinary campus belle, never imagining she was loaded beyond belief. Indeed, you can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure a rich woman's wealth. If you like it, I could just give you the estate. Pei Qinghuan smiled carelessly. Material possessions meant nothing if it could win Jiang Ye's favor. She wouldn't mind spending lavishly. Jiang Ye's potential was beyond monetary measure, and if she could truly win him over, future happiness was guaranteed. Jiang Ye waved his hands in refusal. No way, that's too expensive. I only like taking liberties with school beauties, not taking advantage of their generosity. Pei Qinghuan pouted and muttered under her breath. I offer you the easy life, and you won't take it. What a waste of resources. With Jiang Ye's looks and physique being absolutely top tier, his refusal to let her support him was truly regrettable. Last night's taste of forbidden pleasure had only been a sample, but it left her craving more. Beyond her main goal of surpassing Jiang Ye, she now had a personal desire to be thoroughly conquered by him. When it came to being secretly perverted, surely Jiang Ye couldn't outdo her. She had her merits, if only Jiang Ye was willing to reach out and take them. When strengths and advantages complement each other, mutual benefit naturally follows. Pei Qinghuan rested her delicate hand against her cheek, her long lashes fluttering lightly as she maintained a cold, aloof facade while secretly smirking inside. As long as I keep up this act, little Jiang Ye will never discover my hidden desires. No matter how strong he is, isn't he still being played by me with ease? Thinking of how she had Jiang Ye wrapped around her finger last night, a surge of satisfaction bubbled joyfully in her chest. Jiang Ye vaguely sensed that flushed gaze upon him, but pretended not to notice, continuing to focus on the scenery outside the window. Compared to Jiang City, Linhai was indeed more prosperous, yet it ultimately lacked the warmth and passion of home. Different lands nurtured different people. He mused silently. No matter how bustling Linhai might be, he remained merely a passerby, coming and going in haste, never truly belonging. If you married me, wouldn't the entire Pei family of Linhai eventually be yours? We'd be sharing the same bed whether there's passion or not. One touch would tell. Pei Qinghuan whispered quietly to herself, startled by her own bold thoughts. She quickly turned her head, pretending to admire the view, but her reflection in the glass showed a face burning red. She cursed herself for growing bolder by the day. Unable to suppress her desires, this condition was serious and needed medical attention. Or perhaps Jiang Ye could give her an injection. Her sister always said that when you're sick, you need shots. Lost in wild thoughts, time slipped away unnoticed. The train is approaching the station. Passengers disembarking, please prepare your luggage. The announcement snapped Jiang Ye back to reality, had nearly dozed off leaning against Yin Longji's embrace. Minutes later, everyone disembarked. Linhai's skyline bristled with towering buildings, and despite the steel torrent, it wasn't so different from Jiang City, just more clamorous. Under the gloomy sky, Pei Qinghuan led Jiang Ye and the others to a sleek black luxury car Phantom series, one of only 100 limited edition vehicles worldwide, impossible to find. Jiang Ye clicked his tongue inwardly. This girl truly was born with a golden spoon, a real money pit on 4 wheels. Second miss, this way please. The dedicated female driver, Wu Xing, had been waiting respectfully. She bowed gracefully, her black stockings and pencil skirt shifting with her breathing. She wasn't just a driver but also Pei Qinghuan's personal bodyguard and a rank shadow assassin with terrifying level 50 combat power. Sistering, no need to be so formal. They're all my friends. Come on, let's get in the car. Pei Qinghuan smiled as she opened the rear door for Jiang Ye, then turned to guide a bewildered Mo Li to the passenger seat. Li Mei, don't you get carsick? The front seat will be more comfortable. She even thoughtfully helped fasten Mo Li's seatbelt. Sister Qinghuan, you're being so kind, I feel embarrassed. The innocent Mo Li completely missed her friend's ulterior motives, feeling flattered instead. Pei Qinghuan winked. We're best friends after all. She just wanted to become a sister-in-law. What bad intentions could she possibly have? My foolish sister, sold out by her best friend, and still helping count the money. Jiang Ye shook his head with amused exasperation at the scene. Well then, young master, please get in my car. Nearly letting her inner thoughts slip, Pei Qinghuan quickly corrected herself, her ears turning slightly red as she respectfully held the door open like a personal maid. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. Who exactly is the master here, and who's the servant? She's awfully skilled at opening car doors, isn't she? Maiko Sakura covered her cherry lips, too shocked to speak. Having followed Pei Qinghuan for years, this was the first time she'd seen the aloof and proud second miss speak so humbly to a man. Could it be that the second miss had fallen in love? The Pei sisters were known as the peerless twin beauties, and both had always been cold toward men. Now one of them had romantic feelings? Maiko Sakura nearly cried out in surprise. Her gaze involuntarily fell on Jiang Ye, and she took a deep breath. Her pretty face flushed as she murmured, so handsome. No wonder the second miss was smitten. Just one look nearly made her weak in the knees. Sister Sakura, to Lakeside Manor. Noticing Maiko Sakura's unusual stare, Pei Qinghuan frowned slightly and flashed a gentle yet pointed smile, reminding her coolly, dare to steal my little snack? Don't you want your job anymore? Second miss, I'm sorry, my eyes were a bit blurry just now. Sweat beaded on Maiko Sakura's forehead as she quickly bowed in apology and hurriedly got into the car. That icy glare nearly eliminated her on the spot. Jiang Ye noticed the second miss's jealousy and chuckled inwardly. Was she a vinegar jar? Under his gaze, Pei Qinghuan's cheeks grew warm. She forced herself to remain composed, even showing a hint of disdain. Is there something on my face? Jiang Ye casually complimented. You look good today. You must have slept well last night. The silver dragon princess and fallen angel shrank into pendant forms on his shoulder, looking like exquisite figurines. Do I? Maybe. Maybe you're mistaken. Pei Qinghuan panicked inwardly, thinking her secret nighttime activities had been discovered. Only when she saw Jiang Ye had no further reaction did she breathe a sigh of relief. She settled into the car cabin, naturally moving closer to him. This luxury vehicle was worth a fortune, with a mechanical interior style and defenses capable of withstanding high-level abyssal beasts, both practical and cool. Jiang Ye looked around, noting its distinctly cyberpunk aesthetic. If you like it, it's yours. Pei Qinghuan directly pressed the spare key into his palm, turning her head with a light smile. For the chance to openly hold Jiang Ye's hand, she felt it was a complete steal. Jiang Ye gripped her cool, soft hand and clicked his tongue. How extravagant. $1,000,000 limited edition sports car, given away just like that. She wasn't even pretending anymore. This is called investment, Pei Qinghuan chuckled softly. You can clear catastrophe dungeons like they're regular monsters. What's one sports car? Catastrophe dungeon. Maiko Sakura in the front seat perked up her ears and nearly ran a red light while glancing through the rearview mirror. She knew that dungeon had a 100% death rate. Even the eldest miss with her heavenly talents hadn't been able to clear it back then. If the second miss wasn't exaggerating, just what kind of monster had she brought into the Pei family? Pei Qinghuan smugly held Jiang Ye's hand, as if she had been the one to clear the dungeon. Maiko Sakura smiled bitterly, borrowing someone else's glory. That was an absolute death trap. In the back seat, the cool campus beauty sat primly, but her small hand mischievously interlaced with Jiang Ye's fingers. Don't move. I get carsick. I need to hold on to something, or I'll throw up. Her expression remained calm as she feigned weakness. Such a rare opportunity for intimacy, she wouldn't let it slip by. Jiang Ye shook his head and silently acquiesced, leaning back in his seat with closed eyes. To Restit was just holding hands. As long as she didn't catch him in any compromising situations, he didn't mind. The sleek black phantom sped along and soon arrived at the dilapidated seaside villa. Before the car had fully stopped, a sharp car horn sounded. Jiang Ye rolled down the window to see a man with slicked back hair in an immaculate suit, holding a large bouquet of red roses and swaying as he approached, his voice dripping with affected charm. Qinghuan, I heard you're in love. Chen Ji cut a striking figure in his black suit, tall and well-built with slicked back hair that gleamed under the light, giving him a mature, handsome appearance. As the car window slowly rolled down, he held a bouquet of red roses, flashing what he believed to be a tender, romantic smile, his voice dripping with suggestion. Qinghuan, come out and talk. He didn't consider himself a master of romance, but in the past, just a slight smile from him would make even the most aloof goddesses submit obediently. Pei Qinghuan was the exception, cold and proud like a banished immortal, pure and flawless, yet harboring an alluring desire beneath the surface. From their first meeting, he had fallen completely. As the heir of the Qin family in Linhai and the crown prince of the Abyss Guild, he naturally believed that in this entire city, only he was worthy of her. But today, the news from his subordinates hit him like a blow to the head. Pei Qinghuan, who had always been indifferent to men, was actually in a relationship. Chen Ji's chest churned with emotion. After years of pursuing her with no progress, some unknown nobody had now plucked the peach he'd been reaching for. It was truly unbearable. He peered through the car window. The pretty boy in the passenger seat had sharp features and a distant temperament, annoyingly handsome. Alarm bells rang in Chen Ji's mind. So what if he's good-looking? In the real world, it's all about background and fists. Besides, Pei Qinghuan was never shallow. How could she be captivated by mere appearance? He clenched his fists secretly, struggling to maintain his composure, when he caught sight of Jiang Ye and Pei Qinghuan with their fingers intertwined. Their slender, jade-like fingers interlocked, their fair arms pressed intimately together. And when Pei Qinghuan looked at Jiang Ye, her usually proud eyes shimmered with tenderness. Gentle, as a wife deeply in love. Wasn't she supposed to be an untouchable goddess? Chen Ji's heart sank heavily, sour with envy. After all his pursuit, he hadn't even held her hand. Yet this pretty boy was holding hands, and being intimate was sickeningly blissful. But then he reconsidered and sneered coldly. This was probably just a shield Qinghuan had found to put on an act, deliberately trying to provoke him. Anyone who took it seriously would be the real fool. So he continued wearing his fake smile, pretending nonchalance. Qinghuan, I heard you're in love? Inside the car, Jiang Ye sensed the slick-back man's hostility, his brow furrowing. Where did this attention-seeker come from, showing up to make his presence known? Get lost. Pei Qinghuan couldn't even be bothered to spare Chen Ji a glance, impatiently uttering. Get lost. She just wanted to hurry home and change into her swimsuit, so she could go to the beach with Jiang Ye to sunbathish. Had no time for this persistent pest. Qinghuan. I. Chen Ji's expression stiffened momentarily, but he still forced out a smile. The goddess was just so full of personality. Even telling someone to leave sounded so cool. He turned to glance at Jiang Ye, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Young men these days are all smooth-talking and immature. Qinghuan, don't let yourself be fooled by someone's sweet words who knows how dirty his thoughts might be behind the scenes. His gaze swept over Jiang Ye dismissively as Chun Ji gritted his teeth inwardly. Teenage boys were the most disgusting of all. As someone who's been around the block, how could he not know? Pei Qinghuan was indeed smooth-talking, with a twisted and dark mind. Jiang Ye leaned back in the leather seat, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead, as if he'd just licked a cool mint, bringing an indescribable sense of refreshment. The silver dragon pendant on his shoulder gleamed with cold light, fierce and menacing, as if growling in a low voice. Second Mrs. Eloquence is mediocre at best, just so-so, with room for improvement. How dare she speak sarcastically to the master? Does she have a death wish? Trying to mess with the master, huh? Better not sleep too soundly tonight. In the passenger seat, Chu Moli gazed through the rearview mirror, her delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly, shadows coiling around her fingertips like ink-black serpents. Is this person Sister Qinghuan's friend? He seems rather pathetic, doesn't he? Though she had a generous heart for the world, she couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand. Anyone who dared to bully her brother would face her unwavering resistance. Maiko Sakura, who told you to let this disgusting fly from the toilet in here? Pei Qinghuan finally let out a cold laugh, fierce light flashing in her eyes. The memory of Jiang Ye's smooth-talking appearance last night was vivid, and she knew her own nature all too well. Dark-minded, twisted, and filthy? So what if Miss Pei is twisted, filthy, and vulgar? Who exactly are you trying to insult here? The mature maid Maiko Sakura in the driver's seat trembled violently, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Second miss, it's my negligence. I apologize. She quickly pushed open the door and got out, her pretty face ice-cold. In all these years, this was the first time she'd seen the second miss explode with such protective fury, like a guard dog with its hackles raised, showing just how important that young man in the back seat was to her. Lovers? Master and servant? Husband and wife? All these speculations made Maiko Sakura even more alarmed. Letting the fly in was already a mistake. If she further damaged the second Mrs. Dignity, she'd rather sink to the bottom of the sea. Maiko Sakura drew the blade from her waist, the white jade sword gleaming with deadly sharpness in the sunlight as she moved with graceful steps, killing intent radiating from her. My mistress commands you to leave immediately. Otherwise, blades have no eyes, and life and death are left to fate. Qinghuan. Outside the car, Chun Ji held roses in his hands, feeling Maiko Sakura's piercing killing intent, his heart trembling. She was the renowned Wild Rose, a level 50 female assassin far beyond what he could challenge in his current state. But even ants have claws. He directed all his humiliation from being ignored by Pei Qinghuan toward that indifferent face in the back seat. You pretty boy sitting in the car seat. What are you smiling about? You're just a shield. Don't take yourself too seriously. Chun Ji yanked open the car door and reached out to grab Jiang Ye. Don't get too cocky. Sitting there all high and mighty, you're really asking for a beating. He gritted his teeth and unleashed over 1,000 points of brute force, enough to flip a truck, yet the young man in the white shirt didn't budge an inch. Jiang Ye yawned, turned his head slightly, the smile at the corner of his mouth seeming to say, "Did you skip breakfast? Something's wrong. This doesn't feel right." Chun Ji's temples bulged with veins, his shock undeniable. He clearly specialized in strength, possessing tremendous power at level 30. How could he not even move a pretty boy? Refusing to believe it. His right arm suddenly transformed into that of a werewolf, pale wolf fur bursting through his suit sleeve, his strength surging again, enough to stop a speeding truck. He grinned maliciously, already envisioning in his mind Jiang Ye being thrown to the ground, crying out in pain. Pretty boy, let's see how you pretend this time. He had once torn apart nightmare-level dungeon bosses with his bare hands in werewolf form. Even muscular goblin trolls were shredded like wet paper before those black-furred claws. Now, Chun Ji was ready to strike, preparing to give this pretty boy a lesson he'd never forged that would publicly tear apart Pei Qinghuan's shield. Malice surged forward. Jiang Ye looked up, his brow furrowed, silver vertical pupils flashing with cold light. The azure eye focused slightly, and dragon's might swept silently through the air. Before he could even take a step, Chun Ji collapsed as if struck by lightning, his knees buckling as he fell to the ground. His rough wolf claws clutched desperately at his chest, his face turning dark purple, his mind in chaos as if he would be torn apart and devoured by an ancient silver dragon in the next second, with death's shadow growing wildly in the depths of his pupils. Jiang Ye pushed open the car door and stepped out, looking down from above, his voice low and cold as ice. You want to fight me? Are you worthy? Chun Ji. Only then did Wu Xing react, instantly flashing in front of Jiang Ye with her long sword pointed directly at Chun Ji on the ground, coldly scolding. Don't think you can run wild at the Pei family just because you're the son of the Abyss Guild's president. If you harm the second Mrs. Honored Guest, don't blame me for showing no mercy. She was Pei Qinghuan's personal bodyguard and had to stay close at all times. As for why Ji was scared into paralysis with just one look, she didn't care. Probably this playboy only used his strength on women's bellies in daily life. Her only duty was to fulfill her responsibilities. Not far away, Pei Qinghuan stood with her skirt gathered, her gaze following Jiang Ye. That slender figure still carried the lingering dragon's might from moments before, making her heart race uncontrollably. She understood better than anyone the terror of facing that pressure directly. With an 11-level gap between them, Jiang Ye had crushed a level 30 rank werewolf with just a glance. This power left her horrified. Her long legs beneath her skirt couldn't help but tremble slightly. Yet an even stronger question arose in her mind. As the gap widened, how could she catch up? Was she destined to spend her life being humiliatingly trampled beneath his feet? A sense of helplessness spread through her limbs, her face pale yet tinged with red, while her curiosity burned even hotter. Tisish, no need for me to act. On the other side, Chu Moli stepped out of the car with a thunderous presence, her black hair flying, fury reaching its peak. Dare to bully my brother? There's a price to pay. With a wave of her delicate hand, shadows surged from beneath the car, waterwoman-trapped black serpents coiled, their icy aura ready to devour at any moment. Ji, who had been paralyzed by Jiang Ye's intimidation, finally came to his senses, his face flushed red as a pig's liver, stubbornly maintaining his arrogance. Fight me? Are you worthy? Even if the Chun family's eldest son has fallen, he's not someone a kept man can mess with. Seeking death. Wu Xing's sword edge inched closer, her eyes ice cold. I don't care about the Qin family, but if you dare touch a single hair on Mr. Zhang's head. She knew Ji's background well. Undeniably, this rank transformation-type berserker werewolf was indeed powerful. Once fully transformed under the moonlight, his strength could multiply several times. Always overwhelming others with brute force, though she didn't want to admit it, Ji was truly formidable as an rank transformation-type berserker werewolf who could unleash multiple times his power under the moon after transformation, dominating through sheer strength. Only a freshman, yet already a key player in Linhai University's student council, and through connections with the Abyss Guild, he easily reached level 30. With next year's student council presidential election ahead, his future looked bright. For the sake of the second Mrs. reputation, Maiko Sakura had to protect Jiang Ye's safety. Brushing dust off his sleeves, Ji sneered coldly and provocatively beckoned Jiang Ye with his finger. The dragon's aura from earlier still weighed on his heart, but he forcibly dismissed it with the thought, this can't possibly be Jiang Ye's power. He prided himself that fewer than 5 peers nationwide could surpass him, and in Linhai, only Pei Qinghuan could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. How could this human shield possibly be stronger? Really asking for a beating. Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle. Scared enough to wet yourself and still not ashamed? If you're a man, don't hide behind women. Onionana Lozer calls the winner daddy. Ji's blood boiled with rage. Ignoring the mature maid's warning and not caring if the goddess would be angry, he roared. Fine. Loser calls daddy. TSK, what a good son. Jiang Ye casually replied. The surroundings fell silent, then erupted in laughter the next second. Pei Qinghuan covered her lips, trembling with mirth. Ji became Little Ye's son. Wouldn't that mean he'd have to call me mom? Little Ye and I would never produce such a useless child. She secretly felt proud. With her and Jiang Ye's genes, surpassing SS-level talent would be effortless. For humanity's future, she had to lend Jiang Ye a hand. Chu Moli raised an eyebrow. Brother, I don't have such a stupid grandnephew. Her slender hand glided through shadows as mist-like dark forms quietly gathered, ready to strike at any moment. Maiko Sakura stole glances at Jiang Ye's perfect profile, her heartbeat skipping. The second Mrs. Little Boyfriend is so wicked. When the second Miss rests at night, does she also call out daddy? Burning under everyone's stares, Ji's face flushed red as he roared. You're asking for death. Before the words even finished, his body suddenly expanded, transforming into a gray-bearded werewolf. Terrifying muscles burst through his custom suit, and with his half-wolf torso's fur bristling, he charged at Jiang Ye like a derailed train. Shadow kill. Chu Moli's jade hand fell, sending several shadowy serpents wrapped around water arrows through the air, with pitch-black arrow rain pouring down. The werewolf paid no heed. His blood-red wolf eyes locked onto Jiang Ye as his elbow strike came down like a heavy hammer. Ji, you dare. Maiko Sakura's soft sword whipped out like a lash, blocking Jiang Ye's front. Pei Qinghuan's face turned ashen. Little Ye. The werewolf took the soft sword's lash heat in, grinning maniacally. Scared stupid? Afraid? Too late. His scold light flashed, blood splattered. Ji's elbow aimed straight for Jiang Ye's face, packed with 100 tons of impact. In that split second, Jiang Ye lifted his right leg, and, like a father disciplining his son, casually kicked out. Bang! The wolf's lower abdomen caved in, ribs cracking in succession. The gray-bearded werewolf flew back like a deflated balloon, faster than he had charged forward, smashing through the wall and raising clouds of dust. In that instant, the expressions on the young ladies' faces were absolutely priceless. The master hasn't even exerted any real force yet, and this werewolf is already down for the count? Hill, dangling like an accessory, curled her lips in disdain, her cartoon-like pretty face full of contempt. Pathetic, absolutely pathetic. The mature beauty Jabali also flashed a mischievous grin like a little devil, covering her red lips as she hung on Jiang Ye's shoulder, her long, slender legs swaying lightly as she let out a similar scoff. That raging werewolf who had ignored water spears and shadow arrows with his thick hide was actually sent flying by a single kick from Jiang Ye. The graybeard figure shot backward like an arrow released from its bow. Chu Moli stood frozen in place, the tremor in her beautiful eyes still lingering as she couldn't help but cry out in shock. Her delicate hands clenched tightly, shadow threads weaving in her palms, the arrow rain she had just prepared quietly falling away without her notice. My arrow rain only created smoke, but brother delivered a killing blow with one kick. It's like he's cheating. Her heart was in turmoil. Compared to him, I'm utterly useless. A useless sister who can only spend her life beneath her brother. Gazing at Jiang Ye's composed figure, Chu Moli bit her cherry lips, adoration practically overflowing from her eyes. The stronger brother becomes, the happier my future will be. Too fast. I couldn't even see clearly before he severely injured Shinji. Maiko Sakura rubbed her eyes, shock spreading through her pupils. Her hand unconsciously pressed against her shirt, popping a button, causing white waves to surge as ripples of amazement rolled endlessly. The second Miss's little boyfriend has explosive power even stronger than the eldest Miss from back then, perhaps even stronger. Her heart pounded like drums as she wondered if she was going mad. Surpassing the second Miss is one thing, but even surpassing the eldest Miss isn't that too abnormal. The eldest Miss, Pei Qing-shu, was the bright moon sword immortal who had annihilated demon legions with a single sword. Maiko Sakura worried. Surely the second Miss hasn't been possessed or hypnotized. That cold, ascetic ice goddess was now stealing glances at Jiang Ye with eyes that seemed ready to melt. So what conquered the second Miss wasn't just his looks and skills, but also his unique strength and talent. She secretly blushed. Alas, second Miss, you've truly fallen. On the other side, Pei Qinghuan could barely control her urge to jump up. Xiao Yi, it really is you. Clean movements, flowing like clouds and water, swift, powerful, invincible. Her pretty face flushed red, eyes misty with emotion, yet she fretted. When will I ever catch up to even 1/10th of his ability? Even Shinji, enshrank thick-skinned raging werewolf, couldn't withstand one kick from Xiao Yi. Pei Qinghuan secretly fantasized. If that kick had landed on my abdomen, how long would the pain he grants me bring me pleasure? Her crimson tongue licked across her moist cherry lips, the burning passion almost impossible to hide. I should find a chance to spar with Jiang Ye, could experience the joy of defeat and capture while enjoying the pleasure that pain brings. Why wouldn't I? She calculated in her heart. At this moment, Jiang Ye's raised foot had already gently touched the ground, while Ji, transformed into the graybeard werewolf, had charged like a 100-ton truck during his elbow strike, only to be kicked away like a cannonball, crashing into the lawn. Bang! Grass scattered, mud splashed everywhere, and the lawn instantly caved into a massive crater. The werewolf rolled several times, coughing blood as he collapsed, unable to move any further. When the dust settled, only a wretched figure remained, wolf fur broken, suit in tatters, half dead, with not a trace of arrogance left. Ji could never have imagined that his full-force elbow strike would lose to General Yu's flying kick. Cough! Ji spat blood, his vision blurred by a crimson haze as his consciousness teetered on the edge. Shattered ribs in his abdomen pierced his organs like steel nails, the excruciating pain intertwining with the approaching shadow of death, leaving this arrogant freshman king barely clinging to life. Impossible. I'm the freshman king of Linhai University. How? How could I be defeated by some pretty boy? Through his blurred vision, he saw his own swollen, bloodied face, humiliation and rage nearly bursting his chest. The eldest son of the Qin family, heir to the Abyss Guild president, and Shrank Berserker Wolf King, with level 30 combat power, all these dazzling titles now lay trampled in the mud like rags. His pride crushed repeatedly, he couldn't accept this outcome. Is there a trash can around here? Jiang Ye approached, casually grabbing Ji's wolf form neck and lifting him like a dead dog, then turned to look at the black-stockinged, hip-hugging skirted mature maid Maiko Sakura nearby, asking calmly, I need to throw out some garbage. He considered himself civilized and would never litter. Trash can. Maiko Sakura's pretty face stiffened as she muttered under her breath. Treating the promising young Master Chun as garbage? The second Mrs. Little Boyfriend was too audacious. She quickly bowed. Young master, just throw the trash on the ground. This maid will handle it later. Snapping out of her shock, her face flushed as she hurried to cover. If she let the young master clean up himself, a scolding would be inevitable. Young master, Jiang Ye was slightly stunned, glancing at the approaching Maiko Sakura. He loosened his grip, and Chun-Ji fell to the ground with a thud. His mouth full of dirt wasn't anyone's young master. This maid's imagination was running wild. Not far away, Chu Moli covered her heart, her willow brows furrowing slightly. Brother's charm has caused another misunderstanding. Will Sister Qinghuan get jealous? Her pure and aloof best friend had never shown interest in worldly matters before. Young master. Pei Qinghuan touched her burning cheeks, secretly delighted. Sister Sakura has good taste. Everyone really thinks she and Xiao Yi make a perfect match. She couldn't help but smile, her mood soaring. Xiao Yi, leave this to Sister Sakura. You worked so hard last night, come home with me. I'll put on a swimsuit later to help you relax. Her cheeks flushed like a newlywed bride as she extended her soft, pale hand in shy invitation. True, grinding levels in that dungeon last night really wore me out. Jiang Ye sighed lightly, offering no further explanation as he prepared to follow this secretly pleased ice goddess back to the seaside villa to enjoy the so-called swimsuit service. But Chun-Ji on the ground couldn't hold back anymore. Last night, were you out? Worked so hard. The words pierced his ears as inappropriate images flooded his mind. The goddess he'd yearned for but couldn't have had already become Jiang Ye's. His eyes blazed with fury, his heart pierced with agony. Wait, his eyes bloodshot. He grabbed Jiang Ye's ankle with bloody hands, lifting his swollen head to ask in a voice barely above a whisper, what? What's your relationship with Qinghuan? Jiang Ye glanced down at him, then took the campus beauty's cool, soft hand. What's that got to do with you? I won't tell you, let it kill you with curiosity. Chun-Ji's temple veins bulged as he nearly fainted on the spot. This pretty boy was truly ruthless. He's my boyfriend. Pei Qinghuan interlaced her fingers with Jiang Ye's, looking sideways at the self-destructive green-haired werewolf, her pretty face cold as frost, her voice clear and resolute. My boyfriend, Pei Qinghuan's boyfriend. Her cold, melodious voice rang out with finality. Pei Qinghuan didn't even spare Chun-Ji a glance as she took Jiang Ye's hand and led him away intimately. Impossible, Qinghuan. He's just a shield, isn't he? Chun-Ji lay sprawled on the ground, his voice weak, yet still unwilling to give up. Pei Qinghuan looked back with a light sneer. Xiao Yi and I are a perfect match. What right does a simp like you have to point fingers? So, I'm just a simp. Chun-Ji's rage consumed him as he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. Hatred and resentment nearly tearing him apart, his devotion unrequited, only to have some pretty boy steal his prize. Jiang Ye didn't even glance at Chun-Ji, calmly enjoying the interlaced fingers with the aloof campus beauty. The mischievous rabbit in his embrace kept bumping around, making him uncomfortable, but with Pei Qinghuan's composed expression beside him, he could only shake his head helplessly. If he hadn't witnessed her obsessive side last night, he might have actually believed he was just a shield. How does this so-called goddess of restraint always want to make their act real? Chu Moli puffed her cheeks like a hamster, full of resentment. Sister Qinghuan is too much. Using my brother as a shield, terrible. Just last night, she and her best friend had held hands and talked heart-to-heart, with Qinghuan swearing she'd never fall in love, only wanting to level up and raid dungeons, at most finding a shield to appease her family's marriage pressure. Who would have thought that shield would be her own brother? Watching her best friend hold Jiang Ye's hand with such natural intimacy in every gesture, Chu Moli felt a bitter pang in her heart. She was jealous. Wu Ziying watched their retreating figures from afar, unable to suppress her smile. Just as I suspected, the young master is indeed the second Mrs. Boyfriend. In her eyes, Chun-Ji wasn't even worthy of carrying her young master's shoes. With a cold snort, she ordered her subordinates to clean up the fallen Chun-Ji. Two expressionless bodyguards in sunglasses and suits lifted Chun-Ji and, following the second Mrs. instructions, dumped him by the roadside. Having lost his werewolf transformation, he was left with only tattered loincloth. Proud young master of the Chun family now looked like a bag of trash. In the spacious, bright living room, the coffee table was laden with seasonal fresh fruits. Sister Qinghuan, you better explain. Chu Moli crossed her arms, glaring down at Pei Qinghuan, who was peeling an orange. Moli, don't be angry, have an orange. Pei Qinghuan offered her a segment while patting the leather sofa beside her. One doesn't hit a smiling face, so Chu Moli huffed and sat down on Jiang Ye's other side, her little head leaning protectively toward her brother like a jealous pet. Jiang Ye chewed on the orange segment, his tone relaxed. So, my little girlfriend? Pei Qinghuan clapped her hands together, explaining matter-of-factly. That Chun-Ji has been relentlessly pursuing me, flaunting his status as the heir of the Lin Haichin family. He's nothing but a biting simp. Ivy, you never paid him any attention. You know how it is, fame brings trouble, just like how a fat pig attracts attention. The flies chasing after me in Lin Hai could form a line all the way to Jiangqing. Pei Qinghuan sat in the single armchair in the living room, her brows furrowed with lingering worry, red lips pressed together as she spoke with a hint of complaint. She lifted her head, a flash of apology crossing her eyes as she added solemnly. This all happened so suddenly. If I've offended you, I'm sorry. Jiang Ye didn't rush to respond. He first picked up his water glass and took a sip, then said with a half smile, "If apologies actually worked, what would we need police for? Besides, didn't you promise a swimsuit party to help me relax?" He remembered clearly this seemingly reserved campus beauty had been going on and on about parties. Today's blazing sun was perfect for beach swimwear and soaking up some rays. Under his gaze, Pei Qinghwan felt her cheeks burn. Her small hands twisted her skirt into wrinkles, the neckline of her dress trembling slightly. Finally, blushing, she nodded gently. "Of course. I've already had Sister Ingzi prepare everything. We can head to the beach outside the courtyard right now." Seeing that Jiang Ye wasn't truly angry, she quietly pressed her hand to her chest and let out a long breath of relief. But she was interrupted by Chu Moli suddenly standing up. "Sister Qinghwan, don't think you can get away with this. You can't keep using my brother as a shield." "Don't be angry, Moli." Pei Qinghwan took her best friend's small hand and pulled her close, whispering enticingly in her ear. "You wouldn't want to waste the chance to see Xiaoya in swimwear, would you? I've prepared lots of beautiful swimsuits. Whether you can catch his attention depends on whether you seize this opportunity." Chu Moli immediately sat up straight, stealing a glance at her brother who was drinking water, then nodded quickly, her pretty face flushing red. "Sister Qinghwan, you're so devious. Using this to tempt me, I'm not." Pei Qinghwan suppressed a laugh. "I'll help create some alone time for you two." "Sister Qinghwan, you really know people well." Chu Moli guiltily stole another glance at Jiang Ye, planning in her mind. She'd pretend she couldn't swim and ask her brother to teach her, then take the chance to get close to him. She was absolutely brilliant. Pei Qinghwan called toward the entrance. "Ingzi, take Moli to get changed." The mature maid Ingzi immediately obeyed the command. "Wait, Hilla's going too." The silver dragon girl wagged her tail, following along with the fallen angel. They also wanted to change into cool swimwear to show off more in front of their master. The living room instantly became quiet, with only Jiang Ye and Pei Qinghwan remaining. He set down his teacup and turned to study the campus beauty. "You went through all that trouble to send my sister away. Is there something you need to tell me?" "It's about the shield thing," Pei Qinghwan admitted frankly, taking a deep breath to calm her nerves. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. "I'm afraid it's not that simple, is it?" Indeed, for someone as thick-skinned as Pei Qinghwan to act shy and nervous, this couldn't be just an ordinary request. "It's about an engagement." She finally mustered the courage to stand up, her silk-stockinged legs trembling slightly beneath her dress. Not daring to meet Jiang Ye's eyes, she stared at the carpet instead. "I've been betrothed since childhood to someone I've never met. I refuse to accept this arrangement, but my parents insist on the marriage. I want to ask you to pretend to be my boyfriend, so they'll give up on the idea." These words were completely truthful. She had always detested that engagement, and after meeting Jiang Ye, she found it even more unbearable. If she could use the pretense of being his girlfriend to resolve the engagement, while also drawing closer to him, maybe even make it real, it would kill two birds with one stone, a sure win. Jiang Ye chuckled softly but asked seriously, "So, what's in it for me? Expecting me to do your dirty work without any benefit doesn't seem like your style." "The benefit?" Pei Qinghwan knelt beside him, cupping his face in both hands as her soft red lips pressed against his. "Is this enough?" No, she had more. A stunning silhouette knelt on the soft sofa, wearing a turquoise gauze dress and over-thinny socks. She tilted back her snow-white neck, her plea both shy and timid. She felt like a little wildcat who had just stolen a treat, her heart racing and cheeks burning. Pei Qinghwan couldn't understand how she had suddenly become so bold, acting on her hidden desires so directly. This was clearly seduction. Shame washed over her instantly. She lowered her head, her eyes dimming with a fragmented melancholy. But so what if she was seducing him? She told Jiang Ye word by word in her heart. "I just want to surpass you, even if only once." The engagement felt like shackles, and she despised having her life controlled by others. Playing the fake girlfriend might be cliché, but it was the most practical approach. Get close first, find his weakness, until Jiang Ye couldn't resist the temptation and the act became real. Then, no matter how strong Jiang Ye was, he would become nothing more than her devoted servant. Her competitive spirit was fully awakened, her sense of achievement growing daily. Pei Qinghwan suddenly realized that what she truly wanted was to make this man obey her, or perhaps, to make herself obey. The cool touch and maiden's fragrance still lingered on his lips. Jiang Ye frowned, his expression serious as he questioned, "The price for pursuing me isn't that simple." Pei Qinghwan clutched her chest, her delicate brows furrowed as she muttered with both disdain and grievance. "You got what you wanted, and still complain. What more do you want?" But inwardly she rejoiced. "That little Ye must be enchanted by me." Sister was right. "Oh, taste a man's sweetness, you must first give him sweetness. Just little Ye, no matter how strong, will still drown in my beauty." She almost hummed with satisfaction, a faint smile playing at her lips, pride dancing in her eyes. "If taking advantage counts as a price, I have nothing to say." Jiang Ye spoke indifferently, wiping away traces from his lips, his voice cold. The unexpected cold water hit her. Wasn't she the one being taken advantage of? He actually said she wanted something for nothing? I took advantage. Pei Qinghuan pointed at her own lips, stunned. The development had completely deviated from her expectations. How could Jiang Ye be disgusted? Could it be she had no charm? Isn't that so? Jiang Ye asked back. His cool, restrained exterior had been torn away, revealing an almost obsessive fixation last night. He had already experienced it firsthand. Then what do you want? For you to bully me instead? Pei Qinghuan's eyes brimmed with tears, looking pitiful. That had been her first kiss. It was bad enough that he wasn't moved, but he even showed disgust. Her heart was breaking. Even if she wanted to cry, she absolutely wouldn't let him make her cry. She would never admit defeat. I have no interest in bullying you. But if you want to cooperate, you must obey. Jiang Ye's lips curved slightly as he wiped away her tears, his tone brooking no refusal. He didn't want an ordinary pet, but one that would obey absolutely. Pei Qinghuan, one of the two stunning beauties of the Pei family in Linhai, had limitless potential and a sister who was a sword immortal beyond level 100, capable of slaying demons with her blade. If she could make the connection, he would gain deep access to the female sword immortal and glimpse the mysteries of the abyss ahead of time. Jiang Ye felt a dull ache in his heart. He always felt that his parents' death wasn't as simple as it seemed. The sooner he could understand the demon's true strength, the more he could focus on leveling up without worrying about dying unexpectedly in some catastrophe. Allowing Jiang Ye's fingers to gently caress her cheek, Pei Qinghuan furrowed her delicate brows and bit her lip as she negotiated warily. I'll be obedient, but you can't do anything excessive. What counts as excessive? For example, Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow with a half smile. To him, this troublesome woman sneaking over in the middle of the night to bully him was already excessive enough. You can't bully me, hit me, scold me, or... Pei Qinghuan's voice grew smaller and smaller, her pretty face flushing red, until finally, she buzzed like a mosquito, or do those strange things. Her hint was extremely obvious, and she believed Jiang Ye should understand her interests and preferences. Jiang Ye chuckled and shook his head. Don't worry, I won't do anything excessive. He didn't consider himself into that sort of thing, and had no intention of rewarding a Yandera. Pei Qinghuan hummed softly, lowering her head to suppress her excitement. Then I accept. What conditions do you want to propose? She secretly wondered if this made her his girlfriend now. Help me get an introduction to your sister. Jiang Ye was direct. You. What do you want to do to my sister? Pei Qinghuan was stunned. She had expected him to make excessive demands of her, but the target had suddenly become her bright moon sword immortal sister, instantly stirring up jealousy. Nothing like that. I want to improve myself. Your sister is a level 100 boss, and I want to understand the true strength of abyss demons through her. Don't forget, you promised to teach me the Pei family sword techniques. Jiang Ye said it all in one breath, curious about how strong a level 100 powerhouse really was, and what it meant to surpass level 100. Pei Qinghuan took a deep breath and said seriously, Sister has long abandoned worldly desires, so the Pei family depends on me to carry on the bloodline. So I can teach you the sword techniques, but you must help me deal with the marriage arrangement. She looked up with bright, determined eyes, simple and direct, waiting for Jiang Ye to take the bait. Deal. Jiang Ye extended his hand. Pei Qinghuan grasped that hand and smiled sideways. Pleasant cooperation, my dear boyfriend. By the seaside, the sunlight was perfect. Under a beach umbrella, Pei Qinghuan dipped her fingertips in sunscreen and carefully applied it to Jiang Ye's face. She wore an orange halter bandeau bikini top with triangle bottoms, youthful and eye-catching. Jiang Ye lay on a beach chair, his floral short-sleeved shirt half open, with tropical patterned shorts and an iced drink by his feet. It's fake. Don't get too into character. I already said I'm your girlfriend, so what's wrong with holding hands? If you don't want to get sunburned, just stay quiet. Pei Qinghuan pouted, still working to spread the sunscreen evenly, though her peripheral vision couldn't help but admire his physique. She licked her lips, a flash of possessive obsession in her eyes. Such a great body shouldn't be taken advantage of by other vixens. Suddenly, Master, situation detected. Silver Dragon Princess Hill came running over, wagging her tail. She wore a soft white string bikini with a yellow duck swim ring around her slender waist, sexy yet adorable. Jiang Ye sat up, buttoning his shirt. Report. Abyssal fluctuations appeared in the sea. Level 20 demon disc octopus invaded the shallows, but Jabali and I dealt with it. Hill panted, her chest rising and falling. Jiang Ye looked in the direction she pointed, seeing a deep red octopus corpse floating in the clear shallow water, its eye-covered tentacles cut up and piled into dark chunks of flesh. His sister Jabali, wearing a light blue swimsuit, was summoning water spears to seal off the area. Glub glub. Bubbles churned as a deep blue light gates stirred up whirlpools on the water's surface. The entire area was instantly shrouded in abyssal energia. Catastrophe-level dungeon had arrived. Jiang Ye's gaze turned cold as he grabbed the silver dragon girl's hand. Hill, experience packages have arrived, let's go. The beach was filled with the salty, humid sea breeze. The girl's long hair danced in the wind, light and graceful, Yet their gradually furrowing brows betrayed their unease as the sea conditions suddenly changed. Before them, a massive crimson starfish octopus had been washed ashore by the waves, its severed sucker tentacles hanging by threads, slime oozing everywhere, covered with eerie eyeballs, a horrifying sight. This was a demon disc octopus, a common abyssal beast from the deep sea that should have ruled the ocean floor, yet now it lay stranded in shallow waters, causing Jiang Ye to frown in contemplation. What exactly had happened? Further out, the sea surface was torn open by a brilliant blue portal, with whirlpools roaring and churning the coastal waters, raising towering waves. Jiang Ye's heart sank. It seemed the defenses of both the Adventurers Guild and the Abyssal Investigation Team had collapsed, allowing abyssal forces to pour into reality. Many abyssal beasts had already broken through the seals. Pei Qinghuan lifted her gaze toward the churning sea, her raven-black hair dancing in the wind, her brow deeply furrowed. She had originally planned to frolic in the water with her new boyfriend, but the successive disasters had completely ruined her mood. Chu Moli was also startled by the commotion. Recalling how even the most powerful Adventurers Guild in the coastal region couldn't withstand the invasion, her face paled slightly, her light blue outfit clinging to her body in the wind as her worries deepened. Jiang Ye hadn't overlooked another organization, the Abyssal Investigation Team. He looked toward the aloof campus beauty before him and tentatively asked, "Has the Abyssal Investigation Team also failed?" The scent of danger and experience stirred his fighting spirit. Nearby, Hill and Gabriel stared intensely at Pei Qinghuan's impressive figure, curious about how this girl could have dropped from a rank to drank, and how she might regain her strength in such a short time. Pei Qinghuan provided the answer. Several months ago, a demon fox had escaped from a catastrophe-level dungeon and, after passing through the coastal area, infiltrated another dungeon to make its nest. The fox's overflowing aura had strengthened the abyssal forces, causing all dungeons in the coastal region to simultaneously grow more powerful. Initially, the professionals were completely unaware until abyssal beasts broke through the dungeons and invaded reality, shocking everyone into realizing disaster had struck. Pei Qinghuan's knuckles turned white as she clenched her fists. This coastal city was her hometown. How could she bear to watch abyssal beasts run rampant? But with her strength alone, she was powerless to turn the tide and could only hope for her sister's return. Lost in thought, her brow furrowed even deeper. Interested in taking a trip to the ocean floor? Jiang Ye asked, hands in his pockets, facing the roaring waves. He had been stuck at level 19 for half a day and was eager for a breakthrough. Once he reached level 20, new divine talents and pet slots would unlock, and the epic pet egg in his inventory could finally be put to use. But it's too dangerous. Pei Qinghuan's eyes flickered with worry as she hesitantly shook her head. Though Jiang Ye had an impressive record and could even sweep through catastrophe-level dungeons, she felt inadequate and feared holding him back. Catastrophe-level dungeons were virtually certain death. She could accept dying herself, but if she dragged Jiang Ye down with her, she would never rest in peace. Maiko Sakura interjected, her brow equally furrowed. The second miss is right. Young master mustn't be reckless. If you truly wish to explore the dungeon, I could first send people to detect the energy fluctuations and assess the difficulty level to make proper preparations. She stood respectfully behind her young mistress, wearing a black strapless swimsuit. She was cautious and meticulous in her work, never acting without thorough preparation. She would rather put herself in danger than expose the young lady and master to any risk. I'm afraid it's too late. Jiang Ye shook his head, pointing toward the churning sea. A massive swarm of abyssal beasts is pouring out like fish crossing a river. If we don't close this dungeon in time, the consequences will be catastrophic. The azure sea swelled and surged, with waves rising like walls. Three dark shadows, the finger-licking mantis shrimp, the tingling moray eel, and the stockings kelp were the first to reach the beach, occupying the entire stretch of sand in an instant. You're right. Rather than sitting here waiting for death, we should fight for our lives. Pei Qinghuan laughed heartily, her sword-like eyebrows relaxing as the gloom lifted from her face. Sister Ingzi, I'm counting on you to handle the abyssal beasts near the manor. Xiao Yi and I will enter the dungeon and destroy every single portal. With the situation urgent, she didn't waste a second. Wu Ziying looked at the second young lady with worried brows, then immediately nodded. Light gates are everywhere along the entire coast. They must be closed as soon as possible. I understand. She turned to Jiang Ye, her eyes filled with pleading. Please take care of the young lady. Wu Ziying trusted Jiang, yet his young man who could instantly kill abyssal beasts above his level possessed potential that surpassed even the eldest lady. Yes, there's no time to lose. Let's go. Jiang Ye immediately agreed, pulling the girls toward the raging waves. Perhaps he really can create a miracle. Watching Jiang Ye's agile figure, Wu Ziying pressed down her constantly shifting garments, her gaze growing warm. Until then, let me clear the obstacles for the young master. A red gleam flashed through her beautiful eyes, revealing her killing intent. As the mantis shrimp was still hopping about, she had already planned in her mind. Grilled shrimp would be delicious for the young lady. The tingling moray eel, though long, was edible despite its flashing electric light, and the stocking's kelp could even run and jump. Before she could finish her thoughts, a fierce wind suddenly arose. The sea surface was split by a single sword strike. Jiang Ye had somehow drawn his pitch-black sword and casually slashed, forcibly splitting the massive waves into a deep trench. The beach instantly became a scene of bloody carnage with corpses scattered everywhere. Taking advantage of the moment before the waves closed again, he led the silver dragon princess through the light gate, with the girls diving in after them. Splash! The closing sea surface exploded with a thunderous roar, red tides surging as floating corpses drifted about. If he's this strong, can the second young lady handle him? Wu Ziying touched the soft sheath at her waist, her black hair disheveled, the shock in her heart lingering for a long time. Natural disaster. Mirage Dragon Palace, level 30. Crimson coral swayed with the water, pebble paths led to distant palaces, and colorful fish swam among them. Jiang Ye floated in the water, quickly gaining control of his body. This is an underwater breathing sachet specially prepared by Sister Xiangxiang. Wearing it allows you to breathe and move freely underwater. He distributed the pink-furred fox's special sachets to his school beauty teammates, then stepped onto the pebble path and surveyed their surroundings. Another natural disaster dungeon. Could there be a demon hidden in this dragon palace as well? Disaster Dungeon Mirage Sea Dragon Palace, level 30 restriction. Outside the ancient Dragon Palace city, the azure sea surface undulated darkly as Jiang Ye led his team steadily forward through the scattered rocks and coral. Demons, apex predators of the abyss food chain. Even the lowest tier had long broken through the level 100 barrier, and once they broke free from their seals to descend upon the mortal realm, the entire coastal region would become a playground of disaster. Pei Qinghuan fastened the water-repelling sachet to her waist, frowning as she whispered her warning. Passing through the shimmering azure light gate, she changed into an ethereal ancient-style white dress that flowed like a fairy's garment, its hem rippling as the water reflected glimpses of her skin and orange swimsuit beneath, creating an enchanting sight. Sister Qinghuan, needn't worry, big brother will definitely speedrun this dungeon. Close the teleportation gate and seal away all those demons. Chu Moli floated in the water, her dark hair flowing as she clenched her small fists, her dress hem forming waves around her like her brother's #1 fan. Jiang Ye stepped onto the water-smooth pebbles, suddenly stopping and turning around. Don't you all sense something unusual? Such as, Pei Qinghuan lightly furrowed her delicate brows. Master means that strange fragrance drifting through these waters? Hill moved closer to Jiang Ye, lightly sniffing the seawater while suppressing her intoxication, her pretty face slightly flushed. Indeed, a mysterious fragrance drifted with the current, making one's emotions surge upon inhaling it. Correct. Jiang Ye gently patted the silver dragon maiden's smooth head with a hint of praise. Hill's tail fin swayed as her silver dress spread out in the water, her soft white swimsuit flickering in and out of view, appearing as comfortable as if she were home. Master means. Jiabarui's beautiful eyes focused as she grabbed 2 snow-white shells to wrap around her chest, her voluptuous figure resembling a mermaid gliding through the azure waves. Exactly. Jiang Ye's expression grew serious. This mysterious fragrance is the root cause of the aquatic creature's rampage. It provides a 10 attribute boost in a disaster-level dungeon. That's potentially fatal. Disaster-tier abyssal beasts already possessed overwhelming attributes, and with an additional 10 boost, they were virtually unstoppable. At least we benefit equally. Pei Qinghuan swam closer, grasping Jiang Ye's hand and forcing a smile. Doesn't that mean after inhaling the fragrance, my brother will also be as strong as a monster? Chu Moli's gaze fell to Jiang Ye's shorts as she muttered quietly. Her brother was already extraordinary, and with a 10 boost, she feared she couldn't handle it. A blessing in disguise, I suppose. Jiang Ye nodded lightly indeed, as formidable as a monster. He led his team of campus beauties through the azure waves. In the distance, the remnants of the dragon's city floated, surrounded by crimson mist like burning clouds shrouding the ancient city. Careful, dungeon creatures incoming. At Jiang Ye's warning, the silver dragon Maiden Hill immediately moved forward, shielding everyone. Rustle. Sand churned and murky water spread as a shadowy figure poked out its head, blinking eyes like ghostly blue flames. Name, Shrimp Soldier Undead. Level, 25. Tier, Disaster. Description, when the Dragon King fell and the Dragon Princess was imprisoned, the Mirage Sea Dragon Palace was destroyed, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals were buried in the 10th sand-meter depths. Their souls, lingering for 1,000 years, still guard the dragon's spirits within the city. Skill, Scissors, Rock. Attributes, Weight 100, Strength 300, Agility 500, Spirit 10. On the muddy ground, skeletal shrimp soldiers wrapped in tattered Tang Dynasty armor dragged their decaying blades, creaking and swaying as they approached. Ghostly blue flames flickered in their hollow eye sockets. You insignificant shrimp dare to show off before an expert? Brother, Sister Hill, leave this to me. Chu Moli's eyes swirled with azure light as she smiled confidently. Jiang Ye nodded, and his sister immediately transformed into a blur, melting into the shadows beneath her feet. The next moment, a cold, sinister serpent slithered through the sand, flicking its chilling forked tongue. Overwhelming force, she cried out delicately. Water elements surged from everywhere, massive waves rising from thin air, instantly grinding the pitiful shrimp soldier's soul into dust. Shadow devour. Swoosh. The shadow serpent coiled and struck, its menacing head opening a ghostly maw that completely swallowed the shrimp soldier. Through the murky water mist, Chu Moli's petite figure slowly emerged, her black twin tails swaying like seaweed in the waves. She patted her rapidly beating chest, lifted her flushed face, and pursed her lips seeking praise. Brother, am I a capable sister? She's capable during the day and at night too. Don't speak. Turn around first. Jiang Ye covered his face with one hand, pointing behind her. Does brother prefer the scenery behind? Chu Moli grabbed her twin tails and turned around skeptically. At what she saw, her face instantly turned deathly pale. They're everywhere. How? How are there so many? She screamed and jumped onto Jiang Ye, her slender arms tightly hooking around his neck as she buried her pale face in his chest. Swish, swish, swish. Creak, creak, creak. The sandy ground trembled, water mist churned, as if thousands of troops were crawling out from hell. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Shrimp soldiers formed a sea, crab generals rose like mountains. We're doomed, we're surrounded. Pei Qinghuan's face turned pale, her jade hand trembling as she gripped her sword, sweat beading on her forehead. The dark mass of shrimp seas and crab mountains awakened in their decaying military formation, ghostly blue flames forming a line as they coldly observed everyone. No. Jiang Ye chuckled and shook his head, stepping on azure waves as he advanced. It's me who has surrounded them. Silver radiance boiled in his eyes, his domineering presence sweeping in all directions. Boom. Black energy waves instantly crushed the dark mass of undead legions. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking bones continued endlessly. Thud, thud. The undead skeletons knelt in unison, trembling convulsively. What? Pei Qinghuan exclaimed, her life-bound sword falling from her hands as her delicate fingers gripped her jade legs, blood seeping from her fingertips. Dust clouds rolled, vision blurred, and all she could see was tens of thousands of shrimp soldiers and crab generals' souls cowering in submission, no longer resisting. The terrifying army capable of destroying an entire city was repelled by just one glance from Jiang Ye. Before the shock could fade, her face involuntarily flushed crimson. Her boyfriend was so handsome. Wake up. Jiang Ye stood among the shattered armor and skeletons, his gaze looking down at the kneeling souls, his voice calm. Meanwhile, in Linhai City, at the Abyss Guild headquarters, the office was spacious yet oppressive, bathed in cold light. Guild President Chen Rui raised her hand and struck the desk twice with a sharp bang bang, signaling her assistant to play the footage they had just retrieved. The large screen flickered with static as everyone instinctively held their breath. After a few seconds, the image suddenly brightened. King? What Dragon King? Came the mocking voice of a team member from the recording. This Dragon Palace ancient city is nothing but broken ruins, not even a ghost in sight. The guild higher-ups are all cowards. It's nowhere near as terrifying as they claimed. The legendary Dragon King is nowhere to be found. Are you avoiding us? Or are we just too mighty for you? Ha ha ha, pathetic. What abyss breach, what disaster escalation, it's all bullshit. The scene shifted underwater. The adventure squad in diving gear moved through the murky seabed, their feet treading over collapsed walls and cracked stone pillars. They shook their heads dismissively. They had every right to mock, as the Phantom Squad ranked among the top 10 strongest teams in the Linhai Guild. What's that? Shrimp soldiers. Shrimp soldiers, endless waves of shrimp soldiers surging from the darkness. Holy shit, the intel was real. There's an underwater portal connected to the Dragon Palace, guarded by a million-strong, undead army. Doesn't that mean we're completely surrounded? Inside their diving suits, the team members exchanged glances, cold sweat condensing into droplets on their masks. Screams erupted one after another, blood mist rapidly spreading inside the masks as the waters were instantly stained crimson. The footage abruptly stopped, leaving only chaotic static. That's the third team, now total annihilation, no survivors. Chen Rui wiped the exhaustion from her face, speaking in a low voice, barely containing her rage. Ever since the nine-tailed fox had fled into Linhai, the abyss breach had persisted for half a month. She had barely slept, her eyes bloodshot and alarming. Knock, knock, knock. Sudden knocking interrupted the silence. Chen Rui looked toward the core members in the room and the elite investigators from the invited Abyss investigation team. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she called toward the door. Enter. A female secretary in a black bodycon skirt and stockings hurried in with frantic steps, leaning close to whisper in her ear. That damn brat. Rui clenched her fists tightly, biting her lip as she roared in fury. The abyss is invading, and he still dares to cause trouble. Her chest heaved violently with each breath, and she nearly fainted from rage while Linhai City hung by a thread. Her son Qinji was out there causing problems. President Chun, let's focus on the crisis facing Linhai first. Investigation team leader Xia Yu said, placing his clasped hands on the desk with a calm expression, offering a gentle reminder. With a million-strong undead army about to break through, Linhai City was in dire straits. As a member of the Great Xia's official forces, Xia Yu could only fight to the very end, never retreating. I understand. Rui rubbed her temples, forcing a weak smile. The nine-tailed fox stole the dragon's soul essence and accidentally triggered the ancient underwater city, causing the dragon's soul to awaken. Recently, dungeons throughout Linhai have gone berserk and out of control. Portals are appearing everywhere, and abyss beasts keep pouring into reality. We have no choice left, do we? Xia Yu interlaced his fingers, his expression grave. A million undead souls guard the city of the dead. Once the dragon's soul fully awakens, it will be the end of Linhai. She could not allow such catastrophe to befall them. The Great Xia Guild must fight to the last drop of blood. Conscript all professionals below level 30 to clear every dungeon, close the light gates, save Linhai, and turn the tide. Rui took a deep breath, surveying her old comrades in arms before asking solemnly, does anyone object? The group exchanged glances, then looked at the screen still flickering with static. Their faces grew increasingly grim, but they finally nodded silently. They had no choice but to fight to the death. Then I declare that the battle to the death. Rui slammed the table and shot up with fury, biting her red lips as she roared. Begins. Jiangcheng, the Song family residence. Linhai was sealed off by abyssal forces. All communications were down, leaving only newspapers to barely carry pleas for help. When one is in trouble, all should come to aid. Professionals from various regions responded in relay on the forums. Post-scrolling. Did you hear? The abyss has invaded Linhai City in the southern province. A million souls have awakened to guard the city of the dead, seeking to sacrifice the entire city in blood to resurrect the Dragon King. It's a level 30 capped disaster dungeon. Going there without a full set of epic gear and in class profession is suicide. At this moment of life and death, are we still afraid to die? Damn it, if they want to destroy Linhai, they'll have to step over my corpse first. Sigh, Daxiao is doomed. After this uprising, another city will probably be wiped off the map. The phone screen closed, and the last line from the forum reflected on Song Shiyu's gloomy face. The newspaper just came out, and the internet is already exploding. She leaned against the window, the air conditioning blowing on her white t-shirt with Jiang Ye's photo printed on it. Her black casual shorts accentuated her two slender white legs that kept swinging restlessly, but couldn't shake off the irritation in her heart. Sister Xiangxiang, it's been a day and I can't reach Xiao Yi. His phone has no signal, he's not replying to messages. Did he go to Linhai? Halfway through speaking, she clutched her trembling collar as her face gradually paled. Qin Xiang tilted her head back and drained her milk in one gulp, her pink tongue licking away the white residue from the corner of her lips. She stood up, tucking her hair behind her ears, her alluring face covered with a layer of cold gloom. Most likely, it's not just Himi's sister-in-law Chu Moli has also gone missing, as if she vanished from the planet. Other than Linhai, I can't think of anywhere else they'd be. I'm going to find him. Song Shiyu suddenly stood up. If you go now, you're going to die. Qin Xiang's voice was low and cold. He promised to go on a date with me, but this bastard secretly ran off to Linhai. No matter how dangerous it is, I'm bringing him back. The girl seemed deaf to the questioning as she took off her t-shirt and shorts, walking toward the closet. Can you swim? I can't. Her clothes fell silently to the floor, her snow-white silhouette swaying as her light purple underwear outlined her delicate curves. As soon as the words left her mouth, she seemed drained of all strength, trembling as she crouched down, her voice breaking. It's over. I'm such a landlubber. I'd have to be fished out as soon as I hit the water. I knew you were cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Couldn't squeeze out a drop of water. Qin Xiang sighed softly, rubbing her forehead. She walked barefoot to her friend, crouched down to embrace her, and wiped away her tears just like Jiang Ye would do. Then, like performing magic, she pulled out a crimson sachet emanating a faint fragrance from her shirt pocket and gently patted it onto those snow-white fragrant shoulders. Put on the water-repelling sachet. We'll set out together. Not just for Xiao Yi, but for the crisis in Linhai. We would rather die than be found wanting. Song Shiyu looked up at the wall, densely covered with photos of Jiang Ye. Wherever there was disaster, there was his figure. Qin Xiang was certain of this. The girl quickly wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, and reached out to high-five the pink-haired fox, her pretty face filled with determination. Let's go. Destination Linhai. The No Early Romance Squad, assemble. Dark clouds churned overhead as a storm approached. Stepping out of the station, Song Shiyu pulled off her light blue baseball cap and gazed up at the gloomy sky, muttering under her breath, "It's going to rain. Looks like the beach fun with Xiao Yi is ruined. I even prepared several sexy swimsuits specially." She casually removed her sunglasses, stuffed them into her pocket, and pouted at the pink-haired beauty behind her. Qin Xiang glanced up at the low-hanging clouds and nodded calmly. "Don't be such a downer. Instead of a beach party, the seaside hot springs aren't bad either." She patted her snow-white shoulder, her red lips curving upward. "I brought swimsuits too, plus spare clothes. Even if we end up in a mixed bath with Xiao Yi, we're more than prepared." I knew Sister Xiangxiang would think of everything. Song Shiyu's cheeks flushed at the thought of hot springs, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation whether it was azure waves or hot springs. She could take more new photos of Jiang Ye to replace that faded old picture on her bedroom wall. But before that, Qin Xiang's smile faded as her tone shifted. "We need to deal with the crisis first." The two exchanged glances, took deep breaths, and hurried toward the Adventurers Guild. Clearing the dungeon was their top priority. Beneath the azure sea, sunlight was swallowed by layers of waves as dark currents surged with ghostly shadows drifting within. The once glorious palace walls had crumbled to ruins, golden tiles buried in silt, leaving only final sorrow behind. Tens of thousands of skeletons knelt on the seabed, their armor corroded, tattered cloth swaying slowly in the current. Jiang Ye stepped over the shattered bones of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, murky sediment exploding around his heels. He gazed at the distant dragon palace ruins, silver light coiling around his left eye as he spoke in a low voice. "No king to be found. A trapped dragon that won't emerge is nothing but dead matter." With that, he casually beckoned with his finger. What is Big Brother doing?" Chu Moli stumbled back half a step in shock, her small hands clutching her floating twin tails like lifelines. Her cherry lips, bitten white, trembled slightly, scattering an army of undead with just a look. "Too powerful. Phew, I thought we were done for." Her sword clattered to the ground as Pei Qinghuan didn't even bother to pick it up, hastily wiping cold sweat from her brow. If those tens of thousands of calamities had swarmed them, they would have been buried on the ocean floor long ago. "Xiao Yi is as reliable as always." She bit her fingertip lightly, crimson spreading as she used the pain to steady her heartbeat. Her gaze fell on Jiang Ye's casual beckoning gesture, her delicate brows furrowing. Was it provocation? A command? "Big Brother. He hasn't really become an undead lord, has he?" Chu Moli whispered her guess. "Stand up." Jiang Ye's voice was steady, yet it echoed through the depths. Scritch, scritch, skeletal joints ground together in unison. The tens of thousands of undead souls first went rigid, then bowed their heads in even greater reverence, pressing themselves closer to the seabed. "Very good." Jiang Ye's lips curved slightly upward. With one test, he had brought all the masterless undead under his command. The ghostly shadows of shrimp soldiers and crab generals prostrated like a tide, awaiting orders. "Go." With a grand gesture, dark chains floated and danced in the water like ribbons. These were the gold coins dropped by the abyssal serpent, the epic tier equipment known as the Dragon Soul Banner. The chain was pitch black and emanated a bone-chilling coldness, creating ripples across the water with Jiang Ye's movements. This item came with the inherent skill, Dragon Pavilion, capable of instantly collecting scattered undead souls. "Is that a soul-summoning banner?" By the water's edge, Pei Qinghuan suddenly held her breath. Could her brother truly command the netherworld? In the next second, tens of thousands of ghostly souls glowing with eerie green phosphorescence shot into the chain's stern dark ribbons with a whoosh. Soul mist churned and finally condensed into a pitch-black banner that fluttered in the water waves before settling firmly into Jiang Ye's palm. With 100,000 ghostly souls at his command, how was this any different from being a king of hell? Her suspicions confirmed, Pei Qinghuan bit her pearly teeth, her beautiful face filled with shock and her clear eyes brimming with admiration. She even fantasized about becoming one of his obedient souls, helping the Death Knight gain renown. Jiang Ye merely turned to glance at the stunned campus beauties, chuckling and shaking his head as he held the soul banner more steadily. Just the outskirts of this ancient city already gathered tens of thousands of souls, he quickly calculated. If I venture deeper into the ancient city and devour all the remaining spirits, perhaps the VIP seats in the soul banner could truly be filled. Equipment information. Name, Dragon Soul Banner. Level, 20. Description, after absorbing sufficient souls, can summon an ancient dragon spirit. Effect, Constitution 100, comes with skill Dragon Pavilion, unlimited VIP seats available, awaiting your arrival. Summon, burn mana to awaken the ancient dragon Soul the Ender Shadow Dragon. The banner's surface was dark, with a black dragon faintly visible within. The Ender Shadow Dragon? That was the legendary dragon god said to have once destroyed the abyss. Due to its terrifyingly destructive power, it was eventually banished by a coalition of demons and completely extinct. To be able to awaken a slumbering ancestral dragon simply by commanding souls, what incredible luck! Jiang Ye suppressed his rising smile. Just a bit more experience, and he could level up, though his expression remained calm. With an ancestral dragon soul as his trump card, he felt more confident about tackling catastrophe-level dungeons. However, his current mana could only sustain the ancestral dragon for 10 seconds, brief and inadequate. If he could awaken an infinite mana talent, combined with the fearless nature of souls, he would surely grow stronger with each battle. Thinking of this, he could only hope his next level would grant him a divine talent to reduce mana consumption. He also had the Silver Dragon Princess and Fallen Angel, who when at full power seemed like 100,000 galloping steeds, yet their endurance was frustratingly limited. Ender Shadow Dragon? Sounds quite delicious. Beside him, the silver-haired little glutton Hill extended her snow-white dragon claw, lightly scratching the chains and black banner. Seeing the ancient dragon's phantom on the banner's surface, she licked her lips with obvious desire. Hill, can you absorb the dragon's soul power within the soul banner? Jiang Ye's mind stirred. Hill was an azure-eyed silver dragon, a descendant of ancestral dragons. With pure dragon emperor blood flowing through her voluptuous dragon form, her potential was unfathomable. Absorption isn't necessarily guaranteed. She leaned down to gently poke the banner's surface with her sharp claw, a mischievous smile playing at her lips. But I might become somewhat what? Somewhat more fond of master, that's all. Jiang Ye chuckled, but still handed over the soul banner. Her soft white dragon claw gently received it, and with a flourish, the pitch-black soul banner danced in the water like black silk directly equipped. In that instant, the madness deep within her bloodline was ignited. Silver eyes flashed with cold light as Hill's pretty face flushed with a layer of crimson, her lips curving into an almost frenzied arc. She had awakened. Whoosh! Bubbles rose through the surging azure waves. Hill floated suspended in the center of the sapphire water curtain, her silver hair spread like silk, the tips gently touching her chest as a cold, dark radiance pulsed with her breathing. Brother, Sister Hill, Chu Moli stepped across the waves, her brow furrowed with concern. Within moments, the silver dragon princess whom everyone admired suddenly knitted her delicate eyebrows, eyes tightly closed, floating silently as strange, sinister energy swirled around her body through the water, making everyone's nerves tense. Is this evolution? Pei Qinghuan looked up, her gaze complex. She had witnessed firsthand the silver dragon princess crushing the abyssal serpent. If such a mighty dragon were to advance further, it was unimaginable. Ali, please explain. Jiang Ye gazed at Hill, and after confirming she was in no mortal danger, his chest relaxed slightly. Yes, meow. Jia Bailey nodded. Every inch the professional made, yet her voice retained its liveliness. The bloodline potential of that perverted lizard is nearly infinite. As long as she captures the essence of an ancient dragon soul, she can awaken ancestral dragon power. As for evolution, perhaps the dragon soul essence deep within the dragon palace is elevating her life tier. The black-haired fallen angel fell silent after speaking, her wet wings swaying gently in the water as her cherry-colored pupils secretly studied her master's profile. Growing stronger always comes with a price. Will Sister Hill be in danger? Chu Moli's heart tightened, worry filling her eyes. Awakening is inherently unstable. Failure isn't impossible. Pei Qinghuan sighed softly, yet still patted her sister-in-law's shoulder. But we must trust her. All we can do is shield her from any interference. Jiang Ye's ears twitched slightly, catching faint disturbances in the distance as his gaze darkened. Whoosh! Sand suddenly exploded, murky seawater churned, and a blazing sword light tore upward from underground, vaporizing vast clouds of mist. Danger! Chu Moli raised her hand as shadows rose like a curtain from beneath everyone's feet, protecting them like a black tide. Hiss! The crimson sword radiance struck the dark barrier, instantly creating rolling steam as the surrounding temperature soared. Something underground is awakening. Pei Qinghuan held her sword before her chest, the silver blade absorbing the scorching energy from the water, its surface quickly turning blazing red. In just an instant, her sword had become a scalding rod of fire. Gripping the hilt with both hands, she drove it fiercely into the sandy bottom. Blazing edge. Her delicate shout exploded as blinding firelight spread through the sand, turning the entire water domain crimson. The reputation of the SS-rank Blazing Sun Sword Sovereign was well-deserved. Pei Qinghuan could command the fires of heaven and earth. In the span of shifting stars, she channeled all the absorbed energy back in counterattack. It's emerging. Jiang Ye's silver eyes flashed with cold light, his killing intent piercing through the water. Sand scattered once more, turbid waves spreading outward as a dark, ghostly shadow floated silently upward, its faded ribbons dancing in tatters while it gripped a long spear, spinning and striking. Name: Netherworld made fallen terracotta figurine. Level: 25. Rank: Catastrophe Boss. Description: In the 9 Netherworlds, beneath the Bridge of Helplessness, tears of the undead fell upon a broken terracotta figurine. The mural of a maiden on the figurine was lifelike, and after absorbing the obsessions of the undead, she miraculously came to life centuries later. To punish the dragon's betrayal, she gladly agreed to the undead's reckoning, vowing to fight the dragon clan to the death. Skills: soul-stealing sword, purgatory slash, iron wall defense, unyielding will. Attributes: stamina 1, strength 750, agility 2000, spirit 10. The pristine maiden figurine opened her eyes, ghostly phosphorescent flames flickering within. Bloody tears streamed down her cheeks as her tattered maid outfit floated in the water, seemingly brought to life. "Ollie, buy time for Mo. Lee and trap her," Jiang Ye shouted. He yanked the pitch-black purgatory blade from the fallen angel's chest and charged forward through the waves. "Human, leave the filthy silver dragon behind and get lost." The terracotta maid glared with contempt, her phosphorescent flames blazing brighter. "You think you're worthy?" Jiang Ye sneered coldly, his sword gleaming with dark light as he severed the rushing current. Seeking death, the terracotta maid's form became ghost-like, dodging the strike. Hiss, a chasm appeared as the waves merged, and she had vanished without a trace. Decent speed, troublesome. Jiang Ye held his sword defensively, listening for the fallen angel's coordination. The water surface churned as the fallen angel floated upward. "Broken figurine, get down." Jia Bailey moved nimbly through the water, wielding her black sword as she thrust directly at the terracotta maid's graceful silhouette. "You're an angel, didn't aid the wicked by opposing me." The terracotta maid dodged sideways, fury burning in her chest. She had nearly been shattered into clay by this meddlesome angel, her obsession almost dissipating entirely. "Are you trying to tell me what to do?" Jia Bailey's lips curved coldly, golden light bursting from her cherry-colored eyes as her black hair ignited seraph radiant form. Judgment's holy radiance. The sword light blazed golden, striking directly at the heart as the dim waters instantly became brilliant. "Ugh!" The terracotta maid groaned as her arm was severed, crimson tears spilling from the wound. The vengeful spirits within the severed limb wailed miserably under the holy light before being instantly purified. "Got you." Jiang Ye's lips curved slightly upward. Ghost hand. His right arm swelled with dark energy, pushing through the azure waves to envelop the terracotta maid's entire body. Crack. He had never known mercy toward women and squeezed hard. "Ugh!" The terracotta maid groaned as her body shattered. Crack, crack, crack. The massive ghost hand ground the fragments hundreds of times, the brittle sounds echoing through the water like grinding teeth. So powerful. Chu Mo Li gazed up at her brother, hearts floating in her eyes. "I haven't even made a move yet." Pei Qing Huan bit her lip, still shaken and feeling unwilling resentment surge in her chest. The catastrophe-level boss hadn't even had time to release its oppressive aura before being crushed to powder. Had she, a sword immortal, become mere decoration? No, she absolutely couldn't drag little Yi down. Pei Qing Huan gripped her sword and took a deep breath, her snow-white chest rising and falling. But Jiang Ye frowned slightly. "Is it over?" There was no kill notification in his ears. "Foolish human. Betrayal is endless and ceaseless, so I am immortal and undying." "Ha ha ha." The terracotta maid's maniacal laughter echoed, though her form was nowhere to be seen. The floating powder coalesced in the water-scattering beams to create soldiers. In an instant, hundreds upon thousands of terracotta maids burst forth from the earth. This is troublesome. Jiang Ye's heart sank. He despised persistent resurrection-type bosses most, but the Silver Dragon Princess had yet to awaken. Time was of the essence. With utmost urgency, his gaze turned coldly determined as he pointed his sword at the army of figurines. "Before the Silver Dragon Princess awakens." "How convenient. What I kill best are the immortal and undying. Dare to claim immortality, dare to boast of being indestructible?" Jiang Ye laughed, his eyes gleaming with cold light. These beautiful yet deadly creatures, had they asked for his permission? Humans, those who stand in the way, face only one outcome: death. The sea surface suddenly began to boil. Hundreds upon thousands of porcelain maiden servants emerged from the depths, floating in layers through the air. Their faces were exquisite yet filled with rage, their snow-white skin gleaming under the water's reflection, stretching endlessly into the distance. Their slender jade legs pressed together in perfect lines, bronze longswords standing upright against their legs, sliding from ankle to heart, sword tips tracing semicircles toward the sky. Crescent slash. Thousands of crescent-shaped sword energies transformed into blazing rainbows, scorching steam rising thunderously as the entire sea surface was stained blood-red like blooming spider lilies. Jiang Ye stood atop the waves, bathed in crimson light. Neither dodging nor retreating, he raised his hand in a grasping motion, and a massive dark palm materialized from thin air, tearing through the scalding air currents to clash heat-in with the countless sword beams. Boom! Shattered waves shot skyward. All sword energies exploded upon impact, completely blocked by the dark, ghostly hand. Torrential shockwaves stirred up raging tides, high-temperature steam rising to completely engulf Jiang Ye. A mantis trying to stop a chariot death is too good for him. Behind the steam, The porcelain maiden servants laughed coldly in unison. Their voluptuous forms undulated like ribbons on the water, their gazes proud and contemptuous. Let him be reduced to nothingness is the fate of those who dare resist us. They pointed their swords at the campus beauties, watching with furious eyes, their voices ice cold. Hundreds upon thousands of crescent sword energies were enough to slice flesh into powder. Don't celebrate too early, Chu Moli shouted. While her brother bought them time, she had already used shadow threads to hook onto the shadows beneath the porcelain figure's feet. The cold threads wove into a net, ready to strangle at the slightest movement of her fingertips. She suppressed her worry, waiting for the signal. The climax was yet to come. Foolish, Pei Qinghuan sneered, the fury in her phoenix eyes undiminished. A bunch of clay puppets dare claim immortality? Mere hundreds of sword beams. Me Little Yi is the king of hell who commands the underworld. Humans, the porcelain maiden servants sighed with buzzing voices, blood tears sliding down their cheeks, their sword-gripping knuckles turning white. Stubborn, obstinate, fragile, and pitiful. Since you won't hand over the dragon maiden, then perish in flames and bury your bones in foreign lands. With angry roars, the patterns on their chests blazed with light, waves shimmering. Swords rise. Jade fingers pointed lightly, sword formation complete. The steam dispersed, but Jiang Ye was nowhere to be seen. The porcelain maiden servant's crimson eyes searched in all directions. Do you even deserve to rise? An indifferent voice fell from above. A dark, ghostly hand suddenly grasped the porcelain figure's delicate head as Jiang Ye descended from the sky, crushing through the dense crowd like pushing a ball. The porcelain maiden servants collapsed layer by layer. You're not dead. Shocked cries pierced through the tsunami. Hundreds of crescent sword energies should have severely wounded even dragons. Yet this human remained completely unharmed. Before the shock could fade, the dark, giant hand gripped that pale, beautiful face, twisting it in agony. Reflected in those cherry blossom eyes was Jiang Ye's figure. You think you can kill me? The porcelain maiden servant's sickly, beautiful face laughed maniacally, her tattered chest radiating boundless gentle light. With her obsession intact, she was nearly immortal and indestructible. She acknowledged that the man before her was formidable, but he was merely flesh and blood. How could he possibly break through her demonic delusions? When he grew exhausted, wouldn't he have no choice but to wait for death? Why not indeed? In the eerie, cold light of the water, Jiang Ye's lips curved into a mocking smile. His shadow-like hand gripped the delicate face of the terracotta maid and violently pressed her toward the lake bottom. Broken stones and murky bubbles churned upward as thunder-like roars exploded beneath the water. Master, let me help you. The fallen angel in her radiant form was first to charge into battle. Golden-haired and blue-eyed, her snow-white skin wreathed in holy light, she wielded a blazing red sword that carved fiery trails through the dense swarm of terracotta maids, scattering limbs and spraying blood droplets mixed with porcelain shards. Master, me too. The twin succubus followed close behind. Her raven hair flowed wildly in the water as sickly sweet laughter spilled from her lips. Her smooth bat wings beat once, dispersing the waves. Her heart-shaped tail swayed gently as she hefted a 3-meter blade onto her pale shoulder. Battle lust surging, her pretty face turned predatory and fierce as she grinned savagely while charging toward the enemy formation. The massive blade and light sword crossed paths, sending a razor-sharp gleam cutting through the water and slicing through the slender waists of hundreds of terracotta maids. Boom! Shapely legs rained down like a horrifying downpour. What? Sister Ali has a second form? Isn't she a fallen angel? How is there now a twin succubus? Chu Moli, watching from the shadows, gasped in shock. Her jade hands crossed as the silk threads between her fingertips trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting the bloody carnage woven by the golden-haired angel and raven-haired succubus. One thought an angel, one thought a succubus. Pei Qinghuan bit her lip and frowned, her eyes filled with unstoppable worry. Can Little Yi handle this dual nature of joy? Even as they spoke, Jiang Ye dragged a wake of air pressure behind him as he hurled the terracotta made in his grasp toward the lake bottom. Bang! A water column shot upward, sand and stones flying everywhere. As the murky water cleared, a massive circular crater appeared. Jiang Ye planted one foot on the shattered chest of the terracotta maid, his killing intent undiminished as he looked down at her. Sister Qinghuan, isn't my brother supposed to be a charm beastmaster? Shouldn't his output rely entirely on his charm beasts? But how is he even more formidable in combat than Sister Ali? Chu Moli couldn't help but shudder as she watched her brother's devastating display. Punching terracotta warriors, kicking maids, more powerful than angels and succubi combined. Moli, perhaps your brother has extraordinary bone structure? Pei Qinghuan stared in amazement, murmuring her response. Tearing apart maids with his bare hands, you call this a charm beastmaster, she thought in alarm. Her Little Yi is simply too powerful. Human. The terracotta maid beneath his foot glared up with hatred. Shut up. Jiang Ye applied more pressure, causing crimson droplets to splash from her chest. Huh. No matter how strong you are, what can you do to me? Flesh and blood will tire eventually. I am immortal and indestructible. How many times can you kill me? The terracotta maid laughed wildly with abandon, mockery written across her features. Then how many times can you come back to life? Jiang Ye lifted his foot toward her cheek. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering porcelain rang out, and the mockery ceased abruptly. Rustle. The shattered terracotta instantly fragmented, the pieces spiraling and multiplying in the water. I exist in the thousands this time. What will you use to stop me? Countless delicate voices overlapped as sword arcs carved half-moons through the water, a sword formation thundering into existence, entrapping Jiang Ye in layers of encirclement. I'll use your lives. Behind him, Hill responded coldly as a dragon's roar rolled up from the depths. Behold, the dragon's cry. Silver eyes focus, and the dragon's roar awakens. On the surging water curtain, Jiang Ye stands with his hands clasped behind his back, while behind him, the silver-haired dragon princess, Sierra, floats in the water. Her silver-white skin is encircled by mottled patterns, like scattered silver dust with flowing glimmers, making even the surrounding water surface appear to shimmer in cold, bright silver blue. This is an awakening. The nearest terracotta maid's pupils contract sharply as she stares fixedly at that ethereal, graceful figure, her delicate face filled with shock. The ancestral dragons were hunted to extinction long ago, and countless eons have already obliterated all dragon souls. They cry out in disbelief. You're nothing but a lizard. Where on earth did you awaken the extinct ancestral dragon and merge with the eternal dragon soul? Thousands upon thousands of terracotta maids exchange bewildered glances, their voices like a tide of endless questioning. The ancestral dragons are extinct, their souls long scattered. So how could this silver-haired dragon princess possibly awaken dormant bloodline? Jiang Ye says nothing, only stands shoulder to shoulder with Sierra as they both gaze down at the vast army before them, their expressions cold and sharp. Behind him, several campus beauties gasp in shock. Sister Sierra looks so strange. The silver patterns on her skin are getting deeper, and her lower abdomen is glowing. Chu Moli covers her eyes with her hands, blushing as she whispers softly. These silver patterns, are they proper? As the silver radiance pulses, Sienna's aura surges several times over. That originally cool and aloof figure now carries a wild, domineering presence, as if she could devour this entire body of water in one gulp. Pei Qinghuan grips her sword, gathering power as she stares intently at this rival dragon princess, her heart filled with both amazement and secret anticipation. Facing a bloodline awakening for the first time, she suddenly realizes she too might harbor unknown heritage, as her recently aching pulse tells her this is no mere illusion. Otherwise, why would I always want to be little Ye's puppy? At this thought, she lowers her head, her eyes reflecting her racing heart, as even the beast within her chest begins rattling its cage, yearning for awakening. Master, Sierra has arrived late. Sierra's silver eyes flash with ethereal light as she floats like an immortal, her soft chest pressing against Jiang Ye's back. Her jade hands, crisscrossed with silver patterns, gently caress the water surface as she speaks with breath like orchids. After awakening, she has roused the ancient dragon power that lay dormant in the depths of her bloodline. The radiant angel can't help but step forward. Perverted lizard, what ability did you actually awaken? She stares intently at the silver patterns on Sierra's skin, her eyes full of curiosity. It couldn't be charm, paralysis, hypnosis, time stop. The nearby succubus of lust wags her heart-shaped tail, counting on her jade fingers with great interest. Of course, aside from charm, I'd be happy to develop some extracurricular interests to enrich Master's daily pleasures. What nonsense are you thinking? I'm a pure silver dragon, not like you fallen creatures who are vulgar and base. Sierra pouts coquettishly, baring her teeth protectively at the fallen angel sisters. She publicly swears, her life is pure and unblemished, never having harbored improper thoughts. If she breaks this vow, may she lay a whole blanket full of eggs for her master. Yes, yes, you're noble, you're amazing. The sisters purse their lips and snort softly, thinking to themselves that if they actually believe the dragon princess's nonsense, they'd probably lose everything but their underwear. Of course, Sierra lifts her chin with a light hum, a smug smile playing at her lips. She rests her snow-white chin on Jiang Ye's shoulder, her silver eyes gleaming. Isn't Master curious about the ability Sierra awakened? With great enemies pressing in, she acts like a spoiled little beast. It's devouring, isn't it? Jiang Ye's lips curve slightly upward. Through soul resonance with the silver dragon princess, bright silver web-like patterns appear around his body, like mysterious spell marks, unlocking the power of devouring. Dragon soul, the apocalyptic shadow that devours gods. Description: at the end of times, an ancient shadow stretching tens of thousands of miles opened its abyss-like maw, swallowing the entire starry sky into its belly, causing countless deities to fall. Effect: grants the power of devouring. Just like this, open your mouth, bite down on it, then swallow it whole, and let the entire world fall into apocalyptic terror. Such incredible power. If it were to fully develop, would it become an end shadow dragon that devours heaven and earth, reigning supreme for all eternity? Jiang Ye lowered his head as this thought instinctively surfaced in his mind, yet his heart was filled with the regret of hating iron for not becoming steel. Master, you're so despicable. He bit her lower lip, her silver eyes misting with tears, nearly crying. She had originally wanted to surprise her master, but he had unhesitatingly activated her talent, the power of devouring, and directly commandeered it. Ha ha! Foolish human, how dare you ignore us? Now dot. Taking advantage of Jiang Ye and the Silver Dragon Princess's distracted attention, the thousands upon thousands of terracotta maid servants would never sit idle and wait for death, launching a coordinated assault. Blazing resentment, soul-severing slash. Crimson sword light burst forth like evil spirits breaking through the underworld, instantly covering the sky and earth. Jiang Ye was engulfed by the red light, yet he neither dodged nor avoided it, his expression remaining indifferent. Waiting to die? The terracotta maid servants sneered, their eyes flashing with smugness. The next moment, their smiles froze. In the midst of the crimson sword rain, Jiang Ye raised his right hand to his chest, his ghostly dark hand forming a palm that struck out as he called softly, "Devour." A black vortex appeared in his palm, like a true black hole, its powerful suction completely swallowing all the countless sword energies. What? The terracotta maid servants' fingers trembled as they cried out in shock, their chests heaving violently. They could hardly believe that their full-powered sword rain had been absorbed completely clean by a single palm strike. This is too heaven-defying. Chu Moli stood completely frozen in place, her lips trembling. She had never imagined that her awakened brother had already become powerful enough to devour gods. If only I had this ability. Little Yi probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed. Pei Qinghuan lightly pressed her red lips together, her beautiful eyes slightly reddened with envy and longing, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. If she could trade her sword techniques for the power of devouring, she swore she would suppress Jiang Ye so thoroughly he'd never be able to lift his head again for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible. Jiang Ye paid no attention to the campus beauty's exclamations, simply dropping a single line, "Your turn." Killing intent spread from his eyes, directed straight at the still-clustered terracotta maid servants. Kill me. Don't dream. Even if you worthless fools fought for 100 years, I would still be endless, immortal, and indestructible. The terracotta maid servants spoke with false bravado, yet their voices betrayed their terror. They spontaneously gathered together, assembling into one enormous terracotta figure that rose from the water's surface, seemingly trying to escape Jiang Ye's sight. She's actually afraid? Chu Moli was startled by her own judgment. A catastrophe-level dungeon boss actually wanted to flee? Regardless, she immediately manipulated shadows to entangle the giant terracotta figure, binding it tightly. Pei Qinghuan's beautiful eyes turned cold as frost. With a flourish of her long sword, purgatory crimson flame, sword energy roared forth, instantly evaporating the seawater. Her figure flashed as she struck toward the terracotta figure that had not yet fully emerged from the water. The two women's combined attack held back the enemy, creating the perfect opportunity for Jiang Ye. He took the Silver Dragon Princess's delicate hand, and she walked barefoot on the soft sand, looking up as they strolled side by side. The two of them, hand in hand, came to stand beneath the giant terracotta figure, simultaneously pressing their palms against the cold ceramic body. Silver light exploded in their eyes, their killing intent as substantial as reality. Devour. His hands pressed against her delicate jade toes, applying gentle pressure that left deep palm prints. In an instant, ripples flowed across the water as the soft white jade feet cracked with spiderweb fractures. The dark vortex, like a black hole, devoured and absorbed the seawater. Human, stop. Feeling the sharp pain from her jade feet, the terracotta maid's beautiful face beneath the surface showed genuine terror as she roared warnings in panicked fury. The obsession within her delicate body was rapidly dissipating from top to bottom. Before long, the source of her immortality would completely vanish, and when shattered then, she would truly become useless debris. She wanted to escape, but her massive form was bound by countless intersecting shadow silk nets, sealed by blazing sword light, making it impossible to break free for the moment. Could she only watch helplessly as that ignorant human devoured her completely? No, I cannot. She couldn't just sit and await death. The dragon's soul in the ancient city still lingered. How could she die here? Dragon traitor, come die with me. With a hysterical roar, her flesh beneath the water trembled, stirring waves and whipping up fierce winds. Master, she's struggling. Silver eyes gleaming with menace. He'll sensed the dangerous aura and urgently warned. Master, violent energy is gathering within the terracotta body. The radiant angel held her head high, golden hair dancing in the water, her azure eyes witnessing scorching energy that turned the milky heart beneath the waves burning red. The blazing energy mass quickly moved downward, flowing to her feet in the blink of an eye. Heart, lower abdomen, flesh legs, jade feet, a line of reddish traces like the ravages of a whip. She seems to want to sever her limbs and self-destruct. The succubus's cherry-red eyes tightened as she shouldered a 3-meter black heavy blade, tail coiled around her waist, shouting the warning. Jiang Ye merely grasped the toes, the dark vortex in his palms swirling as it continued devouring. Ant. Die. The terracotta maid laughed loudly, and like a gecko shedding its tail, her jade foot exploded. Boom. A muffled explosion rang out, red light stirring circular shockwaves that instantly engulfed the entire sea area. This explosion's power could destroy several miles around. The heretic should be completely eliminated. The dragon's soul in the ancient city must never revive. I absolutely cannot let the traitor live again. The terracotta maid fell with the sound, her massive body crashing into the sea and raising towering waves. Her face twisted in agonizing pain, yet she grinned, revealing pearly white teeth as she laughed maniacally. Wait, where are the explosion shockwaves? Why haven't I sensed the slightest bit? Lying back in the sea, the terracotta maid's brows furrowed as she noticed something amiss. The waves are here. Jiang Ye's palm swirled with a crimson vortex, silver curse marks wreathing his body as he stepped across the waves, flashing behind the terracotta figure and pressing down with his hand. The soft, white, beautiful back glowed red, bearing a scorching palm print. How is this possible? He absorbed all the explosion's energy. The terracotta maid cried out in shock. Just as she sensed the warm current behind her, her heart burst open, shooting forth dazzling red light. It's useless. I am immortal. The terracotta maid's body was intercepted and stopped, her face contorting as she shrieked madly. Even if she was pulverized or suffered the gravest injuries, she could recover. Really? I don't believe it. Lifting the terracotta maid's heavy body with one hand, his palms swirling with vortexes reached into the wound on her back, grasped her heart, and squeezed hard. Bang! Blood mist exploded. Ah! The terracotta servant girl's body, bound by silk threads, thrashed violently as she wailed in terror. Wait! Why won't my wounds heal? She realized with horror that the resentment within her was being drained away. Her voice trembled as she frantically twisted her giant clay body, but could only produce muffled, helpless sounds within the silk web. Silver Dragon Princess Hill gripped her gleaming silver dragon spear, her eyes cold as ice. Master, let me kill her. Jiang Ye turned his head and nodded slightly. In the next instant, Hill exploded into action. Her dragon spear spun out a storm of blade winds, cold light flashing through the murky water. The spear tip thrust upward, then swept horizontally. The several-meter-tall terracotta head flew off like a spinning top, rotating at high speed through the water before crashing down heavily. Hill's jade foot landed precisely on the head as her wrist flicked lightly, driving the bright silver spear straight down through it. Her graceful figure spun as the spear blade churned, turning the giant clay body into crushed mud, debris swirling into a vortex. Jiang Ye stood motionless in the water, listening only to the terracotta servant's desperate wails. Even as her physical form crumbled to dust, she still shrieked. Human, you cannot kill me. What does it matter if I lose my shell? What can you do to my soul? He opened his palm, revealing a dim, spherical aura of light churning within, accompanied by her hysterical curses. Direct identification. Jiang Ye gazed at the light orb. Name Nether Slave Dragon's Teardrop. Grade Purple Epic. Description long ago, a traitor appeared in the Oceanic Dragon Palace. She planted seeds of evil deep within the palace, leading the dragon race into the abyss of corruption. Countless dragons died because of this traitor, their souls falling to the netherworld with unresolved resentment. Their fallen tears merged with the riverbed terracotta figures, transforming into clay bodies of vengeance. Effect essence of resentment, condensed from countless dragon tears. When absorbed by dragons, it can enhance bloodlines and break through limits. Shut up. Jiang Ye snorted coldly, clenching his 5 fingers as the light orb trembled more violently. This dragon tear essence is quite stubborn. Hill, come here. Hill stepped barefoot through the murky waves, her killing intent dissipating as the cold expression faded from her pretty face, standing obediently beside him. Open up. Jiang Ye raised his hand, his tone gentle. Pink hearts appeared in Hill's eyes as her cheeks flushed red. She obediently opened her mouth, her tender pink dragon tongue and soft white teeth barely visible. ABA. Jiang Ye helplessly tugged at her red tongue. I meant open your hand. Can't breathe. Hill squinted and groaned softly, quickly extending her soft white hand, which Jiang Ye gently grasped. Absorb this. He pressed the dragon tear essence into her palm, reminding her solemnly. After previously devouring the eternal dragon soul, Hill's bloodline had been purified, and she had awakened the power of the ancestral dragon, capable of devouring heaven and earth in the future. If she now absorbed this dragon tear essence, it would completely eliminate the terracotta servant's remnants, bringing her even closer to evolution. Light sank into her palm as her bloodline surged. Hill groaned again, both panicked and excited. Power churned within her body. She was about to evolve. Defeated catastrophe-level boss, Terracotta Servant Girl. Experience 100,000. Golden light flashed across both Jiang Ye and his familiar's bodies as their levels increased simultaneously. He had reached level 20. A flash of golden light erupted. Jiang Ye had leveled up. So much experience. Hill bit her lip, feeling the blood in her body surge and heat up as a crimson blush spread across her delicate face. She whispered softly, "With this level up, I'm not far from evolution either." At the same time, the radiant angel and succubus embraced each other in tears, their sorrowful whimpers intertwining. Woo woo woo. Master is playing favorites. Ali wants to evolve too. If their master's essence could be infused into them, they too wished to evolve blissfully. But now that lustful lizard was getting all the benefits. How utterly unfair. So powerful. Sister Hill is absolutely amazing. Chu Moli clutched her rapidly beating heart, breathing heavily. In just a few seconds, she had witnessed a miracle firsthand, the sea churning as the giant terracotta servant was strangled by the silver-marked dragon princess wielding her spear, crumbling to dust and stirring up chaotic whirlpools. If it had been her, even draining all her mana, she could only barely restrain that injured terracotta figure. But the awakened silver-haired dragon princess was like a monster. On the other side, Pei Qinghuan sheathed her sword, her beautiful eyes misting with bittersweet tears as she lightly bit her red lips with a soft hum. Golden light flashed, and her previously slow-rising experience bar instantly jumped up a level. This leveling speed. It's so fast I can barely handle it. Even the boss was beaten without any chance to fight back. Little Yi is the real catastrophe-level boss, isn't he? She secretly clenched her fists, feeling the massive influx of experience, her possessive desires surging. Following by Jiang Ye's side, she was certain she would eventually reach the pinnacle of power, but she also realized it had been a long time since she'd held Jiang Ye's hand. After confirming that his beautiful teammates were safe, Jiang Ye finally breathed a long sigh of relief. It was over. The surprise catastrophe-level boss had been defeated, and he had successfully reached level 20, awakening a new divine tier talent. However, before checking his talent, he was more interested in the good items the boss had dropped. Jiang Ye couldn't help but ruffle the silver dragon princess's soft hair, a greedy smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A catastrophe-level boss should drop something decent. I'm really lacking equipment right now. If I were fully equipped with epic tier gear, I could probably pin catastrophe-level bosses to the ground and make them call me daddy. Catastrophe boss defeated, epic tier accessory drop desire dragon doll. The notification chimed crisply. After the exquisite terracotta servant shattered, it indeed burst forth with gold coins and loot. A desire dragon doll floated quietly on the sea surface. Name, Desire Dragon Doll. Level, 20. Grade, Purple Epic. Description, a cute dragon girl clay figure dressed in revealing attire. After the vengeful resentment it carried dissipated, only a thirst and passion for primal desires remains within the hollow terracotta. Effect, 100 Constitution, 100 Spirit when equipped. When the desire within the terracotta is filled, it can resist one fatal attack and trigger Life Dominion, 3 seconds of invincibility. Jiang Ye held the dragon girl figurine in his palm. Milky white ribbons bound her chest and flowed downward. Thin cords wrapped around her jade ankles, with a moderate weight and smooth texture. The epic tier equipment not only provided 100 to both attributes, but also offered precious life-saving effects. Absolutely invincible. The only question was how to fill this desire. He frowned in thought, when suddenly a notification appeared. Desire, want to fill the dragon girl. Progress, 1100. While holding the figurine, he clearly saw the dragon girl's tiny face flush with a shy blush, as if gaining a touch of life. Jiang Ye suddenly understood it was the wearer's desire. Jiang Ye muttered under his breath as he toyed with the dragon maiden figurine for a moment, but the desire progress remained stagnant. He immediately concluded that to fill the empty dragon puppet once more, he needed to ignite stronger desires. Without much thought, his gaze swiftly fell upon the silver-haired girl nearby who was biting her lip and humming softly. Got it. Here comes the desire. Master. Pervert. Sylvie trembled under that burning stare, huffing on the surface while secretly feeling pleased. Has this foolish master finally set his sights on his loyal subordinate? Talking about filling the dragon maiden with desire, such boastful words. She, the dragon slave Sylvie, princess of the silver-eyed dragons, wasn't so easily satisfied. Pathetic master, making grand claims without fear of pulling a muscle, humph. In the pool, the black-haired fallen angel Gabriel crouched slightly, wet hair clinging to her fragrant shoulders, cherry-colored eyes full of disdain. Perverted lizard, stop thinking with your lower half. If your brain were as big as your heart, you wouldn't misunderstand master's true intentions. Her tone was mocking. Perverted lizard. Dragons are indeed lustful by nature. Jiang Ye helplessly raised his hand, gently patting the not-so-bright head of the silver dragon princess. Sylvie, it's about filling the figurine with desire, not filling you. Having an extra trump card makes our next move safer, understand? We're both dragon maidens, what's the difference? Sylvie pouted in quiet protest, but still obediently took the dragon puppet, her palm restlessly caressing it. She closed her eyes and chanted, "Desire, I want to sleep in. Desire, I want to play games. Desire, I am a perverted lizard." The exquisite dragon puppet suddenly trembled lightly, red light flickering through the cracks, sharp, buzzing indicating an overload warning. In just a few seconds, the desire progress skyrocketed. The evidence is clear, you still say you're not a perverted lizard. Gabriel pointed at the figurine and clapped with laughter. I can finally prove that a perverted lizard is indeed a perverted lizard. Sylvie cried out, quickly hiding the figurine behind her waist, shoulders trembling slightly. She looked up with a shy little face, biting her cherry lips while still arguing. Master, this is slander. Sylvie is not a perverted lizard. How could a dragon princess be vulgar? This is called royal taste. No, royal elegance. Wave after wave of indecent thoughts exploded in her mind, and in less than 2.5 minutes, the desire progress shot straight to the peak full. Sylvie, you really are elegant. Jiang Ye patted her flushed cheek with genuine admiration. Truly worthy of being a silver dragon princess. Such superior elegance. You're set for life. Master, here. The silver dragon princess shyly lowered her head, her little feet fidgeting in the sand, holding the now-filled dragon puppet in both hands. She was just a thirsty silver dragon, what bad intentions could she have? No need, you wear it. Jiang Ye pushed back those soft white hands, shaking his head with a smile. Charm pets could share everything with him. When the silver dragon princess wore accessories, he would gain the same effects. Sylvie touched her slightly itchy snow-white neck. The thorn necklace was a gift from Master, and now with the dragon puppet pendant full of Master's intentions at her waist, she felt like she could fly. Master, you're playing favorites. Gabriel bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Oh no, the fallen angel is jealous. Jiang Ye thought to himself, facing the pincer attack of the angel and succubus on both sides, cold sweat beading on his forehead. We're angry now. The saying goes, it's not scarcity but inequality that breeds discontent. The colorful lizard wore a thorn necklace around her neck, plus a desire dragon figurine at her slender waist that was already 2 gifts. Yet the Jia Bailey sisters only had a blade of judgment hidden deep in their milky, white hearts. The scabbard had become mere decoration, to be inserted or drawn at will. Nothing else besides that. How utterly unfair. Their master's favoritism was more lopsided than her sister's clothes. The twin-form Jia Bailey trapped Jiang Ye between them, their lotus-like arms swaying gently as their bitterness and grievance grew stronger with each motion. Master, they all have gifts. We want one too. The resentment mixed with angel and succubus essence hit him full force, and the battlefield of jealousy was about to explode. Jiang Ye hurriedly tried to soothe them, coaxing in a low voice. Don't worry, don't you want to see the surprise I've prepared for you? The jealous sisters exchanged glances, confusion flickering through the misty tears in their beautiful eyes. Then they wept tears of joy. Their master was indeed more romantic than that colorful lizard hadn't brought out the gift immediately, which surely meant it was more advanced than the desired dragon figurine. Perhaps another legendary piece of equipment, deliberately hidden to avoid making that gossipy lizard jealous. At this thought, the sister duo's hearts leaped with joy. Indeed, they were their master's most beloved pets. Those cherry-colored lips touched Jiang Ye's cheek, leaving behind the unique fragrance of a maiden. Before Jiang Ye could explain, he was frozen in place by this sudden intimacy. I hadn't admitted to anything. Humph, you perverted sheep, this isn't over. A furious shout shattered the romantic moment as Sheener's eyes blazed with rage, panting like a protective animal as she rushed forward to tangle with the sister duo. She had contracted first. Why should others get to make the first move? The scene spiraled out of control, drawing varied reactions from the onlookers. Chu Molly's pretty face turned deathly pale as she bit her cherry lips hard. It's over. My brother isn't pure anymore. She didn't care about epic equipment, but her brother's ownership absolutely could not fall to others. After the dungeon ended, she would definitely ask Sister Xiang for a bottle of strong cleaning potion to scrub Jiang Ye from head to toe. Pei Qinghuan's joy from leveling up instantly crumbled. She covered her eyes with one hand, but couldn't help peeking through her fingers, bloodshot veins dancing in her eyes. I don't want to watch, but I can't let them succeed either. Angel, succubus, silver dragon, sister-in-law, none of them would do. The prey from last night, she would never hand over to anyone. Natural disaster mirage, sea dragon palace, morning dragon tomb. The gloomy broken walls and ruins were covered with pitted sword marks, without monuments or inscriptions, yet this was the burial ground of the dragon folk. Taking advantage of his pets and the campus belle's jealous brawl, Jiang Ye quietly greased his feet and slipped away, his gaze passing over the overturned dragon bones to lock onto the distant closed, dilapidated dragon city. Time to escape. Ding. Dropped the widowed dragon wife's key. A virtual panel popped up before his eyes with a reminder, pale blue light flickering. Besides dropping epic equipment, the pottery figurine made had also produced a rust-stained key. Item name: the widowed dragon consort's Xiaoxue honey key. Grade: purple epic, quest item. Description: from the Mirage Sea Dragon Palace. This is the key to the Xiaoxue Hall belonging to Ao Ying, daughter of the Dragon Emperor. On her wedding day, Ao Ying waited in the palace wearing her phoenix crown and ceremonial robes for her bridegroom. But what came was not her beloved, it was an eternal flame that consumed the entire ocean and palace, reducing everything to ash. The key that remained was picked up by someone unknown. Effect: inserting this rusted yet sturdy key into the lock of Xiaoxue Palace will trigger the hidden quest, Whispers of the Widow. The rust-red metal feels cool against the palm, with moisture swirling around it, sending chills to the bone. A widow's quest? Is she hot or not? Jiang Ye's gaze darkened as he carefully examined the nearly corroded key. Getting a quest item as loot surprised him. Though he didn't care about the story's moral alignment, only cared whether this widow was hot enough. Since this dragon lady Ao Ying was written into the description, she was clearly a heavyweight NPC. Unfortunately, with the Mirage Sea Dragon Palace crawling with vengeful spirits, finding where exactly Xiaoxue Palace was hidden would take considerable effort. He weighed the key in his hand before finally storing it in his backpack. Can't use this right now. His level finally broke through 20, and a new virtual panel flashed open to divine her talents and an expanded charm pet slot. As a dual SS class professional, he could awaken 2 divine talents every 10 levels. New charm pet slot added. Contracting 1 epic tier abyssal beast would allow it to advance to legendary tier, perfect for continuing his creature grinding. Divine talent acquired. Magic seal. Divine talent acquired. Time remnant. Magic seal. Time remnant. Jiang Ye scanned the panel, his brow slightly furrowed. The former sounded like complete magic suppression, while the latter seemed related to time manipulation. Magic seal. Grade: beyond SSS divine. Description: divine blessing that seals and drains magic power. Can forcibly seal enemy mana and apply unconditional silence for 10 seconds, with a 15-second cooldown. Simultaneously grants self the status of infinite mana. Silence, sealing, plus unlimited mana. Absolutely broken. Jiang Ye had always struggled with mana issues. Despite being a charm master, he often had to resort to fighting with his fists like a berserker because his skills consumed too much mana. Time remnant. Grade: divine. Description: divine blessing that controls time-stopping power. Can activate time stop within a brief window, selecting one target and reversing all their movement states to 1 minute prior. The power to manipulate time left him stunned. He'd only seen it in documentation before, but experiencing it firsthand felt somewhat surreal. Magic seal handles sustainability. Time remnant controls the battlefield, plus abuses blood, air limb regeneration, and the desired dragon puppet's death substitution. I can tank and deal damage, just missing mobility. If I could get teleportation next, it'd be perfect. At this thought, Jiang Ye's lips curved slightly upward. With continued leveling, his legend would eventually be written. With new talents in hand, his fingers itched to test them. Conveniently, the Silver Dragon Princess and the Succubus sisters were locked in fierce combat before him, from clothes tearing to hair pulling, with scales and leather flying everywhere. Jiang Ye raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Dark light rippled outward from his palm like waves, and the world seemed locked by invisible chains. The Silver Dragon Princess was time-stopped. Ding! A crisp bell chimed, and everything froze in place. Silver-haired Dragon Princess Hill held her arms suspended in midair, her knuckles white as she desperately clutched at the collars of the radiant angel and lustful succubus. 3 beautiful faces were frozen in expressions of both fury and bitter anguish. Even though they were all at the Great Thunder Realm, differences in power still existed, magnified to the extreme in this moment of temporal suspension. The opposing angel and succubus showed no weakness either, their jaws clenched tight, their exhaled breath forming misty trails in the frozen air as they yanked Hill's silver hair into disheveled twin tails, gripping tighter with even fiercer determination. Outside the time stop, his sister Chu Moli clutched her dark twin tails with tears threatening to fall, while the female sword immortal Pei Qinghuan rested her hand on her 3-foot azure blade, her brow etched with the humiliation of being offended before her very eyes. But aside from Jiang Ye, no one could move. This feeling is incredible. Jiang Ye raced alone through the frozen domain, the Dragon Princess's 2 disheveled twin tails clutched in his palm. The faster he moved and the farther he traveled, the greater the temporal pressure bearing down on him. If the pressure exceeded his limits, the chaotic time currents would crush him to pulp. The sea surface swept back and forth beneath his feet. 10 kilometers as he reached his limit, his skin flushed red, his blood boiled. and the surrounding seawater began to bubble. After confirming his maximum range, he slowly clenched his fist, then released it. Ding! Pale yellow waves of time rolled back, the pendulum reversed, and the stagnant timeline revived. MMPH. Master, please say something, Master. Hill was the first to regain her senses, her silver eyes brimming with tears. Her twin tails were still caught between the sisters' fingers. If they kept pulling like this, she'd go bald. You tattletale lizard, let go if you dare. We'll yank you to death. The horned succubus snorted coldly, her deep neck black tube top pulled askew by Hill's grip, struggling even more fiercely. 2 against 1 gives us the advantage today. We'll definitely teach this lizard a lesson. The radiant angel bared her teeth, her chest heaving, her voice more urgent than crashing waves. The commotion escalated as the 3 continued their struggle. Jiang Ye felt his scalp tingling along with theirs. Stop fighting. But the battle-crazed magical pets couldn't hear him at all, their grips only tightening as gentle waves rippled around them. Left with no choice, Jiang Ye reached out with his hand, and a ring of pale yellow waves burst forth, enveloping all 3 women. Time reversed, they were forcibly pulled back along their trajectory from a minute ago. MMPH. Hill groaned softly as her frazzled silver hair instantly returned to its original flowing state, her steps stumbling as she stood frozen in place. Master, what kind of power is this that can actually reverse time? She looked up in shock, curiosity churning in her heart. If everything could be rewound, like a cow chewing cud, wouldn't that mean happiness could be experienced twice? For Master's sake, I'll let the lizard off this time. The succubus rubbed her aching chest where she'd been grabbed, grinding her teeth in a soft hum. She was particularly sensitive to temporal power and could clearly sense the flowing light rolling backward, making her even more reverent toward her master. Angel Gabrielle looked down to straighten her disheveled tube top, her eyes flashing with both excitement and bewilderment. This power to twist and reverse time is truly miraculous. After resolving the chaotic situation, Jiang Ye prepared to continue forward. After defeating the terracotta maid, the dungeon still wasn't cleared. Without closing the portal, endless abyssal beasts would continue pouring out from the instance, wreaking havoc on the mortal world. Jiang Ye sheathed his blade and turned to wave at the 2 campus beauties behind him, signaling them to follow. Women, don't slow down my leveling, he said casually, yet his pace quickened with each step, stirring small whirlpools in the sea sand beneath his feet. Bro! Chu Moli hurried after him, standing on her tiptoes to hook his shoulder, her pretty face flushed pink from both oxygen deprivation and excitement. That power just wasn't that time stop? I only saw a flash of golden light. Then Sister Hill and Sister Ollie were pinned down while their wounds healed. Pretty much, Jiang Ye casually ruffled his sister's hair with a carefree smile. As his words fell, several girls froze simultaneously, their gazes practically boring holes through him. What? It's just time stop, what's the big deal? Jiang Ye lifted his chin. So jealous. Chu Moli clenched her fists, biting her red lips lightly. If I could stop time too, I could develop several volumes of study materials. Don't toy with time, especially around me. Pei Qing pressed her hand to her chest to calm its trembling, glaring at Jiang Ye with a low voice. She quietly reminded herself, stay calm and pure-hearted. Someday, she'd climb to the position of strongest female, sword immortal, through her blade energy. Jiang Ye shrugged. Relax, I'm not desperate enough to be that indiscriminate. With that, his gaze swept over Pei Qing's slender figure. Just because the shop bullies customers doesn't mean I can't window shop for free. Then starve to death. Pei Qing's cheeks flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth and huffed, though secretly making a mental note. Don't sleep too soundly tonight. You little brat Ye. With the crisis resolved, everyone bantered while advancing through the dark underwater dragon tomb. Jiang Ye opened his status panel, the data flickering with the sea's phosphorescent glow. Host, Jiang Ye. Level, 2033.33. Class, SSS-rank Charm Beastmaster, SS-rank Abyss Sovereign. Passives, Gratitude, Blood Charm, Demon Subjugation. Talents, Divine Gift, Dominion, Enslavement, Tyranny, Magic Prohibition, Time Legacy. Skills, Ghost Hand, Demonic Power, not yet contracted. Charm Bonus, 250 applies to all effects. Not bad progress after level 20, Jiang Ye assessed mentally. Monster shadows appeared frequently ahead, but since even catastrophe-level bosses got pummeled by him, these stragglers posed no threat. Numb sea eels, golden-clawed lobsters, stalking seaweed. Various corpses formed a bloody corridor leading to the base of ancient city walls, where seawater had turned completely dark red. We're here. Jiang Ye looked up. The city gates stood in ruins, covered in scorch marks. At the entrance, a 10-meter-tall bronze ancient door gleamed black from fire damage. Master, this door seems to be locked, Job Bailey whispered. Really? I don't believe it. Hill stepped forward, her pale dragon claws gripping the door ring as she pushed hard. Boom. Dust exploded in the water as the black door emitted a deep hum. A crimson warning appeared in everyone's vision. Cannot be opened from this side. Damn it, Before Jiang Ye could complain, the ground beneath his feet gave way. Thick black mist poured from the door's cracks, instantly swallowing them all. Teleportation trap triggered, transported to Dragon Prison Abyss. Gravity returned. The golden light's reverse stasis ended as they all fell simultaneously from the black mist's edge, cold winds from the bottomless abyss rushing up to meet them. This trap better not drop us straight into the boss room to fight an ancient dragon. Jiang Ye cursed through the darkness. Fight an ancient dragon? Endless darkness engulfed and surrounded Jiang Ye. He couldn't see a trace of light, only feeling the bone-piercing cold and continuous descent. The presence of Hill and the others seemed faint yet detectable. Their weak heartbeats still within reach. The teleportation hadn't ended yet. If the Dragon Prison Abyss truly lay in the deepest part of the Dragon Palace, could there really be an ancient dragon soul sealed within? Jiang Ye positioned his body in a diving stance, limbs slightly bent, as if gliding against the wind rather than plummeting into an underwater vortex. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, he counted down in his mind, his silver eyes gleaming coldly. The worst-case scenario would be encountering an ancient dragon's vengeful spirit the next moment. He knew little about ancient dragons, his knowledge limited to the college entrance exam essential topic of ancient dragon extinction. These former rulers of the abyss once trampled demons underfoot, dominating for several eras, yet ultimately couldn't withstand the changing times. Defeated by the rising demons, their forms vanished into dust, leaving only legendary dragon souls behind. Master. In the darkness, the silver dragoness Hill lowered her voice. I hear human voices. They sound like professionals from neighboring Sakura Island. Sakura Island? Jiang Ye frowned. Sakura Island was far from Linhai. If they'd truly been teleported there, returning would be troublesome. Sorry, I can't understand what they're arguing about. Hill's foreign language skills were poor. She could only sense the tense atmosphere, thinking to herself. She'd need her master to give her some tutoring. Master, Ali heard them too. Jia Bailey pressed close to Jiang Ye's ear, whispering her report. The perverted lizard is right. Those people over there seem to be committing murder and robbery. About 10 breathing sounds. In dungeons, the most ruthless threats often weren't the monsters, but the smiling friends behind you. Jiang Ye wasn't surprised by this. At the end of their fall, a dim glow appeared. Pale yellow wall lamps embedded in mottled stone walls cast flickering shadows that painted the cramped corridor in patches of light and dark, leading to a sealed chamber at the end. This wasn't underwater. The stone walls didn't block sound. The argument next door was clearly audible. Stay quiet, land softly. He naturally took command, coordinating his familiars to assist their teammates' descent. Jia Bailey deployed her twin form. The holy angel supported his future sister-in-law, while the lust demon spread her bat wings to carry the cool female, sword immortal. Hill folded her dragon wings and embraced Jiang Ye from behind, her tail fin gently swaying to cushion their landing. Moments later, the group landed silently and stood in formation. Jiang Ye raised a finger to signal. Shoo. He pressed his ear against the cold wall to listen. Years of exam preparation had honed his listening skills, making Sakura Island's language easy for him to grasp as he caught their curses. Damn it, that bitch actually wanted to snitch. If our assassination of the Daxiao people gets exposed, we'll definitely be tried and executed. Idiots, what are you panicking for? The black-clad figure cursed under his breath. That bitch was wounded by your sneak attack and hit by my paralyzing poison arrow. She's already dying from severe injuries. Even hiding in this secret chamber, she won't last long. Baka, if she doesn't die, I won't feel at ease. How much longer until we can break through this wall? 3, 2, 1 now. The cursing stopped abruptly as a thunderous roar echoed through the narrow underground space. The stone wall exploded, sending debris flying and dust billowing everywhere. As soon as the smoke cleared, Jiang Ye appeared at the breach with his companions. 1, 2, 3, 10 people in total. Jiang Ye squinted as he surveyed the scene, seeing a group of black-clad assassins across from them, tight-fitting clothes, black masks, their entire bodies like writhing shadows, with only their shocked pupils exposed in the firelight. Didn't you say that bitch fled to this secret chamber? Then who are these bastards in front of us? Nanny, the intelligence was fake. This can't be exposed. We have to secretly eliminate these Daxiao people. Ha ha ha, perfect. Kill that pretty boy, and leave the women for me. My hand. My hand. A flash of silver light, and Meichuan's wrist was severed cleanly at the root. Blood spurted out as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain like a twisted maggot. The smell of blood immediately filled the dim, yellow chamber. Who did you kill? Jiang Ye shook the blood droplets from his blade, calmly looking at the group as if questioning a pile of corpses. Taupe. He had heard every word of their earlier conversation clearly. Meichuan, are you all right? The leading black-clad man quietly retreated a few steps, using his companions as shields, though his voice trembled uncontrollably. He only remembered a flash of cold light before his vision was stained red with blood mist. Watching his partner's hand fly up and fall down as the floor tiles were instantly covered in fresh blood. That was a Sakura Islander-rank professional, a level 25 blade warrior. Yet he couldn't even catch the moment Jiang Ye struck. Sweat dripped from his fingertips. This is bad. This Da Xiao person must be in rank expert. Last time who did you kill? Jiang Ye's voice grew colder. Since they had already made their move, none of them should expect to leave here alive and intact. Baka, how dare you hurt Mei Chuan, you bastard fireball. The black-clad mage laughed in fury, raising his peachwood staff high as a blazing fireball half a meter in diameter roared forth, trailing smoke and flames. Yeah, the number of Da Xiao trash who've died to this brank fireball spell can be counted on more than one hand. You scared fool, turned to ash in the flames. He was a level 25 brank fire mage, Gao 1 Fa Yen, accustomed to ruthlessly killing defenseless Da Xiao people. But this time, he had kicked an iron plate. Go back. Jiang Ye spoke in a low voice, his black hair dancing in the firelight. Reverse heaven and earth, activate. A golden gleam of reverse time flashed, and the fireball suddenly flew backward. The black-clad mage had no time to defend as the explosion burst right in his face. No! His terrified scream was swallowed by the sea of flames. Ah! Screams rose one after another. The smell of burning flesh filled the air, and black smoke rolled as it devoured the light from the walls. System notifications appeared in succession. Sakura Island Professional Meichuan Naiku eliminated, EXP 1000. Sakura Island Professional Gao 1 Fa Yin eliminated, EXP 666. Sakura Island Professional Dao Guan Hao Shuang eliminated, EXP 1145. The flames bloomed for just an instant as Jiang Ye cut down 3 people in succession. Taking human lives for the first time, a strange pleasure surged through his chest, accompanied by instinctive revulsion, a mixture of joy and unease. But thinking of all the evil deeds these beasts had committed in Linhai, the uneasiness in his heart instantly vanished like smoke. He exhaled a breath of stale air, a ghostly light flickering in his eyes as he swept his gaze over the gradually subsiding sea of flames, then raised his hand with a light gesture. Stand up. In an instant, 10 shadowy figures stumbled and crawled to their feet. 10 ghostly shadows cowered against the soot-blackened wall like raw recruits, trembling and quivering as if they might dissipate at any moment. These exchange students from Sakura Island had come seeking blood for blood, only to find themselves prisoners in the blink of an eye. Jiang Ye never knew the meaning of mercy. Anyone who dared strike at him or harm those close to him shouldn't blame him for digging their graves deep. Speak. The dim light flickered against the walls, casting gray patches of illumination across the shadows and rendering Jiang Ye's profile dark and inscrutable. His gaze was ice-cold as he interrogated them in a low voice. With his enslavement talent, he need only burn his mana to control the souls of those he had slain. For this reason, he would make these shadows spill everything. At his sharp command, the shadows huddled in the corner began speaking one by one, like silk being drawn from cocoons. We are exchange students from Sakura Island, freshmen, fully armed, averaging level 25. Under Bloodcherry's orders, we were to secretly eliminate Da Xiao's new blood and torture the shrine maiden Sakura Island Yui to death. My name is Meichuan Naiku. For a piece of bread, I lured my college roommate into a goblin cave and watched as she was used and then devoured. I excitedly filmed the entire process and kept the recording as a treasured possession. My name is Gao Wan Feong. The pleasure from torture is incomparable. I love burning Da Xiao's insects to ash and admiring their expressions of despair. My name is Daoguan Haoshuang. Our GG Hao elimination squad follows Bloodcherry's orders to eliminate as many Da Xiao professionals as possible during the Linhai crisis, buying time for Bloodcherry. Minutes later, all their crimes had been laid bare, and the shadows knelt with their heads bowed, trembling all over. A murderous gleam blazed in Jiang Ye's eyes as he drew the blade of judgment from the fallen angel's embrace. His movements were swift and decisive, like a stern father pulling out a leather belt, striking the shadows with blade and lash until they howled in agony. Black purgatory flames rose up, clinging to the shadows like maggots to bone, slowly burning and tormenting them until their souls scattered to the winds. These scum weren't even worthy of entering his emperor's banner. Only the crackling of flames remained in the dark dungeon. The mysterious Bloodcherry, the injured shrine maiden. Jiang Ye noticed Silver Dragon Princess's chest trembling with anger, her brow furrowed as she sighed softly. One wave barely settles before another rises. The abyssal invasion and Linhai crisis had given the lurking filth a scent of opportunity. He must prepare for bloody battle and drag Bloodcherry out from whatever mire they hid in. This scum deserved nothing less than death. In the corner, Chu Moli listened with clenched fists gone white, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Pei Qinghuan had long grown accustomed to betrayal and slaughter, yet anger still churned in her chest, her beautiful face covered with frost. Bloodcherry was like a mosquito that appeared from nowhere, blood-sucking and hard to swat, utterly disgusting. But when she looked at Jiang Ye, an incomparable certainty rose in her heart. As long as Jiang Ye was there, nothing would go wrong. She even had a premonition that the mysterious blood cherry would eventually have their souls scattered beneath Jiang Ye's feet. Time to move. After quickly cleaning up the scene, Jiang Ye immediately set out with the campus beauties. They were in a dungeon deep within the dragon prison abyss. The chamber walls were yellowed, the passages labyrinthine. Without a map, outsiders would often become lost unto death. And Jiang Ye had no map. Master, there's blood here. Hill pointed to the dark red spots on the narrow corridor, her gaze following them all the way to the shocking bloody handprint on the stone door. Hill caught the scent of blood in the air and followed the trail to find traces left by someone's escape. Jiang Ye followed the trail with his eyes. The bloody footprints in the corridor were delicate and slender, with clear toe marks visible on the skin. He immediately ruled out the possibility of an effeminate man. The owner of these bloodstains had to be a woman. The thought struck him like lightning, and a name immediately surfaced in his mind: Sakurajima Yui. That unfortunate girl had been hunted relentlessly by the Blood Cherry organization, poisoned and severely wounded. Jiang Ye prayed she wouldn't die too quickly. He was counting on her to reveal some information. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of directly storing her in the Human Emperor banner. Following the blood trail forward, he remained on high alert throughout. Before long, he reached a heavy chamber door. The faint moaning coming from behind it sounded almost like a wife's breathing after a run if you didn't listen carefully. Master, she's inside. Hill followed closely behind, bending down to sniff. The metallic scent of blood hit them immediately. Ali, open the door. Jiang Ye nodded. The fallen angel, Ali, extended her hand like a dutiful maid and pushed open the door. Whoosh. Dust scattered as dim light penetrated the room, casting several swaying shadows on the walls. In the center, a green-haired girl sat leaning against the wall. Her high ponytail trembled slightly with each breath, giving her a lively, playful appearance at first glance. But her delicate face was covered in cold sweat. She bit her thin lips lightly, mumbling incoherently. Sakurajima, so itchy. Head itchy, heart itchy, lungs itchy, itching to death. Her school uniform was already soaked in blood. The white shirt on top was stained with spots. The black pleated skirt's edges were caked with dark red, and her originally white stockings were smeared with several streaks of blood. The toxins were disrupting her nervous system. If this continued much longer, she would surely die. Jiang Ye estimated she wouldn't last much longer and mentally debated whether to use the healing fragrance that Sister Xiang had left behind. After brief deliberation, he and several school beauties decided to save her first, then interrogate her. Sakurajima's behavior had already destroyed any goodwill he had toward her, leaving only suspicion. The sooner he could extract information from her, the better. He retrieved a blue elite quality, premium healing blood recovery potion from his storage space. Crouching down, he supported the girl's head and poured the liquid into her mouth. Potion information. Level 20, blue elite quality. Effect. Continuously heals wounds and expels toxins over 5 seconds. Grants temporary immunity to poison. Cough, cough. The cold liquid made Sakurajima Yui's face flush red as she choked, but she was still forced to swallow every last drop. Jiang Ye then noticed she had arrows in her abdomen and knee, so he lifted her shirt to examine the wounds. The injuries were a bloody mess. He disinfected them first, then applied bandages with skilled and careful technique. A few minutes later, his floral shirt and tropical shorts were stained with blood. Jiang Ye wiped the sweat from his forehead, gently laid the girl on the ground, and let out a long breath. How long she'd survive would depend on how tough her constitution was. Master, she's moving. Hill watched intently. For Blood Cherry to pursue her so relentlessly, this girl definitely harbored some unspeakable secrets. Cough, water. Sakurajima Yui opened her eyes groggily. Her throat felt like it was on fire. Her whole body ached and felt numb. Her lower abdomen burned as if seared by a branding iron, and her knee was painfully stiff. Jiang Ye handed her a cup of water with an expressionless face. Cough, cough. She instinctively thanked him in the Daxiao language, then hurriedly reached for the cup. Her trembling hands spilled water all over herself. Through the soaked neckline, her black undergarment was faintly visible. But she couldn't care about the embarrassment in her desperate thirst. She actually bit down on Jiang Ye's finger and licked up every remaining drop of water. Jiang Ye was stunned. This green-haired girl was really something else. The warmth lingered on his fingertips, as if a playful puppy had been licking and nibbling at them. Jiang Ye's hand paused on her sweat-dampened shoulder, shaking it off in disgust, his brow furrowed with the clear message. Damn it, I'm contaminated. Behind him stood his shimmering silver dragon companion and twin angels side by side, equally frowning with jealousy brewing beneath the surface. Chu Moli suppressed his irritation. Saving lives came first. Pei Qinghuan cast a cold glance at the green-haired girl, suspicion stirring in her heart. Perhaps only perverts shared this kind of wavelength, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about her. Hopefully, she was just overthinking. Hey, wake up. Jiang Ye patted the girl's flushed, burning cheeks, trying to pull her back from unconsciousness. Cough, cough, I'm saved. The handprint remained on her pale face as Sakurajima Yui collapsed to the ground, her voice as faint as a thread in the wind. She had just witnessed those thugs' brutality and was accidentally exposed, chased to this dead end with nowhere left to run. Fearing she might retch from thirst, Jiang Ye frowned as he handed her a cup of water, his movements still showing disdain. If he didn't need to interrogate her for information, he wouldn't bother with this green-haired little pest. Thank you. You're such a good person. The girl bowed, her trembling hands clutching the cup as she gulped it down in one go with loud glug-glug sounds. She stuck out her tongue, panting heavily, her sweat-soaked delicate body swaying like a tumbler doll before finally regaining clarity. I'm alive again. No need for thanks. Jiang Ye stood up, looking down at her as she lay at his feet. His gaze shifted from scrutiny to wariness. The earlier scene had already made him lose trust in women who might be connected to Sakurajima. But I must. Sakurajima Yui hurriedly took off the black-framed glasses hanging from her collar and put them on her nose, breathing in short gasps. The teardrop mole at the corner of her eye became more distinct behind the lenses, adding an intellectual charm. She pressed her forehead to the ground, then dazedly propped herself up, her emerald eyes finally capturing Jiang Ye's figure. So handsome. Sakurajima Yui pressed her legs together, her lips trembling as she whispered in awe. She had never seen such a magnificent young man, like a male protagonist stepped out from an illustration, ethereal and peerless. He saved Meiheis like my divine lord. Even Sister Xiao Wu, who despised men, would probably change her mind on the spot upon seeing this divine lord and be cured of her unwillingness to reproduce affliction, wouldn't she? While her mind wandered wildly, she tried to maintain the dignity of a young lady on the surface. She was the eldest daughter of the Sakurajima family. Though not as accomplished as her half-sister the war goddess, she was still quite talented. As an strength temple priestess, her healing capacity was remarkable. She excelled at group healing, mana restoration, and damage reduction, and could even cast high-level holy light spells to punish evil. If not for her depleted mana and being outnumbered, she wouldn't have been chased so desperately by those thugs from her own clan, forced to hide in a secret chamber awaiting death. Fortunately, she encountered this divine lord, or she would have become a wandering spirit long ago. Thinking of this, she covered her heart where buttons had come undone with her small hand, her snow-white skin trembling slightly, as her pretty face flushed red. With no way to repay this life-saving grace, she was willing to do anything for her divine lord. You are my prisoner. Seeing the girl had recovered well, Jiang Ye didn't want to waste any more leveling time and declared directly. He still needed to rush to the Blood Sky Palace to trigger a special quest and had no time to play house with this confused little thing. Once he extracted information about the thugs, he'd leave her to fend for herself. There's such a good thing. Sakurajima Yui was stunned, instinctively taking a deep breath as her pretty face flushed and her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. After surviving such a catastrophe, she must be blessed with good fortune. Finally, she had a chance to repay her life-saving debt, even if it meant starting as a captive. Jiang Ye crouched beside the green-haired girl with glasses, whose eyes looked dazed. He reached out and gently ruffled her soft hair, speaking in an unhurried tone. Now, I ask you answer. Don't speak unless I tell you to. Understood? Yes. Sakurajima Yui nodded frantically like a pecking chick, nearly humming softly, as obedient as a well-trained puppy. Jiang Ye withdrew his hand and continued patiently. Name, background, purpose. He studied the girl before him carefully. Delicate features, smooth skin. Rather than an ordinary girl from a decent family, she looked more like a pampered rich young lady. Sakurajima Yui obediently replied. My name is Sakurajima Yui. I'm the legitimate daughter of the Sakurajima family, a freshman exchange student at Linhai University. My measurements are 906,090. Before she could finish, her pretty face flushed pink. It was her first time revealing her body measurements to such a handsome man, which felt somewhat shameful. Stop! Jiang Ye interrupted through gritted teeth, glaring at her fiercely. While the curves beneath her shirt were certainly pleasing to the eye, this wasn't a blind date. She was just a captive, and he had no interest in getting closer. I thought you might be curious. Sakurajima Yui's voice grew weaker as she lowered her head like a kitten doused with cold water. Suppressing her embarrassment, she still answered Jiang Ye's questions honestly. She was just a Sakurajima family exchange student who had accidentally witnessed those villain secrets, which led to her current predicament. She had no connection with them whatsoever. Jiang Ye stood up and dusted off his pants. You can get lost now. After questioning her for so long without gaining any valuable information, he felt it was a waste of time. Wait. Sakurajima Yui knelt on the ground, her wet little hands desperately clutching his pant leg. Her emerald eyes were misty with tears as she looked ready to cry. Aren't I your captive? My team doesn't need useless things. Jiang Ye's expression was cold and hard. Healing her was already more than generous. There was no reason to bring her along for leveling up. I'm very useful. Sakurajima Yui's voice carried a crying tone, but she still clung tightly to his pant leg, her snow-white collar trembling against his calf. With her back against the wall, she decided to go all in. I have a strange quest map, but I haven't dared explore it because I'm not strong enough. It turned out that during her solo dungeon run, she had been quite lucky. She had only intended to stay on the edges and scavenge, but accidentally entered a teleportation trap and found a treasure map. Knowing her limitations, she didn't dare venture alone and could only keep it hidden on her person. Jiang Ye became interested and kicked her aside with one foot, his tone still disdainful. Show me. Though inwardly he felt anticipation, the stinky woman was covered in sweat, but if the map was useful, he could reluctantly tolerate it. Here, take it. Sakurajima Yui was kicked so hard her chest trembled, but she endured the pain and even showed a hint of relief on her face. She fumbled around in her skirt for a moment and pulled out a parchment scroll stained with dark red bloodstains. Jiang Ye unrolled it, and his pupils contracted sharply. This is the Widow's Guide. Xiaoxua Palace map legend says that reading this map allows one to reach the bridal chamber of Dragon Lady Aoing. Only her husband, the Dragon Palace Prince Consort, possessing the token of their love, can open the sealed door. In the chamber, shadows flickered from the dim lights, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Jiang Ye took the sheepskin map from the girl's hands, its edges soaked with sweat. He frowned, shook off the dust, and unfolded it casually. To hide it well, the girl had stuffed the scroll into her skirt, and the heat had nearly dampened the paper. Fortunately, the material was of fine quality, and the ink remained clear. Though old, this map was the key to opening the door. His eyes quickly scanned the lines, already mapping out the route in his mind. Xiaoxua Palace, the bridal chamber of Dragon Lady Aoing. Since her late husband's death, no one could unlock the door except with that token of their love. To obtain the key, they must first defeat the catastrophe-level boss, Terracotta Maid, and extract the long-rusted key from her heart. Only that key could open the gates of Xiaoxua Palace and trigger the hidden quest. Catastrophe-level quests meant almost certain death, but the rewards were equally generous. Can you take me with you? The green-haired girl with glasses, Sakurajima Yui, knelt on the ground nearby, her hands desperately clutching her torn shirt collar. Her voice trembled with rapid speech. I'm a Rank Temple Priestess who can provide group healing. I can definitely offer medical support. Jiang Ye didn't respond immediately, instead turning to discuss briefly with his team of campus beauties. The group didn't object to her joining, but they set one condition. She must obey Team Captain Jiang Ye. This condition aligned perfectly with Sakurajima Yui's intentions. She wanted to prove herself through her abilities. The decision was finalized, and Sakurajima Yui temporarily joined the No Early Romance team as their healer. I'm Jiang Ye. The young man bent down and extended his hand, his tone gentle. I'm Sakurajima Yui, Rank Temple Priestess. The girl's face flushed red as she stammered and grasped his hand, nearly losing her balance. Are you alright? Jiang Ye steadied her in time. Now I have a problem. The girl's nose caught the faint scent of sweat from his shirt. Her legs pressed together as she trembled slightly, still feeling a dull ache in her lower abdomen. My leg is injured, I can't walk far. Could you support me? I'll pay you. Her emerald eyes looked up tearfully. Born into the Sakurajima family, money was the one thing she never lacked. I'm not a materialistic person, Jiang Ye said coldly. Think you can buy me? Dream on. 10 million. Would that work? She persisted, her voice shaking. If it wasn't enough, she could add more. Her wallet was like a sponge, always able to squeeze out more gold coins. Jiang Ye covered his mouth and coughed lightly. Since we've signed a contract and you're having trouble moving, I suppose I have no choice but to reluctantly help you. With that, he supported her as they continued deeper into the passage with the campus beauties. 10 million. How long would I have to work to earn that? Chu Moli clicked her tongue in amazement, growing wary. This woman is too dangerous, trying to corrupt Xiao Yi with money. She regretted agreeing to let Sakurajima Yui join the team. These wealthy young ladies were the most troublesome. Another cat trying to steal fish. Pei Qinghuan gripped the sword at her waist, her cold, beautiful face flashing with resentment. The legitimate daughter of the Sakurajima family, truly foolish with too much money. Trying to use money to get closer to Xiao Yi? Even if she actually ended up with Xiao Yi, that green hair of hers makes her a natural-born victim, doesn't it? Pei Qinghuan's gaze locked onto the green-haired girl with glasses cowering in Jiang Ye's arms, jealousy nearly tearing her cells apart. The air reeked of bitter sourness as a silent battlefield unfolded. Silver dragon on the left, angel on the right. The group carefully advanced through the narrow, dim corridor of the secret chamber. Thanks to the ancient map in their hands, they hadn't lost their way yet. She's in Rank Temple, sister. Why can't she heal her own wounds instead of troubling us? Gabriel whispered, her voice dripping with jealous resentment. I'm too badly injured, my strength is depleted, and I can't use my magic. Sakurajima Yui buried her face in Jiang Ye's chest, avoiding the angel's murderous glare as she weakly defended herself. Liar. The silver dragon princess snorted coldly, her silver eyes gleaming. I can smell lies better than anyone. This green-haired glasses girl is no good, meow. I'm not. Yui turned her head away, her face pale as paper, her voice barely a whisper. No amount of explanation would help. She could only curl up tighter, trembling all over. The depths of the corridor were deathly silent when suddenly, chaotic footsteps approached from the distance. Jiang Ye stopped abruptly, frowning. There are people ahead. The Shao Blood Palace is just ahead. Could someone have stumbled upon it by accident, trying to steal our treasure? Chu Moli bumped into her brother's back while distracted, letting out a small cry before biting her lip to suppress a whimper. Moli, use your shadows to scout. Pei Qinghuan stood beside Jiang Ye, her expression cold and composed as she gave the unhurried reminder. Chu Moli's shadow ability could not only bind and attack, but also serve as a sentinel. Understood. Chu Moli nodded with a soft laugh. Dark shadow threads spinning from her fingertips and creeping along the ceiling like bloodhounds tracking the source of the sound. Jiang Ye raised his hand to stop her. No need, it's just 10 more people from Sakurajima. He had already used time stop to scout ahead. Seeing the situation clearly, 10 fully black-clad Sakurajima professionals knelt in a circle before an ancient bronze gate, holding hands around a blood-red hexagram, chanting mysterious incantations in low voices as if summoning some monster. While everyone was frozen, Jiang Ye quietly confiscated their equipment, then returned and released the time stop as if nothing had happened. Brother, how did you know? Chu Moli suppressed her exclamation. There really are 10 people, exactly as you said. My shadow serpent saw everything. Time stop, such overkill. Pei Qinghuan's brows furrowed slightly, her heart shaken. If she could also stop time, surpassing Jiang Ye would be effortless. She could break through her inner demons and be invincible among peers. So amazing. Sakurajima Yui covered her red lips, unable to stop trembling. Even Miyamoto Mai, the heir of the Sakurajima Sword Saint Miyamoto clan and her half-sister, couldn't achieve such foresight. Xiaomai was about to break through to level 100, chasing after the great Xia's bright moon sword immortal. Her chi sense could reach 10 li, but at Jiang Ye's age, she definitely couldn't see through everything from 100 meters away. Her emerald eyes filled with worship. If she could catch up to Jiang Ye, wouldn't she possess a man who surpassed the Sword Saint? Sister Xiaomai, if you dare bully me again, I'll have my master bully you. A fox exploiting a tiger's might, nothing more than that. Curled up in Jiang Ye's arms, Sakurajima Yui's pretty face flushed red. In her mind, that scene from moments ago remained vivid. Her usually cold and calculating sister, trampled underfoot by her master, with despair flickering in her eyes like a dying candle. At this thought, the green-haired girl with glasses nearly couldn't suppress a soft hum of satisfaction. Miyamoto Mai, her half-sister, was the direct disciple of the Sakurajima Sword Saint, standing high above others since childhood. Sakurajima Yui had always been suffocated under her sister's brilliance, so now that she'd finally grasped a chance to surpass her, she would never let it slip away. That unreachable sister would eventually be crushed beneath her master's feet, and she would witness firsthand what it felt like to fall from grace. Without realizing it, Yui had become completely immersed in Jiang Ye's overwhelming 2,500 charm points, her fantasies gradually spiraling out of control. Can you still move? Jiang Ye looked down, his brow slightly furrowed. The green-haired girl with glasses in his arms trembled like a frightened hamster, soft and pliant as she pressed against him, creating a stark contrast with her snow-white outfit. Yes. She nodded eagerly, lowering her voice carefully. I can move on my own. With that, Yui kept her head down as the lamplight danced across her face, revealing a crimson blush. It was just a knee injury. Her waist was perfectly fine. Moving on her own would give her more participation. Good. Jiang Ye breathed a sigh of relief and casually pushed the girl aside. With battle approaching, he had no time to care for an immobile healer. It would interfere with his leveling. Yui staggered backward, staring at Jiang Ye in bewilderment. She'd said she could move on her own, but that didn't mean she wanted to be set free. Can you still use healing spells? Jiang Ye ignored her resentful expression and frowned again. The mysterious ritual had just been completed, and if the enemy had truly summoned demons, a fierce battle was inevitable. With a healer present, the team's pressure would be minimized. I'm out of mana, not a drop left. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Ye pressed a small silver beaker to her lips. Name, High Potency Mana Potion Beaker Edition. Level, 20. Effect, Rapid Mana Recovery, Sweep Away Exhaustion, Be Yourself Again. Here it comes. MMPH. The cool potion flowed from the rim as Yui froze, sipping it gently like bubble tea. Hurry up, drink it all, and be ready to heal at any moment. Jiang Ye glared at her before turning to arrange battle tactics. Mo Li, wrap us in shadows. Blend us into the lamplight for silent infiltration. Qinghuan, make it a killing blow. Those people deserve to die. I didn't feel guilty about it. Hill, Ali, stay on standby and help me deal with whatever demons they've summoned. Several campus beauties gathered close to Jiang Ye, listening intently. What about me? What about me? Sakurajima Yui, crouched on the ground, raised her hand to cover her lips. Her eyes sparkling. She wanted to participate too, even just a little. You? Jiang Ye glanced at her and chuckled. Just try not to get killed. Stay in the back and heal. She was a healer. After all, what was the point of charging forward to fight? But, big brother, I'm a level 30 temple sister, and I'm really strong. Sakurajima Yui rolled up her shirt sleeves and flexed her arms, showing off her pale, delicate muscles. Hee hee, a bunch of Sunto graduates got stunned by your big sister here. Sakurajima Yui pushed up her round-framed glasses, feeling quite pleased with herself. She was a genuine SSS-rank professional, definitely not just a pretty face with no substance. Looking across Linhai University, she was among the top healers, excelling in both GPA and level rankings, a true professional elite. In contrast, Jiang Ye's group looked like a bunch of rookies fresh out of high school entrance exams, still wet behind the ears. Logically speaking, they should be bowing down in admiration before a senior, like herself. Imagining Jiang Ye's surprised expression, Yui couldn't help but hum softly, squinting her eyes like a cat being petted just right. But the next second, as she peeked through the gap in her glasses, she froze instantly. Jiang Ye's reaction was surprisingly indifferent, and the campus beauties beside him were frowning with expressions of pure disdain, as if looking at something disgusting. Was she being ignored? Tears that Yui had been desperately holding back instantly welled up in her eyes. She bit her lip, stubbornly preparing to shout, 30 years east of the river, Wenf. Before she could finish, Jiang Ye lightly smacked her forehead. He glared at her coldly. Keep it down, don't expose our position. They're still planning a sneak attack. Glasses girl, you're way too scatterbrained. Woo woo woo. Sakurajima Yui covered her slightly reddened forehead with both hands, looking as pitiful as a wronged little wife, not even daring to cry out loud. Bro, is she really reliable? Chu Moli couldn't hold back anymore, whispering in Jiang Ye's ear. Pei Qinghuan remained expressionless, her voice thin as a needle. This flat-chested glasses girl is all chest and no brains. And she's supposed to be a professional from Linhai University? Only level 30 as a freshman, that leveling speed, and she still feels so good about herself. Ever since witnessing Jiang Ye single-handedly take down a disaster-level boss, their standards had been raised to the extreme, making everyone else look like ants. Jiang Ye waved his hand to stop the complaints. She's just a healer, don't expect too much. Dungeon situations are unpredictable, and with Sister Xiang not here, having a healer makes things more stable. Xiaoxua Palace might have continuous poison mist or curses that drain health. Besides, she provided the map and contributed money and effort. We can't just dump her after using her, right? Woo woo woo, I knew Master wouldn't abandon me. Sakurajima Yui wiped her tears with her sleeve, so moved that she pressed her legs together, her heart filled with both gratitude and shame. Being looked down upon by juniors despite being a senior was truly embarrassing. After a brief discussion, Jiang Ye raised his hand. Well then, let's go. As his words fell, his figure was swallowed by shadows controlled by his sister. The serpentine darkness crawled along the ground, sliding silently through the dim corridor. Everyone was swept into the shadow stream, infiltrating towards Xiaoxua Palace. Pushing open the secret door, a gloomy hall opened up before them, with a solitary rust-red bronze ancient gate standing alone. 10 black shadows knelt in a circle before the gate, surrounding a blood-red hexagram on the ground, continuously kowtowing and chanting incantations. The leading man in black had bloodshot eyes, spreading his arms and throwing his head back in a frenzied roar, looking utterly mad. Lord Bloodcherry, grant us the power to break the seal. With blood, with souls, we offer sacrifice and pray for your arrival. Come forth, Yamatano Roki. A sinister black serpent, like creeping vines, slithered silently up the rust-stained bronze ancient door toward the dim dome above, flicking its cold forked tongue as its murky eye surveyed everything in the hall below. From the depths of the great hall came sudden maniacal laughter. Come forth, Yamatano Oroki. The leading figure in black wore a pitch-black cloth mask over his head, with only 2 crimson eye holes visible. He knelt on the ground, arms spread wide, throwing back his head in a roaring cry. In an instant, a 6-pointed star beneath his feet flashed with dark, cold light. Black sinister mist, like wildly growing weeds, immediately engulfed all the black-robed figures. Ha! I can see it. I can see it all. After decades of seeking the way, I finally glimpse a trace of Amaterasu's true form. Mother, I see you've grown old. Woo woo woo. He, it hurts so much. Father, even in death you torment me with that belt. From within the mist came wailing, cursing, and shrill laughter rising and falling like some evil cult sacrifice. The crimson glow of the 6-pointed star flickered through the fog as the lives of the black-robed figures were torn apart by their shattering faith. Moments later, the sounds ceased abruptly. The stench of blood filled the air as 10 skeletons collapsed into pools of blood within the mist, their milk-white bone frames trembling slightly. Hiss, a heavy exhalation cut through the deathly silence. A massive black serpent emerged, its head tangled with river weeds, cold crimson vertical pupils surveying the scene as its putrid forked tongue flicked constantly. The serpent's head split open into a bloody cavity, foul blood trickling down its scales. A pale figure crawled out from the bloody opening. Under the flickering lamplight, that delicate face was sickeningly white, crimson eyes dripping with blood, purple lips holding a forked serpent's tongue, a sight both eerie and terrifying. Jet black hair cascaded to her waist, the falling strands outlining her snow-white skin. She lay prone on the serpent's head, her lotus-like arms draped over its scales, resembling a parasitic snake woman. The people of Xia are indeed troublesome. Fortunately, my serpent molting technique is no less than my master's. Once I seize the essence of this disaster dungeon, the bottleneck that binds me will loosen. She extended her light purple forked tongue, moving in sync with the giant serpent. Pei Qing, you severed my physical body. I shall steal Xia's fortune. When I, Shui Ying, awaken and break through, I will surely avenge this humiliation. The girl's pale face suddenly contorted into a sinister, cold smile. She was none other than the mysterious Shui Ying, who had infiltrated the dungeon to steal the essence. In the shadows of the dome above, another black serpent remained perfectly still. Jiang Ye lay flat against its scaled back, holding his breath and concentrating, hearing every word of Shui Ying's soliloquy clearly. So the essence can break through humanity's level limits, his mind raced. As for her grudge with the bright moon sword immortal Pei Qing, I'll make note of that. Since Shui Ying dared extend her dark hand toward Xia, he wouldn't mind helping someone loosen her bones. Jiang Ye continued hiding, quietly watching to see what the snake woman would do next. Shui Ying licked blood and laughed wildly. 10 years of drinking ice, yet my blood still burns hot. Pei Qing, I will ultimately trample you underfoot. But before that, first I'll break through the bronze door and refine that dragon girl's soul. By consuming the essence, my injuries will greatly heal. Then I'll go explore Xia's treasures. Shui Ying's lips curved upward as she flicked her forked tongue, her blood-red eyes fixed on the rust-colored bronze ancient door with a chilling, sinister laugh. Unfortunately, the power of this calamity had reached its limit, and Yamato Naroki could only descend with a single serpent head. But this one head alone was enough to tear open the ancient door's seal. She arched her back, her pale waist and defined lines strikingly visible in the dim light. Splurt! A spray of crimson erupted as she regurgitated a thorn-like ancient sword from her throat, its spikes coiling around it like a ritual offering to the gods Kusanagi. Amino Murakumo. Shui Ying gripped the sword with both hands, raising it high above her head as cold light intertwined with golden lightning. New Year's strike. Break for me. Boom. Golden lightning sword energy poured down. The air exploded with thunderous roars and crackling bolts. The bronze ancient door was struck with sparks flying, emitting deep, mournful groans. Simultaneously, Yamato Naroki roared in fury, its black serpent tail whipping up cascades of blood, hammering the door like a siege weapon. Bang, bang, bang. Slashes and impacts intertwined, the seal teetering on the brink of collapse. Shui Ying grinned wickedly, already envisioning victory and sacrificing the dragon maiden's soul. At that moment, Jiang Ye moved. Seal, he commanded coldly. The magic binding technique instantly covered everything, completely locking away all of the snake woman's magical power while his own magic became infinite. Who? Shui Ying's crimson serpent eyes swept toward the dim yellow dome above, her top-tier combat instincts instantly detecting the enemy's shadow. Yamato Naroki also flew into a rage, its serpent tail sweeping horizontally with waves of blood. The sound of cutting through air was piercing. Get back! Jiang Ye laughed heartily toward the sky, leaping down from the dome in an inverted dive, executing the inverted celestial technique. Golden temporal power twisted space like a vortex, causing the massive serpent tail to eerily reverse direction. Bang! The tail struck its own serpent eye viciously. Blood mist exploded, and the entire hall was stained crimson. With piercing wails were deafening. All the spectators were horrified. Even a descended legendary creature can't match my brother. Chu Moli's pupils contracted sharply from the shadows. Too fast, couldn't see when he struck. Pei Qinghuan held her breath, her icy face filled with shock. I really want to tear off his clothes and see just how strong he truly is. This can't be real. Sakurajima Yui stood frozen in place. Yamato Naroki's I was destroyed by master in one move. Even Sword Saint Miyamoto couldn't do that back in her day. As the great serpent was wounded, Shui Ying suffered backlash, coughing up black blood. Her sickly beautiful face showed murderous intent, yet she gripped the Amino Murakumo sword even tighter. She caught the moment when Jiang Ye was suspended in air, smiled viciously, and suddenly swung her sword. Amino Murakumo slash. Lightning wrapped around the sword as it struck toward Jiang Ye, but it only cut through air with no sword energy released. What? Shui Ying was horrified. My magical power, when was it sealed? Jiang Ye had already silently appeared before her, his faint smile like that of a judge. When Shui Ying met those silver dragon eyes, her heart instantly plunged into an icy abyss, her limbs stiffening. Time remnant. The world stopped, dust suspended in air. Jiang Ye reached out, gently moving Jabali's figure aside, exposing the angel's heart. He drew the blade of judgment from that spot. Golden light flashed, and the long sword was unsheathed and struck in one motion. Jiang Ye brushed past Shui Ying's shoulder. Splurt. Blood mist exploded. The pale snake woman's head flew into the air, her blood-stained long hair fluttering in the sword wind. Her headless body collapsed onto the serpent head, eyes wide open in disbelief. I am dead. My head. Why is it flying? As her vision spun, Shui Ying saw her pale neck spurting crimson like torn evening clouds. She had always prided herself on her beauty, but now from a third-person perspective, she watched her own body collapse with cold detachment weight. How could she be observing from an outsider's viewpoint? Could it be, am I dead? Bone-piercing agony suddenly struck, and Shui Ying's ashen face quickly darkened with malice, twisting into a grotesque mask. By the time she came to her senses, her head was already airborne. Who killed me? Was it that boy who fell from the sky? Her severed head spinning, Shui Ying forced her eyes wide open, bloodshot pupils frantically searching, desperate to see her killer's face before death claimed her. The next second, a size 10 black sneaker came crashing down. Crack! Her skull exploded into gore, splattering filth across the dim tiles. Shui Ying died with eyes wide open. Alert! Extraordinary clone eliminated. 100,000 experience points gained. Cleaning up remains. Jiang Ye lifted his foot, and the ground glowed faintly. From the sticky blood, a transparent vial filled with black pills rolled into his hand, resembling kidney supplements. Item: heart-devouring pills. Level: 30. Grade: Purple Epic. Effect: target a subject who, upon consumption, will obey the host's every command within a specified time limit. Jiang Ye thought to himself, so this is how Shui Ying controlled those professionals on Sakura Island? He wiped the blood from the vial and pocketed it. The next moment, another screen flickered. Identity card dropped. Mystic Blood Serpent Queen, Shui Ying. Level: 110. Main body. Clone. Level 30. Class: SSS-rank Mystic Blood Serpent Queen. Background: leader of Sakura Island's Blood Ninja organization. Orchestrated multiple terrorist attacks, plundered global dungeon essences. Has broken through level 100, entering extraordinary life. Even her clone had reached the level cap of 30 for catastrophe dungeons. Her main body had transcended the 100-level barrier. Yet such a being still fell to the Bright Moon Sword immortal clearly. All top-tier professionals were extraordinary powerhouses. Jiang Ye glanced at his own status panel. Only level 20. The path to the life barrier at level 100 stretched long ahead. Standing in the pool of blood, he clenched his fists, his expression neither sad nor joyful. System alert. Killing the Serpent Queen's clone has made you an enemy of the Blood Ninja organization. Shui Ying had been careless and narrow-minded. She would never let this go. Bounties and assassinations were inevitable. Jiang Ye sneered. What's there to fear? Only by growing stronger could he nip danger in the bud. Reaching the extraordinary realm was imperative. But before dealing with that woman, he'd use this giant black python for practice. His knuckles cracked as Jiang Ye's lips curved slightly, frost gleaming in his eyes. Though the snake woman was dead, the Yamato Naroki still rampaged wildly. Without clearing it out, there was no way to enter the Crimson Blood Palace. Master! Hill stood at his side, spear in hand, offering a solemn reminder. The massive serpent's eyes burst with fury. The Yamato Naroki, maddened by pain, thrashed wildly, reducing the surrounding walls to rubble. Now it coiled and turned toward the bronze ancient gate, writhing menacingly. Gabrielle held the pitch-black blade of judgment, fulfilling the scabbard's accusations while analyzing the situation. She's far more useful than that perverted lizard. Master, let Hill kill it. Silver eyes blazed with crimson killing intent as Hill volunteered eagerly. I won't allow this insect to defile Master's sight. Go ahead, coordinate with Moli and Qinghuan. Jiang Ye nodded lightly, full of confidence. Yay! The girl cheered as her silver dragon companion form instantly activated. Her gauze dress transformed into a pristine bridal gown, with silver-edged armor gleaming under the firelight. Her dragon spear pierced through the air with a sharp whistle, penetrating the exposed belly of the Yamato Naroki with a wet thud. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly dyeing her snow-white dress hem a bewitching crimson. Ugh, save! Chu Moli gripped her flute and breathed a long sigh of relief. She had bound the great serpent with layers of shadow and water spears, but the creature's thrashing had left her internal organs numb from the recoil. Without the healer's continuous treatment, she would have already collapsed, coughing up blood. This beast has thick hide and flesh. My sword can't break through its scales, it can only scratch its belly. Pei Qinghuan bit her lip in frustration. Her exquisite sword techniques had only resulted in superficial wounds, tearing new cracks in her Dao heart. The more frantically she struck, the more she realized she couldn't pierce those black scales. In contrast, the Silver Dragon Princess proved that brute force worked miracles. With a casual thrust of her spear, she pinned the wildly thrashing Yamato Naroki firmly to the wall. The once arrogant black serpent lost all its ferocity, curling up and trembling. Only level 20, yet her strength and constitution must both exceed 1,000, right? What kind of monster is she? Am I seeing this correctly? Hill is torturing the legendary creature Yamatano Roki? Is she really just epic tier? The crowd whispered among themselves, their eyes wide with shock. Pei Qinghuan watched with her scalp tingling, nearly dropping her sword. She could tolerate losing to Jiang Ye, but if even the Silver Dragon Princess surpassed her, that would be like losing to a romantic rival, completely crushing her self-esteem. Her sword-wielding hand trembled uncontrollably. What has she done to it? Is this still the Yamatano Roki? Sakurajima Yui rubbed her eyes frantically. The white-haired girl wielded the Kusanagi sword, pinning the serpent's gallbladder while pummeling the bloody, mangled snake heads with her fists. This mythical beast that had even given Susanoo trouble had become nothing more than a defenseless punching bag. Her faith crumbling, the sapphire staff slipped from her fingers. Sakurajima Yui bit her lip hard to suppress her trembling voice, her heart surging with emotion. She's beating the Yamatano Roki so badly it's about to cry for its mother, and she's only level 20? Master, oh master, does this temple priestess look like one of your tamed beasts? Is there still hope for me to serve my savior like a loyal servant? Roar. A clear dragon's cry echoed through the chamber. Hill delivered a final punch that exploded the snake's head, sending emerald blood raining down. The agonized screams ceased abruptly as the massive serpent body crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, raising clouds of dust. Jiang Ye looked toward the sound and saw Hill pulling her spear from the serpent's belly, her bridal dress completely stained crimson. She elegantly brushed her blood-soaked hair behind her ear, silver eyes filled with shy affection. Master, that annoying creature has been dealt with, master. Does your obedient and understanding Hill get a reward? Beneath her blood-stained bridal dress, the silver-haired girl wagged her tail with sparkling eyes. She wanted Master's rewarder perhaps, to reward Master? Silver Dragon Princess Hill wagged her tail, her silver eyes narrowing as she sought her reward. Like a mischievous child begging for candy during the holidays, she wore an expression that clearly said, no treats, no peace. Hill, you did great. Jiang Ye walked to her side and reached up to caress her pretty face, now smeared with blood. Her skin felt like soft cotton in his hands, providing maximum stress relief. After rewarding himself with this indulgence, he ignored the Silver Dragon Princess's pouty, resentful expression and turned toward the corpse of Yamatano Roki. He reached out to grasp the Kusanagi sword embedded at its vital point, wreathed in pale yellow lightning. Hiss! The blade slid free, spraying residual blood. Jiang Ye calmly stepped aside, letting the crimson droplets brush past his shoulder. Ding! The system notification followed immediately. Legendary creature, Yamatano Roki, descending serpent head, eliminated. Gained 80,000 experience points. Current level, 2090. Acquired lost divine artifact Kusanagi sword. Remember to deliver the finishing blow next time. Only when the text appeared did he chuckle softly, turning back to look at the still pouting Silver Dragon Princess. His tone was leisurely. Finishing blows, crushing bones to dust, immediate purification. Full service elimination is a fine tradition in the art of killing and looting. A little caution never hurts. Hill understands. The Silver Dragon Princess wagged her tail and nodded, responding in a low voice. She thought to herself, she had only wanted to save the final strike for her master. It wasn't carelessness at all. Well, looks like the perverted lizard finally got her comeuppance. Fallen angel Gabriel seized the opportunity to kick her while she was down, a smile playing at her lips. The air instantly tensed as two gazes clashed in midair, sparks almost visible. Quiet, I'm thinking. Before the storm could break, Jiang Ye's single sentence snuffed out the brewing conflict. The Silver Dragon Princess and Fallen Angel each turned their heads away, crossing their arms with synchronized huffs. Too little thunderous. Jiang Ye sighed inwardly and bent down again. The Kusanagi sword sliced open the serpent's belly, releasing warm, fishy air. He was quite curious about the taste of a legendary creature's gallbladder. 6 cuts per second, his movements crisp and efficient. Moments later, he had hollowed out the vital area and extracted a basin-sized emerald gallbladder. Name, Yamatano Roki's gallbladder. Grade, Golden Legend. Description, contains mystical power. Even if you hold your nose while swallowing it, you'll never want to recall the taste. Effect, evolution, transformation, life transcendence only enhances beast companion bloodline potential. For ordinary humans, it merely boosts energy and alertness, making you a champion all-nighter. What a massive gallbladder. Jiang Ye squeezed out enough emerald juice to fill an entire bottle, clicking his tongue. Drinking this whole bottle would probably kill someone with bitterness, wouldn't it? Brother, you're not hurt, are you? Let me check. Chu Moli rushed over, clutching her flute, circling Jiang Ye several times with the thoroughness of a scanner. Moli, what are you doing with those wandering hands? You're getting your brother all sweaty. Pei Qinghuan wore a stern expression as she swatted away her sister-in-law's restless hands, pulling out prepared wet wipes from her bag. She smiled like a Sichuan opera performer ready to change masks at any moment. Here, wipe yourself off, sweat doesn't smell very nice. Though her words were dismissive, her body quietly moved closer, almost leaning against Jiang Ye's shoulder. Her little scheme transparent, these were the handkerchiefs she had kissed, and now little you would be using them. Thanks. Jiang Ye accepted the wipes and casually cleaned his hands, demonstrating that he was completely unharmed. Only then did his sister breathe a sigh of relief, looking at her best friend with a resentful expression. Seeing Jiang Ye pocket the tissue without any intention of wiping his mouth, Pei Qinghuan's pretty face darkened with resentment. The Yamato Naroki had just been slain. Its massive serpentine body sprawled before the bronze ancient gate, the air still thick with the lingering sense of charred flesh and metallic sweetness. Around the corpse, equipment of various kinds lay scattered across the ground. A complete set of epic-grade nun's armor gleaming with sacred white radiance, the lightning-wreathed Kusanagi sword, and several miscellaneous pieces with different attributes. Even the snake's corpse, still steaming with residual heat, was rare top-tier crafting material, though its enormous size meant Jiang Ye could only store it in sections in his backpack. How should we divide this equipment? He called everyone to gather around the serpent's remains and began the distribution. Naturally, the dirty work fell to the maid Gabriel, who bustled about with her dimensional storage bag, chopping up the corpse and packing it away, sweat beading on her forehead. Meanwhile, Hill had already plucked the emerald green fruits from the snake tree, stuffing them whole into her mouth as sweet juice dripped down her hands, prompting Pei Qinghuan to mutter complaints about favoritism. Jiang Ye looked at everyone, pointing to several key spoils of war. The snake's gallbladder, Kusanagi sword, and this nun's set. Who wants them? I'm not drinking snake gallbladder. Chu Moli waved her hands and backed away, eyeing the green liquid as if facing a mortal enemy. It's too bitter. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. If you're afraid of bitterness, you'll never taste happiness. Pei Qinghuan gently pressed down on her slender sword hilt, saying coolly, I have my natal sword. These two items aren't what I seek. She had always been indifferent to material possessions except for Jiang Ye himself. May I wear that nun's outfit? Sakurajima Yui timidly raised her hand. The black and white nun's habit shimmered brilliantly in her eyes, its sacred radiance reflecting off her glasses. This was the first time she'd seen equipment so perfectly suited to her. If she could wear it, her healing abilities would multiply several times over, a true qualitative transformation. You can. Jiang Ye nodded, but held up 5 fingers. But it'll cost you. That's no problem. She breathed a sigh of relief, but as she lowered the hand covering her chest, another button popped off with a snap. Taking a deep breath, she said quickly, I can provide each of you with a set of epic-grade equipment. She held up 3 slender jade fingers, her palms slightly damp with sweat. Jiang Ye showed no courtesy, spreading his 5 fingers wider. 5 sets. He planned to trade 1 for 5, while also binding this ditzy glasses girl to their team as a healing familiar, getting free healing without any cost. Sakurajima Yui's cheeks flushed red as she bit her lip and whispered, 5 sets it is. 5 epic equipment pieces from her family's abyss supply chain that they couldn't use anyway. In exchange for 1 perfectly tailored core piece, she wasn't losing out, and she didn't want to miss this opportunity. Deal. Jiang Ye extended his hand to seal the agreement. I'll make up the difference, plus a hiring fee of 10 million. Sakurajima Yui gently grasped his hand, her voice trembling but extraordinarily firm. Jiang Ye withdrew his hand and asked seriously, Close combat water dark mage, fire summoner, fire sword immortal, all-around support, and my beast tamer. When can you have all the equipment ready? After we exit the dungeon. Within a week at the latest. She immediately pressed her hand to her chest in assurance, her eyes full of solemnity. Jiang Ye nodded, satisfied, a complete steal. The green-haired glasses girl hugged her newly acquired nun's habit tightly, her fingertips tracing the sacred patterns, unable to let it go. With the transaction complete, he looked again at the remaining spoils. So then, the snake's gallbladder and Kusanagi sword. The girls exchanged glances, then spoke in unison. Give them all to you. For them. Besides you, who else deserves to be their master? The essence of the Yamato Naroki's gallbladder and the legendary divine artifact, the Kusanagi sword. These 2 priceless treasures lay before the girls, yet none of them showed the slightest impulse to claim them. They understood clearly what fits is what's best, just like how even the finest AA battery won't light a lamp if you force it into a AAA battery compartment. Moreover, what truly sparkled in their eyes was Jiang Ye's impressive charisma rating of 2,500 points. Rather than fighting over treasures, staying close to him seemed far more appealing. I don't eat bitter things, and I can't use swords. Chu Moli waved her small hands, emphasizing once again with a blushing face. She was naturally averse to bitterness, only hoping her brother would eat more fruits in the future so she could share in the sweetness. They're merely worldly possessions. Pei Qinghuan caressed her 3-foot sword and shook her head with a smile. The stronger Jiang Ye became, the more thrilling her pursuit felt. These treasures were just investments for future satisfaction. Being a nun is enough for me. Sakurajima Yui hugged her cool nun's habit, pushed up her glasses, and smiled softly with a tilted head. She was indeed tempted by the Kusanagi sword, but only wanted to show it off to Sister Xiao Wu and provoke that ultimate sword fanatic. After all, that fool only knew how to play with sword hilts and often got beaten into a pulp by Sister Xiao Wu. Then I'll take them. Seeing no one competing, Jiang Ye wasn't polite and collected both the snake gallbladder and the divine sword. The gallbladder could be divided into 3 portions to enhance the bloodline potential of Silver Dragon Princess and the Twin Angels, helping them quickly step into the extraordinary realm. The Kusanagi sword wasn't suitable for Silver Dragon Princess, who preferred spear strikes like a dragon, so naturally it would go to the fallen angel as compensation for a gift he owed. Drink this. Jiang Ye divided the emerald juice into 3 bottles and pushed them towards Silver Dragon Princess and the Twin Angels. Do I really have to drink it? Hill pinched her nose and tilted her head back in despair, gulping it down. Glug so bitter. Her pretty face cycled through white, green, and purple as she frowned from the bitterness. Jiang Ye gently patted her back, while unable to suppress his laughter. Who would have thought Silver Dragon Princess was afraid of bitterness? In the future, she probably couldn't sleep on brushwood and taste gall for motivation. Her bloodline instantly boiled, and faint water patterns appeared on Hill's chest. Innate power, drain the lake. Wind and rain gathered at her will, rivers roared, and though she hadn't truly evolved, she already possessed the terrifying power to command all waters. Jiang Ye sighed softly as his disappointment passed quickly. How could evolving one's destiny be so easy? Still, it wasn't a loss. This adorable little water sprite would eventually become a dragon king who could overturn clouds and summon rain, and he was already looking forward to that day. Ugh, such bitter snake gallbladder. My head is spinning. I'm dying, meow. Hill stuck out her pale green tongue and collapsed weakly on Jiang Ye's lap. Fortunately, her comprehension was heaven-defying, and she had grasped her innate power. Otherwise, this suffering would have been for nothing. You perverted lizard, didn't you ever think that this bloodline-enhancing potion could be injected instead of taken orally? The Twin Angels shook syringes filled with snake gallbladder essence, mocking her in perfect harmony. The intelligence of all the charmed pets has been dragged down by that perverted lizard. Injection Hill's face instantly drained of all color, nearly fainting. She was so frustrated she wanted to bang her head against the wall. Such a simple solution. Why hadn't she asked her master to handle it earlier and inject the snake gallbladder directly? Damn it, that perverted sheep had stolen all the credit. Lying across Jiang Ye's lap, the Silver Dragon Princess felt dizzy and confused, her mind in complete chaos. Hiss! The fine needle pierced her skin, and her pale arm trembled slightly. Jiang Ye pressed his 2 fingers together, slowly pushing the plunger as the emerald green medicine was injected completely into her body. Cold, stinging, burning sensations surged through her in waves. The Twin Angel's delicate face flushed crimson as she covered her arms with both hands, letting out soft moans of surprise and uncertainty. The next moment, her blood seemed to ignite, with steaming mist escaping through her pores. Pale yellow lightning flickered like insects awakening in spring, crackling and sparking. Her bloodline potential surged her innate power. The awakening of insects had awakened. Awakening of insects, spring thunder roars, all things come to life. Primordial lightning, purge all impurity. Lightning-based knowledge flooded her consciousness as Jia Bailey's cherry-colored eyes turned brilliant yellow, reflecting the golden thunder. She pressed her trembling snow-white hands against herself, staring in amazement. This was clearly the divine punishment lightning used by angels to judge heretics. Against heretics, demons, insects, all impure beings, it dealt 100 restraint damage. With this innate power, she could even envision a future of returning to the Holy Temple, surpassing the 12-winged seraphim, and becoming the master of the Holy Temple itself. Jiang Ye handed her a long sword. Here, make do with this for now. Pale yellow electric arcs danced along the blade as he casually ruffled both angels' hair. Is this a gift for me? Jia Bailey stuck out her slightly red tongue, tears glistening in her cherry eyes. Silly, it's a token of love, isn't it? The twin succubus whispered in her ear, correcting her softly. Both their faces turned even redder, hearts fluttering with excitement. After equipping the Kusanagi sword, her lightning damage shot up to 200, and her restraint against heretics doubled to the devastating figure of 200. Jia Bailey gripped the sword tightly, unable to let it go. Snake, gallbladder evolution, and divine weapon bestower master's kindness was beyond repayment. As his personal maid, the only thing she could do was obey completely and warm his bed more often in the future. Hill, Ali, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Jiang Ye noticed the strange expressions on the Silver Dragon Princess and Fallen Angel's faces, his heart tightening with worry. There won't be any side effects, will there? No, no problems. Hill shook her head. I'm fine too, just feeling a bit hot. I need Master to examine me. Jia Bailey lowered her head, gently poking her index fingers together as she spoke hesitantly. Then let's examine you. Jiang Ye nodded in agreement, first checking on the silver dragon princess. As her silver eyes trembled slightly, even that perverted sheep looked somewhat pleasing to the eye. Hill thought to herself, rather than fighting to mutual destruction, perhaps cooperation and sharing the spoils would be better. Maybe she needed to change her approach. No injuries, excellent condition. Jiang Ye turned his hand to caress her delicate face, breathing a long sigh of relief. Confirming Hill was unharmed, he felt at ease. What about me? What about me? Jia Bailey anxiously thrust out her chest, face burning red, voice trembling. She sat cross-legged, waiting for her master's examination. Open your mouth. Jiang Ye gently pinched the angel Gabrielle's soft cheeks, conducting the routine examination after the injection. The Yamatonoroki serpent gallbladder essence had just been administered, and he needed to immediately check for any adverse reactions. The angel tilted up her delicate face, her cherry lips parting slightly wide enough to fit an entire egg. Her pearl-white teeth and pink tongue tip were clearly visible, her breathing smooth and speech clear. Jiang Ye nodded approvingly. Everything was normal. His fingertips lightly touched Gabrielle's carotid artery, sliding along her shoulder line down to her slender waist, then circling around her body once. Her heartbeat and body temperature were stable. The only abnormality was the blush that appeared from embarrassment. With the examination complete, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The twin angel had completely absorbed the serpent gallbladder essence, not only awakening her innate power, but also developing an increasingly graceful and voluptuous figure with a mature, alluring presence. Master, you'll need to examine me regularly from now on. Gabrielle crossed her arms and stretched them above her head, yawning lazily. The warm breath she exhaled carried an undisguised longing. Master's care is simply irresistible. I second that. The silver dragon Princess Hill lay sprawled on Jiang Ye's back, her tail swaying gently as she waved her small fists. A familiar's physical and mental health is of utmost importance. Just like guns need regular oiling, or they'll rust and misfire eventually. I'm the same, I need examinations too. Jiang Ye chuckled and agreed. Certainly, in the future. Satisfied with this promise, the two little ones finally quieted down contentedly, exchanging knowing smiles. On the other side, Chu Moli lightly pinched the pleats of her skirt hem, pouting with resentment. Sister Hill and brother have such a good relationship. Yet I, his own sister, have never been examined by my dear brother. She was clearly jealous. Pei Qinghuan watched silently from the side, jealousy flickering across her sickly pale face. While defeating Jiang Ye and refining him into a sword spirit was no longer realistic, she thought, I could still become little Ye's scabbard. She took a deep breath, her cheeks turning from white to pink. That way, he could insert his sword whenever he wanted, and he'd never be able to leave me. Sakurajima Yui pushed up her glasses and interjected quietly. Shouldn't we be heading out? The Yamatonoroki and the Blood Cherry clone have been defeated, the danger is cleared. The bronze ancient door is right in front of us, but I didn't bring the key. By the end, she was scratching her head in embarrassment, secretly mortified that she had lured her master here, but couldn't open the door. She was practically ready to commit seppuku in apology. I have it. Jiang Ye pulled out a rust-covered key and waved it in front of everyone. Wonderful. Sakurajima Yui covered her wildly beating heart and let out a long sigh of relief, causing another button to pop off her tight shirt, which was simply too small. Rise up. To prevent triggering any teleportation traps, Jiang Ye awakened the sleeping spirits, having them possess the skeletal remains in the pool of blood. Clutching the old key, they shambled in a zigzag pattern toward the corroded bronze ancient door. The bloody and Yamatonoroki souls had not awakened, suggesting their main bodies had not truly perished. Jiang Ye silently regretted the missed opportunity. If he could have awakened the spirit of Yamatonoroki and captured it within his soul banner, that would have been an incredible windfall. Screech, the key scraped into the rusted lock, producing a sharp, grating sound. 10 ghostly skeletons then mustered all their strength and finally managed to push open a crack in the ancient bronze door that had been sealed for 1,000 years. Black mist poured out from the gap like a living creature, clinging like maggots to bone, instantly devouring all 10 skeletons along with the souls attached to their frames. The marks in Jiang Ye's mind suddenly extinguished as his connection to the skeletons was brutally severed. Those minions were likely doomed. The mist churned and rolled, carrying a soul-corroding chill. Jiang Ye's brow furrowed slightly, his expression growing increasingly grim. This is gloom from the abyss, feeding on spiritual consciousness. Sakurajima Yui pointed toward the misty shadows, her voice filled with alarm. Born into the Sakurajima financial conglomerate, she had become a shrine maiden at a young age and had studied abyssal texts as extensively as any researcher. Gloom. Jiang Ye was indeed unfamiliar with the term. Yes, exactly, gloom. Yui adjusted her glasses, instantly transforming from a confused girl into an intellectual older sister. She explained meticulously. This dark mist is the lingering essence of abyssal demons that has developed instinctual consciousness. It devours all creatures with spiritual intelligence and assimilates them. Even ghosts aren't spared. Sister Yui, is there a way to eliminate it? This sticky, slimy mist is disgusting. Chu Moli frowned as she asked on her brother's behalf. She had always detested anything with a slippery texture, whether sweating from exercise or getting soaked in the rain. She had to immediately take a hot shower. The stickiness isn't so bad, though. It's like black sesame paste or millet porridge, both quite tasty. Pei Qinghuan licked her red lips, her gaze secretly glancing toward Jiang Ye, seemingly unbothered by the mess on her face. Now's hardly the time for snacks. Jiang Ye chuckled teasingly, patting the green-haired glasses girl on the shoulder encouragingly. Professional matters require professional expertise. You must have a solution, right? Sakurajima Yui bore the triple identity of young lady, shrine maiden, and temple sister. In terms of abyssal knowledge, she was second to none. There is a way, but it requires the blessing of the Masahem, of the divine. She nearly slipped and said, Master, hastily correcting herself with a reddening face. Hand me the clothes, I'll change into this epic grade sister outfit. The set bonus will be enough to purge the gloom. Before finishing her words, she had already unbuttoned her shirt, tossing the sweat and blood-stained garment into Jiang Ye's arms with startling efficiency. Jiang Ye was momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, Yui was down to her cute undergarments, skillfully equipping the new outfit. Her tall, curvaceous figure was embraced by the black and white sister's habit, radiating sanctity with hints of secret allure. Ready? Jiang Ye folded the old clothes neatly and asked solemnly. Yes. Yui nodded with determination, raising her sapphire-embedded blessing staff and beginning to chant softly. Greater purification. Gentle holy light erupted from the staff, instantly illuminating the hall like daylight. The light beam penetrated the door crack, completely dispelling and reducing the profound black mist to nothingness. Purified gloom mist remnant thoughts of demon hide and bone. The system notification echoed in his ears as Jiang Ye's gaze sharpened. Click. The ancient door opened completely. A figure in crimson silk robes sat alone on the bed, as if keeping vigil through countless long nights across the centuries. For hundreds of years, unable to share the same pillow, my beloved husband, would you be willing tonight to share bed and pillow with your concubine? In her secluded chambers, she mourns with endless sighs. For centuries, that crimson figure has kept her lonely vigil in the empty room, waiting for a husband who never comes, waiting for someone to share her bed. Share the bed? Not a chance. Hill snorted softly, her snow-white tail bristling as she positioned herself protectively in front of Jiang Ye. The small pillow was hers to claim, half for her master, and no room for anyone else. Is it the ghost of a dragon maiden, or some malevolent spirit? Ja Bailey gripped her twin swords tightly, her brow furrowed. Unable to compete with that lustful lizard, she could only wrap herself in blankets and sulk, unwilling to share the pillow with yet another bedmate. She's not a ghost. Jiang Ye reached out, attempting to command the redrobed beauty beside the bed, only to find that she merely curled her jade fingers gracefully and continued her mournful sighs, offering no response whatsoever. What exactly was she? Living, undead, or something of higher existence? Brother, could this be a hidden quest? Chu Moli noticed Jiang Ye's expression and quickly reminded him. Dungeons often contain special missions ranging from F to SSS difficulty. This grieving woman might very well be an NPC offering such a quest. Pei Qinghuan held her sword across her chest, nodding cautiously. I've encountered similar apparitions in other dungeons. They're usually waiting for someone destined to fulfill their lingering obsessions. At the back of the group, Sakurajima Yui, covered in mud and sweat, limped forward with a resentful mutter. Doesn't anyone appreciate my efforts? I did purify the abyssal depths, surely that counts for something. A hug would be nice. Sensing those green, longing eyes upon him, Jiang Ye turned helplessly and patted her shoulder. Well done. Praised by her master, the bespectacled girl instantly revived, clutching her sapphire staff between her legs and nearly purring with delight. Yes, all that hard work paid off. If this might be a quest, we need to trigger it. I'll give it a try. Jiang Ye stared at the tightly sealed doors of Shao Blood Palace, preparing to force his way in. Brother, let me go. Chu Moli stepped in front of him with a gentle smile. I can slip into the shadows, and if there's real danger, I can retreat instantly. If you're worried, you can always use time stop to pull me back. As she finished speaking, something crossed her mind, and a faint blush colored her cheeks. Be careful. Jiang Ye nodded. His sister's shadow abilities were like a portable divine sanctuary, absolutely secure. With permission granted, Chu Moli transformed into a shadowy serpent and slithered into Shao Blood Palace with a soft whoosh. Click. A transparent panel appeared. Team quest triggered. The Dragon Maiden's Boudoir Lament. Accept. Team quests required the leader's confirmation. After triggering it, Chu Moli could only wait for her brother's response. Jiang Ye exchanged glances with the others, and seeing no objections, immediately clicked Accept. Quest. The Dragon Maiden's Boudoir Lament. Difficulty, SSS rank. Description, after the heavens collapsed, the ocean floor cracked open. The Mirage Sea Dragon Palace fell into the abyss, facing its doom. A great fire scorched the seas dry and reduced the Dragon Palace to ashes. Dragon Princess Ao Ing remained imprisoned in the depths of the rear palace, waiting for 1,000 years for her absent husband, who never returned. Her endless obsession had crystallized into a vengeful spirit, and now she sought only to choose an heir so she could finally end her foolish delusion. The system panel displayed the requirements clearly. To become the inheritor, one must first gain Ao Ying's approval, then form a marriage contract with a member of the opposite sex who accepts the quest. Numbers flickered quietly as Jiang Ye stared at the light screen, his silence heavy enough to suffocate. His companions and several campus beauties held their breath, their faces flushed red with anticipation. This quest was both incredibly rare and incredibly tempting. If they could claim the inheritance and establish a marriage contract with Jiang Ye, wouldn't that be a direct path to godhood? Though they claimed to merely pity the dragon princess and do good deeds anonymously, they had already secretly sworn to claim this inheritance at any cost. Woo woo woo, what's wrong with having a modest chest? I was born this way, there's nothing I can do about it. Chu Moli emerged from the slightly ajar palace doors, tears streaming down her face like pear blossoms in rain. Despite being the first to trigger the quest, she had been immediately rejected by Ao Ying's obsession for not meeting the physical requirements. Look on the bright side, petite can be cute too. Sakurajima Yui whispered consolingly, suppressing her laughter, though her overly ample chest strained uncomfortably against her garments, making any movement emphasize the contrast even more. Seeing this, Chu Moli cried even harder, as if she were the only person in the world who had been wronged. Seeing his sister's reddened eyes, Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle. Why don't we just forget it? This quest looks suspicious from the start. It doesn't even list any rewards. I have no interest in cleaning up after some dragon widow. Wait, don't give up yet. I'll try. Pei Qinghuan feigned composure, though her ears quickly turned red. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and slipped into the Xiaoxua palace. Rose petals were scattered across the red carpet as she walked step by step to the dragon bed, reaching out to touch the figure draped in red wedding robes. A soft, seductive laugh suddenly whispered in her ear, deceiving others with falsehood, deceiving yourself as well. Unacceptable, unacceptable. Pei Qinghuan's face flushed crimson as she flicked her sleeve angrily. What's wrong with using padding? Outside the palace, Chu Moli hurried over, her nose still red from crying. Sister Qinghuan, how did it go? If you became the inheritor, wouldn't you and brother really double the stakes? They're just external accessories. Pei Qinghuan's eyes reddened as she stubbornly huffed. If I can't have it, then no one else should either. This is clearly a trap set by some demonic enchantress. By the end, her emotions collapsed as she crouched on the ground, sobbing softly. Chu Moli quickly helped her up. Don't cry, at least you don't have to double the stakes anymore. With the opportunity before them, Sakurajima Yui swallowed nervously. I want to try too. After receiving Jiang Ye's permission, she rode her sapphire staff into the Xiaoxua palace with slightly unsteady steps. Moments later, she emerged supporting herself against the wall, her shoulders drooping in defeat. Even living a comfortable life isn't acceptable. Foreigners are directly excluded. With 3 consecutive failures, the campus beauties wept in disappointment. Jiang Ye shrugged. Everyone's been eliminated, so this quest is over. Wait. Just as they were about to give up, Silver Dragon Princess Hill suddenly spoke up. Her cheeks were flushed, her breathing slightly labored, and though her voice was soft, it carried unwavering determination. Master, please let Hill try. Silver Dragon Princess Hill lifted her delicate chin, her pretty face flushed with a pure innocence tinged by emotional transformation. Jiang Ye was instantly stunned. Good grief. Even her devotion has taken a strange turn. This is all wrong. He brushed aside the long hair by Hill's ear, staring at her slightly reddened cheeks, and pressed in a lowered voice. Hill, you're not joking, are you? Master, this is an SS-rank mission. Hill pointed her fingertip to her chest, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. Not only will it bring massive experience, but if I obtain the Dragon Maiden's inheritance, I might even evolve and step into the transcendent realm. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Ye's arm, her silver-white dragon tail swaying gently. Let Hill try, please. If I succeed, everyone wins. If I fail, I'll just cry quietly by myself. She didn't really care about the Dragon Maiden's inheritance. That marriage contract was what she truly coveted. Little Yi was hers to claim, and no one could steal him away. Not her sister, not the sword fairy, not that well-off glasses girl, and certainly not that perverted sheep. Master, let the perverted lizard go. Jabai Li chimed in with a barbed tone from the side. She won't shed tears until she sees her coffin. When she loses miserably later, she'll cling to you for comfort again. Remember, if there's meat to eat, save me a sip of soup, just a tiny bit. Don't let her hide under the covers crying. Jiang Ye was helpless against them and could only sigh and nod. The Dragon Maiden's inheritance was impossibly difficult. Even the supremely talented sword fairy had been rejected. He really couldn't hold much hope. Hill guarantees mission completion. She stood on her tiptoes, planted a light kiss on Jiang Ye's lips, and quickly escaped. This little rascal. Jiang Ye licked his lips with helpless laughter. Silver Dragon Princess's kiss was sweetly intoxicating. Shrimp head. Jiabai Li stamped her feet in anger, regretting her big mouth. That perverted lizard is truly hopeless. Our friendship bed has flipped again. Inside Xiaoxua Palace, night-bright lamps hung from the dome, and the coral-built walls were embedded with precious pearls, their thousand-year radiance still dazzling. Hill walked barefoot across the red carpet scattered with flower petals, muttering quietly. Master shouldn't be angry, right? On the dragon couch in the innermost chamber, a resentful woman in phoenix crown and ceremonial robes had been lying on her side for ages. A red bridal veil covered her face, leaving only melancholy sighs echoing through the empty bedchamber. How pitiful, Hill unconsciously murmured. If abandoned by her master, she'd probably go mad too. She extended her unclean little hand, lifted the veil, and simply draped it over her own head, sitting primly before the couch, her black and white striped stockings gently swinging. When will someone come to lift Hill's veil? Suddenly, a cool presence approached her ear. Had enough fun? How long do you plan to wear my veil? Hill jolted, removed the red veil, and found herself face-to-face with the silver-haired dragon maiden. You're not completely dead yet? She reached out to poke the other's soft cheek, surprised that the texture rivaled her own. Master would definitely like this. How is it you mischievous little cat spirit? Dragon maiden Ao-ing angrily swatted away Silver Dragon Princess's approaching paw. After swatting away Silver Dragon Princess's unclean little paw, Dragon Maiden Ao-ying's blood pressure spiked as she let out a long, mournful sigh. She had waited in her chamber for 1,000 years, only to have a petite, silver-haired dragon girl with an old soul knock at her door. Ao-ing sat cross-legged on her carved rosewood bed adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs, lifting her gaze to study the visitor. Silvery white dragon scales dotted the soft skin beneath, while a slender tail swayed gently behind her waist, making her look exactly like a reckless dragon blood lizard. She wondered to herself, could she really pass on her legacy to this girl and finally resolve her obsession? Senior, I'm sorry. Hill held up the fallen red bridal veil, offering it with both hands, her golden vertical pupils filled with remorse. I accidentally lifted it. I really didn't mean to. Ao-ing sighed deeply, brushing the cloud patterns on her sleeve. Forget it, forget it. Such is fate and destiny. It was meant to face this tribulation. She stepped down from the bed while using her fingertips to dust off the veil. Hill nervously gripped her own tail as she sat on the bed's edge, whispering, Do you accept me? If so, this might affect the direction of my relationship with Jiang Ye. Ao-ing countered. Then do you accept me? Her tone carried a hint of teasing. Of course not. The silver-haired little one shook her head, analyzing seriously. Anyone who can't get married for 1,000 years must have some annoying quirks. You little imp. Ao-ying's expression darkened as her form transformed into a ghostly blue-green shadow, suddenly pinning Hill down onto the carved bed. The icy aura hit her face, making Hill tremble and freeze in place. Look clearly. Fury mixed with laughter exploded in her ears as torrents of memories that didn't belong to the silver dragon girl came flooding in. Moments later, the flood of memories receded. Hill lay sprawled on the brocade bedding, silver hair clinging to her sweat-dampened cheeks, tears sliding down her jaw. So that's how it was. The past events of the Mirage Sea Dragon Palace became crystal clear in her mind. Abyssal monsters burst forth from the sea. Traitors collaborated from within. Black flames devoured the halls. Countless Dragon Clan members perished in the inferno, their weeping souls infused into clay figurines, vowing to root out the traitors and scatter their bones to ash. That day, Ao-ing happened to be patrolling the seas outside the palace and narrowly escaped. When she returned, she found only scorched ruins and charred skeletal remains everywhere. She held the scattered scales of her parents and siblings, weeping inconsolably. Powerless to seek revenge, she willingly offered herself as demon bait, holding marriage trials in her chamber for 1,000 years, yet never finding a husband capable of helping her achieve vengeance until Jiang Ye stepped into the Dragon Palace. Despite her emotions, Hill pouted and grumbled indignantly. Great, another person wants to steal my master. In her heart, Jiang Ye was her reverse Scalino. One was allowed to covet him. Ao-ying's cheeks flushed as she coldly denied. I do not. I only want revenge. She looked firmly at Hill. If you help me, I'll sacrifice my physical body and give you my dragon soul treasure, helping you ascend and evolve into the ranks of transcendent beings. Hill took a deep breath, her brow furrowing slightly. But, you'll die, won't you? She wanted both the marriage contract and evolution, but she didn't want to see the dragon girl perish. Ao-ing shook her head, her voice calm. My death matters little, but my soul can remain. I cannot defeat the abyssal demons, but my knowledge far exceeds that of any mere dragon descendant. The silver dragon girl lightly shook her snowy neck, cradling the thorn necklace in her palm, tilting her head with a smile. So do you plan to reside in the ring, or stay in this necklace of mine? Having another big sister in the ring wouldn't be bad either. Aoing stared at the thorn chain, muttering, "You call this a necklace?" Then she smiled bitterly and waved her hand. "Fine, a necklace it is." She grasped Hill's hand and commanded in a low voice, "Little imp, accept my bloodline and step into the transcendent species." Her decision made, she sacrificed her physical body without hesitation. Golden dragon blood rose up, the dragon's soul blazed like daylight, its radiance illuminating every corner of the secret chamber. "Don't forget to avenge me." Ao Ying's voice carried both relief and unwillingness as her consciousness transformed into specks of light that merged into the collar, producing a crisp chime around the jade-white neck. Violent energy instantly flooded Hill's limbs and bones. Dragon blood and dragon soul intertwined and surged through her, her pretty face flushing crimson as she felt the blood in her body boiling like fire. This surge of energy, having absorbed the dragon blood and dragon soul, Hill's face turned bright red as the blood within her body evaporated and boiled. She seemed to be about to evolve. So hot. Hill gripped the bed, crumpling the red embroidered sheets as she gasped softly. Her jade-like body seemed to lose all structure, her skin flushed crimson from the intense heat, with scalding vapors rising around her as her consciousness drifted like an arrow loosed from its string. Waves of tearing agony alternated with numbness, and she bit her lip with weak whimpers, collapsing limply on the dragon bed, drenched in fragrant sweat and barely breathing. Damn that old hag. No wonder she never married. Why didn't she mention evolution would hurt this much? She cursed inwardly, unable to suppress her terror. If the true dragon's blood exploded within her body, not even her bones would remain. She hadn't yet achieved her goal with her master, and her dream of winning his devoted love was still so far away. How could she fall here? "Master, is Hill going to die?" The silver dragon princess whimpered tremblingly in the depths of her consciousness. Beyond the palace doors, Jiang Ye caught her fragmented cries for help and burst through the entrance. On the dragon bed, the silver-haired girl tossed and turned, her pale face contorted in pain, beads of sweat sliding down her neck, her silver eyes bloodshot and blurred with tears. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Jiang Ye grasped her blood-red hand, its temperature like molten iron against his palm, instantly searing his skin until it curled and blistered. Yet he endured the trembling and held on to her master's hand. Her silver eyes trembled slightly as she tasted the salty bitterness of tears mixed with blood. Steam rose as their palms fused into a mass of charred flesh. Seeing her master burned by her own heat, guilt crashed over her like a tidal wave. The fear of abandonment surged from the depths of her memory, betrayed by her dragon kin, exiled from the silver dragon royal family, drifting alone in the abyss, until Jiang Ye purchased her and formed their contract, giving her someone to depend on again. Now this precious bond seemed about to be destroyed by her own hands. "Don't move, let me hold you a while longer." Jiang Ye pressed against her forehead, enduring the spreading burn, his voice remaining gentle and resolute. Hill's tears flowed like a spring as she gazed at his face, as if watching the most precious thing in the world burn away in her grasp. That despair nearly tore her heart apart. She had overestimated herself. In her current state, she simply couldn't withstand the baptism of true dragon blood. No matter how fallen Ao Ying had become, she was still a true dragon, and that domineering dragon soul and blazing dragon blood were reducing Hill's body and mind to charcoal as her consciousness rapidly faded. Status: dragon blood consumed, dragon soul being refined, evolution in progress. "Hill, wake up, don't sleep." Jiang Ye patted her blood-red cheeks, but she showed no response. Her silver eyes stared vacantly, streaming bloody tears, while her lips bled from her own biting. With no other choice, Jiang Ye could only take a desperate gamble. Devour. He gritted his teeth, allowing their flesh and blood to completely merge as dark light formed a vortex in his palm, frantically absorbing the rampaging dragon blood and rebellious dragon soul within Hill's body. The ability awakened after devouring the Ender Shadow Dragon could consume all things for his own use, would bear all her suffering. The scorching blood surged forth like magma washing through his bones, while the dragon race's hatred and violence will crash down like an avalanche. Veins bulged at Jiang Ye's temples, yet he fiercely protected Hill's fragile form. What domineering bloodline, what maddening hatred. What on earth had this dragon maiden endured to leave behind such a twisted, demonic obsession? The vengeful flames that could incinerate the world itself. No wonder Hill couldn't withstand them. A single drop of dragon blood on his skin felt like hellish karmic fire devouring his soul. Jiang Ye felt as though he'd been cast into a blazing furnace, bone-deep agony beyond description. He gritted his teeth and endured, not knowing how much longer he could hold on. His blood seemed to boil and evaporate within his body, the searing pain tearing his muscles fiber by fiber while his nerves were tortured repeatedly, ready to snap at any moment. Master. Gabriel was frantic with worry, wishing she could share his suffering. But Jiang Ye forced himself through the torment, whispering instructions. Ollie, you and Mo Li guard the entrance and protect me while I work. Master. Ollie bit her lip, tears in her eyes, but still retreated outside Xiaoxua Palace with the others to keep watch. Brother. Sister Hill. You must hold on. Chu Mo Li clasped her hands together, praying frantically, her heart burning with anxiety. Yet prayer was all she could offer. This karmic flame would instantly reduce anyone with weak willpower to ash at the slightest touch. Yet Xiao Yi was engulfed by the flames. Nearly unconscious, what gave him the strength to persist? Pei Qinghuan's face went pale, her heart bleeding, but she remained at the door, silently praying. Uwu. Master, don't die, meow. Sakurajima Yui leaned against the doorframe, her whole body weak, tears streaming down her face. She hadn't yet had the chance to become a true dog. She absolutely couldn't live with such regret. Inside the room, Jiang Ye was caught between fire and flood, unable to spare any attention elsewhere. The boiling dragon blood gradually calmed, just needed to capture that twisted dragon soul. Despite the karmic flames consuming his body, he still held tightly to the silver dragon princess's hand, locked in mortal combat with the furious dragon soul. Even as his consciousness blurred, he lunged toward the coiling dragon head, mounted its back, and forcibly tamed it. 3 days and nights passed before the last wisp of karmic flame finally died out. Jiang Ye was covered in tribulation ash, like a monk deep in meditation, collapsed on the bed with uncertain fate, yet his hand still clasped tightly with the silver dragon princess's. His ash-like skin would scatter at the slightest touch, as if it might be blown away by the wind at any moment. Master. Hill suddenly opened her eyes, her silver pupils filled with anguish. The Jiang Ye she saw looked like a burned puppet, covered in ash with only tiny sparks remaining. She called out tremblingly, but received no response, her heart plummeting to the depths. Roar. A dragon's cry resonated in her ears as the phantom of a silver-white five-clawed divine dragon coiled upward. You vile creature, give me back my master. Hill wept tears of blood, no longer caring about missions or evolution. She only wanted to call her master back. But he was as fragile as ash. She didn't dare grip his hand too tightly, fearing he would scatter at her touch. Guilt and rage devoured her reason, tearing the purity in her heart to shreds. In an instant, black curse marks appeared on her silver-white skin, transforming into chains like those that bind dragons. The chains floated and rose, suddenly binding the roaring true dragon soul. Wail the dragon soul cried out in anguish, and Xiaoxua Palace trembled. The chains resembled a black dragon that opened its maw and swallowed the dragon's soul whole. Blood-red light bloomed like spider lilies bursting forth in the void. Hill's silver hair cascaded to her waist, tears falling salty to her lips, while the floating chains bound Jiang Ye tightly to her side. She seemed like a resentful woman who had waited alone for 1,000 years, her red makeup like a phoenix crown and bridal veil appearing sinister in the blood-red light. Master, I love you most of all. She leaned down to cup his face and kissed his lips gently. The chains coiled around them, shutting out the outside world. Her tears fell on his cheek, moistening the corner of his mouth. Withstanding the fatal blow, the desire dragon puppet has shattered, collecting desires. Devouring the true blood dragon princess, absorbing dragon soul essence, the azure-eyed silver dragon has successfully evolved. SSS-rank unique hidden quest first stage. The widowed dragon maiden's boudoir lament completed. Reward. 100,000 experience points. Quest items obtained. Immortal dragon bone. 9 dragons coffin seal. Level up. Hidden quest second stage about to begin. Golden light exploded around Jiang Ye's body, and the moment he opened his eyes, confusion still lingered. A metallic sweetness bloomed in his mouth, but before he could recall the recent danger, a soft trembling interrupted his thoughts. Master. Silver Dragon Princess Sierra wept like rain on pear blossoms, her arms desperately wrapped around Jiang Ye's neck, pressing his face into her violently heaving chest. Suffocating muffled sounds squeezed from his throat, and Jiang Ye could only roar in his mind. What brand of face wash is this, and why does it come with oxygen deprivation effects? Woo woo woo. Sierra was so worried, thought Master was. Sierra held him as they lay on their sides, sobbing while blaming herself. If I hadn't been careless, how could I have put you in such danger? If you don't let go, I really will die. Jiang Ye's breath was weak, his face flushed red. If he weren't trapped in this tender embrace, he would have already sprung to his feet. Only then did Sierra suddenly release her grip, her pretty face crimson as she hurriedly wiped the dust from Jiang Ye's face, tears still swirling in her cherry-colored eyes. Jiang Ye smiled and opened his mouth, intending to congratulate the Silver Dragon Princess on completing her evolution, but before he could finish speaking, she pounced on him again, and the remaining metallic sweetness at his lips was tasted once more. His eyes widened. You. Master. Sierra's silver hair cascaded down as she leaned over him. Don't abandon Sierra. Teardrops fell as she bit her lip, looking as pitiful as an abandoned kitten that could only silently lick its wounds with the tip of her tongue. Jiang Ye wiped the tears from her face and solemnly promised, I won't abandon you either. To save her, he had forcibly tamed the rebellious dragon soul. If not for the desire dragon puppet shattering in desperate resistance, he would have long been burned to ash by the true dragon's vengeful flames. Sierra would never bear to abandon Master either. After saying this, she continued licking his cheek, giving her answer through actions. Like a little wildcat finding its lost master, weeping with joy as it licked in gratitude. Stop fooling around. I've slept long enough. Sierra, how long are you going to keep straddling me? I need another bath. Jiang Ye lay back in surrender, letting her do as she pleased. Master's body is covered in tribulation ash. If it's not cleaned properly, Sierra's heart feels uncomfortable. She covered her heart, cunningly curving her lips. If you don't believe me, just feel and see. It's not fooling around, just collecting some interest in advance. The silver dragon princess proudly flicked her tail, and only after collecting enough interest did she reluctantly get up. Jiang Ye sat up, brushing the ash from her red dress, and said curiously, Sierra, let me see your evolved form. During his unconsciousness, he had heard desperate dragon roars, a pitch-black flood dragon binding a rebellious dragon soul, opening its maw to devour. A dragon maiden in bridal red leaning down for a kiss, stained with sorrow. That image still churned in his mind. If it's Master asking, of course there's no problem. Sierra pretended to be shy, licking her lips as she savored the aftertaste with a soft hum. Without her Master, she would have perished long ago in the karmic flames, her consciousness obliterated by the domineering dragon soul. Her Master had saved her twice a debt of gratitude she could never fully repay. Well, no one else has ever seen this before. Enjoy the view. Hill's lips curved into a slight smile as she dropped all pretense and transformed. Roar. Thunder rolled and dragon cries echoed through the air. Jiang Ye's gaze sharpened as he looked up, transfixed. Before him, the pitch-black dragon-binding chains reared proudly, surveying all directions with disdain. A flawless five-clawed silver dragon hovered in coiled splendor, its head radiating natural authority as it breathed commands to wind and thunder. Unlike the giant dragons of Western fantasy, this five-clawed silver dragon carried the bloodline of an Eastern true dragon, embodying both sanctity and majesty. Name: Grade Silver Lady Karmic Sea Prison Dragon. Title: Slave Girl Hill. Level: 21. Grade: Legendary Transcendent Species. Description: Having consumed true dragon blood and condensed a true dragon soul, she has transcended bloodline limitations and crossed the line between life and death. Inheriting Dragon Lady Ao Ying's karmic fire, she is destined to burn this abyss to ash. Skills: Karmic Flame, Wind Control, Rain Summoning, Drought Creation. Attributes: Transcendent State Bonus. Constitution 10,000 points, Strength 10,000 points, Agility 10,000 points, Spirit 10,000 points. Attributes over 10,000, and you're a multifaceted warrior too. Hill, you're invincible. Gazing up at the flawless silver dragon, Jiang Ye couldn't suppress his laughter as he exclaimed in amazement. Only by breaking through level 100 could one hope to enter the transcendent ranks. Yet this silver dragon princess, at merely level 21, had gained transcendent power after evolution. This meant near invincibility within the same level, and even crushing higher-level opponents with ease. This was Transcendent Lithia legendary grade, Transcendent Being. Doesn't Master want to try riding me? The silver dragon spoke in human words, with a hint of shy anticipation. That transcendent, otherworldly aura made conquering her all the more satisfying. Wait a minute, hey. Before Jiang Ye could prepare himself, a cool breeze swept from behind, lifting him onto the silver dragon's spine. Dragon riding achieved. How amazing! Gripping the silver-white dragon horns, Jiang Ye looked down from his lofty perch and exclaimed in wonder. He felt a sense of commanding everything, ruling over a feeling even stronger than when riding giant dragons. Dragon riding was truly entertaining. He could enjoy this all day without getting bored. Master, you should be feeling it too, right? Hill crooned softly, enjoying her master's gentle touch. This is true dragon transformation. Jiang Ye gripped the dragon horns, frowning slightly in amazement. In his mind appeared a totem dragons dancing in illusion, floating scriptures burning endlessly. Instant comprehension achieved. Name: True Dragon Transformation. Grade: Beyond SS rank, Divine level. Description: The dragon controlling arts of the divine race. The more dragon souls absorbed, the stronger the effect when cast. Effect: Current dragon soul Dragon Lady Ao Ying grants transformation into true dragon form. For 1 minute. Enter the transcendent realm. Enter the transcendent realm. Jiang Ye was stunned, then his lips curved upward. Breaking through the level 100 barrier was one way to enter Transcendence, or having attribute values exceed 10,000 could also qualify as Transcendent. With True Dragon Transformation, Jiang Ye no longer needed to worry about Blood Cherry's Blood Ninja organization seeking revenge. Riding his Silver Dragon Princess, he could kill them one by one. Master, for Hill's sake and to grow stronger, you must absorb and seek out more dragon souls in the future. Hill didn't forget to remind him that True Dragon Transformation was a growable technique. The more dragon souls absorbed, the stronger the transformation abilities. As for where dragon souls might be found, that would depend on luck. One true dragon soul nearly killed us both. This technique really isn't meant for humans to learn. Jiang Ye smiled bitterly as he rode the silver dragon and opened the hidden quest. The first phase of the deceased dragon lady's boudoir lament was complete. Time to explore the second phase. And those reward dragon bones and dragon coffin should be incredible treasures. Quest 2. Karmic fire burns the body. Dragon soul finds peace. Description: the Mirage Sea Dragon Palace is trapped in a sea of fire, and the true dragon clan has perished. Years later, the dragon lady's obsession remains unextinguished. The karmic flames of revenge burn fiercely, determined to grind the traitors in the ruined dragon city to dust and grant peaceful rest to her father emperor and kinfolk souls. Content: enter the ancient dragon palace city and annihilate all abyssal alien races. Reward: experience and items. A prompt appeared: complete the current mini-objective to unlock the next mission phase. A virtual panel hovered before his eyes, displaying mission details and reward tiers with crystal clarity. Jiang Ye scanned through all the information, getting a clear picture, but the experience items were frustratingly pixelated by the system, not even offering a proper temptation. Where was his motivation supposed to come from? He sighed softly. This SS-rank unique hidden quest sure has personality. If this were ported into a game, it might actually earn Romance of the Three Kingdoms some stellar reviews. Since that was the case, he'd better study the dragon bone and dragon coffin rewards thoroughly first. He sat cross-legged on the silver scales to steady himself and retrieve the first item. The milky white dragon claw bone hovered above his palm, cool as jade, with pale golden radiance flowing around it, bringing an inexplicable sense of peace. Name: True Dragon Claw. Grade: Golden Legendary. Description: the severed limb of a true dragon, cut by a sword. After countless millennia, it remains uncorrupted, still emanating an aura of tranquil serenity. If implanted within the body, it may awaken the power of a true dragon. Jiang Ye lightly traced it with his fingertips, chuckling as he quipped, with meat quality like this, it'd be a shame not to make tiger skin phoenix claws. Whatever sword could sever a true dragon's arm must be pretty ruthless. A system notification suddenly chimed. Fusion material True Dragon Claw detected for Ghost Hand. Proceed with smelting? Jiang Ye glanced at his right hand, where the dark patterned ghost hand was trembling slightly, like a starving beast. Eager little thing, aren't you? He shrugged, too lazy to delay, and directly selected smelting. Ghost Hand True Dragon Claw? Dark demonic light instantly surged forth, swallowing the milky dragon bone. Jiang Ye felt as if his fingertips had plunged into an icy spring, the cool sensation seeping all the way into his bone marrow, sending waves of pleasure straight to his brain. Though not quite matching Silver Dragon Princess's kiss, it was still quite intoxicating. Master rides Hill, but lusts after other dragon claws. How disappointing. Silver Dragon Hill let out a displeased snort, her silver-white dragon head held high, purple lightning and thunder coiling around her, clearly jealous. Smelting complete. Ghost Hand has evolved into Fierce Demon. Name: Fierce Demon. Grade: Legendary. Description: born from fusion with a true dragon's claw, though not supreme, it has transcended the ordinary. The battle intent comprehended from the claw is wildly frenzied, never yielding until death. Effect: grants title Fierce Demon. 100 battles make a king, 10,000 battles make a sovereign. Each enemy slain grants 1 strength. Accumulating 10,000 strength can be exchanged for 1 true dragon's power. Can unleash Dragon Roar to intimidate the cowardly. Can transform Palm into Wandering Dragon to dominate the starry sky. Now this power is domineering. Jiang Ye clenched his fist, his restored right hand's muscles bulging as if a true dragon lay dormant within. If he encountered Bloodcherry's clone again, he was confident he could crush it with one hand without resorting to sneak attacks. Ghost Hand transformed into Fierce Demon. 10,000 battles to become king, trading kills for strength, directly exchangeable for true dragon power, absolutely invincible. The corner of Jiang Ye's mouth curved upward. The hidden quest hadn't been for nothing, and the suffering he'd endured was worth it. His gaze fell upon the other reward, the dragon coffin. With a light thought, a mysterious iron coffin carved with dragons materialized from thin air, only palm-sized, wrapped in dense chains, as if imprisoning an evil dragon in the deep sea. Jiang Ye weighed the black little box, unable to resist commenting. This design looks more like a music box. Name: 9 dragons subduing coffin. Grade, quest item. Description, when dragons return home, they surely repay kindness. Use this spirit coffin to lay to rest and transcend the dragon souls wandering in Dragon City, and good fortune will surely follow. A matching quest item perhaps when exploring dungeons, he'd encounter those wandering dragon souls. Jiang Ye made up his mind, carefully stored away the 9 dragons coffin, and prepared to sweep through Dragon City to complete his mission. Deep within Dragon City, countless dragon souls had been unable to find peace for hundreds of years, truly pitiful. Since he had accepted this commission, he might as well help them transcend or invite the remnant souls into his Flood Dragon Soul banner for proper settlement. Master, I'm hungry. Hill's voice drifted out plaintively as his thoughts wandered. Having been neglected for a full 2 minutes and 30 seconds, she was like an abandoned chick cast into the wilderness, full of resentment. Didn't you just eat your fill? Jiang Ye patted the silver-white dragon horn with dissatisfaction, staring at this little glutton in confusion. The silver dragon princess ate everything and wasn't picky at all. How could she be hungry again so soon? It's been 3 days already. Of course I'm hungry. Hill huffed softly, looking as aggrieved as a kitten whose dried fish had been stolen. You won't fill my belly with dragon food, and you're bullying me too. 3 days. Only then did Jiang Ye realize with shock that he had been in this dungeon for 3 or 4 days. He had no idea what was happening in the outside world, and could only hope that Linhai was safe. Since he needed to enter the ancient dragon palace city, he should first feed the silver dragon princess beneath his feet. Riding a silver dragon was like riding a motorcycle. Without fuel and maintenance, it would eventually break down. Magical pets also needed nutritional supplements. He retrieved specially prepared provisions from his inventory. Sister Xiangxiang's custom blend that stayed fresh and tasted even better. Eat up. He stroked the dragon horn and brought the food to Hill's lips. Master has filled my belly again. Hill devoured the food with satisfaction, her eyes squinting with contentment. After eating well during the day, we must keep up the good work at night too. Moments later, Jiang Ye tossed the empty bag back into his inventory and patted the dragon horn. Hill, let's go. Roar. The imprisoned silver dragon coiled and rode the wind, lightning and thunder accompanying the silver light that tore through the blood palace. Like a sovereign of the skies, she transformed into a silver ribbon, smashing open the bronze ancient gate that had been sealed for ages. Bang! A hidden dragon emerges from the sea, soaring through the 9 heavens. Outside the palace gates, everyone had kept vigil for 3 days and nights without daring to close their eyes. The sudden explosive shockwave swept toward them. Is that a silver dragon? Sister Hill has come out. Her aura is even stronger. That silver-haired woman has evolved again. The person on top of that perverted lizard's head is Master? Thank goodness, Ali was worried sick. I want Master to step on my head too. The campus beauties looked up, their exclamations rising one after another. Sorry for making you all worry. Jiang Ye descended on the wind, waving to signal his safety. Perverted sheep, I've evolved. Hill transformed back into her cool dragon maiden form, floating to Jiang Ye's side and intimately linking arms with him like newlyweds, her face full of pride. Lucky you, I won't be outdone. Jia Bailey snorted softly, her cherry-colored eyes harboring hidden envy. At this rate, she would probably only be able to play the role of a little maid pretending to sleep under the covers. Brother, I was so worried about you. Chu Moli suddenly threw herself into Jiang Ye's arms, the impact making his ribs ache. 3 days and nights of anxiety transformed into scalding tears at this moment. I knew you could subdue the widowed wife inside the palace. Pei Qinghuan teased with reddened eyes, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere. Yet her filled heart ached faintly as if someone had quietly stolen away her precious doll. Looking at the girls gathering around him, Jiang Ye's heart was filled with warmth. That. Sakurajima Yui lowered her head, poking her index fingers together, finally managing to interject. The mission is complete, so, is the Silver Dragon Princess your fiancé? Silver Dragon's fiancé, how wonderful. Sakurajima Yui quietly lifted her head, her voice barely a whisper as she secretly swallowed. Her emerald eyes sparkled with bright envy. Silver Dragon Princess ate well, slept well, and even gained the recognition of the widowed dragon lady. Becoming engaged to Master if it were her instead, she would have already planned out where the children would go to school and which year to prepare for the martial arts college entrance exams. Fiancé? Doesn't that make Sister Hill my sister-in-law? Chu Moli, nestled in Jiang Ye's arms, suddenly stopped crying, her eyes still rimmed with red, cherry lips pressed tight. Oh no, she was going to become a useless little sister-in-law. This whole fiancé business is so cliché. Pei Qinghuan frowned, took a deep breath, and said gravely, marriage is a serious matter. It shouldn't be decided so carelessly over a mere mission. She nearly ground her molars to dust. Already bound by her own engagement, and secretly in love with an unbeatable rival. Now even that person had an engagement. How could she accept this? If only her fiancé were Little Yi. Then at least she wouldn't feel this bitter, wouldn't be so jealous that her nails pierced her palms, slowly drawing blood. Listen up, you perverted lizard. Master is the shared property of all familiars. I have my share too. The fallen angel Gabrielle panicked, flapping her wings as she argued her case. She wanted her share of the feast too, not just to watch tearfully from the sidelines. No way. Hill spread her arms protectively, shielding Jiang Ye behind her, pouting and huffing without hesitation. I haven't had my fill, yet how could I bear to share the soup? Master is like the ocean you have to squeeze to get your fill. How can I allow others to sleep soundly in my bed? The girls looked at each other, the air instantly freezing. A battlefield centered on Jiang Ye slowly unfolded. What they couldn't have always stirred restlessly within them, their inner greed guided by desire, making them bold and fearless. The engagement, it's just a publicity stunt. Jiang Ye spoke helplessly. Dragon Lady Ao Ing has deep blood vengeance to avenge, but lacks the strength, so she can only resort to this desperate, husband-borrowing strategy. It doesn't really have much to do with Silver Dragon Princess. A publicity stunt. So this engagement is actually fake? Chu Moli caught the key point, her eyes slightly focused as she smiled gently. She refused to be a defeated little sister-in-law. It seems this dragon lady is also a pitiful soul. Pei Qinghuan wiped away non-existent tears, her expression sympathetic, though her heart felt relieved. Thank goodness it was just a stunt she hadn't lost yet. There was still hope. It's just a publicity stunt. Sakurajima Yui lowered her head, sighing in disappointment. She had just imagined herself as the sleeping wife, fantasizing about Master being ordered around by a female boss. Turns out it was all wishful thinking. A publicity stunt, like thunder, only meant to catch attention and stir hearts. It's not like that. Hill reacted sharply, pursing her lips with a light hum. I've absorbed the true dragon's soul and promised Dragon Lady Ao Ing. How could I break my word? Both revenge and marriage. I'll complete them for that unmarriageable old woman. Setting aside the engagement, don't be angry, you perverted lizard. Gabrielle quickly tried to smooth things over. Look, Master favors you the most. I am not even upset. The priority now is completing the mission. You want to finish this dungeon quickly and go play in the beach waves with Master, right? With the fallen angel mediating, Hill bit her lip and finally quieted down. The girls exchanged glances, none saying more. The engagement matter was temporarily set aside, but they were all secretly scheming. They planned to collect their interest privately. After a brief rest, Jiang Ye and the girls prepared to set off for the dungeon's final destination, Dragon Palace Ancient City. For the past few days, he had been wandering around the ancient city's outskirts, trapped in the labyrinthine chambers of Shao Blood Palace, never even reaching Dragon City's walls. The hidden quest had entered its second phase, requiring him to investigate the monster distribution within Dragon City, yet he forcibly suppressed his urge to grind levels and first reviewed the available information. But where exactly is this Dragon City? Without a map, we could wander this maze for 3 to 5 days and still not find the exit. Chu Moli pressed her forehead, her brow furrowed with worry. I have a map. Sakurajima Yui timidly raised her hand. Besides the routes through Shao Blood Palace, she also possessed a guide to Dragon City. Had she not been struck by a ghost's poisoned arrow earlier, leaving her consciousness in chaos, she wouldn't have panicked and collapsed in the chamber. Well done. Jiang Ye extended his hand for the map, casually offering praise. Not really. Sakurajima Yui's face flushed crimson as she turned her head aside, retrieving a yellowed parchment from her backpack. When handing it to Jiang Ye, her fingertips brushed lightly against his palm, and like someone who had stolen candy, her legs unconsciously pressed together. Jiang Ye spread out the map, pointing and comparing. Shao Blood Palace is directly beneath Dragon City, and we're currently here. His brow furrowed, oblivious to the girl's subtle gesture. This is troublesome. The route marks several catastrophe-level bosses, none of them easy to deal with. How about taking this side path instead? Chu Moli pointed to a secluded branch route, suggesting they avoid confrontation for now. With bosses as common as dogs, Dragon City is far too dangerous. With Xiao Yi here, don't worry about catastrophe-level threats. Pei Qinghuan shook her head with a laugh. He himself is the most terrifying catastrophe of all. I'd actually like to experience being a boss getting thoroughly beaten for once. Haven't you girls experienced enough of Master's sense of security? Hill nestled in Jiang Ye's arms, stretching and yawning. After evolving into a karmic sea prison dragon, she had stepped into the transcendent realm with attributes exceeding 10,000. For low-tier dungeons, it was simply a matter of steamrolling through. As long as Master rides me, any part of the dungeon becomes home. What are catastrophe-level bosses compared to that? True enough. Chu Moli smiled wryly. She had been scaring herself. With Hill's upgrade and her brother's strength, what was there to worry about? Xiao Ye's sense of security. Pei Qinghuan's gaze grew distant as her tongue traced her lips, her cheeks warming. She had certainly experienced it deeply during the night. Jiang Ye folded the map and pointed upward. Since no one objects, we'll go straight up from here, directly to Dragon Palace. Huh? Isn't that a dead end? Chu Moli looked up to see the dome made of solid crystal stone, its light dim and without the slightest gap. Could there be a secret passage? Brother can actually see it. her eyes filled with admiration. Xiao Yi, you want to force your way through this crystal layer that's harder than iron? Pei Qinghuan's pupils contracted. Even if she gave her all, she could only dig a few meters deep before gasping for breath. Yet Dragon Palace was still thousands of meters above. Jiang Ye's lips curved upward as his demon-slaying hand glowed with azure light, his knuckles tingling with anticipation. Why not indeed? The dome above cracked, revealing dull yellow bricks and stones, with pale blue crystals emerging, brilliant and hard. Like a system card popping up, the attributes were clear at a glance. Name, Dragon Tear Crystal. Grade, Blue Elite. Description, a wondrous crystal containing dragon tears. Lick it and it tastes salty, just like a beautiful girl's silky smooth legs. Truly exquisite. No matter how tempting dragon tear crystals may be, don't be greedy, and definitely don't bite them, or you'll break your teeth. These crystals are harder than iron. Function, forging crystal weapons, mage equipment, defensive gear sets. Extremely expensive and rare, like a treasure beyond reach. Jiang Ye looked up, surveying the cracked dome, following the lamplight to find weak points in the crystal. Taking detours was time-consuming, and he always believed in breaking through with force. If the Mirage Dragon Palace was too far and the maze too winding, the solution was simple: just dig his way out. Is it really that easy to dig through? These dragon crystals look so brittle, like they'd shatter with one poke. I feel like we could easily pierce through 10 meters. Maybe I can even help you navigate through later. Chu Moli didn't believe it. She raised her snow-white neck gracefully, her beautiful eyes locking onto the azure crystal. She wanted to see for herself just how hard these dragon tear crystals really were. Her slender white fingertips gathered a zhong of water light, instantly condensing into a 2-meter water spear. She squinted one eye, drew back her arm like a bow and hurled it forward. The water spear soared like a silver dragon, cutting a sharp arc through the air. Bang! A muffled thunder exploded, bricks shattered, water mist scattered everywhere, and a sudden rain fell. Under the reflection of the wall lamps, a rainbow flickered in and out of view. When the dust settled and the debris cleared, the azure crystal had only lost a corner, barely 2 centimeters. Strictly speaking, 2.5 centimeters. These dragon tear crystals are actually this hard. Chu Moli gasped, shock filling her eyes. Her water spears could usually bind, strangle, and pierce through targets. They could deal considerable damage even to nightmare-level bosses, and any professional of the same rank hit by them could only wait for death and despair. But now, despite the water's full force, it had only carved in 2.5 centimeters. Her pretty face flushed red, as if reality had slapped her hard across the face. 2.5 centimeters is already amazing. Jiang Ye made an okay gesture with his fingers, comforting her softly. After all, his sister was a close combat mage who specialized in binding and entanglement, with exceptional endurance but slightly less explosive power and damage output. Being able to carve 2.5 centimeters into dragon tear crystal was already terrifyingly impressive to him. Seeing his sister-in-law on the verge of tears, Pei Qinghuan sighed with sympathy. She drew her sword and looked up, her gaze calm and steady, then unleashed her strongest strike after gathering power. Blazing wind howled, and the blade's light shone like a rainbow. Hiss! The sharp edge lost its fire, stopping at 3 centimeters. The dragon tear crystal glowed red-hot, like a drunken little demon mocking a foolish big brother. But Pei Qinghuan wasn't annoyed. This cunning older sister had secretly held back some of her strength to close the distance with her sister-in-law. Moli was already amazing. I only managed to go 3 centimeters deep too. She wiped away Chu Moli's tears, speaking gently with narrowed eyes. Woo woo woo, Sister Qinghuan is the best. Chu Moli threw herself into her embrace, tears blurring her vision. As she cried, her heart felt much lighter. Although Sister Qinghuan was wonderful, no one could replace her love for her brother. That strike had been fierce and imposing in terms of sheer presence. It was no less impressive than Sister Xiao Wu's attacks. The master's bed truly harbors hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Sakurajima Yui gently breathed on her glasses, her heart churning with turbulent emotions. Her half-sister Miyamoto Mai was the legitimate heir of the Sakurajima Sword Saint, her swordsmanship having reached the pinnacle of perfection. Yet this white-robed female soared immortal before her, with her flowing garments fluttering in the wind, possessed an aura no less formidable, perhaps even slightly superior. Yui adjusted her glasses, her emerald eyes sparkling with barely contained delight. Accompanying her master on this outing had led to encounters with so many geniuses. She certainly wasn't the all-looks, no-substance person her sister might claimed her to be. Jiang Ye was equally astonished. The usually aloof and proud female sword immortal was actually showing concern for others? Unable to comprehend this, he simply stopped pondering and glanced at his watch. It was almost time to set out. Dragon tear crystals are treasures through and through. They can be used medicinally for treating impotence or refined into fashionable clothing, commanding high market prices. Jiang Ye explained concisely. Stay close to me later. Whatever I mine, you collect, understood? As soon as he finished speaking, He noticed the girls' faces had turned crimson, their thoughts seemingly scattered to the heavens. So they're excited? Dragon tier crystals could indeed sell for enough to buy a house. But was there really a need to be this bashful? Jiang Ye looked disgusted. A bunch of people dreaming of getting rich quick. Brother, tell me more about the aphrodisiac properties. Chu Moli licked her lips, her eyes gleaming wildly as she clenched her small fists until they creaked. If her brother wasn't lying, she absolutely had to collect this stuff just in case her future brother ever became inadequate. She needed to have remedies prepared. Dragons represent supreme yang energy, so anything related to dragons is extraordinary. Pei Qinghuan smiled with feigned composure, though she wrinkled her skirt hem and her palms were slick with cold sweat. Once Xiao Yi stopped working night shifts, she'd have no more excuses to avoid him. Does it really work? I want to try it. Sakurajima Yui bit her finger, leaning against the wall with her legs pressed together, feeling so dizzy she could barely move. We're going to be rich. Gabriel had already planned her next move. Perverted lizard, cry now? I'm collecting your tears. She tickled the silver dragon Princess Hill until she trembled all over, hoping to get some ready-made dragon tears. Ha ha. Hill laughed until she cramped up, her body shaking like a flower in the wind, her face flushed red, yet she couldn't squeeze out a single tear. This useless perverted lizard drops the ball at the crucial moment. Gabriel stamped her feet in frustration. Jiang Ye's face darkened. You're all hopeless. Shaking his head and sighing, he clenched his fists and turned toward the dragon tier crystal wall. It's hard. His fists are hard, the girls murmured. Can brother really punch through dragon tier crystals? Dear sister, just wait till I back and collect crystals. Is master spacing out? Holy crap, he went right through. Everyone's eyes widened. They watched as Jiang Ye forcibly blasted out a cavern, azure crystal fragments scattering like rain. Only then did the girls snap back to reality, their faces growing even redder as they scrambled forward to collect the pieces. The power of the demon god penetrated 250 meters, a full 10,000 times his sister's output. Jiang Ye moved through the crystal caverns with dragon-like force, his steps leisurely and confident. Occasionally glancing back, the depths of the cave lay shrouded in darkness, with only blue crystal rain falling. The silhouettes of the girls intertwined as they frantically collected the aphrodisiac dragon tier crystals, completely mad with greed. The azure crystals sparkled and chimed softly. Chu Moli gasped for breath, one hand pressed against the glowing crystal wall of the mine shaft. Sweat dripped from her temples as her pockets bulged to capacity, unable to hold even one more piece. I can't carry any more. I really can't, she whispered in exhaustion, though her eyes gleamed with excitement. Exactly 1,145 dragon tier crystals, enough to cover her living expenses for an entire year if she spent wisely. Pei Qinghuan also cradled an armful of sapphire blue crystals. As she leaned forward slightly, the crystalline light made her flushed, delicate face appear even more radiant. Money and equipment weren't concerns for her. These dragon tier crystals had to be put to optimal use. She weighed one casually in her hand, and some crystal powder stuck to her lips. She licked it experimentally. Ugh, salty. Bleh. Sakurajima Yui leaned against the pit wall, watching the other two with envious curiosity. Unable to resist, she also snuck a taste, only to stick out her tongue in disgust at the bitter flavor, stamping her feet in frustration. I just had to be curious. At the edge of the pit, Hill lay sprawled on the cool rocks, lazily observing the girls still wielding their pickaxes below, muttering, "They're taking forever." With the lustful sheep watching her menacingly nearby, she couldn't slack off and could only furrow her brow in resentment. Meanwhile, at the cave entrance, Silver Dragon Princess and Fallen Angel stood on either side. Silver Dragon Princess handled external affairs while Fallen Angel managed internal matters, reporting their results to their master. We've collected approximately 10,000 dragon tier crystals, worth nearly 250 million daxia coins. Each dragon tier crystal was slightly smaller than a soda, can yet worth over 10,000 yuan, with demand still exceeding supply. Jiang Ye turned the crystal in his hands. Emotions surging. His parents' inheritance remained frozen until he and his sister graduated from university. A week ago, he'd used all his savings to acquire Silver Dragon Princess at a bargain price in the Spirit Realm flea market. Now, thanks to this mineral surge, he'd struck it rich with hundreds of millions, achieving financial freedom. While hundreds of millions seemed astronomical to ordinary people, for top-tier professionals, it was merely a stepping stone on the path to advancement. The numerous elite-grade weapons dropped in the Jiangqing Xuanhe dungeon had been handed over to Sister Xiangxiang for gold conversion, likely bringing in several million more. The 10 million debt owed by the green-haired glasses girl, plus several epic equipment sets, was also nearly due. Now with all these dragon tier crystals, he had enough funds to establish a guild and provide the initial capital injection. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up as he set down the crystal, a slight smile playing at his lips. Guilds were money pits. Developing abyss dungeons and daily maintenance all required substantial investment. But what he valued was the guild's exclusive dungeon development rights. After the novice period ended, leveling became increasingly difficult, and nightmare level and above dungeons were virtually monopolized by major guilds. Without membership, one couldn't even buy entry tickets. He needed to continuously run dungeons, and rather than being constrained by others, he'd rather be his own boss and work for himself. Though his plan was set, there was no rush to implement it immediately. Jiang Ye suppressed his urge to splurge and peered down into the cavern. The girls were drenched in sweat, struggling to climb with their mountaineering picks. Wah, Sister Qinghuan, please move back a bit me, but has no strength left. Chu Moli lay sprawled at the mine's edge, breathing heavily. Giving up after just a little while? How pathetic. Though Pei Qinghuan spoke dismissively, she bent down to carry Chu Moli on her back, slowly retreating from the tunnel. Just as they emerged from the cave entrance, Pei Qinghuan let out a soft gasp of surprise. Several cool water droplets splashed against her face, instantly washing away the oppressive heat. She was momentarily confused before realizing they were back underwater, grateful for Sister Xiangxiang's water-repelling sachet. Lying on the female sword immortal's back, Chu Moli paddled through the water like a lazy sea turtle. Wah, help me. I can't swim. Sakurajima Yui burst out of the cave entrance only to be slammed against the stone wall by the waves, flailing her limbs wildly as she was about to choke and suffocate. Pei Qinghuan and Chu Moli exchanged glances and facepalmed helplessly. Is this idiot really our senior? They said in unison, sighing inwardly. College students are indeed both pure and foolish. Jiang Ye reached out with a fragrant pouch, stuffing it into the green-haired glasses girl's arms. Here, equip this quickly. The water instantly became gentle. Huh. Sakurajima Yui floated up, gasping for air with a face full of amazement. She could actually breathe underwater. What are you spacing out for? This pouch is free. Jiang Ye flicked her snow-white forehead with his finger, both amused and exasperated. Teasing this college senior was simply effortless. Thank you. She collapsed into Jiang Ye's arms, her legs weak and head spinning, yet celebrating inwardly. Saved by master once again. How could she ever repay such kindness? Rest for a moment, we'll set off shortly. Jiang Ye helped her lean against a patch of seaweed, spread out the map, and analyzed it intently. Hill and Pei Qinghuan voluntarily stood guard around them, watching for blind monsters, while Jabali remained quiet as a shadow, fulfilling her maid duties. Brother, we're here. Chu Moli pointed at the map. We've entered Dragon City, but we're still far from the Dragon Palace in the deepest part. The hidden quest requires killing many monsters, but there are too many bosses of all sizes around here. Looking at the dense red skulls, her scalp tingled and her legs went weak. I really don't have the strength to fight anymore. Too few. Jiang Ye frowned instead. A mere 20 skulls isn't even an appetizer. Boss. Sakurajima Yui weakly raised her hand. Despite being an intellectual senior, she always appeared soft and confused, naturally inviting bullying. Boss, do I look that old? Jiang Ye pouted, complaining. You're not old at all. Actually, very big. Sakurajima Yui muttered quietly, her pretty face flushed red, full of suggestive undertones. What are you mumbling about? I know a more dangerous place, a catastrophe boss's territory with over 100 of them. She swallowed hard, her face turning pale. Before entering the dungeon, she had done her research. The Mirage Sea Dragon Palace had 3 forbidden zones. First, don't go to the Dragon Palace depths. She was cowardly. The deeper into the Imperial City, the crazier the demons became, and 100 lives wouldn't be enough to waste. Second, don't go outside the city. She was lazy. The journey was too far. Third, don't go to the Dragon Tomb. She feared ghosts, and even more feared wetting herself from fright. You mean here? Jiang Ye pointed at the dragon bone skulls on the map. Yes, the Abyssal Dragon Tomb. It's filled with endless dragon souls that can never be completely killed. It's too dangerous. We should just play it safe and develop quietly. Sakurajima Yui pressed her fingers together, her voice as quiet as a mosquito. Can never be killed completely? Such a wonderful thing exists. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up as he slapped the table in delight. This Abyssal Dragon Tomb must be cleared. Ugh, I need to change my dress. Sakurajima Yui looked down, covering her wrinkled, deep neckline as tears welled up in her eyes. She silently thanked herself for packing plenty of clothes as if they really encountered any ghosts. She could immediately hide behind her master. You're this timid, and you call yourself a shrine maiden? Jiang Ye raised his hand, lightly tapping her forehead with his knuckles, his tone full of exasperation. What kind of shrine maiden is afraid of ghosts? I'm a dancer, okay? The singing and dancing kind. Sakurajima Yui kept her head down, poking her fingers together, her voice barely a whisper as tears threatened to fall. Don't cry. Girls who cry all the time will only get bullied later. Jiang Ye rubbed his forehead, his brow slightly furrowed. Big sister, if you don't want to be bullied, toughen up a bit. But I'm so scared. Her voice dropped even lower. Senior, what's there to be afraid of? If someone makes you uncomfortable, you make them even more uncomfortable. Chu Moli handed her a tissue, speaking gently. Even nuns have tempers. Uncomfortable. Sakurajima Yui looked up, meeting Jiang Ye's encouraging gaze, and her heart suddenly trembled. Having been bullied since childhood with few friends, this feeling of being genuinely cared for made her cry for the first time, not from grievance, but from overwhelming emotion. She understood an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Clenching her fists, Sakurajima Yui widened her eyes with adorable fierceness. That's what I'll do. Good. Keep it up. Jiang Ye smiled as he continued his encouragement. You're a temple nun, a ghost slayer. Stay sharp and don't let us down. After all this coaxing, the nun was almost transformed into a berserker rabbit. Even rabbits bite when cornered, and an angry temple nun could be equally formidable. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Hiya hiya. Sakurajima Yui muttered under her breath, obediently following behind Jiang Ye with her head slightly lowered and cheeks flushed. If her master dared to bully her, she'd bite back. It was perfectly normal for a cornered white rabbit to bite. After a brief rest, once the campus beauties had recovered their strength, Jiang Ye gazed into the distance. The foul swamp, stocking sea, and bone forest lay ahead, putrid black marshes bubbling with gas, seaweed swaying like stockings, and white bones piled into a forbidden forest. Only by passing through these places could they reach the abyss-tainted dragon mausoleum. I hope this won't be too boring. He withdrew his gaze, clenched his fist, and led the group forward. Target: the abyssal dragon tomb. Boss, this way. Sakurajima Yui had done her research beforehand and knew the general terrain, leading everyone as they glided across the water's surface. Boss, be careful, meow. She explained as they swam. The toxic fumes from the foul swamp caused dizziness, diarrhea, and vomiting blood. The stink frogs hiding in the mud spray poison that rapidly corrodes bones. Deep in the swamp, there are also poison dragons lurking. Those are disaster-class creatures. Absolutely can've. Before she could finish, Hillspear lifted a rotting dragon head right in front of them, green pus dripping and sizzling on the water's surface. Sakurajima Yui screamed and wrapped herself around Jiang Ye's waist, burying her head in his chest, trembling uncontrollably. A disaster-class boss, killed like a stray dog on the roadside? Her heart pounded as she clung desperately to this powerful lifeline. The next second, waves of experience flooded into everyone's bodies like a tide. The long-dormant bottleneck within Sakurajima Yui instantly loosened. Leveling up was within reach. Massive amounts of experience poured in, the long-stagnant bottleneck loosened, and advancement was just a breath away. It's truly embarrassing. She's level 30, yet being carried by someone at level 21. What a complete reversal of roles. Lying across from them was an abyssal lizard dragon, not a great Xia divine dragon. Hill, having just finished the battle, crossed her arms and let out a long yawn. So weak. I hadn't even started breathing fire, and this poisonous dragon was already dead. How boring. Since her evolution, she had never encountered a worthy opponent except for her master Jiang Ye. All other enemies failed to spark her interest. Jiang Ye casually pulled out a bottle of crimson perfume with a crystal-clear body. Sister Xiangxiang's detox spray it on, and let's go. Before he finished speaking, he circled around the girls in the team, spraying wildly. Fine crimson mist instantly enveloped everyone. Amazing. It neutralizes poison gas and even grants immunity to toxic water. This is incredible. Sakurajima Yui's eyes lit up as she looked up at Jiang Ye, unconsciously swallowing. In the past, following Sister Xiaowu meant going hungry 9 meals out of 3 days. Now, following the boss meant no worries about leveling up and benefits galore. She willingly became his devoted little fangirl. Sister Xiangxiang really is like a universal adapter, plug and play. Absolutely perfect. Pei Qinghuan marveled at her best friend's versatility. Though now immune to poison gas, she still felt her throat tighten and put on a white medical mask before feeling somewhat at ease. Dark currents churned in the foul swamp as Pei Qinghuan frowned in warning. Watch out for the toxic frog's venom. These little creatures hide in the poisonous water, silent and impossible to guard against. Though cautious in her words, an absurd thought flashed through her mind. If she really got hit by corrosive toxins and had to hide in Xiao Ye's arms and tattered clothes to recover, that might not be so bad. No matter, these toxic frogs can't cause any real trouble. Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively as his domain suddenly expanded. Azure waves roared outward with him at the center, rippling across hundreds of square meters. Magic prohibition. Though the domain's expansion wasn't extremely fast, it was sufficient to cover the entire poisonous swamp. Within the domain, all the toxic frogs attempting to puff their cheeks froze completely. Venom stuck in their throats, their spitting motions forcibly halted. As toxic fluid backflowed through their bodies, they struggled for a few breaths before their 7 orifices ruptured and rotted. Wow, those toxic frogs really stopped spitting. Chu Moli pointed at a distant frog, clutching its throat, as it convulsed to death, her voice filled with shock. Could this be a skill-sealing ability? Pei Qinghuan murmured to herself, her cool, pretty face written with amazement. Time stop plus magic prohibition. The combination of these two abilities suddenly gave her a sense of helplessness, wondering How can we even play anymore? Boss is so amazing. No wonder you're so confident. Sakurajima Yui breathed a long sigh of relief, staying close to Jiang Ye's side. For the first time, she experienced the thrill of being carried. Having never joined a team before, her courage had grown considerably. This is such a comfortable ride. Let's move out. Jiang Ye merely smiled faintly and led the group forward at high speed, finishing off enemies along the way. In the foul swamp where stagnant water mixed with sludge, ordinary people would be swallowed and drowned with a single misstep. However, the team moved as if walking on solid ground, their speed ridiculously fast, almost like streaking shadows. Holy crap, so fast. What just flew past my eyes? At the swamp's edge, scattered professionals struggled through the mud, covered in filth. Someone cried out in shock. Are they crazy moving that fast? Aren't they afraid of getting stuck and having to restart in such a pathetic way? What left them even more dumbfounded was how the toxic frog swarms were completely helpless against that team. Huh, why aren't the toxic frogs spitting at them? Did they lose their voices? Damn it, these frogs only pick on the weak. The professionals along the route traveled in small groups, all ragged and reeking. Compared to Jiang Ye's group gliding smoothly past, it was like heaven and earth. Could they be the #1 ranked team? Someone suddenly realized, their eyes trembling. That's right, no mistake. Only that person could explain this. The Wuji team from Sunluo Guild, Linhai's #1. What we just saw was merely the tip of the iceberg. We can only watch their dust. They stared in amazement, and on that day, the gap between them became truly apparent. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.